Chapter 2902. Enter the Carefree Level 6, 2902. Enter the Carefree Level 6 above Han Fei's head. The power of the heavenly Tao was distorted, and the laws in the void were no longer controlled. After more than 10 seconds, when they found that Han Fei's protective scale was powerful, someone immediately made a judgment. Someone shouted, "Everyone compete with him for the heavenly Tao." Many people activated their laws, trying to stabilize the laws here. However, a Carefree Level cultivator suddenly said, "Idiots, it's useless to fight for the heavenly Tao." Entering the Carefree Level from the Tao Proving Level doesn't have much demand on the power of the heavenly Tao. What's important is the transformation of the power of the heavenly Tao you already have. So, don't stop. Break this scale quickly. Everyone in the Carefree Level, attack with me. Then, Pei Qianan roared. He had recovered and was gathering his strength. The remaining 3 bronze rings clinked and trembled as if they had absorbed too much power. The void behind him distorted and a tide surged. Divine Technique, Sea Dominating Fist. Bang! Pei Qianan rushed out and punched the scale, raising layers of ripples. 20 seconds later, with a crack, the life scale of the Eastern Divine Crocodile cracked. 30 seconds later, crack, 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 crack. After all, there were too many people besieging Han Fei. It was already very powerful that the scale could last until now, finally. After about 42 seconds, with a bang, the life scale of the Eastern Divine Crocodile was shattered, and it couldn't resist the crazy attacks of these people anymore. Clinka. At this moment, everyone heard the clanging sound of a long sword being unsheathed. In the next moment, Ye Tianren stepped on a sword rainbow, like a sword immortal emerging in the world. As his sword soared into the sky, the world lost its color. "Get out of the way. Leave him to me." Ye Tianren finally couldn't hold it back anymore. The moment Han Fei was about to enter the Carefree Level, he couldn't hold it back anymore. However, the existence of the life scale of the Eastern Divine Crocodile had forced him to hold it back until now. At this moment, the sword reached the void and all techniques were dormant. Countless people's hearts skipped a beat as they retreated. What a powerful sword intent. Someone's eyes were bleeding. Don't look at this sword. Those who were close to Ye Tianren had their battlesuits shattered. The invisible sword key could even shatter a godly weapon. How strong Ye Tianren is, as expected of a peerless sword cultivator. He's so strong. Now that the Eastern Divine Crocodile's life scale had been broken, everyone was willing to let Ye Tianren take action, because Han Fei definitely could still fight. If they really fought him head-on, at least a few more people would die by Han Fei's hands. It was better to let Ye Tianren, a former powerhouse on the god roll, fight him. Anyway, this was what Ye Tianren was looking forward to. Ye Tianren's sword had already locked onto Han Fei. At this moment, his sword intent became even more intense, forcing no one within 100,000 kilometers to dare to approach. Even Han Fei had bloody wounds on his body. However, Han Fei was not afraid at all. He looked up at the sword. Hee. Han Fei put on a creepy smile. "I'd like to see if your sword can stop me from entering the Carefree Level. If you kill me with your sword, I'll break it with my sword." Han Fei stretched out his fingers, and the Infinity Formless formed a sword domain in front of Han Fei, facing the impact of Ye Tianren's sword intent. This sword intent was gradually distorted by the power of the heavenly Tao in Han Fei's body and seemed to have undergone some changes. 3 seconds later, the sword chi of the two sides seemed to have both reached its peak, and Han Fei said, "When I enter the Carefree Level, I shall carry the luck of the human world and kill all the enemies in the world. With one step, I can roam the 3,000 seas and split open the world." Ye Tianren's eyes turned cold, and his sword fell from the sky. Divine Technique, I want to seal the sky. When the sword was halfway through, Han Fei's clothes fluttered wildly and he stood straight. He pointed with both hands. Sword 4, Carefree Roaming. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Crazy. This guy is using his fingers as a sword. He dares to do this to Ye Tianren? Fuck, just by naming it Carefree Roaming can he enter the Carefree Level, someone said. Attention, if Han Fei is not defeated, we'll attack him together immediately. Like I said, we can't give him a chance to catch his breath. Clank, above the sea, in the waves, in the void rift, 2 sword shadows confronted each other. The sword domain contended, and the range of the shockwave was so large that it crushed the seawater within 1,000,000 kilometers. There was no one within 300,000 kilometers. After all, there was no need for them to withstand the impact of these 2 abnormal sword intents for such a short distance. At this moment, Ye Tianren's hands were trembling, not because his understanding of the Tao of the sword was not enough, nor was his sword inferior to Han Fei's, but because his physique was not as good as Han Fei's. The counterforce of this sword was too strong, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Han Fei, on the other hand, was completely fine, his eyes indifferent and his will firm. Ye Tianren could feel the attitude of Han Fei's sword that looked down upon the entire world. It was a kind of arrogance, a kind of madness, and a kind of hysterical resistance. Ye Tianren couldn't help but be moved. From this sword he knew that Han Fei was also proud, even prouder than him. His pride was not to others, but to this world. A real strong master only needed one confrontation to know the other party's mentality. Ye Tianren's understanding was not wrong. Han Fei's carefreeness was to deal with the enemies of the sea realm fearlessly and seek survival in the face of death, stopping thousands of armies and killing all the enemies of the human world alone. Han Fei had also comprehended Ye Tianren's sword Dao. He had to admit that although this person looked hateful and put on airs like a kid from a rich family who only knew how to show off, when he really fought, Han Fei could sense that Ye Tianren was walking the kind of sword Dao that no matter what happened in the world, he would just slash away anything in his way with his sword. This kind of sword Dao was almost equivalent to Ye Tianren telling himself every day that his sword was the strongest and he was the most invincible. This was a crazy kind of confidence or even narcissism. Chapter 2903. Enter the carefree level 72903. Enter the carefree level 7. Boom. Ye Tianren's heaven-sealing sword suddenly dissipated. Ye Tianren waved his hand and shattered the flesh and blood of an arm. He condensed the flesh and blood into a sword, temporarily blocking the power of Han Fei's sword, while he flashed back. Young master. The two guardians of the carefree level joined forces to resist the sword, trying to block it, but in the next moment, their expressions suddenly changed, their flesh trembled, and their souls trembled. But they were not Ye Tianren. Although they were at the carefree level, the difference in intent was too great. Just from the first clash with this sword, the two felt that they were crushed by infinite sword intent. Bang! When they saw the two carefree level cultivators being shattered by Han Fei, they suddenly understood the difference between the cultivators on the god roll and ordinary people. Just because Ye Tianren could compete with Han Fei didn't mean that others could. As the saying went, there was no harm without comparison. Ye Tianren seemed to have expected the outcome of these two people, so he wasn't shocked at all. This was because he knew that if he hadn't retreated just now, he would have been the one who was crushed in the end. At this moment, Ye Tianren waved his right hand that was only left with bones, and his flesh and blood returned. Then, he sheathed his long sword, cupped his hands at Han Fei, and left without looking back. When he left, there was still a smile on Ye Tianren's lips, because at this moment, he had an epiphany. He was going to enter the carefree level. For others, he had lost like a stray dog. But for Ye Tianren, he saw more possibilities and another peerless sword path. This kind of gain was something others couldn't understand. Of course, Han Fei wouldn't chase after Ye Tianren. It was not that he couldn't kill him, but he felt that the consequences of killing Ye Tianren would be the same as killing Zhao Qianchun. However, unlike Zhao Qianchun, Ye Tianren was a sword cultivator. If he had the mark of an immortal-level sword cultivator to attack him, without the life scale of the Eastern Divine Crocodile, he would probably be seriously injured even if he had already entered the carefree level. Yes, at the moment he defeated Ye Tianren, Han Fei officially entered the carefree level. However, at this moment, his strength was still being transformed, and all his combat power couldn't be revealed so quickly. However, compared to before, Han Fei's strength had gone further. Before those people had the time to take action, Han Fei glanced at his information and saw Owner, Han Fei level, 1114 Dao Proving level. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 28,886th Immortal Chi, 650,000 Soul, 842 Origin Strength, 842 Star Powers First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage, Second Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness, Spiritual Heritage, First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang, Sky Swallowing Fish, Level 111, Second Spiritual Beast, The Emperor Sparrow, Level 111. Main Art, Godfiend Formless Technique. Seeing this data, Han Fei just looked calm. If he guessed right, when he completely stabilized his strength of the carefree level, his strength should be able to stabilize at about 1,000 star powers. At the peak of the Dao Proving level, his soul and strength had reached the upper limit of 800. That was the limit of the balance his soul, flesh, and bones could achieve. However, this didn't completely unleash the power of the heavenly Dao Jade Marrowbone, so when he entered the carefree level, his comprehensive strength immediately soared by a small amount. According to the strength standards of ordinary people, after he proved Dao, his strength would be between 100 to 200. Basically, those who could approach 200 were already top geniuses. For example, when Feng Yu first entered the Dao Proving level, her strength increased by 5 times, approaching 200 star powers. If she could complete the Dao Proving level, her strength should reach between 300 and 400 star powers. Of course, since Feng Yu could become a disciple of the Void Temple, she might probably be able to surpass 400, but Han Fei was certain that her strength definitely couldn't exceed 500. At this time, her strength had already soared 10 times. If she didn't have special methods, this should be her limit. Of course, if she used special secret methods, it was completely possible to temporarily double or even triple her strength. However, he walked the Dao of extreme balance. So although his starting point was similar to Feng Fei's, his upper limit was higher than Feng Fei's or even other peerless geniuses in the Sea Realm. From this, it could be seen that after he entered the Monarch Realm, his comprehensive growth data was still several times stronger than those top heavenly talents. At this moment, Han Fei could feel that his body was changing rapidly. Perhaps when he adapted to this change, he should be able to carry 5 times his combat power. Of course, this was probably the limit. There was a limit to the Heavenly Dao Jade Marrowbone. Even if his Heavenly Dao Jade Marrowbone was different from others, there would still be a limit. Boom boom boom, techniques came one after another. Someone shouted, "Everyone, don't hold back. He has just entered the carefree level, so his strength won't soar." In the past, in the Monarch realm, there was only carefree level, but there was no such a level as Dao proving level, so we don't have to be afraid at all. His combat power is just different from ours in absolute strength and soul. He is not invincible. Someone shouted, "Yes, this is his weakest moment. Our time is limited." Some people thought that even if Han Fei had entered the carefree level, so what? After such an intense battle with Ye Tianren just now, Han Fei should be even more exhausted now. At that moment, many people who had been waiting to watch the show moved. All the carefree level cultivators swarmed up at this moment, trying their best. Che Chirp, Chapter 2904, enter the carefree level 8. 2904. Enter the carefree level 8. At that moment, a cicada suddenly chirped. Then, a pair of wings as thin as cicada wings and as transparent as glazed glass appeared on Han Fei's body. Now that Han Fei had upgraded, he didn't need to deliberately reject external forces, so he used the 6 Dao Heavenly Cicada Wings. 6 Dao Heavenly Cicada Wings. Only a small number of people recognized the wings. Thinking about how Han Fei swept through the chaotic wasteland and killed many monarchs, it seemed normal for him to collect such a pair of wings. Fuse. Swish, 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 swish. At that moment, Han Fei disappeared on the spot and then appeared next to someone as if he had teleported. Fuff! A saber beam flashed and the person exploded. Han Fei was overjoyed. The 6 Dao Heavenly Cicada Wings were indeed worthy of its reputation. They had increased his speed by 50%. When he used them at the Dao Proving level, they only provided a 60% increase in speed. He didn't expect that when he advanced to the Carefree level, the speed increase would only lose this little bit. With just this speed increase, they were worthy of being called a chaotic spiritual treasure. Besides, in addition to the increase in speed, his great Tao of space and time seemed to have been significantly strengthened. When he used it with the Void World just now, it seemed to achieve the effect of teleportation. This reminded him of the phantom glass wings he once had, which were his treasure when he was still a hidden fisher that could teleport infinitely. Of course, that kind of teleportation was actually a kind of spatial transformation. In the present, it was full of loopholes. But at that time, when facing an enemy, it was really powerful. Now, Han Fei experienced this feeling again. In general, except for the ability of the 6 Dao Heavenly Cicada Wings to cross worlds, they also worked very well as for the Daos of speed, space, and time. Swish, 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 puff, puff. Puff. Han Fei had already entered the carefree level. His speed was already extremely fast. Now that it had increased by 50%, many people couldn't keep up with Han Fei's speed at all. In the blink of an eye, 7 people were killed by Han Fei in a row. This made everyone realize that something was wrong. Han Fei was too fast. Although they could still lock onto Han Fei with their techniques, Han Fei could weather through their attacks and attack them when they were launching attacks. They knew very well how strong Han Fei was now. If they were attacked by Han Fei, how could they survive? Someone had already left quietly. For example, Yi Wulong was seriously injured after only one clash with Han Fei. His body was filled with killing intent. He discovered, to his shock, that a peak carefree level monarch was meaningless to Han Fei. Therefore, he chose to escape immediately. Yes, after Han Fei suddenly showed such speed, they were no longer prepared to attack him. The probability of Han Fei killing them before was only 30%, but now it had become 50%. They were unwilling to bet on this 50% chance of survival. In the distant sky, the strong masters who were watching the battle looked at each other in bewilderment. This guy holds out really long. Damn it, these 6 Dao Heavenly Cicada Wings are at least a chaotic spiritual treasure. He didn't use them before. Damn it, this guy has already entered the carefree level. Although he has just entered the carefree level and his strength hasn't been transformed yet, his strength is increasing at a visible speed. If this continues, won't this siege become a joke? However, someone grinned ferociously. In fact, it's actually a good thing that he has entered the carefree level, right? This at least means that some top cultivators at the peak of the carefree level can attack him unscrupulously, right? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at this person. Suddenly, a change occurred in the field. Among the carefree level cultivators, 3 of them suddenly soared in strength and attacked Han Fei. The abnormal movements of these 3 people also caused the Dao Provers in the game to be stunned. Before most of them could react, the 3 of them had already arrived in front of Han Fei. So fast. Peak carefree level? Wait, are cultivators at the peak of the carefree level so strong? What a terrifying pressure. Hiss, they're cultivators who are about to enter the immortal level. Why didn't they take action earlier? Are they from the Southern Dipper? Chapter 2905 Yi Wulang's End. 12905 Yi Wulang's End. 1. Just as Han Fei felt that he was invincible here and could harvest these so-called heavenly talents of the Central Sea Divine Realm, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. For the first time in a moment, he felt death looming over him. Han Fei had no time to turn around or do other actions. He didn't even have the time to enter the Void World because he felt that if he chose to enter the Void World, it was very likely that he would have to use the Great Tao of Life Replacement, Puffer. In the next moment, 3 streaks of light intertwined and instantly slashed. One targeted the back of Han Fei's head and sealed the void. Another pierced through the void, and the target was the void world. Yes, one of the 3 could penetrate the void world. Puffer bang. Under the stunned gaze of countless people, Han Fei was shattered by these 3 people. At the moment when Han Fei exploded, the 3 of them realized at the same time that something was wrong. One entered the void world, one retreated into the void like a hunter hiding in the shadows, and one flashed in the air and launched a soul-killing technique at a white mist. Yes, at that moment, Han Fei chose to use the Twin Divine technique. Fortunately, the ambusher had never dealt with a weird technique like the Twin Divine technique before, so his attack missed. And then, he was rolled up by the white mist, and his entire hand was dripping with blood. Buzz. Han Fei's twin bodies were fused elsewhere. A sneak attack was enough once. If the other party wanted to sneak attack him twice, even if the other party was a heavenly talent at the peak of the carefree level, it wouldn't be enough. Han Fei leaned back slightly and disappeared into the void. He could already tell that these 3 people should be from the same force. The strong masters of this force looked a little like hunters of the human race. Recalling that someone had subconsciously said the word, the Southern Dipper, Han Fei was certain that they were from the Southern Dipper organization, a powerful organization from the South Sea Divine Realm that specialized in assassinations. In the Void Temple, Feng Fei had mentioned the Southern Dipper several times, but Han Fei didn't know why an assassination organization in the South Sea Divine Realm would attack a disciple of the Void Temple. However, there was no time for him to think too much. In the Void World, Han Fei naturally followed the guy who could enter the Void World. This person could enter the Void World, which meant that his control of space and speed was no worse than his. If he let this person attack him, he wouldn't be able to fight calmly and would be in fear. Fortunately, Han Fei's current strength was completely incomparable to the so-called peak-level carefree level. No matter how strong a peak-level carefree level cultivator was, he only had the combat power of more than 1,000 star powers. Even if he was a heavenly talent, how many could he have? 2,000? 3,000? Han Fei wasn't very clear about this at the moment, but logically speaking, it shouldn't exceed 2,000. Otherwise, wouldn't the combat power of the carefree level be 5 or 6 times that of the peak-level Tao proving level? When one broke through to the peak of the Tao proving level, their strength would at most increase by 10 times. If the difference between the carefree level and the Tao proving level was so huge, the growth brought about by crossing this small realm would be too great. Based on his previous battle experience with carefree level monarchs, those who had just entered the carefree level weren't very strong. Otherwise, no matter how hard he tried, he would still be killed by the other party. Therefore, according to Han Fei's judgment, even if these 3 people were top heavenly talents who could enter the God role or at least the heaven role, their combat power was actually only about 2,000 to 3,000 star powers. But what about him? Under the activation of his great Tao, he had already broken through this limit. Be it speed, physique, or soul power, he crushed the 3 of them, so it was only natural that he could kill them. Chirp. In the Void World, Han Fei easily discovered the spatial fluctuations caused by someone. Seeing Han Fei enter the Void World, the man from the Southern Dipper tried to get out. Obviously, he didn't want to fight Han Fei head-on, but Han Fei's speed was too fast, so at the moment the space trembled, it suddenly collapsed, and an extremely powerful spatial crack swept over him. Knife drawing. Han Fei didn't make it in time to keep this person here, but if this guy wanted to leave the Void World easily, he had to ask him first. Unfortunately, in the next moment, Han Fei felt a sense of crisis again, which made his hair stand on end. Is there an ambush in the Void World? Yes, there were more assassins from the Southern Dipper. Just now, he focused all his attention on the fluctuations in the Void World and the outside world, thinking that there were only 3 assassins from the Southern Dipper. However, it seemed that someone had been hiding in the Void World for a long time. Are you guy addicted to assassination? Time. When the attack came, time circulated around Han Fei. When the knife was only half a foot away from Han Fei's forehead, the knife disappeared. A figure still wanted to retreat, but Han Fei had suddenly held the blade of hope in his hand. As the blade spun, the timeline where the 2 of them were was cut apart. In the next moment, the 2 of them appeared in a quiet wilderness. At this moment, Han Fei looked at the peak-level carefree level cultivator in front of him and said angrily, "You really caught me off guard by ambushing me in the Void World. However, the Void World has its own characteristics, which is that perception can't penetrate. Therefore, no one will discover me when I take you to break through the timeline." The Southern Dipper assassin opposite him looked solemn. He turned around and ran, refusing to fight Han Fei head-on. But Han Fei didn't chase him. Instead, he picked up the god-shattering scissors and cut the air, and the peak carefree level killer's speed plummeted. Chapter 29Z6, 29Z6, Yi Wulong's N2, 29Z6, Yi Wulong's N2. Han Fei rushed over and activated the formless infinity sword. With his current 5 times strength, this person would definitely die. The man seemed to know that he couldn't escape. He suddenly turned around, his eyes bloodshot, and a blood-red saber beam avoided the formless infinity sword and shot at Han Fei. Extreme Tao soul refining? Buzz. The other party's change was too fast. Han Fei blocked it with his invincible will and was surprised to find that it was a soul-killing technique, an extremely powerful one. The other party, who he thought was a hunter with extraordinary combat power, turned out to be an extreme Dao soul refiner. Pfft, Han Fei grunted, and golden blood tears flowed out of his eyes. As for the assassin from the Southern Dipper, he was cut open by Han Fei and his soul-subduing godly weapon was shattered. However, what followed was a star-bead strike from him that shattered Han Fei's formless infinity sword. Clearly, he had prepared it long ago. Fuck. Han Fei broke into a cold sweat. He was too careless and almost fell for it. Is this the Southern Dipper assassin organization? Han Fei had always treated them as stories, but after interacting with them, he was surprised to find that these assassins were all so strong and unpredictable. Seeing Han Fei's reaction, the Southern Dipper assassin was shocked. Impossible. How can you block my soul-killing technique, unless you also— Pfff! The star bead strike failed to seriously injure Han Fei. Instead, Han Fei had already appeared in front of this person, minced most of his body with a sword, and then suppressed him with the god-sealing spear. Han Fei took a slight breath. It's indeed surprising. If it were an ordinary person, even if it was someone from the Three Temples, they might have been tricked by you. Your attack on me from the beginning was just a smokescreen. That blow just now was what you really wanted to do, right? Han Fei recalled that this person must have wanted to use this soul-killing technique on him back in the Void World. However, Han Fei's reaction was too fast and he used the Great Tao of Time, so this guy gave up. This person pretended to escape, trying to make Han Fei believe that he was defeated. Indeed, Han Fei had been negligent. If it were someone else, he would have been dead. However, this also taught Han Fei that everyone had a trump card, which might be very powerful. Therefore, no one could be underestimated. Han Fei grinned and added, unless I also practice the extreme Dao soul refining. Seeing the disbelief in the Southern Dipper assassin's eyes, Han Fei chuckled. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking that I've embarked on the devil path. Congratulations on guessing right, but there's no reward. Bang, bang, bang. Han Fei bombarded him with rounds of attacks. Knowing that most of this person's soul had been shattered, he captured him with the void lines. Han Fei didn't intend to kill such a strong master directly, which would be a waste of resources, and the information in his mind was what Han Fei needed. After a while, Han Fei looked a bit weird. This was because he didn't get what he wanted to know, but he accidentally learned some other information. First of all, this person's name was xuanhuan. When he was still an explorer, he was recruited by this assassin organization called the Southern Dipper. This was a very powerful assassin organization. Their headquarters was a magical mobile island. It was in a void undercurrent and its location changed in real time. Therefore, it was very difficult for people to find the Southern Dipper's stronghold. This was also why they could become a powerful assassin organization. This Southern Dipper organization selected and trained excellent heavenly talents from the South Sea Divine Realm, but also from the West Sea Divine Realm, the East Sea Divine Realm, and even the Central Sea Divine Realm. The success rate of nurturing the Southern Dipper assassins was very small. They had been accepting various missions since they entered the Venerable Realm. In addition to fighting with their own people, there were countless Southern Dipper assassins who had died outside. However, they didn't care, because there would always be some extremely powerful individual existences. In order to avoid the betrayal of the assassins, they had been brainwashed by the Southern Dipper since they were young. At the same time, divine marks would be planted in their bodies. Yes, the leader of the Southern Dipper assassin organization was a god. This was the second god Han Fei knew in the Sea Realm besides the demon god. Besides, if he killed xuanhuan, he would be marked by the divine mark. In other words, the moment he killed xuanhuan, he would definitely be marked. Han Fei didn't care about that, so what if their leader was a god? After he went out, he would tell this matter to his eldest senior brother. Then even that god wouldn't dare to do anything to him. From xuanhuan's memory, Han Fei found that the mission he received was issued by the Gate of Heaven. It was an assassinations targeting him, and the reward was 100 drops of Spring of Life. Seeing this, Han Fei grinned ferociously. It seemed that everyone had the same thoughts. The heavenly race wanted to kill him, and he wanted to kill the heavenly race. He and the heavenly race could never get along. In addition to this, Han Fei also learned a secret of the West Sea Divine Realm from xuanhuan's memories. It was information about the seclusion place of the primordial divine race. The source of this memory was that xuanhuan hesitated for a long time between searching for the primordial divine race and assassinating him when he was taking a quest. In xuanhuan's opinion, the reward of the Spring of Life was much more than what he got from the exploration of the primordial divine race. However, if he guessed right, an operation against the primordial divine race in the West Wilderness seemed to have quietly unfolded. Chapter 29.7.2907 Yi Wulang's N3.2907 Yi Wulang's N3 puffer Han Fei killed xuanhuan and collected him into his origin star. Back in the normal timeline, time hadn't changed because time hadn't passed in reality, but xuanhuan had already died. Buzz, Han Fei sneered. Since he had been marked by the god of the Southern Dipper, he didn't mind killing a few more. Han Fei stepped out of the void world. The Southern Dipper assassin who had just been stabbed by Han Fei hadn't had time to repair his body. As if surprised how Han Fei avoided the assassination of the fourth person in the void world, he looked back curiously and then saw the Emperor Sparrow appear on Han Fei's shoulder. The Emperor Sparrow just hummed casually, body burning with hellfire. The Southern Dipper assassin suddenly stopped and golden flames ignited on his body. No matter how tough the Southern Dipper assassin's will was, at that moment, he couldn't help but roar in pain and even forgot to escape. Han Fei snorted coldly. You want to run after the sneak attack? Who do you think you are? How could the Emperor Sparrow not have any new inherited techniques after he proved Tao? These people who were born in this era had never experienced the power of such an overlord-level primitive demon beast. At present, the Emperor Sparrow had awakened two divine techniques. The first was Hellfire Burning, a law-type divine technique. As long as one's realm didn't exceed that of the Emperor Sparrow by 2 realms, he wouldn't be able to escape this rule. For those who had especially many karmic obstacles, the effect of Hellfire Burning was terrifying. In the world of cultivators, killing was always accompanied by everyone. It could be said that no one was a good person who didn't have many karmic sins. Therefore, the Emperor Sparrow directly burned that person's karmic sins, making him feel the pain of being burned by the hellfire in advance. Of course, it was actually a good thing if this person was still alive before the hellfire burned out. This meant that this person's karma had been burned away, and he could ignore this divine technique next time. The other divine technique was called Demon Releasing. It was also a law-type divine technique that released the demon in one's heart. The consequences of this technique were unpredictable. If the demonic intent dominated, the person would go crazy. If he wasn't killed in time, he would commit all kinds of evil later. It was equivalent to releasing a ferocious demon. If the demonic intent was suppressed or eliminated, however, the person could also benefit, which was to no longer be corroded by the demonic intent. On the contrary, if a person was a great demon in the first place, then the demon releasing technique might directly awaken the kindness in his heart. The two law-type divine techniques awakened by the Emperor Sparrow both had pros and cons. But to the enemy, they were terrifying because once they were hit by the two divine techniques, it would be too easy for Han Fei to kill them. However, because these two divine techniques were both law-type techniques, they could only be used on one person at a time, which should be one of the disadvantages. But on second thought, if this thing could also have a group effect, wouldn't it be invincible? Demon Releasing. No sooner than the Emperor Sparrow used the Hellfire Burning technique, he used the Demon Releasing on one of the people from the Southern Dipper. Without any warning, the man twisted and slapped his own head, blowing himself up. Stat! Only one of the 4 Southern Dipper assassins was left. Full of fright, he immediately retreated, not daring to stay any longer. In his years of experience, these 2 people couldn't be saved. Not only had the assassin from the South Sea retreated, but the other heavenly talents from the Central Sea Divine Realm, who were still surprised that Han Fei was hunted, also began to run. It wasn't because they reacted fast, but because they received a message almost at the same time. There was only a word in the message: run. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched as he looked into the distant void. If he guessed right, there should be stronger people, at least at the immortal level, watching the battle. Otherwise, these people couldn't have moved so uniformly and run away together without any hesitation. But at this moment, Han Fei didn't chase them. He looked invincible, but in fact he had suffered countless blows in this battle, and his injuries were not light. Even though he had broken through to the carefree level, the breakthrough couldn't relieve his injuries, nor could it extend the operation of his great Tao for long. Therefore, even if they ran away, he didn't have the ability to chase after them. However, one of the 2 remaining Southern Dipper assassins was burned by the hellfire, and the other was suppressed by the demonic intent. Neither of them could control themselves in a short period of time, so Han Fei killed the 2 of them with only 2 slashes. In the distant void, someone shook his head slightly, and someone glanced indifferently at the guy who said that it was a good thing for Han Fei to enter the carefree level. The man looked all dark, as if he had just eaten a fly. He gnashed his teeth and said, Emperor Sparrow. Someone said, I already said that we can't let anyone of the Void Temple grow up. Is it a good thing for him to enter the carefree level? Only you people from the Gate of Heaven think it's a good thing. However, with the rise of the Emperor Sparrow, it will be difficult to kill Han Fei again. That's right. I really don't understand why the Emperor Sparrow becomes his subordinate. Alright, this plan has been ruined. It seems that we'll have to take a long time to deal with the human race. Someone sighed. You hired 3 assassins from the Southern Dipper at one go, but 2 were killed this time. Skye, Brother Xuanming, your information about Han Fei is not really enough. I'm afraid the Southern Dipper won't just forget it. Take care. These people were somewhat gloating. They didn't expect the Gate of Heaven to hate the Void Temple so much. In the end, they hired 3 Southern Dipper assassins without enough intelligence. Now that they had failed, it would be strange if the Southern Dipper didn't demand an explanation from the Gate of Heaven. Chapter 2908, 2908 Yi Wulang's N4, 2908 Yi Wulang's N4. Different from the Gate of Heaven, they attacked Han Fei not just because they hated Han Fei, but to prevent the rise of the human race. Therefore, these were actually two different things. What they didn't know was that there was actually another Southern Dipper assassin who died in another timeline. Otherwise, they might have had to say a few more words. It was no joke that the Southern Dipper was famous in the divine realms. The cooperation of those people just now was actually quite perfect. If it weren't for the twin divine technique, they might have succeeded, provided that Han Fei didn't have the time to use the great Tao of life borrowing. Besides, if Han Fei hadn't taken the Tao of extreme balance, he might have been killed in the void world. The fact that they could put Han Fei's life in danger twice showed how terrifying the Southern Dipper was. Therefore, the immortal level cultivator of the Yi family looked extremely awful at the moment. After all, he was the one who gave the information. Be it Han Fei's strength or the Emperor Sparrow's realm, they had reached an unimaginable level. Therefore, if the Gate of Heaven didn't pay enough money this time, they probably wouldn't be able to settle the Southern Dipper. Han Fei was not afraid at all and began to heal himself on the spot. Perhaps some people were tempted, but they didn't dare to take action in the end. Healing on the spot was obviously fishing. After Han Fei showed such powerful combat power and methods, who would ask for trouble? Therefore, it didn't take long for these people to leave. Originally, their purpose of this trip was nothing more than to force Han Fei to use the Void Mark. Unfortunately, contrary to their expectations, not only did they help Han Fei break through to the carefree level, but they also gave him a sum of resources. However, in today's battle, Han Fei had revealed too many strengths and trump cards. If there was a next time, he might not act like today. An hour later, Han Fei activated the Void Mark. Eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother asked, "Little junior brother, what's the matter?" Han Fei said. "Senior brother, I should have been marked by the god of the Southern Dipper Assassin organization from the South Sea Divine Realm. After thinking about it, I think I'd better tell you. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll suddenly be gone one day." Eldest senior brother said, "Don't worry about it. He won't do anything." Yes, eldest senior brother. Han Fei was overjoyed after the short chat with his eldest senior brother. He was relieved after his eldest senior brother confirmed it with his own mouth, or he would feel uneasy being targeted by a god. At this point, Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator again and scanned around. Seeing that there was no one around, he entered his origin star. He had benefited a lot from this battle, and now he needed time to consolidate his cultivation. However, only half a day later, Han Fei came out. He activated the vast ocean navigator and then stepped into the void world, flying in a direction at full speed. 10 days later, in the wilderness of the Eastern Sea Divine Realm, Yi Wulong was on his way back to the Gate of Heaven. Han Fei had already entered the carefree level. He had to inform his family of this news. As for Elder Xuanming, he didn't return with Yi Wulong because he had to plan against the human race with the people of the Central Sea Divine Realm. Although Han Fei had run away, they still had to deal with the human race. This race must not rise. He didn't know much about the reason before, but now he knew a little about it. The reason seemed to be that the human race's growth potential was very high. At this moment, Yi Wulong casually found a trench and prepared to take a rest. Even a carefree level cultivator couldn't travel non-stop. If he returned to the Gate of Heaven at full speed, it would only take him about 10 days. But that was unnecessary. The wilderness was too big. There were so many people besieging Han Fei. Yi Wulong didn't think that Han Fei would target him. Besides, he had walked a long way. Perhaps because of the battle, he felt a little scared, so he took a rest. Anyway, he would return to the Gate of Heaven in about 5 or 6 days. Yi Wulong recalled Han Fei's various means and the terrifying ability displayed by the Emperor Sparrow in the end. He felt that he couldn't hunt Han Fei anymore. It was too dangerous. This time, including Ye Tianren and the others, a total of 139 people went and 34 died. Even the former powerhouse on the god roll, Zhao Qianqian, died. Plus the 11 people killed by Han Fei earlier, there were a total of 45 people. Thinking of this, Yi Wulong couldn't help but swallow. This Han Fei was really abnormal. He had killed 45 heavenly talent level monarchs alone. After this battle, his name would probably spread far and wide. While Yi Wulong was hesitating, he didn't realize that in the trench, pure darkness was quietly surrounding him. Han Fei had been wandering around Yi Wulong for a long time, testing how well he could hide the twin divine technique. To his surprise, Yi Wulong didn't respond when he floated past Yi Wulong. Perhaps it had something to do with his lack of killing intent. Han Fei wasn't sure, but it was a good thing. If he could hide it from Yi Wulong, it wouldn't be a problem for him to hide it from other immortal level cultivators. However, the strength of a great monarch couldn't be underestimated. During this period of time, he had been tracking Yi Wulong down and found that he seemed to be weaker than the people from the Central Sea Divine Realm. Although they were mostly at the peak of the Tao-proving level, they might not be weaker than Yi Wulong in a real fight. If he refined this guy into a puppet, he might be able to use the soul-controlling law seal to create a batch of puppets in the heavenly race. At this point, Han Fei didn't intend to probe further. At this moment, this trench was suddenly covered by a shadow. Yi Wulong felt a chill down his spine and subconsciously wanted to rush out, only to be nailed to the bottom of the sea by an unexpected spear. Yi Wulong was greatly shocked to see the spear that was flashing with weird patterns. Why? Why did this guy come to me? How did he find me? Chapter 2909-2909 Han Fei came to the heavenly race. 12909 Han Fei came to the heavenly race. Yi Wulang undoubtedly had no chance to escape. Even more than 100 people couldn't take down Han Fei. How could Yi Wulang resist him alone? And in a sneak attack, he didn't even have a chance to resist before being sealed by Han Fei. Han Fei was going to the heavenly race to steal the spring of life and the small vine. Even if Yi Wulang didn't come, he would take the initiative to find a strong master of the heavenly race and sneak in disguising himself as that strong master. Who knew that he would meet Yi Wulang as soon as he left the chaotic wasteland? He didn't intend to communicate with Yi Wulang because there was no need. Han Fei directly launched a soul search on Yi Wulang. It was better for him to learn the information of the heavenly race in person. An hour later, Han Fei scratched his head. This was because he had learned some important intelligence from Yi Wulang's memories. For example, the thing that gave birth to the spring of life was a divine tree called the Heavenly Ancestor. Its history was so long that Yi Wulang hadn't been born when it came to life. The entire Heavenly clan only knew that the Heavenly Ancestor divine tree had lived since ancient times. However, they didn't know in which era it was born, including Yi Wulang. However, Yi Wulang knew that the Heavenly Ancestor divine tree's vitality had been declining. In other words, this divine tree had been aging. As for the level of the Heavenly Ancestor divine tree, as Han Fei expected, this tree itself was a great monarch-level demon plant. However, according to the history of the heavenly race, as early as ancient times, the Heavenly Ancestor divine tree had suffered heavy damage. Although it was still alive, its soul body no longer existed, so it didn't have much intelligence. However, this was enough. The Heavenly Ancestor divine tree produced a drop of the spring of life every 100 years, so every drop was exceptionally precious. There were many people in the heavenly race, and even at Yi Wulang's level, it was not easy to obtain a drop. Secondly, from the information Han Fei obtained, he learned that the number of strong masters of the heavenly race was far greater than he had imagined. For example, the heavenly race of the East Sea Divine Realm could mobilize as many as 27 monarchs. Yes, far more than the monarchs that the heavenly race had once shown. However, the only thing worth rejoicing about was that among these 27 people, 17 were at the Tao Proving level and 6 were at the Carefree level. There were 3 immortal level monarchs, and the patriarch of the heavenly clan, Yi Chongsheng, was the strongest. Next was an elder named Yi Xuanming. He also went to the periphery of the chaotic wasteland this time, but he didn't return with Yi Wulang, but left with some strong masters from the Central Sea Divine Realm. As for the third, Han Fei had once seen him. He was called Yi Jian, a sword cultivator who had just entered the immortal level. He had appeared when Han Fei was besieged outside the Divine Capital Dynasty. As for the great monarchs, one of them was a grand elder cultivating in a forbidden area of the clan. His name was Yi Chen, and he was the great monarch on the surface of the heavenly race. He had been guarding the heavenly race since 30,000 years ago. The other great monarch, named Yi Beige, was sleeping under the Heavenly Ancestor divine tree. He had suffered a heavy blow in a great monarch-level battle 100,000 years ago. If it weren't for the Heavenly Ancestor divine tree, he might have long died. And the little vine that Han Fei wanted was in the hands of this guy. Yes, this was the reason why Han Fei scratched his head. This fucking great monarch was holding the little vine in his hand when he was sleeping. Could he pull it out of the great monarch's hand? When Han Fei learned this information, he once wanted to ask his eldest senior brother to help him get the vine. This way, he wouldn't have to trouble himself. Once the vine returned, the 6th divine pill of the demon purification pot would probably be ripe. The time acceleration of the origin star might double again, and the deduction of the technique might reach a new height. However, in the end, Han Fei gave up this idea. With his current situation, there were probably many more dangers in the future. What if there was a more tricky situation when he used the void mark? For example, the ancient human in the lava giant race once told him that the demon purification pot had the 10th vine. Although this was a great secret, Han Fei knew that the 10th vine couldn't be obtained so easily. Fortunately, it's a heavily injured and dying great monarch. What if there's a chance? Han Fei cleared his mind. Anyway, he needed to enter the heavenly race first. The information Han Fei saw was only about the power of the heavenly race in the East Sea Divine Realm. However, the strength of the heavenly race was more than this. It turned out that the heavenly race also had a branch in the Central Sea Divine Realm. Yi Wulang didn't know much about that branch, because it seemed that that branch didn't get along quite well with the branch in the East Sea Divine Realm. They rarely interacted with each other. At this point, Han Fei finally understood some of the internal situation of the heavenly race. As for other trivial information, Han Fei didn't bother to check. It took Han Fei half a day to refine Yi Wulang into a puppet, and another day to study Yi Wulang's characteristics, behavior, etc. After doing this, Han Fei didn't go on his way. Anyway, it made no difference whether Yi Wulang went back one day earlier or one day later. Therefore, Han Fei fused and refined the chaotic original water he got from Zhao Qianqian. Anyway, with the demon purification pot, it was not a problem to reforge it. When he reforged the infinity water, he sighed that Zhao Qianqian died such a miserable death. Why did she have to touch his soul for no reason? Chapter 2910, Han Fei came to the heavenly race, 2910. Han Fei came to the heavenly race, 2910. After a while, when the infinity water appeared again, Han Fei's eyes flashed and information popped up. Unnameless infinity water. Introduction. This is a chaotic spiritual treasure and exotic water made of 12 drops of chaotic original water, the water original dragon spirit, and various great Tao laws. The upgraded infinity water can control all water and even some soft fluids. The infinity water can swallow the water veins, the water original chi, assimilate other waters, and upgrade itself. This water has an indestructible characteristic and comes with a colorless water domain. It can extract the water of all creatures in this domain and has a great restraining effect on demonic plant-type creatures. This water has a spirit and, if it's nurtured every day, its intelligence is no less than that of intelligent creatures. Quality spiritual treasure enchantment. Water essence dragon. Spirit water essence. It can manipulate all waters, swallows water veins, assimilates other waters, and produce colorless water domain. Recastable quarter domain. Force 26th work. Or refined quality white. It has gained intelligence. Colorless water domain? Han Fei was not surprised that the infinity water could be upgraded to a chaotic spiritual treasure. After all, Zhao Qianxian gave him 9 drops of chaotic original water at once, which was really a huge gain. God knows where Zhao Qianxian got the chaotic original water. After all, it was very difficult to find. Han Fei was very interested in this colorless water domain now. As he issued an order in his heart, a colorless water-shaped barrier enveloped the nearby seabed. As Han Fei issued an order silently, all the marine plants in this area withered instantly. The drying process was so quick that they instantly shattered into powder as if they had never existed. Is it because these creatures are too low-leveled? He probably wouldn't be able to try it here, but it was good enough that the infinity water had reached the chaotic spiritual treasure level. As an ultimate treasure that had accompanied Han Fei's growth, it would be a pity if it never came in handy. Now that he had the infinity water, he could use many killer moves to his heart's content. After doing all this, Han Fei still had no intention of consolidating his cultivation. It wasn't that he didn't want to consolidate it, but that he didn't have much time to do so. 5 days later, the puppet Yi Wulong returned with ease. Instead of taking the passage through the gate of heaven, it directly entered the hinterland of the heavenly race. Because Han Fei's original body was still in Yi Wulong's origin star, he couldn't synchronize with the information of Neza. As soon as the puppet Yi Wulong returned, a voice immediately came over. It was Yi Changsheng's voice transmission. Yi Wulong didn't have time to return to his residence, so he went straight to the meeting hall. When Yi Changsheng saw the puppet Yi Wulang, he asked in confusion, "Are you injured?" Yi Wulang said, "Yes, Patriarch. When we besieged Han Fei, my soul and body were both seriously injured." "Hey, I heard that many people went to besiege him this time. How can you be injured?" At this time, people came in one after another outside the door, and some people even laughed at Yi Wulang. "Yi Shuo, if you go, your situation won't be better than mine. You might not even be able to come back." Han Fei was hiding in Yi Wulong's origin star. According to his memories, Yi Shuo and Yi Wulong didn't have a good relationship because they once competed for a disciple who was Neza, but neither of them got it. The winner was a person named Yi Qing. Yi Shuo sneered. "What a joke. Do you think the strong masters of the Void Temple will bother to attack you?" Someone said, "Yi Shuo, shut up. Wulong, you went away for 100 years without any news. Now you're suddenly back. Have you succeeded?" Someone shook his head. Judging from his look, they have probably failed. Someone frowned. "No one can make it. Everyone in the Void Temple is protected by a Void Mark. As long as they make Han Fei use his Void Mark, it can be considered a success." Someone sneered. "Just that? We paid so much money to hire killers from the Southern Dipper just for that." The crowd was noisy, and Yi Changsheng shouted in a low voice, "Everyone, sit down. Wulong, tell me the specific situation. How are the battle results? What's the situation of the human race now?" At this moment, everyone looked at Yi Wulang, and Yi Wulang said gloomily, "All of us underestimated Han Fei. First of all, there's a huge problem with the information we get. Han Fei didn't just enter the Dao Proving level, but has reached the peak of the Dao Proving level." Peak of the Dao Proving level? How long has he been away from the Divine Capital Dynasty? How can he be at the peak of the Dao Proving level? That's impossible. I've never heard of a heavenly talent who can go from the late-stage star transformation realm to the peak of the Dao Proving level in just 200 years. Yi Wulong said mockingly, "Impossible? I saw it with my own eyes. I was seriously injured. How can it be fake?" Not only has Han Fei reached the peak of the Dao Proving level, but he has also entered the carefree level in battle. Now he is already a carefree level cultivator. This time, 45 of the more than 100 monarchs were killed by this guy alone, and I think the news will spread soon. What? Are you kidding me? Carefree level? He killed 45 monarchs alone? Many people's expressions changed. Their first reaction was, of course, that Yi Wulang was talking nonsense. But was he really talking nonsense? Obviously not. Yi Wulang was indeed seriously injured and his strength was clearly not at its peak. Besides, with the strong masters of the Central Sea Divine Realm as witnesses, how could this kind of thing be fake? Yi Changsheng said solemnly, Wulong, tell me what exactly happened. Chapter 2911-2911 Han Fei came to the heavenly race. 3291 Han Fei came to the heavenly race. 3 Yi Wulong said, when I first met Han Fei, he had already killed 11 monarchs in a row in a sneak attack. Then he was surrounded by us. Pei Qianan from the 5th sect, the 8th place on the god roll in the past, was an extreme Dao cultivator. He fought head-on with Han Fei and was defeated in one blow. Zhao Qianqin from the Flying Immortals Tower, the 7th place on the god roll, thought that Han Fei was an extreme Dao body refiner, so she attacked him with a soul-killing technique but was killed by Han Fei. She couldn't even resist him with her trunk card of the immortal level. Yishuo, do you think you can compare to Pei Qianan or Zhao Qianqian? Yishuo was also shocked by the information that the puppet Yi Wulong told him, but then he asked, you said that Pei Qianan couldn't beat Han Fei head-on. Yi Wulong nodded. That's right, I know what you want to say. The Void Temple is strong, but it can't be so unreasonably strong. Even Lei Heng wasn't so strong back then. Therefore, Han Fei must have chosen the extreme Dao body refining technique. This is beyond doubt. Many people here saw it with their own eyes. Wei Shuo asked, Zhao Qianqian is a soul cultivator, right? If I remember correctly, she almost made it to the top 5 of the god roll back then. Maybe she didn't fight again after she proved her Dao, so her strength had dropped, Yi Wulong said. That's bullshit. Zhao Qianqin was weak? To be honest, few people present could resist this woman's killer move. Even if Zhao Qianqin was weak, was Pei Qianan weak? Was Ye Tianren from the Mirage weak? He used to be a peerless heavenly talent with a profound sword technique. When Han Fei entered the carefree level, he fought Han Fei head-on, but he lost in swordsmanship. At this moment in the meeting hall, Yi Jian, one of the 3 immortal level monarchs, was a sword cultivator. He said, I met Ye Tian from the Mirage more than 600 years ago. He could enter the carefree level at any time, but hadn't found a worthy opponent yet. You said he lost to Han Fei in swordsmanship? Yi Wulong nodded. That's right, Pei Qianan lost in fist techniques, but this might be because Pei Qianan hasn't reached the end of the extreme Dao, but Ye Tianren lost in sword techniques. This proves that Han Fei is really strong and extremely talented. Someone said, if Zhao Qianqian is really strong, how can Han Fei resist her as an extreme Dao body refiner? Yi Wulong said, I don't know. I suspect that he has an extremely powerful soul-suppressing godly weapon, which should be at the level of chaotic spiritual treasure. He also obtained a pair of 6 Dao heavenly cicada wings. I can tell at a glance that they are at the level of chaotic spiritual treasure. The people from the Void Temple never seem to lack treasures. For a moment everyone fell silent and Yi Changsheng's eyes narrowed. What about the assassins from the Southern Dipper? Yi Wulong pretended to frown, his face gloomy. They did create a fatal trap, but it was resolved by Han Fei with a technique that could turn himself into 2, and then they were killed by the Emperor Sparrow who had proven Dao. The Emperor Sparrow has already proven Dao? Yi Changsheng looked solemn. This was not good news. Not only had Han Fei broken through to the carefree level, but the Emperor Sparrow had also proven Dao. This was troublesome. The former overlord of ferocious beasts was not a joke. The rise of the Emperor Sparrow might also signify the rise of the ferocious beasts. If the ferocious beasts really submitted to the Emperor Sparrow, it meant that they were on Han Fei's side. It would be even more difficult for them to attack Han Fei then. Someone said, Patriarch, if there's really a problem with the intelligence we got, I'm afraid the Southern Dipper people won't just forget it. Yi Changsheng waved his hand. I'll take care of it. Someone said, Patriarch, if Han Fei has already proven Dao, can he send out immortals? Someone sneered. Send out immortals? Why don't you give it a try? Have you forgotten the incident with Lei Heng? How many people died because of the interference of the immortal level cultivators? More than 300 people died, and more than a dozen sects were destroyed. Did you see the Central Sea Divine Realm send any immortal level cultivator this time? Then what should we do? Wait for Han Fei to rise? We're not waiting for him to rise now, but he has already risen. The only solution now is to attack the human race and force Han Fei to submit. Even if we can't kill him, we better cut off his path. Isn't he known as the human emperor? If the human race is gone, he will be crippled. Yi Wulong couldn't help but look at the person who spoke. This person's name was Yi Beihan. Han Fei would remember this name. Yi Wulong said, Patriarch, do you have a plan to deal with the human race now? If you do, I'm willing to fight again. Yi Changsheng's expression relaxed slightly. Wulong, you are still seriously injured. Don't get involved in this matter. No, Patriarch, please let me participate. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll develop inner demons. The others secretly shook their heads, thinking to themselves, you are no match for Han Fei. Do you want to die? However, everyone could understand. If Han Fei became Yi Wulong's inner demon, the latter probably wouldn't be able to reach the immortal level. Yi Changsheng pondered for a moment and said, fine, but this plan is still being planned. Elder Xuanming didn't return this time. He must have gone to plan this with some strong masters from the Central Sea Divine Realm. Yi Wulong said, Patriarch, to be honest, I'm also curious about something. I've also interacted with some people in the Central Sea Divine Realm this time. It seems that they are very afraid of the rise of the human race. Is there any secret behind this? I have a feeling that this hunting game in the chaotic wasteland doesn't seem to be the spontaneous action of these forces, but more like someone pushing behind the scenes. Chapter 2912. Han Fei came to the heavenly race. 4. 2912. Han Fei came to the heavenly race. 4. The others couldn't help but be curious. What's there to be afraid of the human race? Even if they were strong before, they seem to be quite weak now, right? Someone said, oh, is there a mastermind behind this? Yi Changsheng said, all right, there are some things that you don't need to know in detail. In short, we can participate in matters against the human race, but our goal is not here. Our goal is Han Fei, not the human race. Yes, Patriarch. After hearing Yi Changsheng's answer, Han Fei's heart sank. There was indeed a mastermind behind this, and it seemed to be a rather powerful force. Even the heavenly race was unwilling to get involved in this mess. It could be seen that this matter was not that simple. However, he was not in a hurry to know this, because he would find out anyway, and the other party would definitely appear. Han Fei thought that the human race should be out of the chaotic wasteland now, right? On the way to the Heavenly Clan, he had already sent a message to Hong Ye through the Sea of Stars that they could leave the chaotic wasteland now. In the meeting, Yi Changsheng asked Han Fei some more specific information. Han Fei didn't hide anything. Anyway, he couldn't hide what Yi Changsheng should know. In the end, Yi Changsheng said, Wulong, I see that your internal breath is unstable. There seems to be some kind of power repeatedly tormenting your body. Go to the ancestral tree and get 3 drops of Spring of Life. Immediately, everyone looked at Yi Wulong enviously. In terms of healing, they felt that 2 drops were enough. The last drop should be an additional reward. Yi Wulong said, thank you, Patriarch. Han Fei created the illusion that he was injured for this moment. He had to have an excuse to get in touch with the ancient tree. He had long learned from Yi Wulong's memories that the Spring of Life had always been stored in the Heavenly Ancestor Divine Tree. With the power of the ancestral tree guarding it, it was quite safe. Besides, with Yi Chen, a great monarch, guarding the tree, no one dared to rob the Spring of Life. Therefore, every time someone needed to use the Spring of Life, he would get it on the spot. If Yi Wulong wasn't injured, how could he have had a chance to get the Spring of Life? After the meeting, the puppet Yi Wulong came to the forbidden area of the Heavenly Clan holding the Patriarch's token in his hand, where the Heavenly Ancestor Divine Tree was. When he entered the forbidden area, Yi Wulong had probably been swept by the great monarch's perception. However, Han Fei didn't appear, so Yi Wulong wouldn't arouse suspicion. The Heavenly Ancestor Divine Tree was extremely tall and huge. Its branches disappeared into the void and went straight into the endless void. Yes, most of this huge tree was not in the sea realm, but through the endless void. The Spring of Life was taken from a certain part of the tree in the endless void. Puppet Yi Wulong walked along without being stopped. He easily entered the roots of the giant tree and stopped in front of an altar that seemed to have not been used for a long time. After Yi Wulong ignited the sacrificial fire and took a drop of his essence blood to bloom here, a golden light burst out of the altar. In the next moment, Yi Wulong was gone. Buzz. When Yi Wulong appeared in the endless void, Han Fei discovered, to his shock, that the Heavenly Ancestor Divine Tree was really big. To be honest, the biggest tree he had seen so far was the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. However, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree was just big, but this Heavenly Ancestor Divine Tree's branches spread out for tens of millions of kilometers. Under the branches, there were some dead stars or modified stars hanging. In the vast sea of stars, there was a tree in the void with stars hanging on it like fruits. What a spectacular scene. Because Han Fei didn't appear, he couldn't see the attributes of the Heavenly Ancestor Divine Tree. Yi Wulong didn't stay long. Although the perception of the great monarch wouldn't permeate the endless void, he would probably immediately detect it if there was any movement here. Yi Wulong stopped at the 49th branch on the top of the trunk and then walked towards the sturdy tree. He didn't stop at all. The moment his body touched the tree, he entered it. This was a tree body barrier. After Han Fei entered, he saw a tree cave spanning 1,000,000 meters. This was a spiritual fruit plantation. These spiritual fruits were not planted deliberately, but because this was where the Spring of Life was. Therefore, even if the heavenly race didn't plant them, some spiritual plants would automatically grow here. Yi Wulong didn't take the spiritual plants, which was not his purpose. After a while, he came to the bottom of a giant tumor that looked like a stalactite. There was a mechanism there. As long as he placed the Patriarch's token here, the Spring of Life would drip. The number of drops of the Spring of Life would be based on the order in the Patriarch's token. Smack! Yi Wulong put the token into the mechanism. Buzz! At that moment, suddenly, a green light locked down this place. Han Fei, who was watching everything through Yi Wulong's vision, was a little surprised. That was not right. This seemed to be different from the way Yi Wulong remembered to take the Spring of Life. However, in the next moment, a voice suddenly sounded, Human, come out. Chapter 2913, Primordial Star Tree, 12913, Primordial Star Tree, 1 Buzz. Han Fei's scalp immediately went numb. In front of him, on the tree tumor, a strange face appeared, giving Han Fei a fright. Didn't they say that the heavenly ancestor divine tree had no intelligence? And he didn't appear at all. He was just watching everything through Yi Wulong's perspective. How the hell did the tree discover him? The puppet Yi Wulong pretended to be shocked and immediately asked, Who are you? The voice sounded again, Human, stop pretending. From the moment you approached me, I discovered the unique human aura on you. It seems to be the aura of the primordial human race, but it's also a little different. Therefore, this person is just your puppet. You should be able to hear me, right? Yi Wulong asked. Who are you? I don't know what you are talking about. After a few seconds of silence, the heavenly ancestor divine tree slowly said, I'm naturally the heavenly ancestor divine tree. Human, I have no ill intentions. The moment you came in, I had already sealed all external perception. Even the great monarch outside couldn't hear our conversation. Since you have found your way here, you probably don't just want to come over to take a look or steal a few drops of Spring of Life. Perhaps we can cooperate. However, can you come out of this puppet's origin star first? Han Fei thought for a moment and finally chose to come out. What could he do if he didn't come out? After all, he did need this seventh vine. With the ability of this heavenly ancestor divine tree, he probably couldn't escape its perception. Unless he had already advanced to the great monarch realm, he wouldn't be able to get this seventh vine. Of course, he dared to come out because he was prepared to sacrifice the void mark. Otherwise, he would never have come out no matter what. Buzz. When Han Fei appeared, a message immediately appeared in his eyes. Unname a primordial star tree dying. Introduction. One of the 6 congenital bloodlines, a congenital demon plant, the primordial star tree. It grew from a branch of the first primordial star tree in the chaotic era. Its lifespan is immeasurable. The primordial star tree is extremely intelligent and has a long lifespan. At its peak state, the primordial star tree blooms once every 100,000 years, bears fruit once every 100,000 years, and matures every 100,000 years. The fruits it bears are origin grounds in various forms. Every 100 years, the primordial star tree can give birth to a drop of Spring of Life, which has the power to snatch the heaven's blessings, revive the dead, regather the soul, revive the body, and recondense the bloodline. L level 119 quality innate demon plant realm. Great Monarch World Battle Techniques O, Uncollectible S O Unabsorbable, O Unabsorbable Less O Note, a sealed innate demon plant. A Stott. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Primordial Star Tree? It was a terrifying existence that had lived since the chaotic era. Not only had it lived for so long, but it could also produce origin grounds, which meant that it could produce an origin ground every 300,000 years on average. Han Fei didn't even dare to think about how many origin grounds it had produced since the chaotic era. Human, you seem surprised. Did you recognize me? Han Fei quickly came back to himself. No, I was just shocked to see you with my own eyes. However, the primordial star tree said disapprovingly, You're here for the demon purification vine, right? So the demon purification pot should be with you, so you already know my real identity, right? Han Fei was lost for words. How could he have guessed it? The primordial star tree said, Actually, I'm not surprised about that. The demon purification pot was originally in the hands of the primordial human race. It seems reasonable that it fell into the hands of the human race again. From the moment this demon purification vine was placed here, I knew that sooner or later someone would find it. And in the past 100,000 years, only you, a non-heavenly race member, tried to sneak in. So, it can only be you. Han Fei had nothing to say. He simply said, Senior, you know so much and are already a great monarch. Why do you need to seek cooperation with me? The primordial star tree said. You should have seen it, right? I was sealed and even had my name changed by this idiot heavenly race. I can't count on the heavenly race to undo the seal for me, and you were the only outsider who has come in since I was sealed. If I don't cooperate with you, who will I cooperate with? Han Fei's heart did a flip. In fact, no matter who comes here with the demon purification pot, you will choose to cooperate with him, right? The primordial star tree didn't deny it but admitted, yes, my only worry is that the current owner of the demon purification pot will use the demon purification pot to be unscrupulous and underestimate the heavenly race. However, you're not bad. You can refine a monarch of the heavenly race into a puppet and take the opportunity to sneak in. It saves a lot of trouble, Han Fei asked. Senior, how do you want me to cooperate with you? The primordial star tree said, Before we cooperate, I want to ask you, what's your biggest trump card? You really came out when I asked you to come out of the puppet's origin star. Aren't you afraid that I'll trick you? At this point, Han Fei wasn't afraid to reveal his trump card. He had to take the seventh vine no matter what. Whether it was the heavenly race's great monarch or the primordial star tree in front of him, if he really couldn't get it with his own strength, he would take it by force. For this reason, he didn't mind summoning his eldest senior brother, because this vine was very important to him. Chapter 21-4-2914, Primordial Star Tree 2-2914. Primordial Star Tree 2 Han Fei said, Senior, although you're sealed here, you should have heard of the 3 temples. I'm a disciple of the Void Temple. That's why I dare to come here. If I can't handle it, I don't mind asking the strong masters of the Void Temple to help me. But if I'm really forced into such a state, what I have to get won't just be the small vine, the primordial star tree asked. Oh? You mean the force where the dragon was? The primordial star tree was probably talking about senior brother Azure Dragon. Han Fei nodded slightly. Yes. The primordial star tree said, if your senior brothers are so strong, why don't you ask them to come with you? Why do you have to come alone? Human beings nowadays are really different. I remember that in the past, when the primordial human race took a fancy to something good, they would gather together and snatch it. Today they had taken a fancy to it, and tomorrow they would snatch it home. Why do you have to make it so complicated? Han Fei thought to himself, isn't this my fucking trial? Why do I have to rely on my senior brothers to snatch everything I want? Then what Han Fei said, what do you mean by cooperation, senior? The ancient star tree said, help me undo the seal, and I'll help you create an opportunity to collect the demon purification vine. Create an opportunity? Han Fei seemed to understand something. According to the ancient star tree, without its help, it was impossible for him to obtain the demon purification vine. Apart from the primordial star tree itself, that should also be because of the sleeping great monarch. This sleeping emperor was named Yi Beige. He had a small vine. Clearly, he had participated in the battle to besiege Xuanhuan 100,000 years ago. However, in the end, he obtained a small vine at the cost of being seriously injured. Now Yi Beige had taken the vine to sleep with him. Why? He was waiting for someone to come with the demon purification pot so that he could take the opportunity to snatch it. Han Fei had already guessed this when he read Yi Wulong's memories. After all, a mere 9 drops of the Spring of Life could restore Xuanhuan to the Dao-proving level. There was definitely enough Spring of Life for this great monarch. How could he not yet recover? Therefore, this must be a trap. Yi Beige had been waiting for him to take the bait. Knowing that this was a trap, Han Fei still dared to come. There must be a reason. For example, even if the vine was in the hands of the great monarch, so what? In fact, as long as he used the void-stealing technique, he could snatch the vine with a thought. Therefore, the only thing Han Fei had to consider was how to enter the interior of the primordial star tree and escape. The way to enter naturally depended on Yi Wulong's identity. As for the way to escape, Han Fei wanted to try the twin divine technique. He wanted to take a gamble. He bet that if he, who was already at the carefree level, and Little Black and Little White, who were already at the Dao proving level, really hid, even a great monarch might not be able to discover them. In short, in his original plan, there was a lot of gambling involved. This was because Han Fei felt that he wouldn't lose anything anyway. He was certain to get this vine. It was nothing more than a void mark. It would be great if he could get it without spending a single cent, but if it really didn't work out, Han Fei didn't mind wasting a void mark here. At this moment, what the primordial star tree said made Han Fei realize that Yi Beige was setting up a trap. However, since the ancient star tree said that it could help him create an opportunity, this might indeed be an opportunity. Suddenly, Han Fei smiled and said, Senior, that's not right. If your seal was so easy to undo, I'm afraid you would have done it long ago. At least from Yi Wulong's memories, I know that you don't have any intelligence. But now, you don't look like you don't have any intelligence. This shows that you have hidden it well. For so many years, you have been pretending to be unconscious, so you have deceived everyone in the heavenly race. Logically speaking, with your means and identity, it shouldn't be difficult for you to develop 1 or 2 traitors in the heavenly race, right? The primordial star tree said bluntly, It's because the bloodline of the heavenly race, or anyone who has opened the door, can't help me undo the seal. As for the cultivators of other bloodlines in the gate of heaven, they have no chance to come here at all. Even if they come in, they don't have the ability to help me undo the seal. Therefore, I have been waiting for an opportunity. Or St. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Senior, even if I can help you undo the seal, there are 2 great monarchs in the heavenly race. If I'm not wrong, Yi Bei should have recovered his strength long ago, right? What can you do even if you undo the seal? However, the primordial star tree said, no, Yi Beige was really seriously injured. To be precise, when he returned, he was basically already dead. He had to swallow 3 origin grounds and a large amount of the Spring of Life to be rescued. Since he has been rescued, shouldn't he be restored to his peak state now? The primordial star tree said. The Spring of Life can't save everyone. His river of life has been severed. I can repair it for him, but his great Tao has been severed too, and its repair is beyond my ability. Although he has a great monarch's realm, body and soul, he doesn't have the combat power of a great monarch. But this doesn't matter. As long as he obtains the demon purification pot, it will be easy for him to restore his great Tao. Can the demon purification pot restore great Taos? Han Fei wondered. He really didn't know. However, the primordial star tree seemed to be telling the truth and there was no need to lie to him. It meant that the 7th, or at most the 8th, vine of the demon purification pot must be related to great Taos, which was why this sleeping heavenly emperor was so confident. Chapter 295 Primordial Star Tree E3 295 Primordial Star Tree 3. Han Fei said, even if Yi Beige doesn't have a great monarch's combat power anymore, so you can suppress him for the time being, what about Yi Chen? He has been guarding the heavenly race, unless someone distracts him. Han Fei thought that it was possible. He might really be able to do it. The primordial star tree said, I don't think there's anything worth hesitating about. What do you think? Especially in the chaotic era, the ancient humans and innate demon plants have always helped each other. Hanfei asked, "How do I remove the seal?" The primordial star tree said, "This involves another secret of the heavenly race. Do you know how the heavenly race got their door talent?" A golden light flashed in Hanfei's eyes. He was indeed curious. It seemed that the inheritors of the bloodline of the heavenly race all had door talents. Everyone's door talent was different. Some opened a door of healing, some opened a door of escape, some opened a door of space transfer, and some opened a door of strength increase. To be honest, this kind of talent was quite enviable, mainly because it looked awesome. Hanfei said, "I'm all ears." The primordial star tree said, "That's because in the world behind the doors there is an extremely powerful god. This god should be trapped in a certain place in the sea of stars and can't return. Therefore, through this kind of bloodline blessing and divine imprint, the members of the heavenly race and a small number of special heavenly talents can awaken their door talents and strengthen this talent from time to time, so the heavenly race can nurture their top heavenly talents in the clan. The god does this with the hope that one day a descendant will rise to become a god and go to the sea of stars to help him out. You are already at the Tao proving level. You should know that countless people enter the sea of stars every day." Hanfei asked solemnly, "A god? Bloodline blessing? Enter the sea of stars?" Hanfei was speechless. It was a bit similar to the god's arrival technique of the heavenly cicada clan. However, the strongest master of the heavenly cicada clan was just a great monarch, so the god's arrival technique's power was limited. But the one behind the heavenly race's doors was a god, a very strong creature. Hanfei asked, "Separated by the infinite sea of stars, how can a god bless these people?" Unless, Hanfei looked at the primordial star tree, unless he can transmit his power back through a certain medium. And this medium, yes, it's me. The primordial star tree said, "Back then, I was tricked by this person, sealed by him, and planted here. He used the characteristics of my body to open an astral trial field. Every once in a while, the astral trial field will open. At that time, a large number of descendants of the heavenly race will enter it to undergo trials. Those with outstanding results in the trial can bathe in divine light, obtain the door talent, or strengthen their door talent." "Then what do you need me to do?" the primordial star tree said. "The astral trial ground is the hub of connection between the god behind the door and me. The power of the door locked my branches and sealed my power. Therefore, my branches became the chains that imprisoned myself. As long as I cut them off, I can break free from the shackles of the door. And the god behind the door won't be able to transmit his power to the sea realm through me, and the door talent inheritance of the heavenly race will be severed." Gulp. Hanfei was very tempted. Once the heavenly race lost their door talent, their strength would definitely plummet by a level, and without restraints, the primordial star tree obviously wouldn't work for the heavenly race anymore. At the same time, it would be a breeze for the primordial star tree, a great monarch who had broken free from the restraints, to suppress Yi Beige easily. Although the primordial star tree was on the verge of death, it was still a real great monarch, and Yi Beige, who was seriously injured, couldn't compare to it. Hanfei said excitedly, "So, the only thing I have to do is to distract the only great monarch of the heavenly race, Yi Chen, when the astral trial begins, and then help you remove the seal in the star world, right?" "Yes." The primordial star tree said leisurely, "This is something I can't do. With Yi Chen around, our plan will be difficult to carry out. Therefore, although this plan seems simple, it requires sufficient power to carry it out." Holding his chin, Hanfei thought for a moment and said, "This plan seems to be perfect. In this case, if I let the Void Temple take action, the price will be too high. Well, as for the other great monarchs, Senior, there are only a few of them in the sea realm. Now you want me to find a way to distract Yi Chen." Just as Hanfei seemed to be deep in thought, the primordial star tree added, "Actually, it isn't difficult to do it." "Oh?" Hanfei asked. "Why do you say that?" The primordial star tree said, "The heavenly race have made a lot of enemies. Besides, Yi Beige was seriously injured and almost died 100,000 years ago because he wanted the demon purification pot. Although he didn't get the demon purification pot, he brought back a small vine. Some people must be very jealous of him. You know, even if they get the demon purification pot, they will have to fight each other. Therefore, any one of them might be willing to help you." "Oh?" Hanfei continued to ponder. This time, he was really pondering. After a long time, Hanfei said, "Senior, according to what you said, I might have a way. However, I might need your help." "Me?" Hanfei nodded. "That's right, Senior, I know a person. He used to be a great monarch, but he was seriously injured 100,000 years ago. His soul was incomplete and his body was annihilated. However, with the help of the Spring of Life, he should be able to return to the great monarch realm. However, this might require a lot of Spring of Life. I'm afraid it will take at least 200 drops to revive him. However, with his help, I can guarantee that Yi Chen will definitely not be able to interfere in our plan." Chapter 2916, 2916-296, Primordial Star Tree 4, 2916 Primordial Star Tree. For this time, it was the Primordial Star Tree's turn to be silent. Hanfei said, "Senior, I may have been here for too long. If I don't go out in time, I'm afraid it will arouse suspicion." The Primordial Star Tree said, "Human, you're making it difficult for me. I was sealed by the heavenly race here, so it's difficult for me to control the Spring of Life. For example, you came with a token and were about to take away 3 drops of it. 3 drops of Spring of Life take me 300 years to produce, and 100 drops take me 10,000 years. It's just that my stock is too small. Do you have any other ways? Hanfei sighed slightly. Of course there is a way. As long as my senior brothers in the Void Temple take action, we don't need any help at all. Even if Yi Chen and Yi Beige are both here, my senior brothers can easily solve them and even cut off the connection between you and the god behind the door. However, forgive me for being blunt. If I really use this method, I don't need your help at all, and my losses will be too great. Senior, although you are on the verge of death, once you are free from the restraints of the heavenly race, I believe there is a way for you to recover. Therefore, I'm afraid I have to ask you to help me with this matter. Otherwise, I can only temporarily put aside the small vine of the heavenly race and find other small vines, or wait for me to go out to travel and make friends. Perhaps I can befriend several great monarchs, but don't worry, Senior. Once I find an opportunity to become a great monarch, I will definitely return immediately to help you escape. The primordial star tree, was speechless. Why is this brat so shameless? You clearly want it, but you have to pretend not to care. Just say that you are determined to get my Spring of Life. Why do you have to make so many excuses? Fine. The primordial star tree heaved a sigh and said, fine. I can only give you the Spring of Life as much as possible. You don't have to threaten me. Even if it's to revive a great monarch whose situation is really as bad as you say, it will take no more than 130 drops of Spring of Life to return to his peak state. I really can't give you 200 drops. At present, I can give you 108 drops. The next astral trial will be in 12 years. I can condense at most another drop. This is already my limit. Deal. Hanfei grinned, but he was complaining in his heart. 108 drops? Do you think I don't know that you have more? However, Hanfei didn't say anything else. He had to get this treasure first. Besides, the astral trial was in 12 years. He would give the Spring of Life to Chu Hao first. Only then would the human race be safe. Another moment later. When Yi Wulong came out of the tree cave, his injuries seemed to have recovered. After Yi Wulong left the endless void, he suddenly heard a voice in his ear. Wulong, you've been in there for a long time. The puppet Yi Wulong hurriedly said, Wulong greets Great Monarch Chen. It's just that the impact of the energy in my body is really uncomfortable, so I took a drop on the spot and slightly refined it. Yi Chen didn't show up, but he scanned Yi Wulang's body with his perception and found that the killing intent in his body had weakened a lot. Then he said, go, return the token to Chengsheng and take a good rest. The 2 drops of Spring of Life can be refined slowly in 10 years and can even heal some hidden injuries in your body. You can keep the remaining drop for emergencies. Yes, thank you for your warning, Great Monarch Chen. I'll take my leave. The puppet Yi Wulong returned to his own cave abode, which was a floating palace outside the gate of heaven. Master, you're back? Master Wulong, I heard that you were injured. I was so worried. My lord, it's been 100 years. I miss you so much. My lord, I heard that you have returned, so I have been waiting for you here. 7 or 8 female cultivators suddenly appeared. They were all in the sky-opening realm, and the strongest was even at the level of 5 Dao Locks. All of them were dressed gorgeously, and their eyes lit up when they saw Yi Wulong. Fuck, what's going on? Hanfei had forgotten that Yi Wulong was not a good person. There were 7 or 8 female cultivators who dual cultivated with him. If it weren't for his image, Hanfei felt that this guy could dual cultivate with 70 or 80 female cultivators. Seeing a group of women approaching, Yi Wulong snorted and said, didn't you hear that I was seriously injured? All of you, leave. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion for decades to refine the Spring of Life to heal my wounds. Remember, during this period, no one is to disturb me unless the Patriarch orders it. While. Yes, Master. Yes, Lord Wulang. Chapter 2917, Astral Trial 12917. Astral Trial 1 outside the chaotic wasteland. Luo Xiaobai and the others appeared in a place with relatively rich resources. Although it was a border area outside the chaotic wasteland and the resources were relatively barren, the stronger creatures were unwilling to stay here for long. However, there were still many ordinary sea creatures. The so-called barrenness was only relative to the powerful sea creatures. The human race seemed to have a lot of strong masters now, but they were still too few compared to the human population. Therefore, this first stop was mainly to let ordinary humans experience the difference between the wilderness and the chaotic wasteland. Luo Xiaobai was issuing orders. We'll only stay here for a month. Sky openers will divide this area into tens of millions of kilometers and each govern one area. The 5 legions will preside over the army. After Luo Xiaobai issued a bunch of orders, waves of people appeared in the wilderness. Huh? I can reach the surface of the sea from here. Is this the wilderness? It doesn't look desolate. Look, I can easily sense many explorer-level fish, tens of thousands of them. Look, there's a snake cave over there. Wow, it stretches out so far, but I can't see the end. Fortunately, their levels don't seem to be very high. There's a sea of sand over there, and many sand crabs are looking at us. Are these sand crabs in the venerable realm? Seriously? For a moment, all kinds of discussions spread throughout the wilderness. For people above the sea establishment realm, this was certainly a relatively desolate place because within their perception range, there was nothing except a spiritual stone mine where Luo Xiaobai and the others were. But for people below the sea establishment realm, even this seemingly desolate place was very dangerous for them. Therefore, the first wilderness trial of the human race could be said to be in full swing. With nervousness and anticipation, the humans began to explore in groups. In the army, behind Luo Xiaobai, a voice said lightly, "Someone has discovered and followed us." Luo Xiaobai's heart skipped a beat. So fast. They didn't stop until they found such a suitable place for cultivation. As soon as they stopped, someone followed them, indicating that their whereabouts had long been discovered. Luo Xiaobai turned around and looked at Chu Hao. "Senior, just pretend that you didn't notice anything. We just left the chaotic wasteland and are still too close to it. Even if someone follows us, they won't attack us, let alone attack our strong cultivators blatantly. After all, if they attack us now, other than alerting us, there's no point." Chu Hao grunted. He was just informing them as usual. Buzz. At this moment, Hong Yue came out of his origin star. When he saw Chu Hao, he was overjoyed. "Senior, I was going to find you." "Is there any news about Han Fei?" Luo Xiaobai also said. "Has his crisis been resolved?" Hong Yue grinned. "Master Human Emperor said that the crisis is temporarily resolved and he has advanced to the carefree level." Carefree level? Chu Hao frowned when he heard that. Wasn't this kid's growth too fast? Luo Xiaobai, on the other hand, looked normal. Luo Xiaobai asked, "Does he have any instructions for us?" Hong Yue said, "Master Human Emperor said that there are more than 100 Dao Proving level and Carefree level cultivators outside the chaotic wasteland. There are even many Immortal level cultivators plotting to destroy the human race. But they probably won't take action for now, because Master Human Emperor killed more than 40 monarchs when he made the breakthrough, so they won't attack the human race for the time being unless they have a foolproof plan." Killed more than 40 monarchs? Luo Xiaobai was only taken aback for a moment when she heard Chu Hao say, "What do you have to say to me?" Hong Yue hurriedly handed over a sealed refined star and said, "Master Human Emperor asked me to give this to you." Chu Hao asked, "Did he say anything?" Hong Yue shook his head. "Master Human Emperor didn't say anything to you, but Xiaobai, Master Human Emperor, said that he needs something, which is on you." "Huh? Okay." Luo Xiaobai had already guessed what it was. Han Fei's words meant that he was in trouble, so she didn't consider it at all. Chu Hao took the refined star and scanned it with his perception. Then he was shocked. This guy had obtained 100 drops of Spring of Life not long after he came out. Then Han Fei's voice sounded in his ears. "Senior, the only way out for the primordial divine race lies in the human race." Chu Hao frowned slightly, but then he understood. Over the years, the rise of the human race had indeed shown Chu Hao the embryonic form of a superclan. In a sense, Han Fei was right. If the primordial divine race wanted to rise again, they needed a powerful backing, but the current human race was not strong enough. Therefore, what Han Fei meant was that he should do his best to help the human race during this period of time. Chu Hao nodded slightly, put away the refined star, and said, "All right, I understand. I'll leave the trivial matters here to you." The Heavenly Race. The moment Han Fei returned to Yi Wulong's cave, he sent the Spring of Life back through Hong Yue. He didn't expect it to be so easy to get the Spring of Life. It could only be said that plans couldn't keep up with changes. Sometimes his luck was really not bad. Of course, his current situation was actually still dangerous. Until the last moment, everything was still uncertain. Chapter 2918, 29.8 Astral Trial 2918. Astral Trial 2. After setting up a seal in the cave, Han Fei appeared in his black mist body. As soon as he appeared, he sensed the synchronized information of Neza. "You have entered the Star Transformation Realm?" Han Fei was a little surprised. Neza could open the sky after the 100,000-year competition. It had been less than 200 years. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to obtain so many resources to enter the Star Transformation Realm, and the resources he gave him couldn't be directly shown. However, it seemed that Neza's master valued him very much, so he had already cultivated to the Star Transformation Realm. A moment later, Han Fei saw a scene of the astral trial ground from Neza's information. Furthermore, Neza had successfully obtained a divine imprint and the inheritance of the door talent. As for the door talent of Neza, it was a passive door talent that strengthened the body. This was because Neza's original body was a lotus root. Although he had been growing and had now become very strong, his upper limit was not very promising. However, Neza was too combat ready, so he might have been bestowed with this rare passive door talent. This kind of passive physical strengthening could be completed once every 100 years. Each strengthening was about 10% of his physical qualities. With this strengthening speed, in about 700 years, it could double Neza's physical qualities. In about 1,200 years, it could triple his physique. Although this strengthening might not continue as his realm continued to rise, it was not a problem to strengthen Neza's physique by several times. This door talent is not bad. Due to Neza's talent, there had been a competition for him in the heavenly race, and Yi Wulong had participated in it. However, he clearly didn't have the chance to compete for a heavenly talent at the level of Neza. Therefore, in the end, Neza became the disciple of a female cultivator named Yi Qingshui. This woman was at the peak of the carefree level. Although her realm wasn't the highest, Her combat talent was the strongest in the heavenly race. Besides, Yi Qing-shui was an exception in the heavenly race. She had only taken in 3 disciples in her life. One was called Yi Zhan. He went to the Central Sea Divine Realm and was once second on the god roll but had now proven his Tao. The other was Yi Qianxing, who had been killed by Han Fei in the Divine Capital Dynasty. Perhaps it was because of Yi Qianxing's character problems that Yi Qingshu gave up on him later. This might also be related to Yi Qianxing later becoming unreasonable and violent. As for his third disciple, he was Neza. After synchronizing with this message, Han Fei smiled. What would Yi Qingshu's reaction be if she knew that Neza was his avatar? However, the first 2 disciples of this woman were not simple. The reason why she took a fancy to Neza now was mostly because Neza had inherited too much combat experience from Han Fei. On this basis, Neza naturally caught her eye. Furthermore, Neza would probably surprise Yi Qingshui in the future. This was because at this moment, while Han Fei was synchronizing Neza's memories, Neza was also synchronizing some of Han Fei's own memories. After this wave of information was synchronized, it could be said that in terms of combat talent, there might not be anyone stronger than Neza in the entire heavenly race. Apart from Neza's cultivation in the heavenly race, Han Fei's main focus was on the astral trial ground. The entire astral trial ground was more like a battlefield for all races. Han Fei had seen many races he had never seen in his life. The so-called trial was more like a survival game. You had to face the enemies of all races and be wary of the enemies behind you. From Neza's memories, the astral trial ground was very difficult. Only 1 in 100 people could enter and obtain the door inheritance. At the edge of the trial ground, Han Fei saw a towering branch surrounded by 7 white doors of light. The sides of these 7 white doors of light were covered with circles of vines, which looked like countless chains. Interesting, 12 years later. Suddenly, a force erased the seal of Yi Wulong's cave. In the next moment, a voice came. Wulong, come to the forbidden area. Yes, Patriarch. In the forbidden area of the heavenly race, when the puppet Yi Wulong came, he found that all the monarchs of the heavenly race were here except for Yi Xuanming. Someone nodded at Yi Wulong. Wulong, how are your injuries? Yi Wulong said, thank you for your concern. I've recovered and even made some progress. At this moment, a voice said cynically, Humph, if I can get 3 drops of Spring of Life, I should be able to make progress too. It was Yi Shuo who spoke. Everyone knew that the 2 of them didn't get along, so no one took it seriously. Yi Wulong snorted coldly. Don't be so jealous, okay? So weak, but still covet the Spring of Life. Yi Shuo frowned. You've lost to me. Do you want to fight me again? Come on, I've made some progress recently. Maybe I can surpass the hurdle of the carefree level after fighting you. The 2 of them bickered for a while before Yi Changshen shouted, All right, enough chit-chat, I'll cut to the chase. The once-in-a-100-year astral trial ground is about to open. You've hosted it more than once or twice. I originally wanted to find a random person to deal with it, but this time is a little special, so it's necessary to get everyone to come over. Patriarch, it's nothing more than a sky-opening realm trial. It usually happens once every 1 or 2,000 years. There's no need for all of us to come, right? Chapter 2919, 2919, Astral Trial 32919, Astral Trial 333919, Astral Trial 33. That's right. And in the trial of the sky-opening realm, the number of people who can obtain an increase in door talent is much fewer than the sea-establishing realm. It will be good if there are a few hundred people who can obtain an increase in their door talent. Yi Changsheng's lips curled. If it's so simple, why would I have you all come here? This time, it's a monarch realm trial. There's a chance for the monarchs to improve their door talent. Buzz. As soon as he said this, everyone present felt refreshed. What? A monarch realm trial? Wow, after 80,000 years, I finally encountered such a trial. Immediately, everyone looked overjoyed. Of course, they knew the significance of this. At this level, under normal circumstances, it was impossible to improve their door talent. Under normal circumstances, one had to find opportunities, comprehend, and slowly polish themselves. However, it was not unprecedented in history. For example, there was a monarch realm trial 80,000 years ago, which created Yi Qingshui, Yi Xuanming, and Yi Changsheng. The last time was 130,000 years ago. That time, it created Yi Chen, a great monarch-level powerhouse. Now, this kind of trial that could improve one's door talent appeared again. How could everyone not be tempted? Really? In Yi Wulang's origin star, Han Fei muttered. Yi Changsheng said, Everyone, don't be excited. Although this is a monarch realm trial, I don't think I need to say much about the difficulty of this trial. It's not the first time our heavenly race has experienced such a trial. In theory, only 2 or 3 people will have a chance to improve their door talent. Now, compared to 80,000 years ago, the number of strong masters of our heavenly race has plummeted, so in the end, there might only be 1 or 2 people left. In the worst case, no one will have a chance to improve their door talent. You'd better be mentally prepared. Yi Qingshui said, In any case, it's already precious enough to encounter such a once-in-a-10,000-year trial. Even if you can't improve your door talent, you still have a chance to comprehend something from the trial. Therefore, I think we shouldn't enter just with the thought of improving our door talent. Yi Chengsheng nodded. That's right, this time, Yi Jian and I won't go in. My door talent doesn't need to be improved anymore. Yi Jian is a sword cultivator, and Elder Xuanming hasn't returned. Therefore, only 24 of you will enter this time. Whether you can grasp the opportunity or not depends on you. The trial will begin in 7 days. You still have some time to prepare. Go. 7 days passed. Even if they gathered, Han Fei certainly wouldn't be prepared. The primordial star tree must have already made plans for him. This time, the 24 people were all in their peak states. Some of them were even slightly stronger than before, probably because they had taken some temporary buffs. Under the primordial star tree, Great Emperor Yi Chen's perception swept across everyone, and he said lightly, "After entering, every branch has a way to enter the Star World trial field. It's different from the usual Star World trials. Every Star World trial is completely different from the Sea Establishment or Sky Opening Realm trials. Even the Star World itself is unpredictable. Yes, Great Monarch Chen." Everybody was looking forward to the improvement of their door talent. When they came to the trunk of the primordial star tree in the endless void through the altar, Yi Chen's voice sounded again. "You have half an hour to choose an entrance. Try to choose different entrances. If you want to try the same entrance, you can try." But those who had tried this in history were soon eliminated. Since Yi Chen had reminded them, no one would be stupid. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could they allow themselves to take a path that was destined to fail? Not long after entering, people like Yi Qingshui all casually chose an entrance and directly stepped in. Yi Wulong didn't receive any hint from the primordial star tree and pretended to wander around. However, no one cared about him. In less than 100 seconds, everyone had stepped in one after another. Perhaps because Yi Chen was guarding this place, the puppet Yi Wulong chose an entrance without receiving a message from the primordial star tree. However, when Han Fei drilled into the entrance of the Star World, he came to an exotic space with intertwined roots the next moment. Here there was a black coffin inlaid with gold, engraved with complicated Tao patterns and law imprints. The coffin was not covered, and there was a middle-aged man lying calmly inside. He was still breathing slightly. In his hand there was a small vine, and above it, Spring of Life was dripping. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. It must be Yi Beige. The 7th vine was right before his eyes. He really wanted to get it now. He could already feel the demon purification pot stirring. However, was it really fine for him to be teleported here? Yi Wulong asked, "Senior, what's the meaning of this?" The voice of the primordial star tree sounded leisurely. "Don't worry. You can come out now. He won't wake up. The reason why I sent you here is naturally to give you a chance to replace your body. Otherwise, once you enter the astral trial ground, you won't be able to sense your origin star, because it's not in the same world as this place." Chapter 2920, 2920, Astral Trial. 42920 Astral Trial, 4 Buzz. In the next moment, Han Fei appeared. He was not afraid of accidents. Even if Yi Beige woke up, he was determined to get this vine. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Senior, aren't you afraid that I'll meet the other members of the heavenly race?" The primordial star tree said. "With your strength, since you can enslave Yi Wulong, none of the people who entered this time are your match. You can pretend to be a native creature in the astral trial ground and kill them." "Oh, that does make sense. What about Yi Wulong?" the primordial star tree said. "He's not important. The point is, are you ready? Once this plan succeeds, Yi Beige won't be able to survive. You'll take your demon purification vine, and then I can escape from the misery and won't be imprisoned by the heavenly race anymore." Han Fei said, "Yes, I'm ready. Senior, open the gate." In the next moment, a door of light appeared a few meters in front of Han Fei. The primordial star tree reminded him, "Let me tell you about the astral trial ground. It's a world in my more ancient memories. However, because of the interference of the power of the god and the intervention of the power in reality, you might find it a little strange. Other people don't actually enter with their own bodies. They just enter a certain space in my body like you do, so even if they die, they will be fine and will directly appear in the outside world. However, you need to unlock the seal so your own body enters. If you really die in this space, you really die. But even if you really die, don't worry. I can use the Spring of Life to find your broken mind back. I won't die." He stepped into it without hesitation and disappeared in the next moment. But Han Fei didn't know that the moment he left, Yi Beige in the coffin suddenly opened his eyes. The sea of stars was vast and barren. Han Fei appeared in an unknown piece of the sea of stars. Near him, there were dozens of big stars, and in front of them, there was a vast star far away. However, to reach this star, one had to pass through a shattered star belt. Seeing the shattered star belt, Han Fei was reminded of the Shattered Star River. He knew that there must be something in the Shattered Star Belt. Is this the so-called memory world? Han Fei sensed and found that indeed he couldn't sense his origin star anymore. Under normal circumstances, there were only 2 possibilities for such a situation. Either this space had been sealed, or the time was not right. Han Fei really didn't understand the world of memories. He had never encountered it before. If this was a trial that transcended time, he should be able to sense the law of time. If it was a world of spiritual power like the ideal palace, his body definitely wouldn't be able to enter. Neither of these 2 situations fit. Just as the primordial star tree said, this was a half illusory and half real world. However, he would still try it out. Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator and asked in his heart, "Where is my body?" However, the vast ocean navigator pointed at Han Fei, which meant that the primordial star tree didn't lie to him. He had indeed entered his memory world with his physical body. This was a little strange. Memory should be just a kind of spiritual power, right? Or was this actually not a complete spiritual world? Han Fei put aside his doubts for the time being. He had just come in and didn't know enough information. If he wanted to know more, he only needed to explore it. At least it was undoubted that the primordial star tree needed him. For now, the only thing worth exploring was that huge star. Han Fei set off, preparing to enter the shattered star belt first. This shattered star belt was not very long. He tried to sweep it with his perception, but he found that perception was ineffective here. But it did make sense. If this was a spiritual world, was his perception meant to perceive other people's minds? However, since Han Fei came with his body, he could use weapons. For example, with a casual wave of his hand, the infinity water appeared in his hand. Buzz! Han Fei flew in the shattered star belt at the speed of light for about half an hour before he suddenly sensed danger. Infinity water turned into a torrent of knives and poured out, and a huge centipede made of broken stars swayed and rushed at him. A star-sea giant beast that has just entered the monarch realm? Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. The next moment, the infinity water swept over, and half of the big centipede's body was shattered, but the centipede still bit at Han Fei. Huh? Is this how the collision of matter and spirit works? Han Fei didn't see any information about this big centipede, which meant that this thing was indeed not real. However, the feeling of fighting was very real, which made him very puzzled. Han Fei clenched his fist. He couldn't feel anything with the infinity water, so he decided to try it himself. Anyway, this centipede only looked big, but didn't seem to be very strong. There was no star explosion fist, no void fist mark, only a physical iron fist. Bang! The huge impact made Han Fei feel real. The pain of his fist and the counterforce of the force made him feel as if the thing in front of him was real. Then, Han Fei blasted the centipede apart with 1,000 punches. It's so real. Can memories be materialized? Han Fei pondered. If these were the memories of the primordial star tree, didn't it mean that he could come into contact with the secrets of the primordial time or even the chaotic era? Chapter 2921, Tree Body Stars 12921. Tree Body Stars 1. This centipede was not very strong, at least weaker than he thought. He wondered if it had something to do with the memories of the primordial star tree. After Han Fei shattered the centipede, he reached out and grabbed a pill pearl and a saw-like centipede tooth. Bang! Han Fei crushed the tooth and the touch was so real. He subconsciously wanted to put the pill bead into his origin star, but of course he couldn't. Then what could he do with it? It was something between reality and illusion. He could only hold it in his hand as if he were holding a big watermelon. Suddenly, Han Fei saw Little Black and Little White appear around him. Daddy, the corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. The existence of spiritual beasts was not affected by his origin star. Or rather, their appearance was not directly related to his origin star, which was gratifying. Han Fei threw the pearl the size of a watermelon to Little Black. Eat it. If my guess is correct, this should be a good thing. Crunch. Crunch. Little Black chewed the pearl in one bite. After swallowing it, his eyes suddenly lit up. Yummy. Han Fei's eyes lit up too. Son, can you feel what you're eating? Little Black said coolly. I don't know, but I'm more energetic and have an appetite after eating. You become more energetic? Little White took Han Fei's hand and added, I feel refreshed. After I eat stars, I feel lazy, but this time I don't have this feeling. Han Fei gently touched Little White's head and narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, all of this was not reality, Han Fei said. Since you have good teeth, eat more. After that, Han Fei was not in a hurry to go to the star. Instead, he shuttled through the shattered star belt at the speed of light. Soon, he saw a divine tree burning with flames, which was a little similar to the Tree of Flames in the Waterwood world. Then, Han Fei saw a phoenix soaring in the sky from the Tree of Flames, raising boundless waves of flames as it charged at Han Fei. A phoenix? So that's what it looks like. It was also the first time that Han Fei had seen such a legendary creature. Different from what Feng Xingliu showed, this one was more realistic. It was just a little different from what he thought. At least, it wasn't that kind. Its wings were like clouds of flames. Its body was majestic, and there were dark flames burning on it. There were many feathers on its tail, and because of the slight explosion of flames, the color of the feathers was distorted, looking like colorful crystals. If all of this could be considered beautiful, then its eyes gave off a different feeling. Those eyes were filled with coldness, killing intent, and rage, like a crazy cockfight's eyes. Little White said, Daddy, this big bird looks fierce. Little Black said, this is nothing. Look at me. Without Han Fei saying anything, Little Black's petite body jumped out and then suddenly turned into a huge black fish. In terms of temperament and appearance, Little Black and Little White were not bad, at least not uglier than this phoenix. Little Black's double fins were like colorful ribbons, and his tail was like a curtain. His scales were dense and small, like transparent silk that swept across his arms. As Little Black slapped his tail, the ferocious phoenix closed its wings and spewed out scorching flames. However, the scorching flames did not cause any harm. Instead, they were rolled up by Little Black's tail, attached to the surface of Little Black's body, and quickly entered Little Black's body. The ferocious phoenix didn't seem to care that its attack was broken. It hooked its claws and grabbed at Little Black. The speed was so fast that Han Fei was a little surprised. This thing was at a different level from the previous centipede. The speed of this ferocious phoenix was probably comparable to him. But Little Black didn't dodge at all. At the moment when the sharp claws seemed to be about to pierce his body, Little Black turned into a black fog and directly enveloped the sky for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. This place seemed to have become an absolute forbidden area. At this moment, Little White turned into white light and disappeared into the forbidden area. Han Fei was quite interested. This was the yin-yang life-death forbidden seal that Little Black and Little White had acquired after they proved Tao. In the area that Little Black transformed into, Little Black and Little White were immortal and indestructible. However, this yin-yang life-death forbidden seal had a time limit. At present, with Little Black and Little White's abilities, they could hold out for less than 100 seconds. During this period, the people locked in this space would be completely enveloped by the yin-yang law. They couldn't use the power of the heavenly Tao, so they could only survive the 100 seconds with the power of their bodies or forcefully break through the yin-yang law. However, Han Fei had tried it. If one really fell into such a situation, he would immediately feel that his power had been distorted. Then, all the laws related to yin-yang and 5 elements would be banned. This ferocious phoenix was obviously of the fire attribute, so Han Fei could only see that the flames on its body were quickly extracted, and it couldn't even use its innate talents. And the extracted fire was absorbed by this Tai Chi pattern-like life-death seal, causing this space to glow with a faint golden luster. Tsk, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. The yin-yang life-death forbidden seal could suppress yin-yang and 5 elements, reverse yin-yang, and extract the power of the 5 elements to strengthen the life-death seal. At this moment, if Han Fei wanted to break into the life-death seal from the outside, he wouldn't be able to unless he could break through the defense of the life-death forbidden art. Han Fei had personally experienced this. Chapter 2922, Tree Body Stars 22922, Tree Body Stars 2. Of course, the yin-yang life. Death forbidden seal wasn't absolutely invincible. Apart from the yin-yang 5 elemental laws, they couldn't lock down the power of the laws. Besides, they could fight back and forth in the life-death seal. Although Little Black and Little White were absolutely immortal when the life-death seal was activated, they still had to fight and would be heavily injured by the laws that weren't yin-yang 5 elemental laws. Once Little Black and Little White were heavily injured together, it would actually be dangerous. It was equivalent to giving others a chance to kill them at the same time. However, this ferocious phoenix was obviously not among them. Unless it was a real powerful phoenix that could crush Little Black and Little White with absolute strength, it would definitely lose. Sure enough, after the power of fire was banned, Little Black whipped the phoenix into pieces after only 20 seconds. Similarly, after the phoenix was annihilated, there was also a pill pearl left. It was a demonic pill, although Han Fei didn't think that it was really a demonic pill, because compared to this phoenix, this pill pearl was clearly a physical object, not a manifestation. It was precisely because of this that these manifestations were half illusionary and half real, causing a relatively substantial threat. After killing this phoenix, Little Black and Little White seemed to be in better and better spirits. When they passed through the entire shattered star belt, the two of them hunted a total of 8 star-sea giant beasts. Apart from the centipede at the beginning, which was rather weak, the rest of the beasts were quite strong. In addition to the phoenix, he also encountered strange creatures such as mystic turtle, 3-horned divine bull, star-sea octopus, and star-swallowing dragon snake. At this moment, Han Fei didn't let Little Black and Little White return until he landed on this star. After all, he wasn't here to hunt. It wasn't a good thing to make such a big noise. When Han Fei fell from the sky and landed in a place like a quagmire of stars, Han Fei felt that danger was lurking in the sky. As soon as he passed the quagmire, green lightning surrounded him. Yes, Han Fei found that he seemed to have become a lightning rod. As Han Fei passed through this place, there were knife-like wind and rain and misty sea tides. Han Fei tried to cut open the void, only to find that the space in this world was exceptionally stable and couldn't be opened at all. In other words, neither the second void nor the void world could be entered. Han Fei could understand. This was a memory space. How could there be a void world in a memory space? At this moment, Han Fei stepped onto the planet. If this was the troposphere, he would indeed encounter wind, rain, lightning, and thunder. However, what was the lightning dragon shadow cruising over? Also, why were there giant whales and fish in the misty sea? Why did the rain change direction? Why were there beast roars in the whistling wind? Wow, there are strange creatures everywhere here. Yes, Han Fei immediately made a judgment. All he saw was half illusionary and half real creatures. Perhaps this was what ancient times looked like. In the world, between the heavens and earth, there were all kinds of living beings that existed. The lightning dragon shadow rolled up a lightning hell and bombarded Han Fei. Its power was no less powerful than the star-sea giant beasts he had seen before. In the sea of mist, countless white fish were also rushing towards Han Fei. For a moment, Han Fei was surrounded by enemies on all sides. More importantly, he didn't know the specific realm and strength of these creatures. Han Fei simply stretched out his hand, and the raindrops that swept at him suddenly gathered towards him. As the infinity water spewed out, the raindrops 3,000 kilometers around Han Fei all stopped. Han Fei grabbed with one hand, and the raindrops turned into short knives. It was as if Han Fei was holding a long knife 3,000 kilometers long and sweeping up a sword storm. Although Han Fei could clearly see these creatures being minced by him, he couldn't be excited at all. He even felt that everything was a little ridiculous. This was not the real world. The primordial star tree was only a great monarch. Even if it was powerful, it couldn't be so unbelievably powerful, right? Han Fei had encountered a few monarch realm creatures in the short time he had been here. Even if these creatures were condensed with spiritual power, wouldn't it consume spiritual power if they were killed? Even if these things didn't consume spiritual power, could a great monarch really create so many powerful creatures with his own spiritual power? If it was really so powerful, why didn't the primordial star tree use its spiritual power to cut open the roots and get rid of the shackles the god behind the door had imposed on him? Bang, bang, bang. This feeling of fighting was no different from actual combat. Around Han Fei, a large number of creatures were minced, but this time, unlike the previous star sea giant beasts, there were no pill pearls left after they were minced. At this moment, even though Han Fei was on a killing spree, more and more strange creatures rushed at him. Immediately, he knew that this was probably not just a battle trial. After a while, Han Fei was a little shocked because he felt a different kind of suppressing pressure descend. The realm of this suppressing pressure was definitely higher than his realm. In the next moment, a rock that blotted out the sky and covered the sun flew over with purple-black smoke. Those sharp claws actually shattered the infinity water, leaving a gap as it was pouncing on Han Fei. Han Fei recalled the infinity water without hesitation and fell quickly, not caring about the attacks of some creatures. For a moment, one person and one bird broke through the clouds. Buzz. 6 Dao heavenly cicada wings appeared, and Han Fei's body flashed and appeared behind the rock. The rock's speed was not slow at all, and its black feathers rolled up. The black feathers were like swords that cut through the sky, catching Han Fei off guard. Chapter 2923, 2923. Tree Body Stars, 3:29:23. Tree Body Stars, 3. Han Fei's fist mark swept across. Just as he shattered these black feathers, he saw the rock transform into a human, holding a black feathered fan in his hand, and slapping back at Han Fei. Huffei. For a moment, a strong wind blew and the air rushed into the clouds. Han Fei felt that the sky was densely filled with strong winds and laws. So strong, small cracks were torn on Han Fei's body by the gale and the laws here. The primordial star tree reminded him that he was different from others. When others died, their consciousness would return, but if he died, he probably really died. Huh! Right when Han Fei was about to fight back, the rock made a sound. This was clearly a puzzled voice. Han Fei was shocked. This was impossible. If it was just a simple memory world, could it still have consciousness? Han Fei shouted. Hey! Big Bird, let's stop fighting, okay? Han Fei just shouted tentatively, but the rock actually stopped and frowned slightly. After a while, it said to Han Fei, where is this? Han Fei was lost for words. You attacked me first, and you're asking me where this is? The rock frowned even harder. I seem to have forgotten a lot of things. Why should I chase you? Han Fei asked. I want to ask you the same question. Why are you chasing me? Han Fei also found it strange. By logic, the creatures in this memory world shouldn't have consciousness, because they were only formed by the spiritual power of the primordial star tree. Wait, Han Fei suddenly had a strange feeling. This wasn't so difficult to understand. Since the primordial star tree could create such a strong master, it must have been someone he had encountered before. When he cultivated some special visualization methods and visualized certain things, the original bodies of those things might react. It was like a sacrificial ritual or some special mental transmission. When someone praised him, he would have some perception. It seemed that sometimes he would have such a situation. Han Fei seemed to have experienced this situation on his origin star. When the people he created worshipped and prayed to him, he would sense it. But wasn't this situation based on the fact that the person being visualized and chanted was still alive? But the primordial star tree should have been sealed for a long time, right? Han Fei found it ridiculous. How many years had passed from the chaotic era to the primordial era? Except for the primordial star tree, who could survive until now. Han Fei continued, Fellow Taoist, do you remember who you are? As for the rock cultivator, he fell silent and seemed to be thinking about this problem. However, he didn't remember anything in the end. Han Fei clearly saw that the rock's eyes gradually lost their clarity and it turned around to attack Han Fei again. Seeing this, Han Fei knew that there was no room for negotiation. However, he didn't know why this rock would have a short moment of clarity, which didn't make sense. However, Han Fei didn't continue to fight the rock. In his opinion, the current battle was meaningless. If there were many strong masters at the level of the rock in this astral trial ground, and the trial takers had to defeat them to obtain the door talent, there was no need to continue the trial. Han Fei was almost certain that no one could make it to the end. Therefore, in terms of the number of creatures that had appeared so far, this was more like an escape trial. Whoever had the ability to go to the door, which was the place where the trunk of the primordial star tree was sealed, under such heavy siege, should have passed the trial. The trial itself was simple, but the process was not simple at all. The rock's speed was unexpectedly fast. Han Fei fought fiercely in midair while sinking. If he guessed right, the original body of this rock was at least at the immortal level. However, in this so-called astral trial ground, their strength had been greatly reduced to match the strength of the trial takers. Perhaps because their strength was about the same, and Han Fei had no intention of fighting, the two were just chasing each other. Soon, Han Fei saw the bodies of towering trees extending into the sky. How can that be? Han Fei was stunned. Logically speaking, this place was still very far from the ground, at least billions of kilometers away. How could there be a tree in the sky? When Han Fei got closer, he was shocked to find that the bushes that stretched for millions of kilometers were actually formed by extended and dispersed twigs of a single branch. And there seemed to be many of these unusually thick branches. Is this thing a star? Han Fei was confused. Were all the trees on this star so awesome that countless extraordinary divine trees grew out of them? Tweeter. Then, Han Fei saw countless birds flapping their wings in the sky on the branches. The dense number was 10 times, 100 times, or 1,000 times more spectacular than the migratory birds. Shit. Han Fei's eyelids twitched crazily. He had to slow down. If he really plunged in, he didn't know if he could get out. At this moment, the rock seemed to have found an opportunity. He waved the feather fan in his hand, and a strong wind blew between the heavens and the earth. The law of wind formed countless visible rock shadows in the sky that pounced at Han Fei. Chapter 2924-2924, Tree Body Stars, C42924, Tree Body Stars 4-2924, Tree Body Stars 4. Is this fan so awesome? Swish, swish, swish. Han Fei flapped his wings, and the 6 Dao heavenly cicada wings kept flashing in the sky. The infinity water turned into the million knife art and wrapped him in the middle, making an opening in the law of wind. How can he be so strong? Han Fei frowned. The rock chasing him and the bird army flapping their wings were really strange. Could it be that the people of the heavenly race were so strong that they could make it to the end of this level of trial? Impossible. Since it was a trial, it should look like a trial. How could this be a trial? This was clearly a hunt. If these things were formed from the memories and spiritual power of the primordial star tree, these things wouldn't have chased him so relentlessly. Unless the primordial star tree couldn't control these creatures in the astral trial ground. Was it because the primordial star tree was sealed by the god behind the door? Buzz. Han Fei began to operate his great Dao, doubling his strength. Otherwise, if he kept fighting here, he wouldn't even know when he could reach the door. Unlike others, he was not here for trial. As Han Fei's strength suddenly soared, he shook off the rock. But then, he heard a sharp tweet, and the rock also began to speed up, doubling its strength too. Not only that, when Han Fei shuttled through the tree trunks in the sky, an azure dragon rolled up the branches and attacked him. In the next moment, the azure dragon spewed out a flame bead, which burst out laser beams and chased him crazily. As for the azure dragon, it could actually break through the void and appear in front of him. Are you kidding me? At that moment, countless bird creatures, serpents, and even flying insects were swarming around Han Fei. It was not a matter of running, but there were too many of them for him to run. Swish without hesitation, Han Fei threw out the infinity water and shouted, "Explode, rumble." The self-detonation of the infinity water, a chaotic spiritual treasure-level treasure, was extremely powerful. Sure enough, under Han Fei's ruthless attack this time, a large number of creatures were directly crushed by this terrifying power. Han Fei reached out to recall the infinity water, and all great Daos in one sword passed through the azure dragon's body. When the aftershock of the explosion dissipated, Han Fei was nowhere to be seen. The rock's body was shining, and the azure dragon reappeared. They looked around, but didn't find Han Fei. Little did they know that amidst the fluctuations of the void, a black fog was moving with the waves and descending rapidly. I'm being targeted. This was Han Fei's conclusion. Only if he was targeted would this trial be so difficult from the very beginning. The people coming up were all top-notch superpower houses. If it weren't for the limitation of the conditions, it was possible that a great monarch-level creature would chase him down. As for why he was targeted, Han Fei's first thought was the god behind the door. His purpose was different from others. He was here to remove the seal, so logically speaking, the god behind the door must have discovered him and targeted him. However, the more he was targeted, the more it indicated the significance of what he was doing. Turning into a black mist, Han Fei didn't intend to change back to prevent being targeted. Han Fei slowly landed among the intertwined trees in the sky, but he soon discovered a problem. There seemed to be no land in this world at all. This entire star seemed to be a big tree. The branches of the tree spread in all directions, forming a spherical shape, so he mistook it for a normal star. Several hours later, Han Fei finally broke away from the tree crown world that was full of bird nests. He looked around and saw that the trees that extended to the sky were like ladders to the sky. Han Fei saw some bird people living on the tree. Yes, they were humanoid birds with human bodies, bird wings, and bird faces. He saw at least thousands of birds of different shapes and sizes, as well as insects living on the tree, including humanoid insects. There were also three-eyed humans, six-armed apes, half-human spiders, half-bird, half-bee monsters, and squirrels with ears longer than their bodies, with 4 bird claws but a body like a rabbit, as well as void-swimming fish and many other creatures. For example, in the area Han Fei passed by, he saw many colorful flowers with extremely long stamens. These flowers seemed to be parasitic on trees. Occasionally, a void-swimming fish would swim past, and the stamen would shoot through the fish like an arrow and drag it back, wrapping it in its petals and turning into a flower bud again. Even a flower is so strong, Han Fei wasn't overly curious. Just like when he first came into contact with the sea area of the yin-yang world, he felt that every creature looked strange. But this was the wonder of nature, so there was nothing to be surprised about. However, it was impossible to tell which era he was in. This was because the so-called star was a tree. It could be called the chaotic era or the primordial era. In any case, there was nothing iconic to prove it. The only thing he could be sure of was that he had never seen these creatures before, and they were all very strong. Therefore, he could be sure that this was probably a certain stage in ancient times. Finding a safe place, Han Fei quickly took out the vast ocean navigator, which pointed in a direction. After confirming the direction, it was not until 3 days later that a figure suddenly swept past him. Who is this? Yi Qing. Chapter 2925-2925. Enter the immortal level, 12925. Enter the immortal level, 1. Han Fei couldn't be mistaken about this person. She was the master of Neza. She was considered the most talented monarch in combat in the heavenly race. He didn't expect to meet her here. Logically speaking, this tree was already very big, and there were only 4 people who came in this time. It was quite difficult to meet them. However, everyone's goal was the same, so if they could all succeed in the trial, they would meet each other in the end. Han Fei was not in a hurry. He was not afraid that Yi Qing would snatch something from him. Anyway, he was not here to improve his door talent. However, not long after Yi Qing left, Han Fei encountered a fog. Han Fei was speechless. He had been walking well in his black mist body. Because he hadn't been discovered, no random creatures came to cause trouble for him. He had thought that they could just float to the finish line, but trouble came one after another when Yi Qing arrived. To them, this was a kind of assessment after all. Since it was a test, it was naturally impossible for them to complete it easily. Therefore, Han Fei was also caught in the mist. Han Fei thought that there were at most some unknown creatures in the mist. However, when Han Fei was caught in it, he escaped from the mist in only 3 or 5 seconds. Then he appeared on a cliff. A cliff? There's no land here. How can there be a cliff? At the bottom of the cliff, clouds swirled and white clouds filled the sky. Occasionally, there were cranes flying. There was a wooden house by the cliff, and beside it was a branch less than 2 meters tall. That branch had clearly just been planted. The soil beside it was still a little loose, and there were traces of irrigation from the earth vein spring. There was a strange spirit gathering array replicated around it. This spirit gathering array didn't trigger spiritual energy, but a visible multicolored spiritual energy that was clearly several levels higher than spiritual energy. At this moment, there was a young man with a bird's nest on his head, holding a strange cat-sized, tiger-shaped, triangular little beast in his hand. In the bird's nest above the man's head, 3 young birds were chirping. The young man had gotten worms from somewhere and was putting one of them on his head. The 3 juvenile birds competed for the worms, raising their necks and opening their mouths. The little beast in the young man's arms seemed to feel uncomfortable being held with one hand, so it roared in dissatisfaction. After feeding the worm, the young man knocked on the little beast's head. "You are the laziest. You should cultivate now." With that, the little beast jumped to the ground and swaggered to the edge of the cliff. It opened its mouth, and purple light suddenly appeared in the sky and was swallowed by the little beast like noodles. Is it cultivating? Han Fei was dumbfounded. This cultivation method was too shocking. If he didn't see it wrong, the little beast didn't eat spiritual energy at all. It seemed to be eating great dows. After eating for a while, the little beast burped and then dragged a great dow with its mouth to the small tree. With a flutter, it weaved the great dow into a ribbon-like scarf and tied it to the tree. No matter how the colorful light wanted to fly out, it seemed to have turned into a flying silk scarf and couldn't fly away. Such a small piece. Is this the primordial star tree? Han Fei couldn't help being horrified. The primordial star tree had told him that he wasn't the original primordial star tree, but a branch. Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but wonder about the background of this young man. He planted the primordial star tree, and his pet seemed to be an extraordinary species. Although the 3 birds on his head didn't have fully grown feathers, they couldn't be ordinary. Suddenly, the naughty little beast stepped in the void and pounced in Yi Qing direction. Yi Qing was startled and wanted to retreat, but she seemed to have underestimated the speed of the little beast and was pounced on. However, the little beast simply passed through Yi Qing body. Yi Qing thought that she was going to die, but when she found that the little beast couldn't touch her, she grew bolder. After panicking, she observed curiously again. "Come back, cultivate hard and finish your homework. Don't just play around," the young man shouted, and the little beast reluctantly ran back from the air and circled the young man a few times. The young man said, There are always some spirits in this world who will appear in some strange way and in places where they shouldn't appear. There's nothing to be surprised at. Get used to it. With that, the young man looked up in Hanfei's direction. Then, he calculated with his fingers and said casually, I shouldn't have met you here. The young man rubbed the little beast's head, then fed the worms on the table to the 3 fledglings on his head. In the end, he walked to the small tree beside the house. He scratched his head and seemed to be deep in thought. Immediately, he took out a 1-foot-long green leaf from his pocket, buckled it with a red rope, and hung it on a small branch of the tree. He heaved a sigh. The world is unpredictable. Who can reverse the universe? Who can be invincible in the heavens? Why don't you leave yourself a way out? After that, the young man clapped his hands and put on a satisfied smile. Then, he glanced in Hanfei's direction, which made Hanfei's blood freeze. Chapter 2926, 2926, Enter the Immortal Level 2, 2926, Enter the Immortal Level 2. Of course, he knew that this young man was definitely not an ordinary person, but how could he discover him? It could be seen from the way the little beast pounced on Yi Qingshui just now that both this person and this little beast seemed to be able to sense them. Or rather, they might not know them, but they could realize that there was a certain existence, looking at them at this moment. The little beast was still young. Perhaps it felt that it had been offended, so it chose to pounce. But the young man didn't care. After he tied the leaf, he began to urge his little beast to cultivate. The little beast squatted on the edge of the cliff as if looking at it from a distance. But immediately afterward, purple gas came from the east, dyeing the little beast completely purple. At this moment, Hanfei felt that the mist around him was getting thicker. Hanfei knew that this piece of memory might be about to dissipate when Yi Qingshui suddenly jumped out trying to grab the leaf. However, her hand passed through the tree at once and she couldn't catch it at all. Buzz! In the next moment, this piece of memory dissipated, and Yi Qingshui and Hanfei reappeared in the thick fog, which seemed to be quickly receding. Yi Qingshui's first reaction was to immediately launch a great technique, sweeping her sword light across as if she was attacking aimlessly. She wasn't stupid. The direction that the young man looked at twice was not where she was, which was enough to alarm her. Therefore, she believed that she wasn't the only one who saw this memory in this fog. Unfortunately, Yi Qingshui didn't find anything. Hanfei was actually not with her. After all, it was impossible to perceive anything in the mist, and the range covered by the technique was too small. However, unlike Yi Qingshui, Hanfei knew from the beginning that he couldn't get that thing at all. Besides, the young man had said that he should always leave himself a way out. Whether he needed to use it or not didn't matter. The important thing was that he had it. This should be a reminder that the leaf shouldn't be ordinary. Others couldn't find this leaf, but he was different. He had the vast ocean navigator. Therefore, Hanfei fused his twin bodies without hesitation. He didn't intend to continue floating, thinking that he should get the leaf first. However, just in case, Hanfei didn't use his own appearance. With a thought, he turned into a featherman. Except for his head being different from those birdmen's, his body was stronger, and his wings looked like mutated products. Hanfei thought for a moment and turned the infinity water into a feather fan in his hand, just like the feather fan in the hand of the rock that chased him before. After the transformation, the mist had faded a lot and would completely dissipate in a few seconds. Hanfei quickly took out the vast ocean navigator which pointed in a direction. When the mist dissipated, Hanfei raised his eyebrows. Wasn't this direction the central part of the tree? Yes, when the young man tied the leaf, the tree was still very small. The leaf should be near the root. So, Hanfei put away the vast ocean navigator and flew away. Because of the time gap between Hanfei and Yi Qingshui, the two of them didn't meet. Seeing the mist dissipate, Yi Qingshui thought about where the leaf might be. Although she didn't have the vast ocean navigator, she wasn't stupid and also thought of where the leaf might be. At this moment, she couldn't help but smile. This leaf might be the opportunity for her to enter the immortal level or even the great monarch realm. Of course, she still suspected that someone had seen this scene, so she wanted to compete, so she rushed down the tree trunk as fast as she could. However, not long after, the two were attacked again. But this time, the scale was much smaller than when the rock and the azure dragon chased Hanfei. One day later, Hanfei had encountered at least tens of thousands of kinds of creatures that were attached to this tree. Although there were monarch realm creatures blocking him, Hanfei's combat power was extraordinary. Even when he encountered the rock or the azure dragon, he didn't need to use his full strength. During this period, Hanfei used the vast ocean navigator twice. At this moment, he finally understood that the only purpose of this trial was to let you go to the root of the tree. Only there should be the place where the primordial star tree was sealed. Then, the content of the trial was nothing more than to pass the obstacles of these ancient creatures and get there. However, when Hanfei broke through a layer of vines, he suddenly found that space was twisting. Hanfei subconsciously wanted to retreat, but he couldn't. The moment he was swept away by this twisted space, Hanfei wasn't worried about any danger, but he found it strange. The space here was unshakable. How could it still be distorted? In the next moment, Hanfei suddenly discovered that the space opposite him was also distorted. In the next moment, 5 strong masters of the heavenly race appeared. Oh, Hanfei's heart skipped a beat. Had he been tricked? Someone wanted him to fight the heavenly talents of the Yi family. Furthermore, he had to fight them. Instead of fighting them in the sealed place and letting them ruin his plan, he might as well solve them here. It was not difficult to understand why there were only 5 of them, because not everyone could break through the siege and make it here. Among the 5, there was Yi Qing-shui. Among the other 4, one was Yi Shuo, who had a conflict with Yi Wulong. He was good at speed and was not a threat. One was a female cultivator named Yi Mengling, who was talented in shadow manipulation. Although her methods were special, she shouldn't be too difficult to deal with. One was called Yi Qi, good at various techniques, but his physique was too poor. The other was Yi Kai, who had extremely powerful spiritual power, but it was meaningless to Han Fei. Chapter 2927-2927. Enter the Immortal Level 3, 2927. Enter the Immortal Level 3. Among the 5 of them, Yi Qing-shui was the best at fighting. Her strength was at the peak of the carefree level, close to the immortal level. Her soul power was not bad, and her physique was strong enough. She walked the Tao of balance, but not extreme balance. Han Fei couldn't help but sneer in his heart. In the outside world, Yi Qing-shui and Yi Mengling could fight him, but here, could they really unleash their full combat power? At this moment, Yi Qing-shui said, "Since we are here together, it only means one thing. That is, the person opposite is very strong. It's up to you whether we should fight together or escape separately." Yi Mingling said, "Since the other party is indeed very strong, let's fight them. Otherwise, it won't be worth it if we're defeated one by one." Yi Chuo said, "There's only one destination. If we don't get rid of him, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to reach our destination." The other two nodded. The moment they agreed to attack together, Yi Qing-shui instantly took action. Her speed was so fast that before anyone realized what was going on, the knife light she released had almost reached Han Fei. Han Fei didn't dare to be careless. After all, the other party was almost an immortal level powerhouse. He activated the great Tao in his body and took half a step back. The black feather fan had already swept across like a sharp blade, emitting a terrifying knife light. He actually wanted to exchange injuries with Yi Qing-shui. Buzz. In the next moment, Yi Qing-shui retreated and the knife light stopped. Han Fei immediately took another half step back, watching the knife light slash down in front of him without touching him. Yi Qing-shui did not want to exchange injuries with Han Fei. They were both combat-type talents. As soon as Han Fei attacked, Yi Qing-shui knew that this person was extremely talented in combat and had extremely strong judgment. She could bet that if she really exchanged injuries with him, she would lose this round. At this moment, the other 4 began to attack. Yi Mengling stirred her fingers and the shadow threads entangled. First of all, she blocked Han Fei's way, creating a space for Yi Qi to use the great techniques. But in the next moment, she was shocked to find that Han Fei took a step forward, ignored her shadow threads, and even rushed in. His body was immediately entangled by 1,000 shadow threads. Shadow manipulation, soul attraction, puff. Yi Mengling suddenly spewed out a mouthful of essence blood. Her expression changed drastically. The backlash meant that the other party's soul power was much stronger than hers. Yi Qi was horrified. As soon as he used a great technique, Han Fei almost rushed over. He hurriedly retreated, waiting for another opportunity to attack. Yi Mengling wanted to retreat, but he suddenly found that her shadow threads were held by the other party. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. The next moment, a saber beam flashed, and she realized that this person's first target turned out to be her. In the next moment, Yi Mengling's 10,000 shadow threads were cut apart by the knife light that suddenly appeared. Then, she was pulled away by Yi Shuo. In the next moment, a knife light swept past her and Yi Shuo, making them break into a cold sweat. Han Fei frowned slightly. Yi Qing-shui had cut off Yi Mengling's shadow threads, helping her avoid his fatal blow. At this moment, Han Fei punched back at the void. With a rumbling sound, the guy with extremely strong spiritual power turned pale. He said in shock, "So strong. This person can break soul techniques with fist techniques, which means that his own soul techniques are quite extraordinary. He can block me with just the accompanying punch." Yi Qing-shui asked, "If he is not strong, why do we need to fight him together?" Without any credit in the first attack, Han Fei turned around and pounced at Yi Qi. Yi Qi's face turned green. "Come again?" However, Yi Qing-shui shouted in a low voice, "Attack, I'll hold him back." Then Han Fei felt a sharp knife light slash at him. He sneered, waved the black feather fan, and activated the law of extreme cold. In an instant, the sky was frozen. Bang! Yi Qing-shui broke through the extremely cold domain with a punch, her entire body covered in a layer of white ice crystals. Suddenly, she realized that something was wrong. In the next moment, tens of thousands of piercing forces suddenly burst out of her body. Yi Qing-shui, was horrified. She thought that the law of extreme cold and the domain of extreme cold were Han Fei's means, but she could feel that the power was not strong enough to stop her. It was even weaker than she thought. But to her surprise, the opponent's goal wasn't the law of extreme cold at all, but these ice crystals. Every ice crystal was like a terrifying sharp blade, instantly turning her entire body into a bloody mess, and strange forces intertwined between her internal organs. Yi Qing-shui had thought that Han Fei had discovered that she was the strongest, so he wanted to avoid her and kill Yi Qi and the others first. However, the first person Han Fei wanted to kill now was her. He pretended to attack Yi Qi to lure her to attack. However, it was a little late for her to react because Han Fei had already arrived. It was still the black feather fan. Yi Qing was heavily injured. Seeing Han Fei fan the feather fan, she knew that Han Fei might have used the same trick again. A door of light immediately appeared behind him. As he retreated, her figure appeared elsewhere, and two of her appeared in the door. Yi Qingshu's door talent was to summon a clone with the same combat power as her own body in the short term. But the moment she appeared with her clone, she saw Yi Shuo being cut apart by a fan. The speed he was so proud of had inexplicably failed. He didn't know why. Yi Mingling turned into thousands of shadows and was escaping, only to be cut through by tens of thousands of saber beams. Chapter 2928. Enter the Immortal Level 4. 2928. Enter the Immortal Level 4 Buzz. Feeling that her soul was about to be seriously injured, Yi Mengling immediately summoned her soul-subduing godly weapon. Although she also had a door talent, which was shadow manipulation, she had tried it, but it almost didn't work on Han Fei. The moment she summoned her soul-subduing godly weapon, Han Fei suddenly appeared behind her and slashed down with his fan. Puffed. This was not the twin divine technique, but the void descending art. The moment Yi Mengling stopped, she died. Among the remaining three people, except for Yi Qingshui, Yi Qi finally took action. But this place was suddenly enveloped in darkness. Yi Qi shouted in a low voice, "You shouldn't have given me time. Divine technique, universe stabilizing." This was a great technique to freeze time and space. The combination of time and space could freeze Han Fei for several seconds. Yi Qingshui certainly wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Her original body and clone, one in the front and one in the back, emitted dazzling saber beams. Yi Chai took the opportunity to condense thousands of soul sword streams and attacked Han Fei from the side. Under the triple cooperation, the three of them felt that they would surely succeed this time. But the moment Yi Qingshui approached him, she was shocked to find that Han Fei's head was turning. How is that possible? Yi Qi was shocked, as if he was very surprised that Han Fei wasn't frozen. Han Fei flipped the black-feathered fan in his hand and slashed at Yi Kai's sword stream with the infinity water. Then, he extended his hands and Sword 4 Carefree Roaming appeared. Yi Qingshui's clone and the knife light were shattered by this blow. It was not that Yi Qingshui was not strong enough, but that the power unleashed by Han Fei was too powerful. Han Fei, who had completely activated his great Tao, was no longer someone a carefree level monarch could kill easily. However, Yi Qingshui didn't retreat because Han Fei could only deal with two people at the same time. Therefore, at this moment her original body had already slashed at Han Fei's body. Clangy behind Han Fei, a golden figure appeared, and the two bodies in front and behind seemed to be glued together. However, the golden figure put his hands together and blocked her saber beam. Yi Qingshui's eyes turned cold as she roared, "Explode!" With a boom, Han Fei was sent flying. Yi Qingshui shouted, "It's the path of invincibility. This person walks the path of invincibility. He's very strong." Yi Qi and Yi Kaixin were speechless. Of course he's strong. The five of them fought this guy, but two had been killed by him so quickly. Their seamless cooperation couldn't hurt him at all. Han Fei secretly sighed, thinking that Yi Qingshu was still strong. At this moment, his combat power was definitely not weaker than hers, but his realm was still a little lacking. Unfortunately, he hadn't gone far at the carefree level, and his comprehension of laws wasn't as good as hers. Therefore, Yi Qingshui's blow still injured him. However, Han Fei also felt that although Yi Qingshui's attack was strong, its destructive effect was actually focused on the mind. In other words, part of Yi Qingshui's attack seemed to be normal, but in fact, at least 30% of it was mental pressure. This must be this memory space's suppression of their strength. It seemed that their strength hadn't changed, but in fact, it had been weakened. Without a word, Han Fei turned around and charged back. This time, Yi Qingshui frowned slightly and her body was also covered in a layer of golden light. "Do you think you're the only one who is walking the path of invincibility?" Suddenly, Han Fei was surprised. He saw that Yi Qingshui's body was also emitting a dazzling golden light. She had taken the path of invincibility? He hadn't noticed it at all before. No, it was just because this was in the memory space. If two parties met in reality, they would immediately find that the other party had embarked on the path of invincibility. When he was in the heavenly race, he had never appeared in front of them. Thinking of this, Han Fei couldn't help but feel a little scared. If he replaced Yi Wulong and entered the heavenly race, he would probably be discovered by this woman immediately. At this moment, Yi Qingshui felt that this enemy walking the path of invincibility might have been specially prepared for her. How could she have expected that this was a trial taker who came in with her? The path of invincibility depended on means. Han Fei gave up on Yi Qi and Yi Kai without hesitation, because Yi Qingshui would not give him a chance. So, a big battle began. The invincible fist marks, divine techniques, saber beams, and the law of strength collided. Han Fei was not afraid, because even if Yi Qingshui walked the path of invincibility, it was useless because he had the body-soul dual killing technique, but she didn't. Even though Yi Qi and Yi Fei assisted her, the three of them still couldn't suppress Han Fei. Finally, Yi Qi and Yi Kai found that Yi Qingshui was seriously injured. They looked at each other and Yi Qi said, "Qingshui, I'm sorry. Yiqing Shui didn't say anything. She didn't blame them for running because she also felt that she was about to lose, but she didn't understand why. Wasn't this just a trial? Now who could pass this trial with such a strong enemy? Could it be that this is specifically targeted at me? The purpose of the trial is to let me break through myself and enter the immortal level. Yiqing Shui felt that this was the only possibility, so she crazily burned her soul. Unfortunately, after a full 200 seconds, Han Fei suddenly felt that Yiqing Shui's power was getting stronger and stronger. In her battle, she had fused too many things of will. He saw that the golden light on Yiqing Shui's body was getting dimmer and dimmer. It was not that her invincible will had been defeated, but that this will had shrunk back into her body. Then, Han Fei saw that Yiqing Shui's body seemed to emit a faint golden light. This woman had completely fused her invincible will into her bones. At this moment, Yiqing Shui suddenly smiled and said indifferently, I understand. I'm invincible in the world. All techniques can't destroy me. I'll live as long as this world. I am an immortal now. Motherfucker, Han Fei was dumbfounded. She's making a breakthrough here, but she was going to be defeated. He didn't know that she could upgrade in this situation. Just when Han Fei's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, Yiqing Shui suddenly punched him away and then raised her head with a smile. Then she smiled at Han Fei. Master Ancestor Tree, I understand. For me, improving my door talent is meaningless. Improving myself is improving my door talent. I got it. Thank you. Han Fei looked at Yan Fei. With that, Han Fei looked at Yiqing Shui with a stunned expression as she disappeared. She voluntarily quit? Han Fei guessed that she probably had an epiphany and went back to break through to the immortal level. It was simply ridiculous. However, Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. This woman probably thought that he appeared just to temper her. Otherwise, if she continued to fight, he would probably die. Han Fei couldn't help muttering, is she talking about the next realm on the path of invincibility? However, since she was already gone, Han Fei quickly cleared his mind and restored his strength with the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. Then, he continued to chase after them. Without Yiqing Shui, the remaining two were no match for him at all. In less than half an hour, they were killed by Han Fei. About an hour after killing Yi Qi and Yi Kai, Han Fei finally saw a strange place. It seemed to be a star, but it didn't seem right, because the star looked like a tumor, with many tree trunks growing on it in all directions. Is this a tree root? Han Fei saw that among the many trunks there was a trunk surrounded by 7 doors of light. Dense roots extended out of the trunk and buckled onto these doors, and this should be the end of his trip. Chapter 2929 I have a leaf that can kill gods. 12929 I have a leaf that can kill gods. The situation in the sealed place was similar to what Han Fei learned from the primordial star tree. However, Han Fei didn't rashly enter the place sealed by the doors of light. According to the primordial star tree, there was a god-level powerhouse behind this door. According to normal procedures, when a powerhouse of the heavenly race entered this sealed place, he could increase the power of his door talent. How could the door talent be increased? It would naturally be increased after the cultivator bathed in a certain power behind the doors of light, right? So, would there really be no power of gods here? Han Fei thought for a moment and glanced around. In the end, he focused his gaze on one of the 7 doors of light because among the many vines entwined on the door of light, there was a leaf with a red string. Found you. Buzz! Han Fei activated the twin divine technique. When his black mist body retreated far away, his white mist body stepped out and entered the range of the seal. Buzz! In the next moment, the 7 doors of light suddenly shone brightly, enveloping Han Fei in a dazzling white light. Instantly, Han Fei heard whispers from ancient times. If you enter my door, you can gain eternal life. Behind the door, divine path, come in. Who are you? I'll give you, primordial. Let me go. I've had enough of this sea. You will also enter here. Ha 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 ha. Come on, lost man, come in. Come to me. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that thousands of words appeared in his mind, as if countless people were talking. Some words were vague, and some words couldn't be heard clearly at all. These ravings stirred in Han Fei's mind like sharp blades, trying to pierce Han Fei's mind and tear his mind apart. After bathing in the white light for only a moment, Han Fei felt that his 7 orifices were bleeding. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he had a feeling that he wanted to walk into the door of light, where something beautiful seemed to be waiting for him. He felt that as long as he entered the door of light, he could obtain a door talent, an extremely powerful door talent that might surpass all the strong masters of the current heavenly race. Lured by these ravings, Han Fei even took 2 steps forward. In the distance, his black mist body was horrified. He felt that there seemed to be a certain mental barrier between the white mist body and him. He found it difficult for him to affect the white mist body. At this moment, in Han Fei's mind, the demon purification pot suddenly glowed. The strengthened function of the demon purification pot to purify foreign souls and spiritual power was taking effect. Only then did his white mist body recover a trace of consciousness from the extreme psychedelic sounds. Buzz! Han Fei suddenly put his hands together, and his body was covered with a layer of resplendent golden light. The invincible will seeped out of his body and seemed to be barely blocking the light. At this moment, a low roar seemed to come from the entire space. Outsider, how dare you enter this place? Breaking into the god's domain, you deserve to be killed, you can't get out. You will be suppressed here forever. You will accompany this old tree until the end of your life. Ha ha ha. Frowning, Hanfei suddenly roared, "Feck off." Unfortunately, Hanfei's low roar was useless. Although he had regained consciousness, some strange ravings kept coming out of the 7 gates. Even his invincible golden body was showing signs of instability. He wanted to summon the infinity water, but at this moment it was difficult to condense the infinity water. Every time the infinity water was about to condense the embryonic form of knife intent, it would disperse. Upon seeing this, Hanfei simply drew his saber. But at that moment, he felt that his arm was unusually heavy, so heavy that he felt that he was not drawing a saber but lifting a world. At this moment, a vine suddenly wrapped around Hanfei's legs. Then, Hanfei felt some power transmitted in. Then, Hanfei received a voice transmission from the primordial star tree in his mind. "Here, my power is limited and I can't contend with him. I can only help you temporarily. Hurry, cut off the connection between me and these doors." "Cut it off and I can get rid of his restraints," Hanfei quickly responded in his mind. "How can I cut through so many giant vines at once? I can't exert my strength to its peak." The voice of the primordial star tree was low. "I can only hold on for a moment. You can cut it off. Every time you cut a piece, my strength will increase a little bit." Hanfei roared in his mind, "I need power. I need you to help me block these damn white lights." Sure enough, as Hanfei roared, the sound of the ancient star tree disappeared. But then, Hanfei felt the pressure on his body loosen. The vines under his feet emitted a faint green light, trying to envelop him and isolate him from the white light. Hanfei suddenly felt the pressure lighten, as if all his strength had returned. However, a roar came from the door, like an ancient behemoth roaring crazily. "Primordial, with your strength, how do you dare to contend with me? I want to suppress you forever. I want you to be doomed forever. Human, if you dare to draw your sword, it will be the end of you. You won't be able to survive. You will die. I will capture your soul, crush it into powder, and exile it to the eternally dark river, making it be tortured for billions of years." Chapter 2930, 2930, I have a leaf that can kill gods. 2930, I have a leaf that can kill gods. 2930, buzz. Between Hanfei's eyebrows, the invincible eye opened, and the invincible fighting intent was fully activated. Then, he activated his great Tao, increased his combat power by 5 times, and raised his strength to the limit. Veins were bulging all over Hanfei's body, and he drew his saber like holding up a star. "Roar, are you done acting?" Swish, the draw's peerless knife light completely exceeded the strike of a peak carefree level cultivator. It was comparable to the ultimate strike of an immortal level cultivator. It suddenly broke through the white light and slashed out. Clang, the echo rumbled, and a strange light surged in the ceiling array. Hanfei vomited blood because of the counterforce and was seriously injured by the counterforce. However, it was also because of this slash that the white light emitted from the doors of light all dissipated. Hanfei's crazy slash didn't slash at the vines, but at the edge of a door of light. The moment it collided with the door of light, there was a continuous metallic echo. The ravings disappeared. The white light disappeared. The small vines that clasped Hanfei's feet also disappeared. Behind Hanfei, the voice that seemed to come from the primordial star tree seemed to be roaring, "What are you doing?" Hanfei sneered. "Stop pretending. Aren't you tired of acting alone? You even brought the strong masters of the heavenly race here to meet me just to make me believe you." After a long silence, a voice suddenly came from the door. "How did you find out?" Hanfei touched his mouth with a cold look. He smiled in disdain. "Do you think I'm stupid? The first time I saw you, from the moment you gave me 188 drops of the spring of life, I knew that there was something wrong with you. Who the hell can give me so many benefits the moment they meet me? It's not 108 drops of water. Do you want to die more quickly by giving me these when you're dying? So, the more cooperative you are, the more you want me to trust you. After all, you've given me so many resources unconditionally. How can I still not believe you? Just because of this? Since you know that the primordial star tree is dying, you should know that he is still him and hasn't been possessed by me. Can't he be in a hurry to break free?" The voice behind the door was low and slightly hoarse. "Of course I know that he wasn't possessed," Hanfei sneered. "But this matter is too simple, so simple that it completely suits my hopes. If I want the spring of life, you'll give it to me. If I want the demon purification vine, you'll say that you can create an opportunity for me. If I want to deal with the heavenly race, you said that as long as I cooperate with you and cut the seal, you can make the heavenly race lose their inheritance of door talent. Everything looks perfect, completely in line with my expectations. However, in all my life, to be honest, I've never encountered anything that can be done so smoothly. Most of the things don't go as planned, but this matter is too easy. It's like when I want to eat, someone brings me food, sets the bowls and chopsticks, and finds me 2 girls, by the way. One massages my shoulders and the other fans me. Do you think I should doubt it or not?" Behind the door, the hoarse voice said, "What if this is the truth?" Hanfei said. "A lie can't be entirely a lie. For example, you didn't lie to me about the state of the primordial star true. You also told me Yi Beige's plan and said that he was fishing with the demon refining vine. I don't doubt this, because if it were me, I would also be fishing like this. After all, it's fine if the Great Tao is broken. As long as you have the demon purification pot, it's easy to reconnect it. However, even if it's a lie with 9 truths and 1 falsehood, it is still a lie. At first, I was a bit hesitant and skeptical, wanting to play it by ear and see what plans you had, but I have to say that you hit it well. I thought to myself, if you were lying to me, what was your purpose? Obviously, you spent so much effort just to make me cut off the vines that are holding the doors of light, which is the so-called seal you mentioned. Han Fei paused and continued, you tried to make me trust you and lure me into the astral trial ground. As long as I enter the astral trial ground, I will definitely be able to reach this place. What good will it do for you for me to reach here? Or rather, what good will it do for you for me to cut off the so-called tree vines? That should be the primordial star tree. The primordial star tree is a great monarch-level demonic plant anyway. Since it hasn't been possessed by you, it means that you can only suppress it, but you can't possess it at all. And the reason why you can't possess it should be related to the seal here. If I'm not wrong, it should be these vines blocking you, not you, simply sealing the primordial star tree. The two of you are in a balanced state at the moment, so if I break the balance, the primordial star tree will fail. That's why the primordial star tree used its memories to create so many memory creatures to chase me. As soon as Han Fei finished speaking, he felt the surrounding trees tremble slightly, as if some power was counterattacking. Humph! The creature behind the door snorted coldly. Even if he finds out, so what? He is a mere carefree level cultivator. Even if he can't help me, how can he help you? He continued. Human brat, even if what you say is right, so what? You entered here with your physical body. Do you think you can get out of here? If you have all the demon purification vines, you might have a way. But your demon purification pot is incomplete after all. As for the Void Temple, can you contact them in this place? Therefore, human, you and I can still cooperate. I can give you more Spring of Life, and even the door talent. If I'm not mistaken, the Void Temple should know that you've entered the heavenly race. I don't want to be enemies with the Void Temple. Therefore, as long as you help me cut off the vines of the primordial star tree, the grudge between the heavenly race and you will be written off. Furthermore, I can promise that the entire heavenly race will help you 3 times unconditionally, no matter how great the sacrifice. Chapter 2931, I have a leaf that can kill gods. 2931, I have a leaf that can kill gods. 3. Han Fei was silent for a moment and narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm really tempted by what you said. If you don't continue to lie to me, maybe I can agree to your request. The god behind the door said, I'm not lying to you, I've already told you the truth. If the heavenly race joins forces with the Void Temple, we will be invincible. Fei sneered. Don't you know if you're lying to me or not? Do you need me to enlighten you? Fine, Yi Beige, why didn't you mention him at all? Han Fei sneered. If the one who traded with me wasn't the primordial star tree who was talking to me, you were stopped here by the primordial star tree. If you can appear in the sea realm, why do you want me to come in? So the so-called primordial star tree I saw was Yi Beige, right? There was no sound behind the door, and Han Fei continued, let me guess. When Yi Beige returned seriously injured, although his river of life could be repaired with the spring of life, his great Tao was indeed severed. He was unwilling to recultivate because being able to snatch the demon purification vine meant that Yi Beige was actually very powerful. He was unwilling to recultivate. Therefore, he found a way to enter the star world and came here. He wanted to ask you, a god, to help him restore his great Tao, however, you possessed him. Nonsense. The god behind the door interrupted Han Fei's speculation. If I possessed it, why would I need you to help me? Can't I just cut off these vines? Han Fei sneered. I knew you would say that. I thought about it just now, but then I realized something was wrong. Why do other people can only come in with their spiritual bodies? But I entered the memory world of the primordial star tree with my physical body. Half illusion and half truth are actually nonsense. The reason is that I have the demon purification pot. Although I don't know why the demon purification pot can do this, the answer can only be this. In the outside world, Yi Beige doesn't dare to attack me because he knows that he definitely can't kill me. If he wants to kill me, he has to destroy my soul. And if he wants to destroy my soul, he has to penetrate the demon purification pot or catch me off guard when I'm unprepared. However, I can activate the void mark. As long as I'm given a second, I might be able to destroy the plan you had been working on for 100,000 years. This is something you don't want to see. Of course, if I weren't a disciple of the Void Temple, you would have long attacked me. So when you first learned that I was here, after I left Yi Wulong's origin star, you asked me why I dare to come out. It's because you want to see my trump card. The god behind the door said, even so, what does this have to do with our cooperation? Han Fei asked, do you think I would cooperate with a fraud? The god behind the door said, there are no eternal enemies. Besides, I'm not necessarily your enemy. For example, the place where I am now may also be the place you will have to pass in the future. Even if you don't cooperate with me today, one day you might still have to cooperate with me. The creatures of all races have consensus on at least one thing, which is to deal with the ominous. I know too many secrets that you don't know. For example, you are from the human race. As far as I know, the human race has long declined, but I can help your human race rise. Han Fei shook his head. It's up to us whether or not the human race will rise. It has nothing to do with you. If I help you, you'll possess the primordial star tree. If you go back on your word, like dragging me into this damn door, you might kill me and snatch the demon purification pot. Then you'll have the demon purification pot and no one can stop you from descending to the sea realm. You've become the biggest winner. Do you think I'm stupid? Han Fei could imagine that if that happened, this heavenly race's god would have two peak Great Monarch Realm avatars in the sea realm. One had the demon purification pot in hand, and the other had an endless lifespan. Perhaps they could both step into the realm of gods in the end. At that time, the heavenly race might have three gods. Besides, the three gods this time were all one person. If he mastered some wonderful technique of combining the three into one, who in the sea realm could resist him? If that was the case, the heavenly race might become an existence on par with the three temples. If such a liar became so strong, it would really be his fault. It seems that you are determined to go against me? Han Fei smiled and clicked his tongue. Wow. You've changed your attitude so quickly? The hoarse voice behind the door said. Even though you thought and guessed so much, you still entered this star world in the end. Do you think you can really activate the void mark here? Let me think. That teacher of your void temple has embarked on the same path as me. I don't know where he is at this moment, but it's impossible for him to still be in the void temple. Then, the one who can still preside over the void temple is void, right? Han Fei's heart did a flip. This was the first time he had heard someone mention that the teacher of the Void Temple embarked on the same path as him. What kind of path was it? Why did it sound like some kind of path of no return? However, Han Fei still looked calm on the surface. It seems that you know a lot about my Void Temple. However, this god of the heavenly race, you might be mistaken about one thing. Times have changed. You might be very strong, but my eldest senior brother is definitely not weaker than you. My eldest senior brother is known as the Master of the Void. Even time can't stop him. Do you think the memory space can? To put it bluntly, wherever there is a void, there will be my eldest senior brother. This is what my fifth senior brother said to me. Do you know who my fifth senior brother is? He's known as the most knowledgeable person in the world. What he said can't be wrong. Therefore, even here, if I really call out to my eldest senior brother, he can still respond. Of course, I don't think I need to do this. Chapter 2932. I have a leaf that can kill gods. 42932. I have a leaf that can kill gods. 4. It seemed that Han Fei's boasting had gone a little too far. The god roared, "Shut up, you're just a carefree level cultivator. How can you shake the seal of a god?" In the next moment, the 7 doors of light burst out with dazzling light again, and Han Fei kept hearing ravings. Yes, this god was indeed too far away to reach him, so he could only force Han Fei to submit through charming and manipulative means. At this moment, he was angry, but there was nothing he could do. He had even made up his mind that once Han Fei left this place, he would definitely kill him. Losing the heavenly race was nothing. Anyway, as long as this guy went out, the heavenly race wouldn't have a good ending. They would be suppressed by him and eventually wither. It was better to use the heavenly race to exchange for this guy. Blue veins bulged all over Han Fei's body. He held on with his invincible will, but he was laughing out loud. So that's all a dignified god can do? No wonder teacher swept the 3 gods of your heavenly race with one finger. You're simply trash. I'm indeed at the carefree level, but who said that I can't break this seal? You haven't possessed the primordial star tree, so how do you know the secret of this tree's source? You underestimate the primordial star tree. Twin in one. Steel, Han Fei's black mist body and the white mist body instantly fused. Then, a green leaf with a red string appeared in Han Fei's hand. Holding the leaf between his fingers, Han Fei roared, "I have a leaf that can kill gods." At that moment, the leaf in Han Fei's hand turned into a green sword beam. As soon as the sword appeared, the flesh and blood on Han Fei's arm exploded and his Dao bones appeared. There seemed to be a divine power coming out of the leaf. The sword shot out like a light, cutting through the thick fog and the chaos, striking the world. Han Fei was suddenly enlightened and felt that all the Daos of heaven and earth were unstoppable. All the Buddhist deities in the 9 heavens retreated. Crackwith, with a single slash, the 7 gates were shattered. Gulpa shock appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Damn, so strong, swish-wish. Before Han Fei could sigh, the scene in front of him instantly faded. Han Fei's figure appeared directly in the tree hole where he had entered the star world. Bang! The coffin where Yi Beige was sleeping suddenly exploded. Han Fei instantly felt that he was suffocating. But then, his body relaxed, and a voice instantly sounded in his mind. "Human, I can suppress Yi Beige. Do you have any trump cards?" This time, Han Fei knew who was speaking. This was the real primordial star tree. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei roared, "Steal!" The next moment, the small vine in Yi Beige's hand appeared in his hand. After all, the demon purification vine didn't belong to Yi Beige. He could only keep it in his body. As for the void-stealing technique, it was a law-type divine technique and wasn't activated on Yi Beige's body, so Han Fei didn't suffer any backlash. Humph, go to hell. To be precise, the person in front of him was not Yi Beige, but that god just now. Han Fei didn't dare to be careless. The jade slip in his hand shattered. At the same time, he shouted in a low voice, "Senior, send me out. Don't even think of escaping." Yi Beige suddenly unleashed his divine intent. With a hand strike that was like a sword tearing through the sky, he actually cut through the suppressing power of the primordial star tree. In the next moment, a voice sounded in Han Fei's mind. Be careful, Stadt. Before Han Fei had the time to react, a slap had already come at him. Bang! A bloody mist exploded and a figure was slapped into the endless void. Han Fei's body was shining with golden light and he was forced to use the Great Tao of Life Replacement. Yes, Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. If he hadn't used the Great Tao of Life Replacement or the Void Mark, he would have been killed. Chapter 2933. The Bee-Starred Great Monarch's Chaotic Lightning, Domain 11. 2933. The Bee-Starred Great Monarch's Chaotic Lightning Domain won the heavenly race, in front of the altar under the primordial star tree. At this moment, a group of monarchs were standing, and most of them didn't look very good. Although they had paid enough attention to this astral trial, when they really experienced it, they felt helpless. At the same time, they were also shocked by the power of ancient times. They felt that in that era, there were too many strong masters and strange creatures. One monarch after another, they couldn't even imagine what they should do to succeed in a trial of this level. Buzz! Suddenly, a figure appeared, shining with golden light. When everyone took a closer look, they were shocked. Had Yi Qing made a breakthrough? With Yi Qing's appearance, Yi Chen arrived in one step. A strange look flashed in his eyes. You broke through to the immortal level with the path of invincibility. Good, good. As soon as Yi Qing appeared, countless resources moved in her origin star. She said, I'll go back to the residence first. The others looked envious, especially Yi Shuo and Yi Mengling. They couldn't believe it. They had just come out a moment earlier than Yi Qing. How could she have made a breakthrough? After Yi Qing left, someone said, Yi Shuo, didn't you say that you encountered a super strong master, and he was fighting the five of you alone? Yi Shuo was also speechless. Yes, that person is extremely powerful. He can actually steal my speed and ignore the Tao of shadow manipulation. Yi Mingling and I were killed by him very quickly. Yi Shuo glanced around and couldn't help but be shocked. Yi Wulong is still not out? At this moment, there were only 3 people not out yet, including Yi Wulong. After another 200 seconds, Yi Qi and Yi Kai suddenly appeared. Everyone was also surprised. Yi Qi, why are you out? Has your door talent been improved? Yi Qi scoffed. Door talent? Didn't Yi Shuo tell you? We encountered an abnormal opponent. He was so strong that even Yi Qing couldn't resist him. We had no choice but to abandon Qing and run first. Huh, where is Qing? Yi Mengling said. Qing is about to make a breakthrough and reach the immortal level. I thought you killed that birdman, huh? Yi Kai and Yi Qi looked at each other in shock. That's impossible. We were also killed by that person, and we were separated from Qing less than half an hour ago. Logically speaking, it's only because Qing was defeated that person caught up with us. At this moment, someone said, Qing might not have made the breakthrough with the inheritance of the door talent. According to you, I think the possibility of her having a breakthrough in battle is higher. In other words, she was also killed by the person you mentioned. I'm curious, what kind of monster did you encounter? Yi Kai sighed. Let's not talk about it. It's a birdman with a human body, bird wings, and a strange face, holding a black feathered fan in his hand, is ridiculously powerful. He might be a powerful cultivator from ancient times. Yi Shuo's face sank. So only Yi Wulang is left? Don't tell me that guy can make it to the end. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Everyone continued to wait. About an hour later, they suddenly heard Yi Chen's voice echoing in the clear sky. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you break into the heavenly race? Hee. When the ferocious laughter spread throughout the heavenly race, everyone was horrified. They had no idea what had happened. Great Monarch Yi Chen had already fought the unknown cultivator in the void. Buzz, rumble, ka. At this moment, the ground in the forbidden area suddenly cracked, space collapsed, the void cracked, and the endless void suddenly opened. The altar in front of everyone exploded into dust. Everyone was shocked, and someone said, look, the heavenly ancestor divine tree is back to life. Someone was lost for words. The heavenly ancestor divine tree was alive in the first place. But they were also shocked at this moment, because energy was circulating on the heavenly ancestor divine tree. Countless roots pierced through the void, and hundreds of millions of vines were pulled into the endless void. Wei Chen, who had just been lured away, couldn't have looked more awful. Who lured them away? Who was plotting against the heavenly race? At this moment, he was fighting a black-robed great monarch. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but his identity was already confirmed. Yi Chen shouted angrily, Our heavenly race has never had anything to do with the immortal temple. Now that the immortal temple has touched the foundation of our heavenly race, do you really think there's no one in our heavenly race? Hee. The newcomer laughed eerily. I'm just entrusted to do this. You can only blame yourself for causing trouble when you're not strong enough. Look, the ancestral tree of the heavenly race has been moved, right? Bee-starred. Get out of the way. Haha, I'm afraid I can't. If you want to return, break through my infinite hell first. Heaven and earth suddenly turned into a ghastly hell scene. There were mountains of knives, seas of flames, boiling oil, steam cages of mist, scarlet copper pillars. There were also tens of thousands of ferocious ghosts roaring in the sky. Buzz! Yi Chen's heart sank and his face changed drastically. The 10 kings of hell and the great monarch of the underworld? Who is it? Who can invite the great monarch of the underworld to take action personally? Yi Chen felt terrible. The Immortal Temple had always been passionate about war and almost never participated in the competition of the various factions in the Sea Realm. But today, even a figure like the great monarch of the underworld had been entrusted by someone to attack the heavenly race. Who had such power? Chapter 29234, 29234. The B-starred Great Monarch's Chaotic Lightning Domain, 29234. The B-starred Great Monarch's Chaotic Lightning Domain, 2. He didn't need to fight this battle, because he couldn't beat them. In the outside world, only a few people had heard of the existence of the 10 Yamas of Hell, but if a great monarch-level powerhouse like them knew some secrets about them, it was said that the 10 Yamas of Hell could kill gods if they joined forces. Every one of them was a great terrifying existence. It was said that in the era of the gods, the Immortal Temple had just revealed its strength and started a war. There was a god of a divine race who wanted to kill all the undead creatures of the Immortal Temple with a divine-level close friend. Back then, the 10 Yamas of Hell appeared together and killed the 2 gods. It was said that the 9 Yama Kings killed 1 god, and the leader of the Yama Kings killed 1. As for the master of the Immortal Temple, he hadn't even appeared. To this day, no one had seen him. The heavenly race wasn't weak, but Yi Chen didn't dare to really fight this great monarch of the underworld. If this great monarch really got angry, he was very likely to be killed. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't attack again, the great monarch of the underworld chuckled. That's right, I don't want to attack you either. This is the calamity of your heavenly race. Without me, someone else would have stopped you. Hee hee, interesting. The heavenly race's ancestor tree is quite well hidden. At this moment, in the endless void, Han Fei's face changed in shock. He had guessed that Yi Beige had been possessed, but even if he was, it should only be a small portion of the soul of the god behind the door. He shouldn't be so strong, right? Besides, possession was possession. If Yi Beige's great Tao was broken, even if he was possessed by a god, his Tao wouldn't be restored. Logically speaking, the primordial star tree should be able to suppress him. At this moment, in the endless void, billions of vines, like billions of weapons, slashed at Yi Beige. Yi Beige sneered. Even if the body has lost his great Tao, do you think you can suppress him? Do you forget that although the star world is gone, Yi Beige's door hasn't disappeared? Buzz, a huge door of light appeared. In the next moment, the light shone brightly, and a blood-colored stream of light erupted from the door of light. All the big vines that were illuminated by this light were cut off. For a moment, they couldn't take down Yi Beige. At this moment, there was no way to run. It was impossible for Han Fei to escape from a great monarch. Although he was temporarily immune to all attacks and was in an invincible state, he couldn't resist the suppressing pressure. At this moment, he was forcefully suppressed in place. 3 seconds later, as soon as Han Fei's invincible state disappeared, the Great Tao of Life Replacement was activated again, and Han Fei entered the invincible state again. Yes, this blood-colored flowing light was so powerful that it could instantly kill Han Fei. Fuck, for the first time, Han Fei felt the horror of a god. He had just possessed the body of a great monarch, but the flowing light that escaped could easily kill him. If he didn't have some trump cards, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. Of course, Han Fei was not willing to be suppressed by this guy. As he issued an order in his heart, a burning altar appeared in the void. Just as power rose from the flames of the altar, with a bang, the altar fell apart and the summoning of the god of war failed. Fuck! It's interrupted? Han Fei had already ignited the altar in his origin star. Who knew that the altar would be gone before the god of war could take action? Without the altar, there was no singularity for the god of war to attack, so as soon as Han Fei sensed the god of war, he disappeared. Han Fei had planned to use this trump card to guard against Yi Beige, but this Yi Beige had the soul of a god living in him. His reaction was much faster than Han Fei's. Although Han Fei could still use his mark of the god of war to summon the god of war, on second thought, he decided to wait and see how the primordial star tree reacted. At this moment, not only was Han Fei completely suppressed, but the dying primordial star tree wasn't any better. However, the primordial star tree was an innate demon plant of the great monarch realm after all, with infinite lifespan and terrifying combat power, so its situation was definitely better than Han Fei's. He had just barely blocked the baptism of the blood-colored light. Han Fei shouted, "Bastard god of the heavenly race, believe it or not, I'll call my senior brother to destroy you and the heavenly race." Humph! Yi Beige was furious, and his voice was heavy and overlapping like a peerless demon king. If you wanted to summon him, you would have done so long ago. You haven't done so yet either because you can't touch the void mark anymore, you can't bear to, or you think you can still withstand it with this invincible technique. Han Fei didn't speak. He did think so. He was waiting for the primordial star tree to take action. He had just come out. If he used the void mark at this point, wouldn't he have spent so much effort in vain? Han Fei shouted, "Senior, can you do it or not?" The energy in the vast primordial star tree circulated, and its huge body quickly shrank at an unbelievable speed. In the end, it turned into a white-haired old man holding a branch. The old man looked solemn at this moment. His body was like a funnel, suddenly swallowing all the vitality in this place. The old man shouted, "Even if you are a god, so what? I gave you your life. I'm going to take it back now. What can you do?" A large amount of visible life energy in Yi Beige's body was transferred to the old man. Han Fei was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Senior, good job. Absorb him. Absorb this bastard to death." Yi Beige frowned too. As the primordial star tree said, he had only mastered the body of a great monarch that didn't even have a great Tao. He had only suppressed the primordial star tree with the power of the gates. Chapter 2935, 2935. The Bastard Great Monarch's Chaotic Lightning Domain, 32935. The Bastard Great Monarch's Chaotic Lightning Domain, 3. But if all the vitality of this body was absorbed by the primordial star tree, how could he win? But for some reason, Han Fei had mastered the abnormal power of immunity to all attacks. If he wanted to kill him, he could only wear him down. But who knew how long he could hold out? However, facing the vitality absorbing of the primordial star tree, this body couldn't last long. If it weren't for the realm of his soul, he would have been suppressed by the primordial star tree. A trace of brutality flashed in Yi Beige's eyes. Alright, if you don't want to use your trump cards at this point, don't even think about using them. A dying great monarch and a weak carefree level cultivator. You ruined my plan. You deserve to be punished. Punish your ass, Han Fei cursed back. You're about to be sucked dry and you're still bragging? Who the fuck are you going to punish? But at this moment, the door of light behind Yi Beige suddenly emitted a strange blue light. Then Yi Beige shouted, "With my soul, I will disrupt the Tao of heavens." For some reason, Han Fei felt a chill in his heart, and the primordial star tree's face changed drastically. It wanted to run, but before anyone could, the endless void seemed to have shifted. Then the three of them fell into a boundless sea of fire. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the endless void, flames were burning all over the sky. At this time, Yi Beige's body had already begun to show signs of serious aging, but the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. This is the chaotic fire domain. Primordial, you should be familiar with this, right? This place is your natural nemesis. Since you can't be used by me, die, with my soul, I will burn the heavens and earth. In the next moment, the old man who was transformed from the primordial star tree looked awful. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Isn't this the training ground for Feng Yu? How did Yi Beige bring them here? Yi Beige said, "I don't need to trap you for long. As long as I trap you here for 100 years with my soul power, with your current state, you will definitely die." Yi Beige seemed to have completed some seal. At this moment, he had become skinny. Han Fei could feel that he was extremely weak. However, Han Fei didn't care. "Senior Primordial, don't be afraid. The chaotic fire domain, someone is here." Before Han Fei finished speaking, he was no longer in the chaotic fire domain. At this moment, there was a sea of lightning in the endless void. Boom, 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 or endless lightning roared and bombarded. I sensed in the star world that you could control ice and fire, and your physique was also extremely strong. However, this chaotic lightning can kill souls and break laws. I only need to seal you here for 49 days. If you don't use your trump card, you will definitely die. As soon as Yi Beige finished speaking, he set up 3 invisible powers in the chaotic thunder prison. Han Fei didn't know where the power landed, but his face immediately darkened. He had already felt the power of the seal. At this moment, the time of invincibility was over. Yi Beige slapped him again. The great Tao of life replacement appeared again, and Han Fei continued to maintain his invincible state. Yi Beige looked at Han Fei, still alive. Han Fei was speechless. This bastard was very smart. After his vitality was drained, he separated him from the primordial star tree immediately. Although he didn't know how much he had paid to seal the primordial star tree, now, although this bastard looked like he was about to die, he was still a great monarch. God knew when he would die. Han Fei said with a black face, "Good, good. What a good god. From now on, your heavenly race will be my #1 enemy. I'll definitely wipe out your entire heavenly race." However, Yi Beige sneered. Whatever. Han Fei equal Bai. Han Fei didn't know what to do. This god didn't even care about his own race at all. What should he do? Equal Baij took the initiative to speak and sneered. "The ominous is coming. Even if you don't kill them, they won't be able to survive the baptism of the ominous. So be it. Human, do you think you're invincible with the demon purification pot? Not to mention that you haven't collected all the vines. Even if you do, so what? Since ancient times, there was always someone holding the demon purification pot to resist the ominous, but in the end, nothing came of it. Not that I want to discourage you, but you won't be able to make it." Han Fei's face was full of disdain. "Bastard god, do you think you can destroy my Tao heart with these words? Who do you think you are? My teacher can crush you 800 times with one finger. Why don't you look in the mirror? Do you think you can mess up my Tao heart?" However, Yi Beige was not angry. Instead, he said mockingly, "Your teacher is so powerful, but he was defeated too. Why are you so smug? Bail shit, you're the one who is defeated. Your entire family is defeated. Your entire race is defeated." Han Fei took a deep breath. Without Yi Beige taking action, he activated the Great Tao of Life Replacement again, maintaining his invincible state. Han Fei took a deep breath and adjusted himself. Why am I arguing with you? It's pointless. Everyone is different. Everyone in the Void Temple has their own path and strength. In this world, there are countless people searching for a way to destroy the ominous, and I'm no exception. I can't guarantee that I can definitely destroy the ominous, but at least I won't give up. If there is no path ahead, I will tread a path myself. Suddenly, Han Fei frowned. He found that he couldn't communicate with his origin star. However, Yi Beige chuckled and said, to seal you, I naturally have to seal the connection between you and your origin star. Otherwise, how can I seal you? Of course, I can still live for a while. I want to see how long your invincible state can last. Chapter 2936-2936. The BE-starred Great Monarch's Chaotic Lightning Domain 4-2936. The BS-starred Great Monarch's Chaotic Lightning Domain 4. Damn it, you are a real BS-starred. Han Fei found that this BS-starred was really good at playing tricks, as expected of a guy who could become a god. If he continued to play like this, it would be a waste. He had to kill a sky opener to use the Great Tao of Life Replacement once. If this guy spent a day with him and didn't die, wouldn't it be a waste of so many lives? Bang! All of a sudden, Han Fei's arms shook and a pair of axe marks appeared on his chest, illuminating the sky. He roared, do you really think I'm helpless? Senior War God, help me. Han Fei was very reluctant to use this trump card. This trump card was exchanged from the God of War with the origin star of a great monarch by him, but now it was going to be consumed because of this bastard in front of him. In the next moment, the God of War seal seemed to be beating like a heart. Yi Beige tried to suppress it, but when his power touched it, he found that his remaining power was no longer enough to suppress the battle axe mark. Roar. In the sky, flames were burning, and under the lightning, a giant appeared out of thin air. This giant was wearing a phantom crystal battlesuit and a black helmet with a single horn on his head. His eyes were red, and the bulging muscles on his arms gave off a sense of inexhaustible power. Ha ha ha, Han Fei, it's this bastard who destroyed the altar, isn't it? Is he just a dying great monarch? As he spoke, the God of War had already jumped up. The huge axe swept across the sky, and the 10,000 axe lights were devastating. In the chaotic lightning rain, 100,000 lightning bolts, not daring to fall, all gathered on the ferocious battle axe. He looked like a giant welcoming the lightning, making Han Fei swallow his saliva. So powerful. Han Fei came back to himself and quickly said, Senior, this is the remnant soul of a god. However, Han Fei spoke too slowly. Under the axe of the God of War, Yi Beige's body couldn't withstand it anymore and was cut in half. The soul of the god was cut out and flickered. Yi Beige said, Supreme divine technique, boy, you ruined my plan. I should at least disgust you. Besides, this isn't over yet. Then, the soul seemed to dissipate. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Go to hell. I'll tear apart your divine bones to refine a spiritual treasure. Senior God of War, kill him. This bastard bullied me. Why didn't you hit him? The God of War carried the giant axe. Who should I hit? This guy only has a wisp of soul left. It doesn't matter whether I come or not. He can last at most 100 seconds before dissipating. B-starred, he is too much. I'm going to destroy your heavenly race. Han Fei almost went crazy. No wonder this guy said that he wanted to disgust him. It turned out that he was provoking him to use his trump card. Just for this 100 seconds, he had wasted an opportunity that was exchanged with a great monarch's origin star. This heavenly race's god was too vicious. Han Fei was very angry, but the God of War was very happy. Ha, so this is what you look like. Oh, not bad. Your physique is quite similar to mine when I was young. Ignoring the rumbling of the heavenly Tao, the God of War laughed out loud. As he grabbed Yi Beige's remnant body, he strode to Han Fei. Han Fei had to admit that the God of War did look quite wild. Han Fei felt that his wild temperament was a little similar to Le Renquang's master, Jean Nanye. However, the God of War was more domineering and burly. He had a square face, a big mouth, copper bell-like eyes, a rough voice, solid muscles, and a tall and brawny figure. Carrying a giant axe, he was definitely a killer. Han Fei didn't want to catch up with the God of War. Instead, he said, Senior God of War, take a look and see if this fish-shit great monarch is really dead. Isn't his death a little casual? If he still has the strength to sneak attack me, I'll be dead. The God of War laughed. Impossible. He was just possessed by a wisp of the soul of a god. This person's vitality was exhausted, his soul was dry, his Tao was broken, and even his bloodline was burnt. It's already a miracle that he can live to this day. Now he has been hit by me again. The power of my axe can cleanse all the vitality in his origin star. He can't be more dead. Huffei. Han Fei took a long breath of relief. He didn't know that Yi Beige was so weak. However, he couldn't be careless. The great monarchs were too strong, and the gods were even more powerful. They could kill him as easily as crushing an ant. It seemed that he was still too weak. The God of War said, But although this great monarch is dead, his origin star, you have to sacrifice it to me. Han Fei was stunned. Well, Senior, can't you take it away yourself? God of War, of course I can take it away, but I'm just a clone, and this clone can only return through sacrifice. Offer a sacrifice later, and I'll take away the body of the great monarch. You definitely don't want it, right? The God of War stared at Han Fei and thought to himself, even if this kid wants it, I'll take it away. Why does this guy need the origin star of a great monarch? Isn't it a waste? Han Fei was annoyed and curled his lips. I don't care about this son of a bachach. Senior War God, this guy has sealed me. Since your clone is here, can you help me break the seal? Ha, no problem. Just wait. With that, the God of War threw the giant axe in his hand into the sky with a swish. For a moment, infinite lightning gathered and bombarded the giant axe. After waiting for 7 or 8 seconds, the God of War jumped into the sky with a hum. His body twisted and, like throwing a lead ball, he threw the giant axe away. As soon as the giant axe away, the terrifying lightning in the lightning domain all followed it. The tens of thousands of lightning bolts moved with the axe, and where Han Fei turned into an empty space, without even a lightning shadow. Boom, 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 boom. After only 3 or 5 seconds, the God of War waved his hand, and the giant axe flew back and landed in the hand of the God of War with a clang. Han Fei was excited. So cool. The God of War is really good at wielding axes. The God of War laughed. The seal this person set is quite strong. It seems that he used most of his strength to set up the seal. Besides, this god looks very strong. He directly sent you from the sea realm to this chaotic thunder prison. I'm afraid that with your current physique you won't be able to withstand this place. Han Fei was stunned. Even I can't withstand it. I'm already at the carefree level and have refined the heavenly Dao Jade Marrowbone. Although I've just upgraded and my supreme divine technique has reached its limit, and my star core hasn't been compressed yet, I should be able to withstand this lightning, right? At this moment, Han Fei was in an invincible state and then summoned the God of War, so he didn't sense the power of the lightning. With the God of War here, the lightning all struck his axe, so he really didn't feel how powerful the lightning in the chaotic thunder domain was. God of War said, the lightning in the chaotic thunder domain is very destructive and has a lot of impurities. If you practice the supreme divine technique to the peak of the carefree level, you might be able to do it, but you can't do it with the heavenly Dao Jade Marrowbone alone. It's not that I underestimated you, but you can try it yourself. Chapter 2937. The Patriarch of the Phoenix Divine Race, 1:2937. The Patriarch of the Phoenix Divine Race, Han Fei, was a little skeptical. He knew that the chaotic lightning domain couldn't be simple. Just look at the chaotic ice domain. Above the ice of the chaotic wasteland. It wasn't even the chaotic ice domain, but only the radiation range of the chaotic ice domain. Even a peak-level sky opener or even a Dao Lock-level powerhouse couldn't last 500 seconds in it. Before he mastered the Dao of extreme cold, he could stay there for 10 days or half a month, but definitely not 3 or 5 months. If it was the real chaotic ice domain, it would definitely be more terrifying than above the ice. Han Fei pondered and realized that it did seem to be dangerous. Han Fei took a step forward and left the protection of the God of War. In a moment, hundreds of terrifying lightning bolts struck down. Han Fei's expression changed slightly. Sure enough, this lightning bolt seemed to contain some chaotic power. There seemed to be the power of chaos, impure power of the great Tao, and even some messy power of laws. If this lightning wasn't filtered, it was unimaginably impure and difficult to absorb. However, when the lightning struck him, power would inevitably enter his body. Such a messy power or law would constantly impact his body and shake his soul. In the long run, he would definitely die. Han Fei's face changed slightly. If he was really trapped here by the god of the heavenly race, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Different from the chaotic ice domain, the power here was too impure, and the lightning was extremely aggressive and could lock on the enemy. At this time, the God of War came with his big axe and said, "What do you think? Am I right?" Han Fei was puzzled. This chaotic lightning domain seems a little different from the chaotic ice domain. The God of War said casually, "Of course. The power of the chaotic ice domain is relatively pure. That extreme cold can't accommodate other laws and great Daos. But this chaotic thunder domain is different. Lightning is extremely destructive, but it's also extremely inclusive. Therefore, lightning is the most difficult to resist. Otherwise, why would the heavenly tribulation be so dangerous? However, I'll protect you. You can enter your origin star and come out when you cultivate to the peak of the carefree level, and then you can barely survive. After all, no seal can trap you now." "No, I have a lot of things to do. I have to go back to the sea realm." The situation of the human race was unpredictable. Although Chu-Hao was guarding it, a super large-scale war against the human race would definitely erupt. It was fine if he was in the sea realm because he could arrive in a few days. However, who knew where this chaotic thunder domain was? However, the God of War said, "Then I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to go back for the time being." Although I don't know which chaotic thunder domain this chaotic thunder domain is, it's definitely not close to the sea realm. Besides, in this thunder domain, you can't unleash high speeds at all. Otherwise, just like when I slashed the seal just now, billions of lightning bolts will follow and blow you to death. Of course, if someone helps you in the sea realm, you can return quickly. You mean to open a spatial node the moment a sky opener died to help me return? The god of war nodded. But there are a few prerequisites. First of all, there must be someone's refined star outside your origin star, such as a follower's. Yes, Hong Yu and many people from the 7-kill army had refined their origin stars and placed them outside his origin star, so there was no problem. Han Fei knew what the god of war meant, which was to have Hong Yue bring someone's origin star over. As long as that person was sacrificed and an instant node was established with his star bead, Han Fei could quickly achieve a descent across space through that refined star. Han Fei thought for a moment and nodded slightly. That's not a big problem. God of War, that's good. Do you want me to take you out of the chaotic thunder zone? I can help you a little. Han Fei, the corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Is this chaotic thunder domain large? The God of War glanced at it. It's not small. It's just about the size of the West Sea Divine Realm. Han Fei was speechless. Is this damn place so big? Han Fei didn't know how big the West Sea Divine Realm was, but the wilderness in the East Sea Divine Realm spanned more than 8 light years. No. 8 light years was just the distance from the chaotic wasteland to the divine capital dynasty. Han Fei didn't know how exactly big the East Sea Divine Realm was. Looking at the infinite lightning, Han Fei thought for a moment and said, Senior, if the impurities in the lightning can be purified, what do you think about using them for cultivation? The God of War raised his eyebrows. Can you do that? If you can get pure lightning, in a sense, it's equivalent to a mini heavenly tribulation. Han Fei grinned and said, I've decided. I want to walk out on my own. The God of War looked at Han Fei strangely and then laughed. Not bad. It seems that you still have a lot of secrets. Then set me an altar. I'm going back. Wait a minute, Han Fei said. Senior, you've come all the way here. Let's chat. I happen to have some questions for you. I think you might know the guy you just hacked to death. The God of War shook his head. I don't know him. I've never seen him. Who is he? Han Fei said. I'm referring to the god who possessed that person. The heavenly race in the East Sea Divine Realm has a god who plays with doors. Do you have any impression? The God of War continued to shake his head. No, not at all. The East Sea Divine Realm is far away from the West Sea Divine Real, chapter 2938. The Patriarch of the Phoenix Divine Race, 22938. The Patriarch of the Phoenix Divine Race, Han Fei said, well, that god situation seems to be a little similar to yours. He seems to be trapped somewhere in the Sea of Stars, and he keeps mentioning a road. That road seems to be very difficult to turn back on. Senior, do you know this road? Shh. The God of War was stunned for a moment and said, he mentioned this? Seeing the God of War's reaction, Han Fei continued, that's right. He also mentioned that some of the strongest gods embarked on this path but haven't returned to this day. It's unknown if they're dead or alive. After a moment of silence, the God of War said, I know that path, but it's different from where I am. With my current strength, I'm afraid I'm not qualified to embark on that path. Han Fei was stunned. You are not even qualified to embark on that path? Aren't you known as the God of War? Blushing, the God of War stretched his neck and said, I am the God of War, not God-slaying. Just because I can fight a god doesn't mean I can win. Of course, if I can break the divine shackles, you may not believe it, then I'll be one of the strongest. Seeing that Han Fei was obviously not convinced, the God of War flexed the muscles on his arm and said, let me tell you, don't underestimate the Supreme Divine Technique. This technique is called the Supreme Divine Technique and is terrifyingly powerful. For example, ordinary carefree level cultivators are nothing to you. You can kill them with a single punch. When it comes to the realm of gods, although it's not as exaggerated, it's still the same. Han Fei asked, do the gods also have levels? God of War, number. Gods don't have realms, it's just the difference in combat power. As for how to measure this difference, I won't know until I become a god. By the way, do you have any experience with the Supreme Divine Technique? If you do, remember to tell me. You look quite smart. If you figure out the secrets of the Supreme Divine Technique and help me become a god, I'll take you to conquer the Sea of Stars. Ha Fei shook his head. Then you'd better wait until I become a great monarch. When I reach the peak of the Supreme Divine Technique, I might be able to comprehend it. The God of War didn't talk about this with Han Fei. Although he was also looking forward to Han Fei's study of the Supreme Divine Technique, to be honest, Han Fei was still in a fast cultivation period. It had only been 200 years since he learned the Supreme Divine Technique. With such a short time, it was unrealistic for Han Fei to give suggestions. However, the God of War was still very happy to see Han Fei. After all, in his opinion, there were too few of his kind. He had taught the Supreme Divine Technique to countless people, but Han Fei was the only one who grew so fast, crushing the other people he bet on. I'm just kidding. Well, I'm really leaving. Instead of wasting time chatting with you, I'd better retract the power of my clone. This is also a very powerful power. It's a pity to use such a powerful power to chat. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. All right, you should go back early. Alas, I contributed a great monarch to you this time. You should keep your war god seal to me, right? Maybe I can get you 2 great monarchs next time. The God of War smacked his lips. If it were anyone else, he would have refused. The price he had to pay to send this clone here was huge. But Han Fei, this guy took an unusual path. In less than 100 years, he had already killed 3 great monarchs. Maybe he could really get more great monarchs for him. With this in mind, the god of war agreed decisively. Okay, I'll keep it for you, but you can occasionally sacrifice a few monarchs to me. We're friends. When I become a god, I'll take you to conquer the Sea of Stars. Han Fei automatically ignored the last sentence. If you can become a god, you would have become a god long ago. Now you're trapped somewhere and you're talking about conquering the Sea of Stars? I don't believe you. With the god of war blocking the vast lightning, it would be easy for Han Fei to prepare the altar. After only a few seconds, an altar was built. When the fire curtain rose, the curtain was seen pierced through, and a huge hook flew out from it. The war god's clone grabbed the fish hook with one hand and crawled in with Yi Beige's remains. In the end, the god of war even greeted Han Fei. Then I'm leaving. Han Fei waved goodbye. Take care, senior. Buzz. The moment the god of war entered the fire curtain, Han Fei entered his origin star almost at the same time. Although it was a chaotic lightning domain, it wouldn't restrict one from entering their origin stars. However, when lightning erupted crazily, the bodies of the people in the chaotic lightning domain were in a strong state of resistance and the spatial nodes were unstable, so they couldn't enter under normal circumstances. However, Han Fei didn't intend to cultivate against the lightning. His top priority was to enter his origin star. Just now, his connection with his origin star was blocked, causing the little vine to return, which he couldn't see. As soon as he entered the origin star, Han Fei found that the 7th small vine had returned to the demon purification pot. At this moment, a tremendous amount of energy resources in the origin star were frantically drilling into the demon purification pot. The 6th small pill had been growing for a period of time and now had turned red. It seemed to be maturing. Of course, the ripening of the 6th small pill extracted too much spiritual energy, immortal energy, and chaotic energy from the origin star. As a result, the billions of humans on the outer surface of the origin star thought that the spiritual energy was exhausted and the world was about to collapse, so they were all praying to the heavens, hoping that the gods would bless all living beings. Chapter 2939. The Patriarch of the Phoenix Divine Race, 2939. The Patriarch of the Phoenix Divine Race, 32 Han Fei, didn't care. He took out hundreds of refined stars and made them surround the demon purification pot. The demon purification pot had a huge appetite every time it grew, but was he short of resources? Seeing that hundreds of refined stars were sucked away at the same time, Han Fei only smiled and didn't pay much attention. After all, it was only the 7th vine. How much could it eat? After doing all this, Han Fei came to the quagmire of the Sea of Stars with a thought. With a few more steps, he arrived in the Sea of Stars. Eldest senior brother, are you there? Han Fei didn't delay. The primordial star tree was still waiting for him to save. In any case, it wasn't easy for him to save it. He couldn't just watch it be refined to death. The eldest senior brother was as reliable as ever. He replied to Han Fei's messages almost instantly, and his voice appeared in Han Fei's mind. Little junior brother, you've already entered the carefree level, but now you need patience and composure. Yes, thank you for your reminder, eldest senior brother. Well, eldest senior brother, can you help me contact Feng Yu? Although Han Fei could contact Feng Yu through the fire pattern token, he didn't know how far away the Sea of Stars he was in was from her. It was a question whether she could receive his message or not. Besides, it was better to talk to her in person. Eldest senior brother said, enter the Void Temple. Okay, eldest senior brother. The bronze door opened and Han Fei slipped in with a swish. After waiting for a moment, Feng Yu patted the flames on her body as she came in. Although Han Fei couldn't see Feng Fei's current state through the void, she looked travel-worn and seemed to be experiencing some kind of battle just now. As soon as Feng Yu entered the Void Temple, she said, Little junior brother, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry to find me? I had to forcibly exit a battle. Han Fei said, Senior sister, don't worry about the battles for now. Are you in the chaotic fire domain now? Feng Yu said, Yes, but not entirely. I'm fighting outside the fire domain at the moment, but I'm very close. Most of the time, I'm in the chaotic fire domain. Little junior brother, did you come over to show me that you've stepped into the carefree level? Then we don't have anything to talk about, Han Fei said. Of course not. Senior sister, can you do me a favor? Oh? Feng Yu was overjoyed. Ha, you need my help? You've been fighting like crazy in the East Sea Divine Realm. People who don't know you think you've become a great monarch. Han Fei said gloomily, let's get down to business. Han Fei said solemnly, Senior sister, I want you to help me save a great monarch from the chaotic fire field. What? Upon hearing this, Feng Yu felt terrible. Wait, me? Save a great monarch? Which great monarch can be saved by me? Han Fei didn't hide it and said bluntly, it's like this. I snuck into the gate of heaven in the East Sea Divine Realm, blah blah blah. The primordial star tree is now sealed in the chaotic fire domain by that fish shit god of the heavenly race. I don't know where it is exactly. Anyway, in the entire sea realm, your family is the best at playing with fire. No one knows the chaotic fire domain better than the Phoenix Divine Race, so you have to help me with this. Besides, that primordial star tree can produce the spring of life. It might even give you a few origin grounds in the future. Feng Yu was shocked and speechless. Is this a proper trial at the carefree level? Why are there even gods here? Feng Yu thought about her own trial and then thought about Han Fei's trial, which involved a god, a great monarch, and even the heavenly race's divine tree. Wouldn't the heavenly race blow up? However, Feng Yu clearly realized the severity of the situation. At the same time, she could see that this was a great opportunity. According to her junior brother, this primordial star tree was a terrifying existence that had survived the chaotic era. Now that such an existence had been unsealed, once it returned to its peak state, it was not impossible for it to become a god. Feng Yu said, "Little junior brother, take care of yourself. I'll go save it now." Outside the chaotic fire, in a chaotic sea, a group of dozens of people were fighting fiercely with the dark creatures. Buzz. When Feng Yu appeared, someone said, "You came out so quickly? What did you do?" Feng Yu stopped fighting and said with a solemn expression, second uncle, come out quickly. Go back to the clan, now, immediately." Huh? Someone was stunned. "Aren't we in a trial? We squatted for a long time to catch this wave of ominous creatures, and it's over?" Feng Yu said, "Uncles, I have something important to do. I have to return home, and I have to do it quickly." At this moment, a person broke through the void and arrived riding a heavenly phoenix. He said solemnly, "Xiao Yu, are you sure this matter is very important?" "Second uncle, I'm sure it's very important. No, extremely important. 100 waves of ominous creatures can't compare to this matter." Okay, with a wave of Feng Yu's second uncle's hand, flames burned in the sky for 1,000,000 kilometers, and the brilliant heavenly might burned the void to the point of distortion and finally collapsing. The ominous creatures that Feng Yu fought with them were all purified in an instant, which showed how powerful her second uncle was. Feng Yu said, "Second uncle, take me away." Okay, a moment later, in the chaotic fire domain, Feng Yu's second uncle looked at this heavenly talent of their clan in shock. "What did you say? The primordial star tree, the ancestral tree of the heavenly race? It survived the chaotic era until now?" "Girl, don't joke around. You just went to your origin star just now." Chapter 2940. The Patriarch of the Phoenix Divine Race for 2940. The Patriarch of the Phoenix Divine Race for Feng Yu said cutely, "Second uncle, I have my own information channel. This matter is absolutely true, and it happened only a moment ago. The primordial star tree was sealed in a corner of the chaotic fire region by a god who wanted to refine it to death." Feng Yu's second uncle narrowed his eyes slightly. It had only been a short while since the incident in the East Sea Divine Realm, and the news hadn't even left the heavenly race yet, but Feng Yu already knew about it. What kind of intelligence ability was this? Could it be that when Feng Yu was in the East Sea Divine Realm, she placed someone's refined star outside her origin star? Even so, it was impossible. With such a huge matter, not to mention that Feng Yu hadn't proven Tao at that time, no monarch would refine his origin star and put it outside Feng Yu's origin star. It was impossible for anyone to come into contact with such a thing if he wasn't in the monarch realm. Even if there was, how could a mere Tao prover have the ability to come into contact with information at this level? Furthermore, she knew so much in detail as if she had personally experienced it. It was possible to send a message from the East Sea Divine Realm through the special flame emblem of their clan, but if such a thing really happened to the heavenly race, who would have the leisure time to send a message to Feng Yu with the flame emblem at such a critical moment? Besides, how would the other party know that the primordial star tree had been sealed into the chaotic fire domain by a god? Therefore, according to Feng Yu's description, it was easy to tell that he was a direct participant in this matter. He had told Feng Yu in some way to seek the help of the Phoenix Divine Race. Only half a day later, in the forbidden land of fire of the Phoenix Divine Race, 3 great monarchs stood in front of Feng Yu. Among them, in addition to her second uncle, there was a beautiful woman and a seemingly gentle old man. Feng Yu said, "Patriarch, that's what happened. We have to save the primordial star tree. It's beneficial to us." The female great monarch said, "Little girl, let's not talk about how you got this information. However, once the Phoenix Divine Race saves the primordial star tree, we will be enemies with the heavenly race." "Do you think this matter is worth it?" Feng Yu said without hesitation. "Of course it's worth it. Who does the heavenly race think they are? If they dare to attack us after we save the primordial star tree, we'll just kill them." The 3 great monarchs, second uncle, held his forehead and said, "Girl, the heavenly race are actually very strong. In the sea realm, there are actually 2 heavenly races. One is in the East Sea Divine Realm, and the other is in the Central Sea Divine Realm. Although the 2 sides seem to have lost contact, they are still from the heavenly race. On the Central Sea Divine Realm side, well, they have 3 great monarchs." Feng Yu asked, "Were the heavenly races very powerful in the past? Were their heritages so strong?" Shocking uncle said, "Sure. Do you think that the superpowers that can still establish themselves in the sea realm today are all useless? Therefore, unless it's necessary, we have to consider this matter carefully." The well-rounded woman said, "Furthermore, the heavenly race of the Central Sea God Province, or to be exact, those forces, are deeply intertwined in the Central Sea Divine Realm. The slightest carelessness will cause not only conflicts between the Phoenix Divine Clan and the heavenly race, but may be even more serious than this." At this moment, the patriarch of the Phoenix divine race smiled and said, "Girl, if you give us a reason that we have to save them, I'm not afraid of them. For example, how do you know that God sealed the primordial star tree?" Feng Yu blushed and complained in her heart, "Little junior brother, you owe me one. You'll have to pay me back next time." In fact, all three of them knew that Feng Yu had a secret, but with their abilities, they were actually unable to perceive what the secret was. It wasn't that they really wanted to know, but they valued Feng Yu too much. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, there was no disciple of the Phoenix divine race who was more talented than Feng Yu, so nothing must happen to Feng Yu. Huff! Finally, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Feng Yu raised her head slightly. "Patriarch, second uncle, Aunt Huo, you must help me keep what I'm about to say a secret. It wasn't easy for me to hide it until now." The three of them looked at each other and smiled. They were also looking forward to it. Feng Yu said solemnly, "I, Feng Yu, am one of the current descendants of the Void Temple." Buzz! The forbidden land of fire of the Phoenix divine race was in turmoil. The faint smile on the faces of the three great monarchs of the Phoenix divine race turned into dumbfoundedness. Second uncle was stunned. "The current successor of the Void Temple? Isn't it Hanfei?" Feng Yu said indifferently. "That's my junior brother." His Aunt Huo took a deep breath and said, "That lawless Hanfei is your junior brother? You entered the Void Temple earlier than him?" Feng Yu frowned and nodded. "Yes." Ha 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 ha. The patriarch of the Phoenix divine race suddenly laughed. The old man, who was quite kind just now, was in high spirits in the blink of an eye. He shouted in a low voice, "No one must know what Feng Yu said today. I'll personally go to the chaotic fire field. Even if a god comes today, I can have a fight with him. I knew it. Girl, I had been wondering why you have such high standards for men. Now I know the reason. Aunt Huo, in the future, kick out all those who come to ask for marriage." "Who are they? How can they be worthy of our Qilin?" Aunt Huo was also delighted. "Yes, patriarch, they are indeed not worthy." The patriarch shouted, "Juyu, find all the peerless divine techniques and chaotic spiritual treasures in our clan. Yor wants to use them. Even if Hanfei is in the light and Yor is in the dark, there will be potential danger, so she can't lack life-saving items." Second uncle, "Yes, patriarch." Feng Yu said, "Patriarch, actually, there's no need to do this. I've actually already saved a lot of resources. I don't lack divine techniques, and I can't just count on chaotic spiritual treasures. I still have to cultivate." The patriarch said, "Nonsense. How can you not be short of treasures? After we rescue the primordial star tree, you should refine the second most precious treasure of our Phoenix divine race, the flame immortal wheel." Patriarch, "All right, I've made up my mind. There's no time to lose. Let's set off." Chapter 2941, A Terrifying Level Ominous Lifeform, 1. 294-1, A Terrifying Level Ominous Lifeform, 1 month later. The East Sea Divine Realm was in an uproar. Even though the heavenly race kept the matter of the primordial star tree a secret, it caused such a huge uproar that news gradually spread out. Less than 200 years later, the heavenly race were attacked again, and the heavenly ancestor divine tree was uprooted, which caused a great uproar in the East Sea Divine Realm. And there were still a large number of strong masters from the Central Sea Divine Realm in the East Sea Divine Realm. So this news naturally spread to the Central Sea Divine Realm. For a time, the news of the decline of the heavenly race spread among the strong. In fact, the heavenly race at this moment was far from declining. At least they still had great monarchs and more than 20 monarchs. However, the heavenly race who had lost the inheritance of the heavenly ancestral tree and the door talent had already declined in the eyes of many large factions. Regarding this, the divine capital dynasty didn't say anything. The capital of horror was gloating. Many Sea Realm heavenly talents who originally wanted to squeeze their heads into the gate of heaven hesitated and began to flow towards places like the Fistlight Mountain and the Ghost Strait. At this moment, on Hanfei's origin star, Hanfei was waiting for the moment when the sixth small pill ripened. His hands were already under the fruit, waiting for it to fall off. Hanfei had to admit that he underestimated the demon purification pot's absorption of resources. This time, only the seventh vine returned, and the sixth small pill matured. As a result, the demon purification pot consumed the energy and resources of 86 pieces of refined stars. Of course, it wasn't like Hanfei didn't bear to lose these refined stars, but this was only the seventh vine. Then would the eighth vine absorb dozens of times more resources. Besides, this was only a one-time use, not counting the daily absorption of the vine. Besides, the time acceleration in his origin star would also consume a lot of resources. Hanfei couldn't help but think that if the ninth vine returned, most of his resources would probably be eaten up. In addition to his need for resources, Little Black and Little White's needs, and the needs of the human race, for a moment, Hanfei felt that the road ahead was long and he was far from rich. Clatterwhile. While Hanfei was lost in thought, suddenly, the sixth small pill fell off. Hanfei was overjoyed. Looking at the small pill that was emitting a red glow, Hanfei's eyes were burning. After consuming this sixth pill, the user would attain a lifespan as long as the heaven and earth, and an invincible divine body. He would be able to cultivate the supreme divine body, breathe like the four seasons and ever-changing weather, and sound like thunders, with eyes that outshine the sun, moon, and stars, a body as stable as the four earth poles and as vast as the earth, blood as boundless as the rivers and seas, and thoughts that flow like rain and dew. Although the supreme divine technique was also a body-refining technique, it was just an ordinary body. Although it could continuously strengthen one's body, it didn't have the characteristics of being indestructible. Of course, it was impossible for the real body to be really indestructible, but at least after taking this pill, his physique would be fundamentally different from his current one. Han Fei wasn't worried that he would lose balance between his body and soul after taking the sixth divine pill. As long as he had the God-fiend formless technique, this wouldn't happen. If this trend really happened, his body or soul that was suddenly strengthened would definitely be unable to continue being strengthened because of the restrictions of the technique. At the very least, Han Fei could transform the energy between his strength and soul. Although too many transformations would cause his foundation to be unstable, this could always be slowly made up for over time, and he happened to be in the chaotic thunder domain. If such a situation happened, he could completely use the power of lightning to polish his foundation and return to his peak state. Thinking about that, Han Fei swallowed the sixth pill without hesitation. In front of the demon purification pot, Han Fei sat cross-legged. The divine pill entered his body and his blood was surging. After only 5 seconds, Han Fei felt that his entire body was in a spasming state. Even though he thought he was tough, his face couldn't help but twist. This was because he felt that every inch of bone in his body seemed to be squeezed, every trace of flesh and blood, and every meridian seemed to be about to be annihilated. Including his soul, Han Fei felt that his soul was also suffering unprecedented torture. It felt no different from his body. He felt that his soul seemed to have been crushed. This situation lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The pain he had experienced before gradually subsided. Han Fei could clearly feel that his bones, flesh, and blood seemed to have changed, and his soul had changed from its previous invisible state. At this moment, he felt that his soul was liquefying, turning from a void soul to a void liquid. That feeling was extremely strange. It was as if his body and soul suddenly had an indestructible characteristic. At that moment, he felt like the sky, the earth, and every blade of grass and tree on his origin star. He even felt that he was the wind, the rain, the drifting immortal chi, and the shining brilliance. It seemed that he was the world, and the world was him. He realized that he no longer needed to use the power of the heavenly Tao, because he was the heavenly Tao. He could fight endlessly and no longer be troubled by the consumption of spiritual power. This was because his spiritual power was the spiritual power of the world. So that's what it means. Han Fei's eyes flashed. The so-called indestructibility meant that he could transform the heavenly Tao into his power at any time. The so-called thoughts are like rain and dew, was like the laws between heaven and earth, which were tangible and intangible. The same was true for the soul. His soul sea itself is composed of intangible chi, but now it has become a tangible liquid. And now, within this intangible existence, tangible forms were bred, reaching higher levels. Chapter 2942, A Terrifying Level Ominous Life Form 2W2. 2942, A Terrifying Level Ominous Life Form. 2, however, the indestructibility didn't mean that he wouldn't perish. If a great monarch or a god could easily lock down a world, there was still a possibility of him being killed. Therefore, the so-called indestructible characteristic was that he could be indestructible without external force. Besides, he only felt that his body was indestructible. He didn't feel that it had become a divine body. Everything was in good shape except for his body. Although it had been strengthened, Han Fei didn't think it was much. He could only guess that the so-called indestructibility of the divine body didn't mean that it would never shatter. Instead, even after being shattered, it would not truly perish as long as it didn't completely disappear. Even if the body was shattered and reorganized, its strength would be no different from before the shattering. In the past, body refiners were most afraid of their bodies being shattered. Although they could still be rebuilt, it would take a long time for them to return to their peak state. They would have to constantly nourish and repair their bodies, and it was very easy for them to have hidden injuries. But now, this problem should be gone. Suddenly, Han Fei seemed to realize something. He looked at his bloodline information. Number of races in the infinite ocean, 2009-6 2000-1397. Ranking of the host's bloodline, the 10,086 bloodlines nearby, twin yin-yang spirit-swallowing fish, emperor sparrow, recommended bloodline, none. When Han Fei saw the data, he couldn't help taking a deep breath. Sure enough, the sixth divine pill didn't just help him comprehend the indestructible characteristics. With his spiritual power, heavenly Tao comprehension ability, and even physique enhanced, there was no reason why his bloodline wouldn't be enhanced. His entire life level was improving, and his bloodline ranking had been raised by more than 18,000 places all of a sudden, almost entering the top 10,000 of the entire sea of stars. Han Fei didn't know the ranking of the bloodline of the ancient human race, but he knew that his bloodline had been upgraded bit by bit. The level of this bloodline could already be ranked among the top among all the races. If he advanced to the immortal level later, his bloodline would definitely be among the top 10,000. He looked at his data only to see the following information. Owner, Hanfei level, 1114 carefree level. Bloodline rank in the infinite ocean, 10,086 immortal chi, 60,000 soul, 908 origin strength, 908 star powers, first spiritual heritage, origin spiritual heritage, second spiritual heritage, eternal darkness, spiritual heritage, first spiritual beast, twin yin yang sky swallowing fish, level 100, second spiritual beast, the emperor sparrow, level 111. Main art, god fiend formless technique. Sure enough, my physique hasn't been strengthened much, but I'm indeed different from before. My combat power doesn't seem to have increased much, but my hidden combat power has at least increased several times. Hanfei grinned and suddenly stood up. Some transparent pale golden matter that emitted a faint spiritual fragrance overflowed from his body. It seems that no matter what stage it is, it can't be called a true pure body. Buzz. Hanfei came to the sea of stars, flicked his finger, and a point of spiritual energy shot out. With a swish, it tore through the void and slashed out a void crack. My pure combat power has increased by about 50%. It's not as much as double. However, this shouldn't be the ultimate effect of the sixth divine pill. At least, my cultivation speed and potential should have improved, but I can't confirm it. T-ski, I really want to have a fight. Hanfei put on a faint smile. If he were besieged by those people from the Central Sea Divine Realm again, he was confident that he could kill more than 60% of them. However, Hanfei wasn't proud. The effect of the sixth divine pill was in terms of life level and potential. If he encountered a great monarch, he wouldn't be able to fight back at all. He might not even be able to defeat immortal level cultivators. However, from the looks of it, the life level of an immortal level cultivator might not be comparable to his. This was because, in a sense, he could be considered an immortal level cultivator now. It was just that he hadn't comprehended this level himself, but by taking the sixth divine pill. Therefore, he wasn't sure what he should comprehend at the immortal level. He would ask his senior brothers at the next gatherings. Now that he had taken the sixth divine pill, it was time to test the demon purification pot's present power. Hanfei came to his origin star again and shouted, "Time chain, evolve." Above the origin star, between the heavens and earth, the time chain appeared and revolved, and a new time chain was strengthening. 28 days later, after consuming 624 refined stars, the time acceleration of his origin stars was finally increased to 512 times. Although the consumption was huge, the gains were indescribable. However, Hanfei also discovered that the consumption of resources this time was huge. Compared to the last time, it was not just 100 times more, but more than 1,000 times. According to this consumption, the next evolution of the time lock would probably require a great monarch level origin star. Next was naturally the deduction function of the demon purification pot. Previously, many great techniques had been deduced to the upper limit. Some didn't need to be deduced, so he didn't continue deducing them. But now, with the return of the seventh small vine, the demon purification pot was enough for most of the deductions. Of course, before the deduction, he had to absorb more chaotic chi and refine more immortal chi for the deduction. Among the many techniques, Hanfei chose the most important ones. After condensing nearly 20 million points of immortal chi, he finally deduced 3 techniques. Every deduction was a complicated learning process. At this moment, the techniques deduced by the demon purification pot were no longer simple. Although the deduction was fast, it would take time to study these techniques thoroughly. Finally, Hanfei stayed in his origin star for nearly 40 years before completely cultivating 3 techniques. They were Chapter 2943, a terrifying level ominous lifeform, 32943, a terrifying level ominous lifeform, 3 divine concealment, unrated. Introduction. On the basis of the heavenly concealment divine technique, it completely simulates the rules of the heavenly Tao. With the rules of the heavenly Tao, it can simulate one's face, voice, body, aura, luck, suppressing pressure, great Tao, and so on. The divine concealment technique can completely hide one's true strength. It can even imitate the aura of a great monarch of the same great Tao. This technique can hide the secrets of the heavens and completely simulate the laws. When others see it, it's like seeing the heavenly Tao. Only gods can detect it. Disadvantages. This technique can deceive the world. If you pretend to be a creature, you will automatically absorb the law of the person you pretend to be. It's easy to cause a conflict of laws. It's recommended to choose a powerhouse of the same great Tao to disguise as. Note, every time you disguise as a creature, you will understand everything about it. Those with weak willpower were easily forgetful of themselves. The most terrifying thing about this technique was that it could simulate the aura of a great monarch. This gave him many choices. A great monarch, the intimidation effect was evident. In comparison, it was impossible for him to forget himself. Hanfei believed that his mind was extremely firm and wouldn't be easily shaken. As for pretending to be a cultivator of the same great Tao, this was actually not very meaningful. He just needed to pretend to be an unfamiliar great monarch. Could his great Tao be restricted to him? In short, this was a divine concealment technique. It had already reached the extreme of disguise technique and couldn't continue to be deduced. The second, 10,000 law sky traveling technique. Monarch level, ultra quality. Introduction, born from the wings of the void, derived from the microdistance of the void, the 10,000 law sky traveling technique was once the divine magic of Kunpeng. It allows practitioners to transform themselves into laws, achieving a law leap and turning the void into a microdistance. By inscribing Tao patterns onto themselves, they can harness the power of the technique. To master this art, one must possess an extremely strong physique and deepen their comprehension of the laws to increase their speed. The most powerful practitioners can even transform laws into wings to swiftly navigate the void. However, the duration of the technique cannot be too long, lest one risks complete transformation into laws. Deduction cost, 50 million immortal chi effect, void microdistance, sky travel disadvantage. It can't be used for long. Note 1. Whoever practices this technique must have an extremely strong physique. Note 2. Once thoroughly transformed into a law, you may lose yourself and be assimilated by the law of the heavens. This was a speed-type ultra-quality technique after deducing the void wings 4 times. This technique alone cost 12 million points of immortal chi. There was no telling if Han Fei made the wrong choice in the basic technique he deduced, or if it was because speed-type techniques were rare in the first place. Anyway, after spending 12 million points of immortal chi, the 10,000 law sky traveling technique he got in the end was only a monarch-level, divine quality technique, not a divine quality one. Han Fei really didn't have the energy to continue absorbing 50 million points of immortal chi for deducing. However, this technique was indeed extraordinary. After refining it, Han Fei's current speed reached about 270 times the speed of light without borrowing any power. In the void world, his speed was only 300 times the speed of light. Now, with this technique, Han Fei could travel at nearly 800 times the speed of light in the void world, and he hadn't fully mastered the technique yet. With this speed, Han Fei knew that he had the ability to compete with immortal-level powerhouses. However, this was not enough. His carefree path was far from over. However, this was a good start. Finally, it was the deduction of the Godfiend Formless technique. Since Han Fei obtained the Godfiend Formless technique, he knew that this technique could be deduced, but at that time, he couldn't. Perhaps it was because no one had cultivated this technique before, so it was difficult to have a reference. Therefore, the Godfiend Formless technique was actually only a sky-opening level, divine quality technique. After some deduction, he obtained the Godfiend Body, a monarch level, divine quality technique. Godfiend Body, monarch level, divine quality technique. Introduction, derived from the Godfiend Formless technique, this technique can only be practiced by those who follow the dual extreme Tao. It is suitable for all races and compatible with all Taos in the world. By practicing this technique, the soul and body are cultivated together, circulating through the same spiritual heritage, merging, entangling, and transforming each other until they eventually merge into one. Once the soul and body are merged, there is no path ahead. One must create a new path. This practice is too shocking and violates the will of heaven. As most races are born with a single spiritual heritage, it is difficult to practice both the soul and the body, making it easy to cause drastic changes in one's personality, physical form, and even the soul, even leading to complete transformation into a demon. This technique is not included in the rankings of the myriad races of the vast sea. Effect: a perfect balance between the soul and the physique until the two integrate into one. Disadvantage: 1. It perfectly conforms to the heavenly Tao. When in a pass, you will definitely suffer the backlash of the heavenly Tao. Disadvantage 2. All races are born with one spiritual heritage which can't accommodate dual techniques. If you cultivate this technique, it's very easy for you to mutate and fall into the demonic Tao. Note 1. To cultivate this technique, you must have an extremely powerful spiritual will. Otherwise, you will definitely fall into the demonic Tao. Note 2. The creator of this technique is both a god and a demon. Note 3. No one has ever touched the path of soul-body integration. It remains unknown if it's good or bad. After studying the Godfiend Body, Han Fei suspected that there was no transition technique between the Godfiend Formless technique and this technique. However, the existence of the Godfiend Body made him wonder if someone had embarked on this path in the long river of time. Unfortunately, these were all unknown puzzles, but at least there was definitely no further cultivation technique after Godfiend Body. If one day he reached the so-called state of soul-body integration, if he wanted to go further, he could only create a new path himself. In the end, Han Fei stayed in the origin star for nearly 50 years. Only about 70 days had passed in the outside world. Chapter 2944-2944, a terrifying level ominous lifeform, 42944, a terrifying level ominous lifeform, 4.4. Han Fei wanted to continue cultivating for a while, but suddenly heard his eldest senior brother's voice transmission. Feng Yu wants to inform Han Fei that the primordial star tree has been successfully rescued. She said that the heavenly race's god had laid an extremely huge and difficult to find seal. It wasn't easy for them to find it. In addition, Feng Yu sent a message saying that she had sacrificed a lot to help Han Fei save the primordial star tree. Han Fei didn't know what Feng Yu sacrificed, but it was good that she found the primordial star tree. It wasn't easy for him to find such an old tree. Its value was immeasurable. If it could be used by him, it would be a blessing for the human race. If it couldn't be used by him, this primordial star tree owed him 2 lives. If this guy really dared to burn the bridge after crossing it, he would burn it one day and turn its trunk into a chaotic spiritual treasure. However, at this moment, the primordial star tree couldn't return to the East Sea divine realm. Everyone knew that the heavenly race's ancestral tree was gone and coveted it. It could only stay in the Phoenix divine race for the time being. When he had time in the future, he would go fetch this old tree back. This time, Han Fei's wishes were all fulfilled. The little vine of the demon purification pot returned, the 6th divine pill was ripe and taken, the time lock evolved, and the great techniques were deduced. Next, it was time for him to cultivate. Ever since he advanced to the carefree level, he hadn't cultivated. He had only consolidated his cultivation slightly when he was in the heavenly race. Now, he had to cultivate as much as possible before those beastards from the Central Sea Divine Realm launched an attack on the human race. Buzz, chaotic lightning domain. Han Fei came out of his origin star. As soon as he appeared, many lightning bolts struck. Boom boom boom. The continuous lightning strikes twisted Han Fei's long hair and made him frown. Yin-yang great millstone. Even if the lightning in the chaotic thunder zone was indeed dangerous, it was impossible to kill a Tao prover in one go, let alone mysterious creatures like Little Black and Little White. This cultivation could not only allow him to grow quickly, but also allow Little Black and Little White to grow quickly. Of course, the Emperor Sparrow didn't like the chaotic lightning domain. His strength was mostly strange and he hated lightning very much. Han Fei sat cross-legged under the yin-yang millstone. The lightning, filtered by Little Black and Little White, hit Han Fei, and even its power was weakened. However, in terms of quality, this could barely be considered a miniature heavenly tribulation. On average, every 10 days, Han Fei would take out the Mystic Martial Monarch armor, set up the Turtle Shell Sky Sealing Array, and then enter the Origin Star to rest. When he had enough rest, he would come out, 33 years later. In a chaotic lightning domain in the Sea of Stars, a figure was flashing rapidly with a strange footwork, shuttling through the countless lightning bolts. Buzz. After the figure came out of the vast Sea of Lightning, he looked back at the Sea of Lightning and sighed. I'm finally out. Han Fei was not wearing any armor. In addition to being struck by lightning, he had also been practicing footwork. The Supreme Divine Technique, the Godfiend Body, the 10,000 Law Sky Traveling Technique, the Heavenly Tao Visualization Technique. With the help of all these techniques, he came out 33 years later. Although it was only 33 years, under such an extreme environment, ordinary carefree level cultivators couldn't even stay for 33 days, let alone 33 years. Therefore, Han Fei had gained a lot. On the Sea Realm side, Hong Yu would report every half month. However, recently, Hong Yu reported every 5 days on average. At that moment, the human race stopped in the wilderness for the 7th time to undergo a trial. It was also from this time that the human race gradually began to suffer the invasion of sea demons. There were many of them, forcing the human race to stop and start a long practical trial. But fortunately, at this moment, the human race had approached the Godfiend Sea. It was also because of this that Han Fei stopped cultivating and came out of the chaotic thunder domain. If nothing went wrong, the first challenge of the human race was coming. However, he had no idea how big of a scheme the people from the Central Sea Divine Realm were planning this time and how they were going to execute it. Although Luo Xiaobai said that it was just a test, since the test had begun, the battle wouldn't be far away. Han Fei was considering whether he should return to the human race. Suddenly, Han Fei raised his eyebrows, and his body moved away with a hum, with dancing lightning arcs in the void. When Han Fei looked back, he saw a figure rushing over. Before Han Fei saw the figure clearly, he felt a strong darkness suddenly descend. Huh? Ominous? Han Fei frowned slightly. In the vast sea of stars, the possibility of encountering an ominous creature as soon as he left the chaotic thunder domain was almost zero. Unless that damn heavenly race's god deliberately chose this place. Immediately, Han Fei figured it out. The heavenly race's god wanted to force him to use his trump card, but he had almost died at that time. In that state, could he kill him? Obviously not, so he never thought of killing Han Fei in person. He had set up many escape routes and set up a seal in an attempt to wear him down to death. If he succeeded, it would be great. If the seal couldn't kill Han Fei or was broken by Han Fei, as long as Han Fei wasn't taken away by someone, he would bet that Han Fei would leave the chaotic thunder domain. Perhaps it was because he felt that Han Fei couldn't enter his own origin star under the dense lightning. And once Han Fei left the chaotic thunder zone, he would inevitably encounter ominous creatures, so these ominous creatures were the trump cards of the heavenly race's god. What a cunning old fox. At this moment, Han Fei took half a step back and let the black shadow on the opposite side sweep in front of him. Only then did he see clearly that this ominous creature was in human form, a little like a ghost. It had scarlet eyes, and in its cracked empty mouth were black, sharp, shadow-like teeth. If they suddenly appeared, they could scare ordinary people to death. At this moment, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name A. Terrifying level ominous life form. Introduction. This is a terrifying level ominous creature that was formed from a completely corrupted corruption level ominous life form. It's full of negative energy and has lost all intelligence. Its combat skills are unknown because the source of its negative energy is unknown. A level 116 ominous level. Terrifying level O realm. Carefree level O battle techniques. Unknown O collectible O1. Level 4 energy crystal O1 absorbable. A note O- level only represents the current state of the ominous life form and has nothing to do with its strength. Chapter 2945. Ancient Thunder Temple. In the Sea of Star, New 945. Ancient Thunder Temple in the Sea of Star, New 945. Ancient Thunder Temple in the Sea of Star. New note, a terrifying level ominous life form. Carefree level. There was no time for Hanfei to think. The god's prayer bead on Hanfei's neck suddenly glowed brightly. Hanfei waved his hand and summoned divine brilliance. Enshrouded by this brilliance, this terrifying level ominous life form seemed to be burning. Its ghost claw that grabbed at Hanfei had a sizzling sound and a large swath of ominous aura dissipated. Roar. As the horrible creature roared, Hanfei felt like his head was hit by a hammer, but it was only a momentary thing. This should be a power similar to a mental attack, because at that moment, Hanfei felt that something was trying to attack his body, but it was instantly purified by the divine brilliance on his body. Puffun, of course, Hanfei couldn't just stand there and take the beating. Before this thing had the time to retract his claws, Hanfei drew out the divine brilliance and turned it into a knife. Then he slashed out, cutting off one of the ominous life form's hands. At the same time, Hanfei moved back and distanced himself from this thing. However, the severed hand didn't dissipate or be recalled by the ominous creature. Instead, like an octopus, it dispersed into the form of a tentacle and tried to entangle Hanfei. Even though Hanfei had the power of purification, it still entangled him without hesitation. Hanfei didn't panic. He punched back, and the invincible fist quickly dispersed the ominous power, as I expect. The corners of Hanfei's mouth curled up slightly. It was impossible to rely on the power of purification in a battle with ominous creatures. He had taken the great Tao of heavenly enlightenment and could summon divine brilliance, but others didn't have such a great Tao. Did people have to cultivate a great Tao with the power of purification in a battle with ominous creatures? Obviously not. Ominous matter was also a kind of energy, a negative kind of energy. In terms of nature, this kind of energy was polluting, parasitic, and could infect others. If people were contaminated and didn't have time to purify the ominous power in their bodies, the power might lie dormant or arouse the negative energy in their bodies. But in the end, it was just a state of energy, and the power of the monarch realm could completely penetrate it. Besides, in monarch-level tribulations, there was a self-severing tribulation, which was meant to cut off one's negative side. Therefore, in theory, all monarchs had the ability to directly fight ominous creatures, but it was simpler for monarchs with the power of purification to deal with ominous creatures. Hanfei felt that when the invincible fist penetrated the ominous matter transformed from the broken hand, the power of laws shattered this ominous matter and also spontaneously purified this power. The law itself had the ability of purification? No, it was just destructive to the ominous power. This was the first time Hanfei had fought the ominous. He had no experience in this aspect. At this moment, he could feel that the power of the law was destructive to the ominous power. However, this destructive power was not complete, because after Hanfei threw out hundreds of punches, nearly half of the ominous power transformed from the severed hand still tried to return to the terrifying ominous life form. The ominous creature didn't retreat because of the cleansing power of the divine light. Instead, it rushed up again. Its arm that had been cut off by Hanfei suddenly grew huge tentacles that looked like long snakes, as if the arm had transformed into a giant python, swinging and thrashing towards Hanfei to attack. 10,000 knives in one. Hanfei didn't retreat, because this instant of confrontation made him realize that this thing didn't seem to be very strong. Immediately, the infinity water turned into tens of thousands of saber beams that poured out like a wave. Every saber edge was enhanced by the power of laws. The terrifying level ominous life form waved its tentacles and spun like a top, shattering many knife lights. When the shattered knife lights turned into infinity water, the power of law attached to infinity water had actually disappeared. The law can't completely crush the other party, but it has an absolute crushing effect on the ownerless ominous power. The ominous power of the ominous life form actually has the power to contend with the power of the law. Does the ominous also master the law? Although this ominous life form was equivalent to a late-stage or peak-level carefree level cultivator, Hanfei was now so strong that he could completely ignore the gap between realms. Unless it was an immortal level cultivator, Hanfei was confident that ordinary people couldn't survive more than 3 blows from him except for a few peerless geniuses at the Tao-proving level and carefree level. It was the same for this ominous creature. After a moment of observation, Hanfei finally came to a few conclusions. Firstly, purification-type great techniques, great Taos or laws could naturally restrain ominous creatures, but they couldn't instantly purify the latter. Secondly, the power of the law had the characteristic of annihilating ominous power, which was the characteristic of annihilating negative things. Thirdly, the ominous power contained a unique power that had the ability to devour part of the law, and the power of the law that was swallowed was likely to transform into the ominous power. Therefore, if one wanted to kill the ominous, he had to form an absolutely crushing situation. Fourthly, the ominous power was very active. If it couldn't be completely purified, they would return to the ominous life form. This might be one of the fundamental reasons why the ominous power was difficult to deal with. Fifthly, ominous had the ability to transform. They would appear in various forms and might even transform into various shapes. Sixthly, the ominous creatures were highly polluting and were good at negative mental shocks. Seventhly, the ominous creature was extremely strong in combat and had various combat methods. It didn't look like a person, but more like a product of the combination of different species. It might know sword techniques, fist techniques, or bow techniques. They mastered various combat forms. Chapter 2946-2946. Ancient Thunder Temple in the Sea of Star, 22946. Ancient Thunder Temple in the Sea of Star, 2. After only a moment, Han Fei had quickly summarized the characteristics of the ominous creatures. This made Han Fei feel that the ominous creatures seemed to be the fusion of multiple people. He even felt that the ominous creatures contained some kind of soul matter, but the source of the soul was different. It was a combination, causing it to seem to be involved in various things. Han Fei was going to continue to fight this terrifying level ominous creature and observe its characteristics, but when he suddenly sensed thousands of ominous creatures surrounding him from all directions, his face changed drastically. Fuck you, damn god. Han Fei's face changed drastically. That damn god of the heavenly race definitely did it on purpose. He didn't send him to this damn place casually, but knew that there was such danger here. And the god of war was only a clone. His perception range might be large, but he probably didn't notice the situation outside the chaotic thunder domain. Fortunately, he had just left the chaotic thunder domain. He could return if he had to. The lightning had absolute restraint on these ominous life forms. This was beyond doubt. Otherwise, how could he have cultivated peacefully in the chaotic thunder domain all these years? At this moment, a large number of ominous creatures arrived. Han Fei naturally wouldn't continue to fight. He suddenly raised his hands and activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. The light of purification erupted here, enveloping the terrifying level ominous creature in front of him. The other party still wanted to dodge, but Han Fei suddenly burst into an extremely fast speed. Over the years, his 10,000 law sky traveling technique had improved greatly. Without needing the void world at all, his speed had exceeded 300 times the speed of light. The ominous creature couldn't resist it and was instantly nailed through and sealed. It could only let the power of purification burn it into nothingness. Han Fei didn't have the time to check how this creature's level 4 energy crystal was different from ordinary energy crystals, because tens of thousands of ominous creatures had come from all directions. Han Fei, who already knew something about this ominous creature, didn't activate his origin Great Tao. With his current normal strength, plus the 50% increase in strength after the improvement of his life level, in terms of combat power, he already had the peak carefree level combat power. Even if he wasn't a peak carefree level heavenly talent, it was enough to deal with an ominous creature of this level. After all, for the time being, Han Fei hadn't discovered that the ominous life form had any secret method, which meant that they couldn't suddenly unleash multiple times their combat power. Besides, Han Fei, who had taken the 6th divine pill, could fight endlessly without worrying about his spiritual power being exhausted. Of course, Han Fei didn't rush into the group of ominous creatures stupidly. After all, if these tens of thousands of ominous creatures were all in the monarch realm, he wouldn't be able to defeat them even if he had 18 hands. Therefore, Han Fei could only rely on his speed to fight and run. Bang, 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 boom, 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 boom. After killing dozens of ominous creatures, Han Fei quickly discovered that not every terrifying level creature was as strong as the first one. There seemed to be only one at the carefree level. The dozen or so ominous creatures he had killed were all at the Tao proving level. Han Fei had also discovered that the reason why the carefree level ominous creature came so quickly might be that he was stronger, so he came faster. And those who could barely catch up to him were all at the Tao proving level. Their strength was uneven, and there were about 300 of them. If there are only 300 of them, holy light chains. Sizzle sizzle it. In the starry sky, thousands of chains seemed to be ignited in the void, which was spectacular. It was also the first time Han Fei had encountered an ominous life form, so he wanted to try too many things on them. If the pure power of purification was lethal enough to them, he would have to study the future path of the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. The chains of holy light forced these ominous creatures to stop, causing them to roar crazily. A large amount of the ominous power in their bodies was purified, but it wasn't to the point of directly purifying all the ominous power. No. The current Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique is still related to my life river. I can't exchange my life for the death of these guys. Although the suppressing power is strong enough, It will take hundreds of thousands of years of my lifespan to destroy so many terrifying level ominous creatures at the Tao-proving level. Han Fei quickly reached the conclusion, so he no longer used the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique as a way to defeat the enemy. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. After fighting for more than 6 hours, Han Fei had killed more than 500 ominous creatures and finally felt a little exhausted. It was not that his spiritual power was exhausted, but that he had activated too many techniques. The energy in his body was used too frequently and long, and his body was a little numb from fighting. However, the number of ominous creatures didn't decrease at all. Instead, there were more and more. Just as Han Fei was about to rush back into the chaotic thunder domain, suddenly he perceived that a temple appeared, standing quietly in the sea of stars. Outside the temple, there was a layer of pale yellow light enshrouded, which seemed to be a barrier protecting the temple. Huh? A temple in the sea of stars? Han Fei was taken aback for a moment. He saw that there were many ominous creatures around the temple. Immediately, Han Fei seemed to understand why so many ominous creatures suddenly appeared in this damn place. They weren't coming at him at all, but at the temple. He had just suffered an unexpected disaster. Chapter 2947, Ancient Thunder Temple in the Sea of Star, 32947, Ancient Thunder Temple in the Sea of Star, 33. However, what kind of temple was this? Why was it still standing here surrounded by so many ominous creatures? Judging from the appearance of the temple, it had been here for a long time. It seemed that the barrier of this temple was very strong. It had blocked the impact of the ominous creatures for countless years in this damn place, but it was still holding on. It was definitely not an ordinary place. Swish, swish. As if realizing Han Fei's existence, outside the temple, many ominous creatures twisted their bodies and charged at Han Fei like ghosts. Buzz. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. An ominous creature was moving at a speed 1,000 times the speed of light. Fuck. This time, Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent and activated Sword 4, Carefree Roaming. Sword intent erupted, and the surrounding void trembled. The arm of the ominous creature turned into dozens of sharp chains, forcibly blocking Carefree Roaming. Bang, bang, bang. Although 5 or 6 chains were broken, the power of the Carefree Roaming was blocked. How could Han Fei not realize now? This was definitely an immortal-level ominous creature. Sure enough, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. T.N. Name. An destruction-level ominous lifeform. Introduction. An destruction-level ominous lifeform is evolved from a terrifying-level ominous lifeform that has awakened intelligence. This level of ominous lifeform is completely filled with negative forces, but it has intelligence. It has an extreme desire for killing and some negative behaviors, hoping to destroy everything. Because the negative sources are unknown, its combat skills are unknown. Level SN18 Unlucky Level Destruction. Level SN18E Realm, Immortal Level SNA, SNA EBI Battle Techniques, Unknown. Collectible SNA Absorbable SNA, Level 5 Energy Crystal, UN Absorbable SNA, Note E Unknown Level. It only represents the current state of the ominous body and has nothing to do with strength. Fuck. 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 Farsi ISNA Peaceface turned green. After a terrifying level ominous creature, a destruction level 1 had appeared and it had awakened intelligence. It meant that this guy knew exactly what he was doing. All races. A hoarse voice came from the creature's mouth, and his hand had almost reached in front of Han Fei. Emperor Sparrow. At this moment, Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. Taking advantage of the moment when Carefree Roaming blocked this guy, he had already completely activated his Great Tao and summoned the Emperor Sparrow. However, in the face of an immortal-level powerhouse, it was probably too late. Puffer crack. This destruction-level ominous creature clawed at Han Fei's chest. Although Han Fei had retreated fast enough, he was still touched. Although his injury was not serious, Han Fei could feel that 5 claw marks had broken his defense, and his wound was burning with pain. In fact, it was not pain, but ominous power corroding his body. Furthermore, cracks appeared on the god's prayer bead again. Although it was an ultra-quality godly weapon, in this battle between darkness and light, the god's prayer bead was clearly no match and almost shattered. Body burning with hellfire. Whoosh. At the same time, the Emperor Sparrow took action. This ominous life form directly burned up, and its attack immediately slowed down. As for the Emperor Sparrow, he shed blood tears. Come on, cleanse him. The Emperor Sparrow was clearly injured, but he was not afraid. The destruction-level ominous life form seemed to be burned too badly. Black smoke billowed all over its body as it spun in the air and attacked randomly. Upon seeing this, Han Fei shouted, Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. With the Hellfire Body Burning Technique and the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique, one burnt the negative energy and the other purified the ominous power. For this attack, Han Fei directly sacrificed 10,000 years of his lifespan. For no other reason than, he just wanted to get the level 5 energy crystal. It was a level 4 energy crystal just now, and now it was a level 5 one. These things were definitely very useful. Although this destruction-level ominous life form was an immortal-level creature, be it the Emperor Sparrow or him, they were natural counters to him. The probability of winning this battle was not small. After activating the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique, Han Fei roared and activated the Invincible Eyes. He activated the Ragnarok and launched the Carefree Roaming again, doubling his power with the Time Arcane Technique. Puff, puff, puff. At this moment, other ominous creatures in the surroundings had rushed over. Han Fei roared, Turtleshell Sealing Technique, buzz. The turtleshell sealed the sky, and the array blocked the path of those ominous creatures. Then 100,000 God-sealing spears surrounded it and finally suppressed the destruction-level ominous lifeform in the array. At this moment, a big hole had been poked in this ominous creature's body, and a tremendous amount of black smoke dispersed from his body. Roar, I'm going to kill you. You can't leave. Ha ha ha, ah, help me, damn all the races. The ominous creature roared, begged for mercy, and was angry. Its voice turned into an old man's, a woman's, and a child's. All kinds of voices burst out of its body. Han Fei's eyelids were jumping crazily. What the hell is this? Is this what the ominous was like? Terrifying level, destruction level. Were there any other levels? Han Fei knew that it couldn't be that simple before the terrifying level. And the destruction level couldn't be the end of ominous life forms, or it would have been destroyed 800 times. Finally, perhaps because the burning of the hellfire was too terrifying, and Han Fei spared no expense in purifying it, this destructive level ominous life form was finally burnt up alive. Han Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief and grabbed the level 5 energy crystal. Of course he had no time to study it now. Although the turtle shell sky-sealing array was powerful, there were more and more ominous creatures outside. If he didn't run now, the turtle shell sky-sealing array might be broken. Chapter 2948 Thunder Sound Ancient Temple in the Sea of Star 4 2948 Thunder Sound Ancient Temple in the Sea of Star 4 Let's go. Han Fei was about to enter his origin star and almost entered the spatial node. But suddenly, Han Fei was shocked. He saw that a hand suddenly stretched out from outside the spatial node. Buzz! Han Fei felt his vision go dark, and then he fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of smoke and dust. Like Han Fei, the Emperor Sparrow fell flat on his face, his legs erect in the sky, his head twisted 360 degrees, and his tongue stuck out. Who is it? The man and the bird turned over quickly and looked around warily. Then Han Fei saw that the place in front of him was that temple in the void. Who brought him here? On the door of the temple, 4 words were written, Thunder Sound, Ancient Temple. Gulp Han Fei swallowed. He didn't feel any threat around, as if no one had taken action just now. He said, Emperor Sparrow, we were captured and thrown here just now, right? The Emperor Sparrow's feathers stood up as he looked at the temple warily. That's right. To be able to forcibly sever your connection to your origin star in that instant and bring you hundreds of millions of kilometers away, according to my inherited memories, I seem to be able to do this at my strongest state. Han Fei's face changed slightly. So, it's at least a great monarch? No, in my inherited memories, I was a god back then, so, a god? Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. Had he recently had any conflicts with the gods? He could encounter them wherever he went. Wasn't it said that the gods had disappeared and died? Where did so many of them suddenly emerge from? The Emperor Sparrow stood on Han Fei's shoulder again and said indifferently, Treat me first. Han Fei asked, Are you injured? The Emperor Sparrow turned his head to stare at Han Fei. There was blood in his eyes. You finally remembered me when you were dealing with the ominous creatures of the immortal level. I've just entered the Tao Proving level, Han Fei asked. Can't you fight someone 2 levels higher than you? While talking, Han Fei cast the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique on the bird. The Emperor Sparrow said angrily, I can jump levels, but it doesn't mean that there's no price. Besides, the realm of that thing just now is much higher than mine. He's almost at the peak of the immortal level. Han Fei said, I don't know if he's at the peak of the immortal level, but he's dead now. After that, Han Fei didn't wait for the Emperor Sparrow to speak. Instead, he cupped his hands and said, I'm Han Fei, the current successor of the Void Temple. It's an honor to meet you, Senior. May I ask why you've summoned me here? The Emperor Sparrow fell silent too. He was a little scared. He could try to fight an immortal-level enemy, but if it were a god, he and Han Fei would be killed by a single slap. After waiting for a while, seeing no response, Han Fei said again, Senior, are you there? The Emperor Sparrow patted Han Fei's head with its wings and pointed at the door of the Thunder Sound Ancient Temple. That door is unlatched. Han Fei looked at the door of the Thunder Sound Ancient Temple and his eyelids twitched. It was indeed unlatched. Was he going in? Han Fei said, It's not good to enter uninvited, is it? Didn't you already introduce yourself? He just ignored you. Han Fei nodded slightly. This guy ignored him but grabbed him here. First of all, this guy was definitely not playing with him, nor was he trying to kill him. Otherwise, the moment just now would have been the best time to attack. He might not even have had time to call his eldest senior brother. Han Fei took a deep breath and came to the gate. Clang, clang, clang. Senior, I'm in. Senior, please forgive me for my offense. Creak. Han Fei pushed the door open and his hand was stained with dust. Obviously no one had been here for a long time. He couldn't see anything inside, so he took a moment to sense his surroundings, ready to activate the void mark at any moment. When Han Fei stepped into the door and stuck his head out, he seemed to see huge figures that posed in various shapes and postures in the darkness. Statues? At this moment, Han Fei had completely walked in. Boom. Suddenly, the door behind him closed. Han Fei looked back and smiled. Han Fei said again, "Senior, I came to visit without an appointment. Please forgive the intrusion." Boom. Suddenly, the two rows of lights on the left and right began to burn one after another like fish and dragons dancing. When he looked again, he saw 12 huge statues like gods and Buddhas posing in various postures, all looking at the door. Fuck, Han Fei muttered to himself. What the hell is this place? It's like a temple of horror. The trial of the Thunder Sound Ancient Temple is about to begin. There is no time limit for this trial. Those who pass the trial can leave. Those who fail will be killed. Chapter 2949-2949 Trial in the Thunder Note. Ancient Temple 12949. Trial in the Thunder Note. Ancient Temple 1. The sudden heavy voice broke the silence in the temple. The sudden heavy voice broke the silence in the temple. Trial? This trial was too strange. It actually took the initiative to capture a person billions of kilometers away here to take the trial. Besides, Han Fei didn't know if it was a trap or really a trial. If it was really a trial, this was probably a trial field set up by a god, as the Emperor Sparrow guessed. The danger was self-evident, but if one could pass the trial, the benefits were also self-evident. However, he was brought to this place by the heavenly race's god. Since the heavenly race's god knew that there were ominous creatures outside, he should know the reason why there were ominous creatures here was the existence of this Thunder Note Ancient Temple. Could the heavenly race's god be so kind as to give him a trial? Han Fei didn't think that the damn god could be so kind-hearted. That guy was quite ruthless, as could be seen from how he schemed against him and the primordial star tree. Therefore, if the Thunder Note Ancient Temple was also arranged by him, this trial couldn't be that simple. Han Fei tried to communicate with his origin star, only to find that he couldn't contact it anymore. Even his perception was completely suppressed and couldn't even leave his body. Under such circumstances, Han Fei naturally didn't rashly barge in. Instead, he directly activated the Void Mark and contacted his senior brother. Eldest senior brother, are you there? Little junior brother. Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief when he heard his eldest senior brother's voice. Sure enough, his eldest senior brother was awesome. His eldest senior brother was omnipotent. In this domain of a god, his eldest senior brother could still react instantly. Look, this was strength. This was the source of his confidence. Han Fei said, "Eldest senior brother, I'm trapped in a strange place called the Thunder Note Ancient Temple. Do you know this place?" Eldest senior brother said, "I do. This is the temple of ancient god Thunder Note, who was in charge of lightning in the primeval era. He was the one who released the chaotic Thunder Sea and resisted the ominous 3,000 years alone." So powerful? Han Fei was shocked. A great god from the primeval age who blocked the ominous alone? How strong was he? However, Han Fei didn't marvel at the strength of this god. The stronger this god was, the more dangerous he would be. Han Fei quickly explained the current situation and then said, "Eldest senior brother, do you think I should take this trial?" Eldest senior brother said, "I'm afraid you have to take this trial. The place you are in is the temple of the ancient god of Thunder Note. Although he has died, this place is formed from his divine domain. If I forcefully break through this domain, you will be annihilated along with this place. Therefore, I can only give you a reference. In the history of the Void Temple, there were 11 people who took the Thunder Note Ancient Temple's trial, but only one person walked out alive, who is your senior brother, Lei Heng." Han Fei's face changed slightly. The potential of a person who could enter the Void Temple was obvious. Even among the disciples of the Void Temple, only senior brother Lei Heng had successfully passed the trial. The survival rate was not even 10%. Besides, even his eldest senior brother couldn't take him out. This situation was a bit tricky. The eldest senior brother said, "Little junior brother, wait a moment. Lei Heng should be able to give you better advice." After a while, Han Fei felt that a voice sounded in Han Fei's mind from the Void Mark. "Little junior brother, I heard from eldest senior brother that you are now in the Thunder Note Ancient Temple. Tell me, which BS star tricked you into going to that damn place?" Han Fei hesitated for a moment. "Well, senior brother Lei Heng, can we talk like this?" Lei Heng nodded. "Of course, in the Thunder Note Ancient Temple, you can't enter the Void Temple and can only contact us through the Void Mark." "Have you entered the Thunder Note Ancient Temple now?" Han Fei said. "I'm already inside, and the trial seems to be about to begin." "Damn it, how did you get to that place? Who took you there?" Han Fei said. "The god of the heavenly race." Lei Heng immediately cursed. "That damn god, he's very insidious. You've been tricked by him." The moment his eldest senior brother said that he couldn't take him out, Han Fei knew that he had been tricked. That damn god of the heavenly race tricked him into using his trump card for nothing, and was sure that he wouldn't return to the Sea Realm through his origin star. He guessed that Han Fei would leave the Thunder region alive, and that Han Fei would meet the Thunder Note Ancient Temple. This damn god knew that he couldn't kill Han Fei, so he led him to desperation step by step. Han Fei asked solemnly, "Senior brother, is there anything you can teach me about this trial?" Lei Heng said. Little junior brother, don't move or walk around now. Remember, as long as you don't enter the Hall of Gods, the trial won't start. Han Fei looked at the 12 statues looking at him. The so-called Hall of Gods should be referring to this, right? Han Fei asked. Then, Lei Heng said, little junior brother, you must remember what I'm going to say next. As I've experienced this trial, I can tell you that this trial is too dangerous. After entering the trial, you will know that there have been nearly 1 million people who have taken the trial of the Thunder Note ancient temple since the primeval era. But including me, there are only 3 who made it out alive. What? Han Fei was shocked. Only 3 people out of 1 million survived this trial? Those who could enter this place to take the trial were definitely all monarchs with extraordinary talents. But only 3 people survived? Chapter 2950 Trial in the Thunder Note Ancient Temple 2950 Trial in the Thunder Note Ancient Temple 2950 Trial in the Thunder Note Ancient Temple 29. I can pass it because I'm the spirit of lightning. I was born from lightning, so I was born with a lightning body and can transform into lightning. Most of the time, I'm immune to lightning. Even the heavenly tribulation can't hurt me. I'm born with special conditions, but, junior brother, you need to act according to your own situation. Han Fei's face sank. It seemed that senior brother Lei Heng passed the trial because of his innate talent. Lei Heng continued, first of all, the first step to pass the trial in the Thunder Note Ancient Temple is to master the Tao of Lightning and the Law of Lightning. Since you've been in the Thunder Note Ancient Temple, you must have experienced the chaotic lightning domain, so you must know that it's difficult for anyone below the immortal level to survive the chaotic lightning domain. And this is exactly the first level of the trial. I passed it directly. However, if you haven't mastered the Tao of Lightning and the Law of Lightning, the first level of the trial will be very dangerous. This is because those who haven't taken this Tao won't even be able to survive 100 days in the chaotic lightning. Who can create a new Tao and comprehend a new law in such a short period of time? Han Fei asked. So, if someone who hasn't mastered the Tao of Lightning comes in, there's a 90% chance that he won't be able to survive the first level of the trial? Lei Heng nodded. That's right. So, before the trial begins, it's your chance. You have to take this opportunity to comprehend the Tao of Lightning. Don't worry. This place is known as the Thunder Note Ancient Temple. It's not difficult for you to master the Tao of Lightning. The Law of Lightning will take you some time, but it won't be a problem either. In this environment, if you're fast, you can comprehend it in 100 years. In this way, the probability of passing the first level of the trial will greatly increase. 100 years? Han Fei's expression changed. How did he have 100 years? He had prepared to enter his origin star and return to the Sea Realm at any time. Who knew that this would happen? Han Fei was silent for a moment. What will happen after the first level of the trial? Lei Heng said. Actual combat. As a place of terror that blocked the ominous in the past, the Thunder Note Ancient Temple is still surrounded by ominous creatures. Because the ominous doesn't want to see anyone inherit the inheritance of the Thunder Note Ancient Temple, it has never given up on the Thunder Note Ancient Temple. If a great monarch or a god descends, it's very likely to trigger an ominous god battle. Therefore, the second trial is actual combat, and your enemies are ominous life forms. Han Fei said, I think that's not very difficult for me. Lei Heng said, don't underestimate the ominous creatures. Since you've reached the Thunder Note Ancient Temple, you must have known some secrets about the ominous creatures. The known ominous creatures are divided into parasite level, pollution level, corruption level, terrifying level, destruction level, world-ending level, and doomsday level. There seem to be 2 more, but eldest senior brother didn't mention them, so I don't know. Near the Thunder Note Ancient Temple, there are mainly terrifying level ominous creatures and a small number of destructive level ones. Terrifying level ominous creatures have no intelligence, but their strength is definitely not weak. There are easily tens of thousands of them. Destruction level ominous creatures have intelligence and can actively devour the ominous, so their strength is usually very strong. It's very likely that they are immortal level. The second trial is to survive the attacks of these 2 types of ominous creatures. Han Fei understood. He had experienced this before. Although the ominous creatures were not powerful to him, under the siege of tens of thousands of them, less than 10% of people could survive. For example, when he left the chaotic wasteland, he only killed less than 50 people in total, but he felt that he had reached his limit. Although it was better now than then, Han Fei had already tried. Under the circumstances of restraining ominous life forms, his limit was about 500. His spirit could withstand more, but his body would be numb. At most 800 would be enough to kill him. Han Fei said solemnly, it sounds like there is the 3rd level of the trial. Lei Heng said, the 3rd level is the speed trial. This is the first inherited technique of the ancient god of Thunder Note. To complete this trial, don't think about using your physique to withstand it. You have to run, keep running. When you finish to a certain point, you will pass this trial. Remember, don't stop. Once you stop, you might be finished. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Are there any more levels of the trial? Lei Heng nodded. Yes, the ancient god of thunder. Note not only has thunder in his name, but also sound. Thunder Note can refine the soul and be extremely lethal. Little junior brother, remember to collect as many energy crystals as possible in the second level of the trial. The higher the level, the better. I almost died in this trial. Han Fei asked, is that all? Lei Heng said, yes, I can tell you about the first 4 levels of the trial, but the 5th one, if you can get there, try it yourself. Junior brother, if you can't walk out of the Thunder Note Ancient Temple, I'll help you destroy the heavenly race. How dare that damn god bully my junior brother? He has already started to use any means. Eldest senior brother, that god deserves to die. Eldest senior brother said, I can't go to the place where the god of the heavenly race is for the time being. It's not that I can't, but once I embark on that path, I won't be able to return, unless one day Shen Lei can take my position. If I embark on this path, the god of the heavenly race will definitely die. Lei Heng was silent, so was Han Fei. He didn't want to ask what the path was exactly, and his eldest senior brother probably wouldn't tell him. Obviously, to take that path, one had to be a god first. The god of war had personally said that he wasn't qualified to embark on that path yet, which was enough to prove this. Han Fei took a deep breath and said, Senior brothers, if I can't return and the human race is in danger, please help them. Just take it that I've used the void mark. Chapter 2951. Trial in the Thunder Note. Ancient Temple 3 2951. Trial in the Thunder Note. Ancient Temple 3. The eldest senior brother said, Little junior brother said, Little junior brother, you have your own disaster. The human race has its own disaster. The human race won't die because they don't have you around, and your path won't be broken because you lost the human race. Some people say that they've controlled the Heavenly Tao, but the Heavenly Tao always operates on its own. No one knows if they have mastered the Heavenly Tao or if the Heavenly Tao has mastered them, but if necessary, I will help you once. Thank you, eldest senior brother. After the conversation, Han Fei calmed down. It was hard to say who would win this round. He had severed the heavenly race door talent and unsealed the primordial star tree, but the heavenly race god had also successfully schemed against him and trapped him in the Thunder Note Ancient Temple. Han Fei could even understand the thoughts of the heavenly race's god. From his attitude towards Yi Beige, it was obvious that he didn't care about the future of the heavenly race, so he wasn't afraid that Han Fei could leave the Thunder Note Ancient Temple. If Han Fei could pass the trial of the Thunder Note Ancient Temple, at most, the heavenly race would be wiped out. But if Han Fei died, not only would the heavenly race survive, but he had also taken revenge on Han Fei. As for whether the Void Temple would take revenge on him, he might not care. Anyway, his plan had been aborted. The survival of the heavenly race was meaningless to him. Only when one had something to worry about would one have a weakness. Clearly, the heavenly race's god had no weakness now. Han Fei calmed himself down. What he needed to do now was to complete the trial. When Hong Yue came to ask for help, Han Song would receive him. Whether or not he would return was nothing more than having one more peak, carefree level combat power who wasn't even at the immortal level. With Han Song around, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. Therefore, he had to abandon all distracting thoughts now. Han Fei sat cross-legged on the spot. Lei Heng was the only one from the Void Temple who had completed the trial of the Thunder Note Ancient Temple. His words had to be strictly carried out. Han Fei was not arrogant enough to risk his life. After recovering for a while, he began to study the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. The reason why he studied the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique first was naturally for the second level of the trial. He would take the Great Tao of Lightning, but the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique was very likely to be his guarantee of survival from the second level of the trial. After all, the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique was not a pure purification type Great Tao. He had entered the Tao from the technique. The Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique was known as the Immortal Divine Technique. It was connected to the origin of the void and activated at the cost of lifespan, summoned infinite healing brilliance. Under the light of the Heaven Enlightenment, the evil spirits were purged and the wounds were healed. Purifying evil was just one of its characteristics. The 3 true characteristics of the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique were firstly the healing divine light, secondly the extraordinary healing power exchanged for overdrafting one's lifespan, and thirdly the doubling of one's lifespan. These 3 abilities were the main focus of the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Although its power of purification was also strong, it consumed one's vitality. Several months later, Han Fei saw the divine brilliance dancing. He couldn't remember how many times he had separated the power of laws and the divine brilliance. The power of healing originated from the spirit gatherers of the human race. It was to summon the trace of recovery-type law Tao pattern from spiritual energy. The power of purification should be the same. Han Fei separated a trace of the power of purification with difficulty. After separating the power of purification, Han Fei began to disassemble it, just like how he disassembled spiritual energy in the past. Just like spirit concentration art, the power of purification can also be gathered. 3 years later, Han Fei suddenly beamed with joy because a new technique appeared in his mind, a new technique that he created himself. Purification technique, spirit level, ultra quality. Introduction, spiritual energy has a brilliance. The brilliance repels all evil, so it's called the light of purification. The light of purification, based on the quality of spiritual energy, has a small antidote effect. It can remove filth and cleanse the body. Deduce technique, light of purification deduction cost, 100,000 points of spiritual energy. Note: the purification technique is obscure and similar to the healing technique. You can cultivate them together. Seeing the introduction of the purification technique, Han Fei put on a smile. Although it was only a spirit-level technique, so what? He had the demon purification pot. Several days later, after Han Fei used up more than 3 million points of immortal qi, he finally deduced the purification technique to a new level. World Cleansing Divine Spell, Monarch Realm, High Quality Introduction. The World Cleansing Divine Spell can cleanse evil and eliminate dark power. This curse can cleanse the mind, remove illusions, purify the soul, and relieve negative effects. The World Cleansing Divine Spell uses the chaotic spiritual brilliance of the world as a catalyst and summons infinite purifying brilliance. Under the cleansing light, it baptizes the evil in the world. Deduced art, soul cleansing mantra deduction cost, 5 million points of immortal qi. Effect 1. The soul cleansing mantra consumes a lot of spiritual energy, chaotic qi, and immortal qi to cleanse the evil spirits and purge illusions. Effect 2. When a cultivator cultivates this Tao, his thoughts will be clear and the effect will be doubled. This effect will gradually decrease as his strength grows. Disadvantage: those who practice this technique will have lower and lower desires. If they reach the state of no desire, they will have no feelings. Note: anyone who takes this path will be assimilated by nature in their final state. Han Fei frowned slightly after seeing the information of the soul cleansing mantra. It was a good technique, but its drawbacks were obvious. Luo Xiaobai, for example, became more and more indifferent as she grew stronger. If he would end up having no feelings or desires, Han Fei didn't think he would embark on this path even if he was struck to death by lightning. Fortunately, the World Cleansing Divine Spell was still acceptable for now. If his guess was correct, he should be able to manage the next deduced technique, the Soul Cleansing Mantra, but the problem was that it consumed too much immortal qi. This was not the void of the Sea of Stars, and it was difficult for him to quickly condense the immortal qi. Therefore, at this point, Han Fei decisively gave up. Chapter 2952, Trial in the Thunder Note, Ancient Temple 4. 2952 Trial in the Thunder Note, Ancient Temple 4, at least for now, the soul cleansing mantra was enough. Next was the comprehension of the Tao of Lightning. 3 months after Han Fei entered the state of cultivation again, Hong Yu arrived in a hurry outside Han Fei's origin star. Master Human Emperor, the war has started. Sea Realm, the training ground of the human race. Almost all the 180 billion humans participated in the war. After 48 years in the wilderness, the first real challenge came. The periphery of the Godfiend Sea, where creatures were scarce, saw an unprecedented tide of sea demons. It was impossible to calculate the number of the sea demons. No matter how far the human battle line stretched, the sea demon tide would spread there. The 7-kill army and the 10 legions were guarding the battlefield and all participated in the battle. Sky openers faced the enemy in the void. There were more than 300 strong masters from the Central Sea Divine Realm, and 2/3 of them were at the carefree level. These people didn't attack but were confronting Luo Xiaobai and the others. Someone shouted, "Where is Han Fei?" Luo Xiaobai looked at him indifferently. Behind her were Lu Qianxi, the god of war, and the 2 elders of the lava giants. In terms of number, they were far inferior to the people from the Central Sea Divine Realm. However, Luo Xiaobai wasn't afraid at all. She replied coldly, "The human emperor isn't around. I, Luo Xiaobai, am the war commander of the human race. I can represent the human race. What's the meaning of this?" "Ha ha ha," someone couldn't help but laugh. "Is there no one left in the human race?" Han Fei ran away and let a sky opener take charge of the human race. Does he think the human race hasn't been destroyed quickly enough? Luo Xiaobai looked at this person coldly and said indifferently, "I admire your courage to speak to me like this." Kill, bang. The person who spoke was a carefree level cultivator, but he just wanted to steal the limelight in front of everyone, so he mocked. He also didn't think that the human race could do anything to him without Han Fei around. Therefore, when Luo Xiaobai said kill, he was a little stunned. What made this little girl think she could speak to him like this? Bang. Unfortunately, he underestimated Luo Xiaobai's courage, as well as her killing intent. The person who spoke felt that his body suddenly expanded, and his soul was instantly crushed. Then, with a bang, he exploded. His body and soul were destroyed, and no corpse remained. Rumble. The great Tao crack in the sky stretched for millions of kilometers, and the people of the Central Sea Divine Realm were immediately in an uproar. "How dare you? Who is it? Doesn't the Void Temple follow rules? What's the meaning of this?" These people immediately realized that something was wrong. They didn't even see the enemy, but a carefree level cultivator had died for no reason. With such strength, the other party had to be at least an immortal level cultivator. However, if it was just an immortal level powerhouse, they also had immortal level powerhouses behind them. Therefore, they thought the person who dared to kill in such a situation could only be a great monarch level powerhouses of the Void Temple. This speculation made them all horrified. Did the human race have a great monarch protecting them? As a partner who had been through life and death with Han Fei, Luo Xiaobai was not only an intelligent and talented leader, but also a decisive person. She had already discussed it with Han Fei. Naturally, she knew that these people's goal was not Han Fei at all, but the human race. They took advantage of Han Fei's absence to accumulate enough power to attack the human race. They didn't dare to attack ordinary humans, so they had been accumulating their strength for decades in order to crush the human race at one go. Luo Xiaobai and Han Fei both knew that this was a battle that the human race couldn't avoid. Therefore, they accepted this danger. However, if anyone dared to attack the strong cultivators of the human race, Luo Xiaobai wouldn't be polite, especially when Chu Hao had completely recovered. Even if he had to fight to the death, no one on the other side could survive. As the ones who actively seeked trouble, targeting the human race was already an act of aggression. When Chu Hao took action and directly killed the opponent's strong cultivator, it not only deterred the enemies, but also served as a warning that if they engaged in any wrongdoing, the human race was also willing to fight back. In the other party's opinion, the person who attacked just now could only be from the Void Temple. This was Han Fei's only and greatest trump card. With such a trump card, they could launch a normal war against the human race, but they couldn't go too far. Luo Xiaobai's voice resounded in the void. The human emperor said that the Void Temple follows rules, but these rules are decided by the Void Temple, not you. As the war commander of the human race, if you disrespect me, it's equivalent to disrespecting the human race. If I say he should be killed, he should be killed. He can only blame himself. So tough? Countless human beings were shocked and a sense of heroism rose in their hearts. This was the leader of the human race. Just like the human emperor, she was as domineering as ever and killed a monarch without any hesitation. On the opposite side, the cultivators looked awful. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of attacking first to kill the leaders of the human race. Someone had even secretly carried it out. However, the perpetrator never returned. Now that Luo Xiaobai had shown her strength in front of them, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. The one who mocked Luo Xiaobai had already died. If they really attacked now, the Void Temple would definitely not sit by. Once the Void Temple disobeyed the rules and attacked them, they would really have nowhere to run. Therefore, the person just now died for nothing. Luo Xiaobai didn't care about the existence of these people. She even cupped her hands at the void and said, "Senior, anyone who maliciously hinders the higher-ups of our human race from commanding the war can be killed." Chapter 2953, Trial Begins, Hall of Gods, 12953 Trial Begins, Hall of Gods, 12953 Trial Begins, Hall of Gods 1. The creatures in the wilderness of the sea realm were generally not weak. In the vast sea, the strength of sea demons had the structure of an inverted pyramid. Although it was a sea realm, it was impossible for all sea demons to be strong. Strength always began from weakness. Therefore, in terms of the normal strength of ordinary creatures, they were actually between hidden fishers and law enforcers. Correspondingly, they were in the sea demon realm and the sea spirit realm. However, in the trials of the human race, most people were only between hanging fishers and hidden fishers. Although the human race was growing rapidly, many of the 180 billion people had wasted their golden time of life and thus missed the critical period of their cultivation. Most of them had a lifespan of between 500 and 800 years. There were definitely a lot of people in this group, as many as 30 billion. Their upper limit was usually the hanging fisher realm, and they couldn't even become a hidden fisher. This couldn't be helped. If they missed the best cultivation age, their aptitude couldn't be improved. Their bodies had too many hidden injuries and too many impurities. It was not easy for this group of people to adapt to the sea realm wilderness. At this moment, the war had fully begun. Chu Hao's disguise as a great monarch of the Void Temple didn't arouse suspicion but directly intimidated the invaders. However, on the ordinary human battlefield, because their realm was too low, the people from the Central Sea Divine Realm weren't worried that the people from the Void Temple would directly destroy these creatures to help the human race. What they wanted was to reduce the number of human beings. As for whether the sea demon tide that they had spent 48 years launching would become a trial for human beings and help them grow, the answer was yes. They knew this very well. But they didn't care. This was because, in their opinion, the basic strength of the human race was too poor. Even if they had a short-term growth, it wouldn't affect the overall situation, and the loss of human members was real. Bang, 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 bang. On the human battlefield, Luo Xiaobai saw a large number of low-level human cultivators blowing themselves up. Yes, in the two realms of dangling fisher and hanging fisher, many people knew that their strength couldn't go any further. Some older people, whose lives were about to end, became the first batch of people who died together with the enemies. A large group of low-realm 5-person teams suffered a lot of damage in the face of the surging sea demons. A soul warrior tried to hold back 3 or 5 sea demons, but there were more than a dozen of them, which was completely beyond his endurance. In just 3 seconds, he was pierced through and died on the spot. Upon seeing this, the other members of the team all had bloodshot eyes. Since the recovery of the 5 occupations of the human race, they had formed 5-person teams. No matter who died, it was enough to drive the other members of the team crazy. A spirit gatherer roared. Even though he had desperately tried to save his teammates with spirit concentration art, he could only watch his teammates die. Old Lu, an armorist, died in battle, and the spirit gatherer captain roared indignantly. However, before he finished shouting, the armorist and his armor were trampled and his body was shattered. The hunter appeared and only had time to kill 2 or 3 sea demons before his legs were cut off by a shrimp. Although the manipulator's reaction speed was fast enough, he failed to pull him back. The manipulator roared, "Captain, it's not that we can't fight, but that there's a fundamental difference in strength. I know that Master War Commander has done well enough, so we have to weather through this battle no matter what. Let's be teammates in our next life." Sister Lin, the woman who spoke, rushed forward without hesitation and was surrounded by the sea demons. Her body was immediately covered by dozens of sea demons. Boom! The power of the self-detonation blew up all the sea demons within dozens of meters. The spirit gatherer captain watched his teammates die one after another, his eyes bleeding. Older generation, we are already old. We can't witness the great era of the human race, but we will definitely be one of the creators of this era. Brothers, wait for me. The spirit gatherer held an ultra-quality spiritual stone in each hand. Instead of retreating, he advanced without any defense. Boom, 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 dozens of sea demons were destroyed again, but this level of power was dispersed by other sea demons in an instant. This team seemed to have never appeared. This situation didn't only happen in one team. Many low-realm 5-person teams were facing the same situation. Even if I die, I will become a wall of the human race. Explode, old brothers, Master Human Emperor has his enemy. Master War Commander has her enemy. And we also have our own battles. For the sake of the human race, bam, young people, step back. Let's defend the first line of defense. Many 5-person teams of the younger generation were fighting and crying. Someone roared, "Why don't you retreat? Who said you old people have to guard the front line?" Someone laughed and scolded, "Disobedient brats, you weren't even born when I was fighting the sea demons back then." Even if I die, I'm still a charger of the human race. Everyone who thinks you don't have much time left, charge with me. I'm going to die anyway. It's nothing more than a few decades earlier or a few decades later. I've lived enough in this life. Chapter 2954. Trial begins. Hall of Gods 22954. Trial begins. Hall of Gods 2. I don't have anything to worry about anymore. I miss my wife a little. Haha, here I am. We can't improve our strength. We old generation have to pave the way for our next generation. Our path has been completed, but their path has just begun. If we don't charge, are we going to wait for the young people to charge? I thought I would die of old age in the raging sea, but we didn't. We witnessed the rise of the human race. We rushed out of the raging sea, destroyed the 10,000 scale race, wiped out the city of origin, and entered the wilderness of the sea realm. I've never been so glorious in my life. I've already had no regrets. Kill, who the fuck said that only sea demons can charge? Our human race also has human tides. Kill wall. For a moment, the shouts of the human race rose and fell on the entire battlefield. If the strong masters looked at the battlefield, they would find that at the forefront of the human race's battle line, a tide of people was slowly forming. Everyone who saw this scene was moved. Luo Xiaobai clenched her fists. Although she had expected all of this to happen, when this scene really happened, she couldn't help but feel a little sad. Was the vast sea realm not big enough to accommodate one human race? Why couldn't it accommodate the human race? Luo Xiaobai gritted her teeth, her tears flowing. She glanced at the strong masters of the Central Sea Divine Realm. She must remember every face. When she rose to prominence in the future, she would kill them one by one. Don't you want to destroy the human race? Don't you want to be enemies with the human race? Don't you like fighting? Fine, I'll definitely let you experience what war is. I'll let you see with your own eyes the strong cultivators of your own faction die one by one. Crack Tuan. An ancient seed bloomed between Luo Xiaobai's eyebrows. With 3 consecutive explosions, 3 chains appeared and disappeared in the void. Even though the other party was all top cultivators, they couldn't help but be slightly shocked. In the blink of an eye, this girl condensed 3 Dao locks in a row. What kind of crazy growth speed was this? Behind Luo Xiaobai, Lu Qianxi was shocked. The Beast King said, "Girl, calm down. Now is not the time to prove Dao. You have to suppress yourself. Fury can't help you prove Dao." Luo Xiaobai was surrounded by 3 refined stars, and billowing energy surged into her body. In the end, Luo Xiaobai's expression became firm again. The Beast King was right. A strong master couldn't become stronger just by anger. A strong master had to have a strong heart. On the opposite side, among the strong masters from the Central Sea Divine Realm, someone said, "I finally understand why no one wants the human race to rise. This race is simply crazy. I've never seen a race that regards self-detonation as a combat mode." Someone sighed. According to this fighting style, with tens of billions of people charging, if we can't beat their enemies, we'll just blow ourselves up. "I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to win today's game," someone said calmly. "It's not that it's difficult for us to win, but we definitely can't win. However, we didn't intend to take them down in one go. The second wave of sea demons is already on their way. They will arrive in less than half a year. Even if the human race can withstand the sea demons once, can they withstand them 3 or 4 times? Unless these people are crazy and use self-detonation to block the sea demon tide every time. Someone said, if that's the case, we won't suffer a loss. The human race will lose a lot of people very quickly in such self-detonation battles. Someone said, but this time, we actually didn't gain much. Most of the people who detonated themselves had no hope of improvement. They weren't our target in the first place. Someone disagreed. I don't think so. This group of people will be eliminated sooner or later. Think about it. If these people are eliminated, can the human race still be so crazy? Will the younger generation of the human race choose this method of self-detonation too? If they choose this method, it will break the foundation of the human race. If all the low-level cultivators self-detonate, the further they go, the less fresh blood will be injected. Therefore, if the human race really dares to do this, it will be their way to death. Someone agreed. That's right, at most 3 tides of sea demons will force the human race into a dilemma. In this battle, this sea turned into a sea of blood. The battle lasted for a full 3 days, and the dead humans and sea demons were everywhere in the wilderness. After the war ended, the people from the Central Sea Divine Realm retreated first. They had come today mainly to see the battle situation. No one was naive enough to think that they could destroy the human race in one go. 7 days later. The post-war statistics were finally reported. Hongye was shivering when he reported. Commander, this time, the human race suffered 10.6 billion casualties. Luo Xiaobai felt that her head was buzzing. She couldn't hear what Hongye said clearly. 180 billion people. In just one battle, nearly 6% of the human race had died. This was the most tragic war in the history of the human race. Commander, Xiaobai. After many reminders from Hong Yue, Luo Xiaobai finally spoke with difficulty, her voice full of fatigue. Where is Han Fei? I'm here. Behind Luo Xiaobai, a hand gently laid on her shoulder. Han Fei could clearly feel that Luo Xiaobai's body was trembling slightly. Tears flashed in her eyes. Seeing this, Hong Yue tactfully retreated. Without looking back, Luo Xiaobai said in a helpless and low voice, Did we make a wrong decision? Chapter 2955 Trial Begins, Hall of Gods, 32955 Trial Begins, Hall of Gods, 3 Han Fei's voice rang softly in her ear. You know, someone has to bear the price of the rise of the human race. I'm sorry to let you bear such a huge pressure alone. Luo Xiaobai turned around and slowly hugged him without looking at Han Fei. Her body was trembling, and she gradually sobbed. Han Fei's face was cold, but his voice was gentle and slow. Trust me, I'll definitely make them pay back 100 times over for what the human race suffered today. In the Thunder Note, Ancient Temple. Having completed the deduction and cultivation of the world-cleansing mantra, Han Fei was ready to start comprehending the Tao of Lightning. Before that, he wanted to see the difference between the so-called Level 4 and Level 5 energy crystals. Name Level 5 energy crystal. Introduction. This is the only pure energy crystal in the body of a destruction-level ominous creature. It contains a tremendous amount of chaotic chi, vitality, ownerless souls that can be directly absorbed, and a large amount of pure law of the heavens and can be directly used for cultivation. Quality destruction level E-contained chaotic energies, 3680,000 wisps, E-contained ownerless souls, 13 origins E-contained vitality, 50,000 years, absorbable Wes meters, 5 Note 1 meters. The ownerless souls in ominous creatures are completely attributeless and can be absorbed directly without side effects. Note 2, the pure heavenly Tao laws can be applied to any law. Hiss. Han Fei was refreshed. No wonder Senior Brother Lei Heng said to collect as many energy crystals as possible. It turned out that high-quality energy crystals were unexpectedly powerful. Just the fact that ownerless souls could be directly absorbed without side effects was enough to prove that the energy crystal was a treasure. More importantly, this thing contained a large number of pure heavenly Tao laws. For the first time, Han Fei knew that the heavenly Tao laws could be obtained this way. Didn't this mean that he could inject more and more heavenly Tao laws into his great Tao, strengthen the comprehension of that kind of great Tao, and produce more laws? Sure enough, this is good stuff. Han Fei couldn't help but grin. He now had more than 500 such energy crystals. If he completely refined them, it seemed to be able to increase his carefree level strength by a lot. After a while, Han Fei decided to comprehend the Tao of Lightning first. After comprehending the Tao of Lightning, he could take his time to improve his strength. Under normal circumstances, it would take a lot of time to comprehend lightning. He had been struck by lightning every day for 33 years in the chaotic thunder domain and had some experience. However, he certainly didn't expect to master the great Tao of lightning through these insights. Therefore, Han Fei began to recall the lightning technique he had deduced. The lightning body is to attract lightning to temper the body. It's the foundation for one to finally comprehend the great Tao of lightning. The firmament thunder locking technique is a refining technique. It gathers the power of the heavens into a lightning array, triggers the 9 heavens thunder to refine weapons, removes impurities, and obtains the energy essence. If I take ominous life forms as refining materials, I can also remove impurities, so I can practice it. Treasure form thunder hammer is a hammer technique. It requires a strong physique. This can be ruled out. I have many powerful hammer techniques, such as the ultimate hammer, which is much more powerful than this. In the end, Hanfei chose the lightning body and the firmament thunderlock technique to deduce and obtain 2 monarch-level ultra-quality techniques respectively. Wild Thunder Dao Body Monarch Level, Ultra-Quality. Introduction. Enter the Dao with lightning, attract billions of lightning, condense the lightning pattern, imprint the lightning pattern into the bloodline mark, hide the Dao in the blood, and temper the body all year round. With the Wild Thunder Dao body, as long as you attract lightning to your body, you can activate the bloodline lightning pattern. If you practice it well, you can resonate with lightning, and the effect of lightning resistance will be doubled. Deduce technique, Grand Void Lightning Body Deduction Consumption, 3 million points of Immortal Chi disadvantage. There will be lightning inheritance in the bloodline, which is not a good thing for those who pursue pure bloodlines. Note, the Sea of Lightning is hard to find, and there are not many places suitable for cultivating the Wild Thunder Dao body. After seeing the disadvantage of the Wild Thunder Dao body, Hanfei didn't mind at all. He had swallowed countless kinds of bloodlines. In his opinion, there were countless inheritances in everyone's bloodline, and very few of them could be awakened in the end. Besides, his bloodline had been poor since he was young. Didn't he slowly reach his current bloodline level? His parents had even specially severed his ancient human bloodline, indicating that bloodline wasn't as important as people imagined. What was important was still humans. The other technique was Supreme Divine Thunder Primordial Chaos Technique. Monarch Level, Ultra Quality Remarks. Enter the Dao with lightning arrays, fuse lightning with chaos, gather the heavenly Dao to nurture lightning, and refine the supreme divine lightning. With the body as the material and the supreme divine lightning as the hammer, one can temper the law of lightning in the body. This technique can be used for combat or refining weapons. Only those with a strong physique can use it. Deduce technique, Supreme Divine Lightning God Transformation Technique. Deduction consumption, 3 million points of Immortal Chi shortcoming. Only those with a strong physique can cultivate it. Note, when mastered, this technique can temper all laws and bodies. Compared to the Supreme Divine Thunder Primordial Chaos Technique, Hanfei actually wanted to continue deducing the Supreme Divine Lightning God Transformation Technique. Needless to say, this must be a divine quality lightning technique. But in the end, 2 conditions restricted him. Firstly, he was now in the Thunder Note Ancient Temple, so it was not so fast for him to acquire the chaotic energy, and the immortal chi was refined from the chaotic chi, so it was naturally even slower. Just deducing these 2, plus the world-cleansing divine spell, had taken Hanfei more than 130 years. Chapter 2956, Trial Begins, Hall of Gods 4. 2956, Trial Begins, Hall of Gods 4. He knew that the human race's war must have started many times, and might have been fought many times. Unfortunately, he couldn't leave. He could only hope that the contingency plan he left behind would work. Logic told him that it was very difficult for him to guarantee that he could return alive. If he wanted to return alive, he couldn't be blind. The time he had to cultivate and wait couldn't be reduced at all. He could only comfort himself that Han Song was still there, and he should be able to control everything. Hanfei hadn't started to practice these 3 techniques yet, but he already had an idea. He took out the lightning drawing platform and sat cross-legged on it. What Hanfei could use were the 7 purple Dao Proving Level lightning strikes. Although he was already a carefree level cultivator, 7 purple Dao Proving Level lightning bolts were equivalent to 7 Monarch Tribulation lightning bolts for a cultivator. Hanfei released a purple Dao Proving Level lightning, and he could still feel the powerful destructive power and soul-tempering power surging throughout his body. Of course, this purple Dao Proving Level lightning couldn't be compared to the Monarch Tribulation he had experienced. It should be Monarch Tribulation lightning for ordinary cultivators. Hanfei needed to practice the Wild Thunder Dao body first, not seeking to achieve mastery, but aiming to understand the basics. Because he wasn't proving Dao, it took Hanfei half a year to slowly absorb the 5 lightning strikes before he finally made some progress in refining the Wild Thunder Dao body. After another 2 months, Hanfei could barely get the hang of the Supreme Divine Thunder Primordial Chaos Technique. At this time, the power of lightning on the lightning drawing platform had been exhausted by Hanfei. But Hanfei didn't care. In addition to the lightning drawing platform, he had more than 500 energy crystals. The pure heavenly Dao power in them could also strengthen the cultivation of the Dao and law of lightning, another 53 years later. After all, it was not his origin star and there was no time acceleration, so Hanfei's cultivation speed naturally decreased greatly. It took him 53 years to absorb less than 200 energy crystals. Unfortunately, due to the influence of the growth speed of his physique, his soul power cultivation couldn't be fast even if he wanted to. However, in the past 53 years, his strength had improved significantly. Hanfei sighed. It was time to start the trial. Before that, he looked at his information. Owner, Hanfei level, 1114, carefree level. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the infinite ocean. The 10,086 immortal chi, 1,020,000 soul, 999 origin strength, 999 star powers. First spiritual heritage, origin spiritual heritage, second spiritual heritage, eternal darkness, spiritual heritage, first spiritual beast, twin yin yang, sky swallowing fish, level 110, second spiritual beast, the emperor sparrow, level 111. Main art, godfiend formless technique. There was a small hurdle in his cultivation because he took dual extreme Dao. However, Hanfei knew that he was stuck here because he cultivated too fast and there was no pressure to push him to make a breakthrough. As long as he fought a few more battles, he should be able to cross over and quickly advance to the mid-stage of the carefree level. Huff. When Hanfei looked at the 12 giant statues again, he entered the Hall of Gods fearlessly. As a monarch realm cultivator, in the face of such a dangerous place, fear was useless. Thinking too much about life and death would only make him scared. Buzz. As soon as Hanfei stepped into the Hall of Gods, the statues trembled slightly. Immediately afterward, the scene in front of Hanfei began to change, and the Hall of Gods in front of him disappeared. Instead, there were 12 Dharma-like giants scattered in the sky. They looked like 12 gods looking down on all living beings. The 12 giants began to move as if they were summoning lightning. Boom, boom, boom. On the blink of an eye, the vast sky was filled with lightning, turning into a sea of lightning. Hanfei wanted to see what else the 12 giants would do, but after they turned this place into a sea of lightning, they disappeared, and there seemed to be no follow-up movement. When the lightning struck down, Hanfei immediately felt that the intensity of the lightning was on the same level as the lightning in the chaotic thunder domain. Hanfei couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. In this case, he didn't have to worry about being unable to withstand it at all. If he really couldn't withstand it, he could use the turtle shell heaven sealing array to block it. Besides, he could use little black and little white to purify the power of lightning. Hanfei smiled. While he took out the lightning drawing platform to absorb the lightning power, he turned Little Black and Little White into a yin-yang millstone to cleanse the impurities in the lightning. He had thought that it would be over if he slowly cultivated until he completely comprehended the great Tao of lightning and the law of lightning. However, just one day later, the appearance of a giant shattered Hanfei's fantasy. After the giant appeared, he began to attack Hanfei. The giant formed a strange seal, and instantly, lightning gathered all over the sky. Multiple lightning combined, and the speed doubled as it struck at Hanfei. Chapter 2957, 12 Thunder Seal Technique, 2957, 12 Thunder Seal Technique, 29. Seal Technique, 20 Seal Technique could fuse with all kinds of lightning. With this technique, in the lightning domain, his strength would increase by at least one level. Hanfei quickly assessed the power this seal technique might cause. The first thing he did was not dodge, but steal. After staying in the chaotic thunder domain for decades, he was already familiar with the power of lightning here. Perhaps the lightning in the chaotic thunder domain was dangerous, but it wasn't to the point where he couldn't withstand it. Since he could withstand the lightning, he could use it after stealing it. The only thing he wanted to bet on was whether he would suffer a backlash, so he was already prepared to use the great Tao of life replacement. If this giant was some kind of clone of a god, he would definitely suffer a backlash to death, and he wouldn't be able to steal it. On the contrary, if this giant was just a puppet mechanism, he would have a chance to steal this seal. Although he had also deduced the Wild Thunder Tao body and the Supreme Divine Thunder Primordial Chaos technique, neither of them were lightning techniques used in combat, but this seal technique was. Puff Hanfei was vomiting blood and bleeding from his eyes, nose, and mouth. However, when the fused lightning was about to hit Hanfei, it suddenly dispersed. Hanfei's sturdy body weathered through the dispersed lightning without suffering any additional damage. As for the giant, it seemed to have suddenly been sealed and stayed in midair without attacking again. Sure enough, the giant has no direct relationship with gods. It's just a passive trial mechanism. Huff! Hanfei was immediately relieved. As for the backlash injury, he casually stuffed a mass of liquid divine light into his mouth and resolved it. At this moment, a part of the sealing technique appeared in his mind. Yes, there was only this move. Combined with the fact that the giant was still, Hanfei was certain that this was the only move this giant had. If this seal was his only move, there should be 11 more seals. It was precisely because this giant only knew this move that it meant that this seal technique would be terrifying. This seal technique must have killed countless trial takers. After stealing the giant seal technique, some lightning law immediately appeared in Hanfei's mind. The seal technique and the operation of the law seemed simple, but in fact, this simple seal contained many laws. Hanfei hadn't mastered the power of the lightning law to this extent, but he could understand it by analogy. With a little research, it might only take him a few years or at most decades to master it. Of course, if this giant could continue to use this seal technique, he could quickly master it through multiple thefts. If he could get out alive, this seal technique could be said to be one of his killing techniques. 3 seconds after Hanfei stole the seal technique, the giant broke free from the void stealing technique. The giant attacked again, which was still this move, and Hanfei continued to steal. But this time, Hanfei not only stole the seal technique, but also the fused lightning. With his physique, he could completely withstand such power of lightning in the short term. After all, his years in the chaotic Thunder Sea weren't for nothing. His overall strength had increased by nearly 30%, and his physique had improved a lot. While stealing the seal technique and the lightning, Han Fei smashed the fused lightning back. Rumble. To Han Fei's surprise, the giant was shattered after only one attack, but then it recombined as if it wasn't him who was shattered just now. However, Han Fei still noticed something. This giant is not as strong as I imagined. Its strength is actually in the same realm as mine. This giant is made completely based on my realm. However, why can it recombine after shattering? He did the same thing more than 10 times in a row. As he used the seal technique proficiently and gained insight into the lightning law, the time it took for the giant to recombine slowly increased. So that's it. To pass this first trial, one needs to have a certain level of comprehension of the Tao and law of lightning. Senior brother Lei Hung is right. This kind of trial mainly tests the participant's ability to comprehend the Tao and law of lightning. Bang. When Han Fei realized this, he saw another giant appear in the void with a buzz. This giant statue was different from the first one, but it also formed a seal. However, this seal technique was of a different type. This giant actually accelerated the operation of the lightning law here, causing the density of the lightning to suddenly double. What did the doubling of the lightning density in a world mean? In a sense, what was the difference between this and doubling of strength? Also, why didn't the first giant disappear? Han Fei's face suddenly changed. He had thought that these giants would come out one by one, but they came out in a row. Didn't this mean that if he held on to the end, a total of 12 giants would appear? The lightning here increased, but fortunately, the second giant didn't use any offensive seal techniques. Han Fei used the 10,000 law sky traveling technique with all his strength while taking the opportunity to steal the attack method of the first giant. He had a bold idea. This might be an opportunity. If the first giant formed seals so frequently, he could also steal frequently. Stealing the other party's seal technique was equivalent to stealing the other party's great Tao of lightning and the way the lightning law operated. Chapter 2958. 2958. 12 Thunder Seal Technique. 2958. 12 Thunder Seal Technique. 20. As for stealing the giant's great Tao, Han Fei tried it once, but he was immediately counterattacked and had to rely on the great Tao of life replacement to survive. Han Fei realized that although the giant was created based on his own strength, what bestowed the other party with the great Tao was not the giant itself, but a god. However, Han Fei also discovered that the first test didn't necessarily mean there was no way out. The giants frequently formed seals, which was strange in itself. If a person specialized in the Thunder Law, after repeatedly watching the other party making seals, he would be able to learn it or at least imitate it. Therefore, the real meaning of this first trial was to give the participant a seal technique. It was meant to teach the trial taker a seal technique, but some people couldn't withstand it at all. Han Fei summarized the conditions for learning this seal technique. First of all, one had to be fast or they would be struck to death. Secondly, one had to have a strong physique and strong lightning resistance. This was the foundation to survive the chaotic thunder domain. If one didn't even have the ability to survive, what was the point of teaching you this seal technique? Finally, it was a test and a screening on the participant's mastery of the lightning law. Only if the test results met the ancient god of Thunder Note's expectations could one be qualified to inherit his legacy. Therefore, the Thunder Note Ancient Temple was never meant for others to undergo trials, but was solely meant for those who cultivated the Thunder Law to undergo trials. But why was he caught here? This puzzled Han Fei. Perhaps because the two giants couldn't suppress Han Fei at all, it only took less than half an hour for a third giant to appear. As for the seal technique of this giant, Han Fei saw the lightning law between the heavens and earth appear in the form of Tao patterns. These Tao patterns fused into all the lightning here and immediately gave these lightning the power to kill souls. This is only the third seal technique. Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. He had just embarked on the path of lightning, so he had to steal the seal techniques of these giants as quickly as possible to grasp more usages of lightning great Tao and law. Otherwise, if all the 12 giants came out and each seal technique could give these lightning a new ability, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand it sooner or later. Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. At this moment, he had been trying for nearly 6 hours. He was deliberately making the giants feel that he could barely resist them. He wanted to stall for time until he completely mastered the 3 seal techniques and the operation and usage of the lightning law. In fact, as Han Fei expected, as long as he didn't show the strength to crush or surpass these 3 giants, the 4th giant wouldn't appear. If Han Fei just kept procrastinating like this, it seemed that the current difficulty was not that great for now. Of course, this was only for him. He had a strong physique, sufficient speed, and the void-stealing technique that could quickly deprive his opponent of their attacks and techniques, so it would be extremely difficult for another person to stall for time. It was almost impossible to avoid such dense lightning. Even if that person had such speed and physique, was his spiritual power enough to support him for such a long time? Therefore, it was impossible for others to copy Han Fei's trial method. He knew this himself, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He didn't know what would happen if too many giants were released at once. Anyway, these 3 were already quite dangerous. After 3 days of delay, Han Fei had used the void-stealing technique countless times. His understanding of the great Tao of lightning and the law was improving at an unbelievable speed. This speed of improvement was like a primary school student reading the entire junior high school curriculum in 3 days, making rapid progress. Finally, Han Fei had completely mastered the 3 seal techniques. This time, he stole the fusion lightning of the first giant and controlled the lightning law to gather one. As 2 lightning bolts shot into the sky, he shattered the first and second lightning bolts. In the next moment, 2 new giants appeared. As Han Fei expected, the first 3 giants were dispersed because Han Fei had almost completely mastered their seal technique, so it took them longer and longer to regather. This was because they were no longer challenges to Han Fei, but they would inevitably appear again. Clearly, there were 12 seal techniques in total. At this moment, the 4th giant made a seal, and in this sea of lightning, there were suddenly radioactive electric arcs, densely packed and covering millions of kilometers. Han Fei's face changed drastically. Did it have a deceleration function? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. This was a domain-type law. If he hadn't comprehended the first 3 seal techniques with such a domain, his speed would be greatly reduced and he would definitely be heavily injured. Then, the 5th giant made a seal, and Han Fei saw dancing lightning bolts that had ignored the void and instantly appeared in front of Han Fei. Boom, boom, boom. After being hit 7 or 8 times in a row, Han Fei couldn't dodge it and could only steal it. Then, the giants that were shattered by Han Fei appeared again. For a moment, the 5 giants attacked at the same time, and Han Fei's face turned green. 1 month later, in this sea of lightning, Han Fei's figure flashed quickly. The lightning filled the sky, and he was struck by lightning multiple times every second. Chapter 2959-2959 12 Thunder Seal Technique 32959 12 Thunder Seal Technique 3 Some lightning was flashing. Some lightning was illusory and didn't exist at all, but if you didn't think it existed, it suddenly appeared again. Also, under Han Fei's feet, lightning rings made of thunder arcs burst out from time to time. Whether Han Fei was willing or not, he would inevitably be hit. Even after he broke through the lightning ring, the lightning in all directions suddenly turned into blue thunder and fire. The thunder and fire spread, and the flames carried lightning that jumped. It was impossible to guard against. More importantly, a twisted lightning shadow was chasing Han Fei. In addition to the physical destruction, there was also the lightning impact on the soul. At this moment, Han Fei roared and suddenly turned around. He used the void-stealing technique 3 times, respectively stealing a fused lightning bolt, a lightning jump, and a lightning ring, shattering the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd giant. After doing all this, Han Fei suddenly turned back and ran into the lightning shadow chasing him. The 2 fought fiercely. The lightning shadow penetrated Han Fei, and Han Fei shattered the other party with a punch. The difference was that Han Fei's body emitted a dazzling golden light. He had used the great Tao of life replacement. So far, a total of 4 giants had shattered. Han Fei roared, "The last one, come out." Boom. More and more giants appeared, and Han Fei felt that his body was almost numb. Once his body was completely numb and collapsed, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape from these giants. During this period of time, he had used the great Tao of life replacement a total of 6 times. If his mastery of the great Tao of lightning and the law was only at the level of primary school graduation at first, he could almost be said to have graduated from a university now. He knew that he didn't have to wait anymore, nor did he have time to waste slowly with the 11 giants. At this moment, when Han Fei killed 4 giants in a row in the blink of an eye, a thundercloud suddenly appeared in the sky. The last giant appeared from the thundercloud, but at the moment that giant came out, it turned into a purple lightning that carried the might of the heavens and seemed to have the power to destroy the world. Shoot, a heavenly tribulation? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. In the past month, he had felt and learned 11 thunder techniques in total. These lightning techniques were fused, lightning, lightning acceleration, soul-slaying lightning, lightning arc deceleration domain, jumping lightning, strange transformation lightning, seamless lightning ring, sea of lightning and fire, turning one's body into lightning, Tao heart crushing lightning, and cleansing lightning. This seal technique included the infinite changes of the lightning law, including regular killing techniques, soul killing techniques, assassination techniques, domain killing techniques, inescapable killing techniques, mental demon techniques, area of effect attacks, purification techniques. Han Fei couldn't imagine that this technique could contain so many changes. He had stolen seal techniques one by one, so he could clearly sense that each seal technique used different lightning laws. Han Fei was almost certain that even the cultivators who walked the Tao of lightning wouldn't use so many strange lightning laws at once. Therefore, when senior brother Lei Heng said that only 3 people had passed this trial in history, he believed him. Although he didn't know who these 3 people were, they were definitely peerless heavenly talents with great opportunities. But if the lightning laws were still laws, what the hell was the 12th seal? The scene of tribulation clouds suddenly appearing and transforming into divine lightning was exactly the same as the heavenly tribulation. The ancient god of thunder note was so strong that he could even create a heavenly tribulation. Just like before, Han Fei tried to steal this seal technique and the power of this so-called heavenly tribulation. When the tribulation lightning surged, Han Fei stole it, but in the next moment his body exploded into a bloody mist. In the next moment, not far away, Han Fei appeared in his invincible state. He was dumbfounded. These giants were set according to his strength, but this one was different. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation struck down. But Han Fei was not affected because he was in his invincible state. He was just shocked that he couldn't steal this thing. He had clearly sensed the seal technique just now. Wait. Han Fei was shocked. Yes, he had indeed just stolen the seal technique. This meant that this giant seal technique could be stolen, and he could also perceive the use of the lightning law. However, this tribulation lightning was different. This was a real heavenly tribulation. It wasn't a monarch tribulation, but a specific heavenly tribulation targeted at a certain stage, a heavenly tribulation that shouldn't exist at all. Therefore, when he tried to steal the heavenly tribulation, what he stole was the operation of the fundamental law of the heavenly Tao. He could steal the heavenly Tao, transform into the heavenly Tao, and obtain the law of the heavenly Tao, but no one could touch the fundamental operation law of the heavenly Tao. Just now, Han Fei felt that he had touched it, so he exploded instantly. Logically speaking, how could this kind of law be artificially created? But this seal technique had made it. Han Fei felt the power of a complicated law circulating in his mind. He couldn't understand it, but he could feel that many lightning laws were injecting into it. Tao fusion? No, this is law fusion. Han Fei suddenly thought of something. Back then, the corpse of the ancient human race in the lava giant tribe had thought 10,000 scale monarch as an immortal level cultivator and scolded him that as he hadn't begun to fuse laws, he wasn't worthy of being called an immortal level cultivator. Chapter 2960-2960, 12 Thunder Seal Technique for 2960. 12 Thunder Seal Technique, for therefore, in ancient times, at least in the age of the ancient god of Thunder Note, only after law fusion could one be called a great monarch. And now, from the seal techniques he stole, Han Fei could clearly sense that the laws used by the first 11 giants were all fused into this last seal technique. The 12th seal, the lightning of heavenly tribulation, was born after the continuous fusion. This meant that if an ordinary person wanted to launch an attack of this level, they had to be at least a great monarch. Then he remembered that the ancient human cultivator made a law fusion on the spot and bestowed a divine tribulation on the 10,000 scale monarch. Was that equivalent to creating a heavenly tribulation? However, the heavenly tribulation had already reached the level of a divine tribulation. Yes, powerhouses at their level could indeed create heavenly tribulations. However, after the ancient human finished the law fusion, he had to transcend a divine tribulation, and after the divine tribulation, he would become a god. Therefore, the 12th seal technique of the ancient god of Thunder Note corresponded to the use of the power of a peak-level great monarch, right? Han Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ancient god of Thunder Note, are you serious? I'm only at the carefree level, but you want me to learn how to use the laws of the great monarch realm, or even the peak of the great monarch realm. Han Fei felt terrible. Just as he was thinking about how to learn the 12th seal, the 12 giants all retracted their laws and stood in 12 different directions, all looking at Han Fei. Then, the Sea of Lightning disappeared, and Han Fei reappeared in the Hall of Gods. These giants said in unison, "Trial Taker, congratulations on passing the first level of the trial. This is my inheritance, the 12 Thunder Seal Technique. I used to use this art to kill a god when I was only a great monarch. A great monarch killed a god?" Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. He had always heard that great monarchs could shake gods. Even the god of war had always bragged that the supreme divine technique was extremely powerful and could be used to fight a god. However, the ancient god of Thunder Note was the only one who claimed that he could kill a god as a great monarch. In the next moment, Han Fei saw blue ancient characters formed by Tao patterns of laws not far away. The technique was popping up in Han Fei's head. 12 Thunder Seal Technique, Monarch Realm, Divine Quality. Note, the 12 Thunder Seal Technique contains 11 different thunder laws, as well as the magical Heavenly Tribulation Killing Seal Technique. The specific laws include the Thunder Fusion Killing Technique, Speed of Lightning, Soul Slaying Lightning, Lightning Arc Deceleration Domain, Jumping Lightning, Strange Transformation Lightning, Lightning Ring Covering Technique, Sea of Lightning and Fire, Lightning in One, Tao Heart Crushing Lightning, and Cleansing Lightning. There are a total of 11 laws. Remember, the ultimate seal technique, the Heavenly Tribulation Killing Technique, can only be used by those who have mastered it. Otherwise, you will suffer a backlash. Deduced art, none effect. Each seal technique can be used independently. The 12 techniques are comparable to 12 monarchs. Note, only when you master this technique can you use the Heavenly Tribulation Killing Technique. The ancient god of Thunder Note actually gave me this technique. Han Fei was lost for words. Using the void stealing technique, he stole the seal techniques one by one and managed to deduce the 12 Thunder Seal technique with the demon purification pot, but the ancient god of Thunder Note directly gave this technique to him. It's indeed an inheritance, which was given to me without hesitation. Without hesitation, Han Fei absorbed these laws, then sat cross-legged and took the liquid divine light. He sat cross-legged for 3 months before slowly opening his eyes. He sorted out the 12 Thunder Seal technique and restored himself to his peak state. He had mixed feelings. This was only the first level of the trial. It wasn't too difficult for him to solve it with luck and cheating. However, the last seal was only used on him once. Perhaps this was the requirement to pass. As long as he could endure until the last giant appeared and withstand a heavenly tribulation, he would pass the test. With this in mind, Han Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No wonder senior brother Lei Hung didn't mention the first level of the trial. Maybe he thought he would pass it quickly, instead of spending a month secretly learning the 12 Thunder Seal technique. Han Fei tried to think about it. If he just tried to fight the giants, it might only take him 1 or 2 days to pass the first level of the trial, and then he could also get the 12th Thunder Seal technique. However, from the beginning, he had made it extremely difficult for himself. The second level of the trial was about to begin. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. He felt that the second level of the trial might be the easiest one for him. Chapter 2961-2961. Thunder Secret Technique, 1000 Thunder Flash, 2961. Thunder Secret Technique, 1000 Thunder Flash, 29. 1000 Thunder Flash, 9 Fei walked straight to a stone door in the depths. This was the only way. He was also a little curious. Could it be that the ancient god of Thunder Note had kept a group of ominous creatures captive? When he pushed open the stone door, behind the door was a boundless sea of stars that seemed to have left the range of the Thunder Note ancient temple. However, in this boundless sea of stars, there was a lightning mark that stretched out without end. It seemed that as long as he followed this lightning mark, he should be able to reach the second level of the trial. Then, he heard a voice in his ear. The second level of the trial is about to begin. The trial taker has to kill all the ominous creatures here before you can start the third level of the trial. There is no time limit for this level of the trial. Han Fei didn't hesitate. He had an absolute advantage in the second level of the trial. If he couldn't even pass it, it was difficult for him to imagine how others would pass it. As Han Fei stepped through the stone door behind him disappeared, and so did the Thunder Note ancient temple. This made Han Fei suspect that he had entered some kind of illusionary space and wasn't experiencing a real battle. However, he remembered that senior brother Lei Hang had instructed him to collect as many energy crystals as possible during the second level of the trial, which indirectly proved the authenticity of this trial. In the sea of stars, suddenly, thunder rumbled and the lightning mark that spanned a long distance suddenly shone. Then, the void cracked, and with a whoosh, a large number of ominous creatures rushed out of the void crack. Is this a void door that connects to the outside world? Han Fei understood. The ancient god of Thunder Note had specifically let these ominous life forms in. He had never thought of escaping directly from this spatial rift. If it was really so simple, it was impossible for so many strong masters to die here in the history of the Void Temple. Senior brother Lei Hung would probably ask eldest senior brother to get him out. Instead of running for his life in vain, he might as well think about how to kill these ominous creatures. Because in just a short while, tens of thousands of ominous creatures had rushed in. None of these ominous life forms were at the level of the sky-opening realm. They were all terrifying level Monarch Realm life forms, just like the ones he had killed earlier. Before the void crack was closed, those ominous creatures had already rushed towards Han Fei. And when the battle began, Han Fei didn't escape immediately. He formed seals with his hands. Lightning Arc Deceleration Domain. In the void, lightning arcs flashed, and Han Fei borrowed the Great Tao here to create a domain of speed reduction that spanned more than 300,000 kilometers. Then, Han Fei formed seals again. Lightning of Purification. Han Fei didn't want to carry the rapid flow of the laws with his body. If he did that, just like before, after only killing 500 or 800 ominous creatures, his body would become numb. As for the 12 Thunder Seal technique, it directly used the laws of lightning. In terms of consumption, if he could use the 12 Thunder Seal technique to directly kill a large number of ominous life forms, this would undoubtedly be a better choice. In the Lightning Arc Deceleration domain, because of the natural suppression of lightning on evil creatures, the Lightning of Purification had an unexpected effect. Every lightning bolt of purification could take away a terrifying level ominous life form. At this moment, Han Fei truly realized the power of the 12 Thunder Seal technique. If it were an ordinary person, he could at most heavily injure a strong master of the same realm with a lightning strike. It was almost impossible to kill his enemy. Even the weakest monarch couldn't be killed by a few lightning strikes in the chaotic thunder domain, but for ominous creatures, it was a natural counter. Every time the lightning of purification was used, an ominous life form could be killed. The only pity was that the lightning of purification needed to be combined with seal techniques, and the speed of seal techniques wasn't that fast. Han Fei didn't know how many ominous creatures had entered. Anyway, the lightning arc deceleration domain that he had set up was almost surrounded by countless ominous creatures. He knew that he should retreat. Otherwise, once a large number of ominous creatures surrounded the domain, it would be impossible for him to escape. In just 10 seconds, Han Fei killed as many as 37 ominous creatures and took their energy crystals. Han Fei used the lightning jumping and broke out of the encirclement before the ominous creatures surrounded him. At this time, the densely packed ominous creatures, like ghosts in hell, chased Han Fei like flying locusts. Han Fei's eyelids twitched crazily and he was speechless. This ancient god of thunder note really thought highly of the trial takers. How many ominous creatures had been let in? Han Fei transformed into a body with 3 heads and 6 arms and performed 6 seal techniques at the same time, which were the lightning arc deceleration domain, speed of lightning, lightning jumping, lightning turning into fire, lightning fusion killing technique, and lightning of purification. These seals gathered the lightning laws that filled the sky and bloomed in the army of ominous life forms chasing him. Boom boom boom, sizzly puff, puff, puff. For a moment, billowing black fog spewed out of the bodies of those ominous life forms. As soon as the 6 seals were released, lightning fire covered an area of 300,000 kilometers in the deceleration domain. More than 1,000 ominous creatures were enshrouded, but the lightning laws that Han Fei could gather through the seal techniques in such a short period of time was limited. Even if he made a big fuss, he didn't even kill 50 ominous creatures. Besides, he couldn't get the energy crystals of the dozens of ominous creatures. It was impossible for him to rush into the ominous army to get them. Chapter 2962, Thunder Secret Technique, 1000 Thunder Flash, 2962, Thunder Secret Technique, 1000 Thunder Flash 20. It's intentional. It's definitely intentional. Han Fei concluded that the ancient god of thunder note intentionally designed the second level of the trial like this. He knew that even if someone mastered the 12 Thunder Seal technique in the first level of the trial, it wouldn't help. The range attack of the thunder fire of the 12 Thunder Seal technique was very strong. If it were ominous creatures in the perfected star transformation realm rushing at him at the moment, Han Fei might be able to burn thousands of them to death with a single thunder fire. But in the face of monarch realm ominous creatures, even if Han Fei used all the 12 seals, including the 12th seal to summon the heavenly tribulation, it was impossible for him to cause such a large-scale instant kill. Since he wasn't given a chance to kill these ominous creatures on a large scale, he could only fight and retreat. With his speed advantage, he could slowly exhaust these ominous creatures with lightning techniques. Therefore, this second level of the trial was not only a test of the participants' lightning techniques, but also tested the comprehensive combat power of the participants. With a thought, Han Fei tentatively punched through some ominous life forms nearby with the invincible punch. However, just as Han Fei killed 2 spatial cracks suddenly appeared where the 2 ominous creatures died. Then, 4 ominous creatures crawled in from the spatial cracks. What? Han Fei's face turned green. So, the second level of the trial was actually to test the participants' mastery of the 12 Thunder Seal technique, right? Once the trial takers killed the ominous creatures in other ways, they would immediately release double the number of ominous creatures. Han Fei's heart shivered. This kind of trial was too disgusting. Only the 12 Thunder Seal technique could be used. What if others hadn't learned it? But on second thought, it seemed that there was no time limit between the first and second level of the trials. This period of time should be the time given by the ancient god of thunder note to the participants to practice the 12 Thunder Seal technique. If ordinary people got the 12 Thunder Seal technique, they would definitely learn it first. After all, this was a special thunder technique trial. Now, if he had to solve these ominous life forms with the 12 Thunder Seal technique, this battle would become a real protracted battle. If he didn't have good footwork, he would probably be surrounded by these ominous life forms soon. Han Fei imagined that if he was surrounded by tens of thousands of ominous creatures, he would have no choice but to rush out with his invincible state. Furthermore, even if he rushed out in the invincible state of the great Tao of life replacement, it didn't mean that he wouldn't be polluted by the ominous aura. Therefore, it was best not to be surrounded by the ominous creatures. Suddenly, Han Fei remembered that senior brother Lei Heng said that the third level of the trial was a speed trial. Could it be that this second level of the trial not only tested the participant's grasp of the 12 Thunder Seal technique, but also his grasp of speed and footwork? Only in this way would he have a chance to survive when entering the third level of the trial. That must be the case. The different levels of the trial created by the god must be related to each other. The 12 Thunder Seal technique has an impact on the second level of the trial. The movement technique and speed test and the collection of energy crystals in the second level of the trial will respectively affect the third and fourth levels of the trial. Then, the third level of the trial either has an impact on the fourth level of the trial or has an impact on the trials that come after the fourth level. There must be a connection among them. After confirming this idea, Han Fei no longer rejected it. Although he hadn't mastered the 10,000 Law Sky traveling technique yet, it wasn't far off. The main reason was that he couldn't use it for a long time or he might permanently transform into a law. However, if it was used in conjunction with the jumping lightning and the thunder transformation technique of the 12 Thunder Seal technique, it seemed to be an extension of movement techniques. Han Fei immediately activated the 10,000 Law Sky traveling technique. As soon as this technique was used, every time Han Fei took a step in the void, he appeared tens of millions of kilometers away. Every time Han Fei used a thunder technique, when he killed about 20 or 30 ominous creatures, he needed to quickly avoid the besieging ominous creatures with the 10,000 Law Sky traveling technique. 7 or 8 times in a row, just when Han Fei had adapted to this combat method, he suddenly found a thunderball in the void. The thunderball suddenly appeared out of blue. Han Fei was also curious. It was impossible for such meaningless things to exist in the second level of the trial. Therefore, Han Fei arrived in a few steps. Unfortunately, the demon purification pot couldn't read what the thunderball was. Han Fei thought for a moment and was about to reach out to grab it. He was already prepared to activate the Great Tao of Life Replacement. However, when Han Fei's hand touched the thunderball, his consciousness suddenly changed slightly. He felt that he had turned into a thunderball, and tens of thousands of ominous creatures had rushed at him from all directions. Han Fei's face slightly changed. He wanted to leave this weird state as soon as possible, but he was surprised to find that he couldn't get out of this state. While Han Fei was burning with anxiety, he felt that he seemed to have split into thousands of clones at once, and his body suddenly appeared in thousands of directions. As for the ominous creatures that surrounded him, they lost their target at the last moment. For a moment, they didn't know where to chase because at this moment there were only thousands of lightning arcs extending out in the sky. Chapter 2963-2963 Thunder Secret Technique 1000 Thunder Flash 32963 Thunder Secret Technique 1000 Thunder Flash 3 Han Fei saw this scene himself. In an instant he felt that he had turned into lightning, flashing in all directions and rushing in thousands of directions. Han Fei simply felt that there were few ominous creatures in a certain place. Then he suddenly appeared there. A divine technique? Han Fei was certainly not stupid. Just now he felt that any direction where the lightning arc struck out could be his foothold. This meant that even if he was surrounded by thousands of soldiers and horses, if he used this technique, he could easily break through the siege unless all directions were sealed or the space where he was now was sealed. Was it a coincidence that he encountered this thunderball? Of course, it couldn't be a coincidence. This was clearly a divine technique, and it seemed to be a one-time experience. The purpose of its existence was to make him marvel at how powerful this divine technique was. Of course, it was impossible for Han Fei to master this divine technique with this experience. However, he didn't quite understand why the ancient god of Thunder Note set up this divine technique experience here. The chase and counterattack weren't any different because of this sudden divine technique experience. This battle lasted for 7 days, and the number of the terrifying level ominous creatures killed by Han Fei amounted to a staggering 9231. However, the ominous creatures were far from being completely killed off. They were still chasing. But Han Fei didn't run anymore because he had reached the end of the lightning mark in the void. And at the end of the lightning mark, there was a platform floating in the void. It was a little similar to a floating stone, but the material shouldn't be comparable to a floating stone. This floating stone was protected by a barrier. In the barrier on the platform, there was a circle of 100 thunderballs floating. Is it the divine thunderball from before? Han Fei immediately rushed onto the platform. Sure enough, the barrier didn't stop him. This place was clearly prepared for the trial takers. So the first 7 days were just the basic test? Han Fei was lost for words. It wasn't hard for him to guess what the ancient god of Thunder Note was thinking. He wanted the trial takers to inherit the divine technique from the thunderball. He had only experienced it once just now. Now, it was obvious that the god wanted him to learn it. If he could learn it, he would be able to obtain this inheritance. If he couldn't, Han Fei seemed to be able to pass the second level of the trial with his own means. However, he didn't know if it would affect the subsequent trials if he couldn't learn it. Bang, bang, bang! As soon as Han Fei landed on this platform, those ominous creatures had already arrived and surrounded this small floating platform. There were at least 20,000 of them. Huff! Han Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is this really a trial? However, after running and fighting for 7 days in a row, Han Fei was also tired. Seeing that these ominous creatures were blocked by the barrier, he sat cross-legged and recovered for an hour. Then he began to study these thunderballs. If he guessed right, this was a training ground, and these 100 thunderballs were his opportunity. From what he had experienced before, it was very difficult for him to learn such a divine technique in one try. But what if he increased the number of times he comprehended it to 100? Perhaps most people still couldn't comprehend it, and then they might not have a chance to comprehend it again. Han Fei was lost for words. That's bullshit. For this kind of divine technique, wouldn't it be better for you to keep a copy of the technique for others to learn it instead of insisting that others comprehend it? The thoughts of the gods were always elusive, but Han Fei just complained and began his first attempt. Xuanhuan. It was like thousands of lightning arcs that suddenly burst out. The landing point of each lightning arc could be used as his alternate path. Then, to reach this path directly, the first ability was to master the lightning transformation technique. Han Fei had already mastered it in the 12 Thunder Seal technique. Secondly, this technique was released and retracted very quickly, faster than the Void Descending Art. The main meaning of Void Descending Art was to send a clone down, which was essentially different from this Thunderball. This Thunderball divine technique didn't have a clone. Clones could be easily destroyed, but the original body couldn't. The Thunderball divine technique only greatly reduced the chances of the original body being found, which was only 1 in 10 million. Han Fei's first research had already made him ponder. The next day, he used 5 Thunderballs in one go. He didn't gain much insight, but the demon purification pot directly showed this technique. 1000 Thunderflash, Monarch level, divine quality. Note, this is a lightning escape technique based on laws such as lightning marks, flash lightning, jumping lightning, lightning transformation, lightning speed, and space. This technique can turn 1000 into 10,000 and 10,000 into infinite. If you learn this technique, you can gain a great advantage in group battles. In the face of an enemy no more than 2 realms above you, your chances of escape are as high as 90%. If you escape to the Sea of Thunder, even gods can't find you. Comprehension degree, 1% effect, turn 1 to 1000, 1000 to 10,000, and 10,000 to infinite. Note, to learn the 1000 Thunderflash, you have to integrate and comprehend all the laws, and only then can you start to use them effortlessly. Sure enough, none of the legacies of the ancient god of thunder note are simple. This 1000 Thunderflash is very difficult to grasp. Hanfei used 6 Thunderballs, but the comprehension degree of the 1000 Thunderflash was only 1%. Considering this level, after using up this batch of Thunderballs, it was a question whether he could comprehend 20% of the technique. However, the Demon Purification Pot should be able to help him comprehend more. Chapter 2964, Thunder Secret Technique, 1000 Thunderflash, 42964, Thunder Secret Technique, 1000 Thunderflash, 420 days passed. Hanfei looked at the last Thunderball in front of him and fell into deep thought. With the help of the Demon Purification Pot, he had only comprehended 30% of the 1000 Thunderflash, and 30% could barely transform 1 into 10. However, from the parts he had already comprehended, transforming 1 into 10 could only be considered a beginner. At this moment, Hanfei knew that when the last Thunderball was used up, the spiritual barrier would be broken and the prolonged chase would begin again. Of course, Hanfei didn't use the last Thunderball on this floating platform. Now there were nearly 20,000 terrifying level ominous creatures outside. After using up this Thunderball, he could only rush out. The part of the 1000 Thunderflash that he had comprehended wasn't enough to deal with so many ominous creatures. Buzz! At that moment, the moment Hanfei crossed the barrier, he turned into more than 1,000 lightning bolts, crossed tens of thousands of ominous life forms in an instant, and appeared thousands of kilometers away. Roar! A large wave of ominous creatures continued to chase him. 23 days later, Hanfei let out a long sigh of relief when the last terrifying level ominous creature perished. The second level of the trial was indeed not as difficult as he had imagined. At least it was okay for him, except that the battle dragged on. Besides, the ancient god of thunder note had given him this inheritance. In comparison, Hanfei still felt that the first level of the trial was more difficult. During this period, Hanfei only harvested 6,000 energy crystals, which was all he could gather. But most of the time, these ominous creatures came in groups and never stopped. In order to pick up energy crystals, he had been in desperate situations time and time again. If senior brother Lei Hung hadn't said that he should try his best to collect energy crystals, Hanfei wouldn't have taken that risk at all. After that, when he wanted to look for the energy crystals left behind after he killed the ominous creatures, he discovered that, to his surprise, these energy crystals had all disappeared. Just as Hanfei was about to find where the third level of the trial would begin, suddenly, a big hole appeared in the void, and another ominous creature entered the hole. This time, Hanfei's face changed. Wasn't this a fucking destruction-level ominous creature? Earlier, he cooperated with the Emperor Sparrow to kill one, but it couldn't be said that he killed it. The Emperor Sparrow's hellfire burning technique played a key role, otherwise it would be difficult for him to kill an immortal-level creature even if he used all his strength. Now, just when Hanfei thought that he had passed the second level of the trial, an ominous creature of this level was suddenly released. What did it mean? When the ominous creature saw Hanfei, it gnashed its sharp black teeth and said, "Anyone who enters the Thunder Note Ancient Temple shall die." Perhaps the ominous creature thought that Hanfei accidentally broke the seal of the ancient Thunder Temple, so as soon as it came in and saw him, it immediately shouted these words. Hanfei sighed in his heart, thinking that the ancient god of Thunder Note's trial was too abnormally difficult. Who would have the energy to deal with an ominous creature one level higher than him after killing 30,000 ominous creatures? Swishta, the destruction-level ominous creature, had already jumped to Hanfei's side. At first, it released the demonic sound, trying to corrode Hanfei's soul. Hanfei blocked it with the thunder of purification while turning into dozens of lightning marks and retreating. Immediately, Hanfei summoned the Emperor Sparrow. Seeing that it was another destruction-level ominous creature, the Emperor Sparrow was speechless. "Can you find something less difficult next time?" Hanfei said angrily. "Do you think I want to? This is part of the trial. Come on, let's cooperate again and kill it in one go." The Emperor Sparrow was helpless too. His eyes immediately turned red. "Hellfire burning," Hanfei said. "Thunder of purification." Hanfei took this opportunity to grow 3 heads and 6 arms and use 6 lightning techniques at the same time. He thought to himself, this can't be considered cheating, right? Aha! The destruction-level ominous creature was being burned by the hellfire and wailing non-stop. Hanfei bombarded it with seal techniques crazily, not even using the god-sealing spear. He was mainly afraid that if he used other powers to defeat this ominous creature, another destruction-level creature would be released. When the Emperor Sparrow suffered another backlash, the two of them worked together to kill another destruction-level ominous creature. Huff! Han Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was an ominous creature. If it were an ordinary immortal-level powerhouse, it would be difficult for him and the Emperor Sparrow to kill it even if they worked together. Just as Han Fei was casting the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique on the bird, suddenly, two big holes appeared in the void. This time, two destruction-level ominous creatures appeared at one time. Huh? What happened? The Emperor Sparrow was dumbfounded and shouted, "Where did so many come from?" Han Fei seemed to have thought of something. At this moment, a cold voice came from the void again. The third level of the trial has begun. Trial taker, please use 1000 Thunderflash. Han Fei, Chapter 2965-2965. Thunder Note Soul Refining, 12965. Thunder Note Soul Refining, 1. This was the third level of the trial? Han Fei had thought that there would be a time gap between the second and third level of the trials for him to comprehend the 1000 Thunderflash. But it turned out that the second and third level of the trials were connected. Therefore, the destruction-level ominous life form that he and the Emperor Sparrow had killed just now was not the content of the second level of the trial at all. The ancient god of Thunder Note had never meant the trial takers to kill the destruction-level ominous creature. Han Fei's face turned green, so it was just his wishful thinking. It seemed to make sense. If he didn't have the help of the Emperor Sparrow, he probably wouldn't have been able to kill a destruction-level ominous creature. If he couldn't even kill it, the others shouldn't be any better than him. Then, how could this be the content of the second level of the trial? As for the third level of the trial, Senior Brother Lei Heng's answer was to run as fast as possible without stopping. Although Senior Brother Lei Heng didn't mention the 1000 Thunderflash, it was probably because the cost of learning the 1000 Thunderflash was too high. Once Han Fei encountered it, he would naturally understand and didn't need him to remind him. If he reminded Han Fei too early, it would cause him pressure instead, so Senior Brother Lei Heng deliberately didn't mention it. The Emperor Sparrow said, "If there are only two of them, we might be able to fight them, but we have to kill them one by one." Han Fei shook his head. "No, we're not going to kill them." The Emperor Sparrow was surprised. "No? Then what are you going to do?" Han Fei shouted. "Run," Han Fei recalled the Emperor Sparrow. At the moment when the two destruction-level ominous creatures were almost in front of him, he turned into 7 or 8 lightning marks and flashed out. At the moment when the 1000 Thunderflash was used, the two destruction-level ominous creatures temporarily lost track of their target, or rather, they didn't know which lightning mark to chase. This was because in their eyes, these lightning bolts all seemed to be Han Fei's true body. But the moment Han Fei appeared, they realized that Han Fei would only appear in one of the lightning marks. The speed of the destruction-level ominous creature was terrifying. They could cover tens of millions of kilometers of the void only in an instant. Therefore, when Han Fei appeared, he had no time to react at all but turned into 7 or 8 lightning marks and flashed out again. After repeating it 4 or 5 times in a row, the two destruction-level ominous creatures learned their lesson and began to split into 2 groups, each chasing one of the lightning marks. Of course, they couldn't catch up with the lightning marks at all, because during the working time of the 1000 Thunderflash, Han Fei could choose a foothold at will in his lightning mark state. Unless there were 7 or 8 destruction-level ominous creatures, it was actually very difficult to catch up with him. However, no matter how fast the 1000 Thunderflash was, the speed of the destruction-level ominous life form could almost reach 1,000 times the speed of light, which still put a lot of pressure on Han Fei, because he had no time to think at all and could only keep using the 1000 Thunderflash. After using the 1000 Thunderflash about 100 times, another hole appeared in the void, and then, as expected, another destruction-level ominous creature appeared. Seeing this scene, Han Fei's heart turned cold. A third destruction-level creature came in so quickly? If there were 7 or 8 of them in the end, wouldn't he have nowhere to escape? No, there can't be 7 or 8 destruction-level ominous creatures. Han Fei hadn't seen so many destruction-level creatures outside the Thunder Note Ancient Temple. Although he didn't approach the Thunder Note Ancient Temple at that time, it was impossible for the destruction-level creatures to not notice him with their speed and perception. Therefore, if there were really so many destruction-level creatures, he would have been surrounded by them long ago. However, Han Fei didn't dare to bet. It was possible that the destruction-level ominous creatures just didn't attack back then. At this moment, without the Thunderballs to help him comprehend the 1000 Thunderflash, Han Fei could only rely on his understanding of the Thunder techniques, running and comprehending. 2 hours later, the 4th destruction-level ominous creature appeared. Half a day later, the 5th destruction-level ominous creature appeared. 1 day later, the 6th destruction-level ominous creature appeared. Han Fei felt that he was about to explode. He could only turn into 7 or 8 lightning marks when he used the 1000 Thunderflash. Now that 6 destruction-level creatures had appeared at the same time, he had very little room to escape. If there was one more, Han Fei might make a mistake with the 1000 Thunderflash and be caught by one of the destruction-level ominous creatures. Once he was delayed for half a second, the other 5 destruction-level creatures would definitely arrive in an instant. Then he would have almost no room to escape. However, Han Fei also discovered that the interval between the appearance of the destruction-level ominous creature was increasing. If a 7th destruction level was about to appear, it would take at least half a day or a day. This meant that he'd better comprehend more about the Thousand Thunderflash within a day. Han Fei felt that it shouldn't be a problem to turn 1 into 10, but he also knew that it shouldn't be enough. Sure enough, after more than half a day because he had used the Thousand Thunderflash too many times, Han Fei's comprehension of the Thousand Thunderflash finally reached 34%. At the same time, he had also grasped the preliminary part of the Thousand Thunderflash, reaching the point to turning 1 into 10. After another half a day, holes appeared in the void again. However, this time, 3 ominous life forms appeared at once. Han Fei was about to curse that this damn trial was too much, when he found that the 3 ominous creatures that came in later were only terrifying level, which made him heave a long sigh of relief. However, so what? The speed of a terrifying level ominous life form was also very fast. Han Fei could roughly guess the reason. Perhaps the destruction level ominous creatures were gone, so terrifying level creatures were released. Chapter 2966-2966. Thundernote Soul Refining 22966. Thundernote Soul Refining 2, but it made sense. If there were so many destruction-level ominous creatures, someone in the Chaotic Thunder Sea would probably deal with them. Although the Chaotic Thunder Domain was mysterious, it didn't mean that there were no strong masters here. After the terrifying-level ominous creatures entered this place, as long as one of them blocked him for half a second, the outcome would be the same. However, he had just grasped the preliminary part of the Thousand Thunderflash and could turn 1 into 10, but there were already 6 destruction-level and 3 terrifying-level ominous creatures here. In other words, he had to appear at the lightning mark route where he was most likely to escape every time, precisely and accurately. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the 6 destruction-level ominous creatures seemed to have changed their strategy. When they chased after a lightning mark, they seemed to chase after it, but usually, after running for a while, they would suddenly change their direction and chase after another lightning mark. As a result, Han Fei couldn't completely predict their landing point every time. Therefore, 2 or 3 times out of 100 times, he would be caught up because of an error in judgment. However, after being caught, Han Fei still had a chance, which was lightning jumping. He could dodge a second time with lightning jumping. On the 5th day, Han Fei's comprehension of the Thousand Thunderflash finally reached 40%. Every time he used the Thousand Thunderflash, he could barely turn 1 into 30. However, although Han Fei was growing, there were now as many as 24 terrifying level ominous creatures in addition to the 6 destruction level ones. In just 5 days, the 3rd level of the trial blocked all Han Fei's paths. When the 30th ominous creature appeared, Han Fei's first reaction was to kill one ominous creature first. He did. The moment he landed, he used the Thunder Transformation technique to penetrate a terrifying level ominous creature. His speed was not affected, and the next second he used the Thousand Thunderflash again and escaped. However, when this terrifying level ominous creature died, a big hole immediately opened in the void again, and another terrifying level ominous creature appeared. Obviously, killing terrifying level ominous creatures was not the right choice. Han Fei couldn't help but think of what senior brother Lei Hung said. Just ignore everything else and run. However, how could he run now? No matter which lightning mark he landed on, he would inevitably meet a terrifying level ominous creature. Even if he could make the lighting jumping and avoid the ominous creature again, the lighting jumping couldn't be activated so frequently. He could do it once or twice, but after 3 or 5 times, he couldn't take it anymore. He could avoid being hunted with the 10,000 Law Sky traveling technique, but the ancient god of Thundernote didn't set up such a trial to allow people to use their movement techniques. Therefore, it was either the 12 Thunder Seal technique or the Thousand Thunder Flash. There must be a way to break the situation. When the lightning flashed, Han Fei seemed to have initiated sage thinking mode, and his mind was racing. Senior brother Lei Heng probably didn't fight at all during the whole process. He just ran to completely master of the Thousand Thunder Flash. Although he had used the Thousand Thunder Flash countless times, it was still too far away for him to learn how to transform 1 into 1,000. He couldn't even transform 1 into 100. When Lei Hung first came into contact with the Thousand Thunder Flash, could he transform 1 into 1,000? The disciples of the Void Temple might be strong, but they weren't that powerful, unless Han Fei was shocked. If senior brother Lei Heng had been running, he would have to continuously improve the effect of the Thousand Thunder Flash in order to pass the trial. How did he do it? Buzz. The moment Han Fei appeared, a terrifying level ominous creature had already arrived, but then the lightning leaped and disappeared. When the ominous creature came out, it turned into a lightning bolt again. Han Fei continued to think. Could Lei Heng do it because he had a high understanding of lightning techniques due to his Thunder Spirit body? If this was the case, senior brother Lei Heng should have reminded him to comprehend the technique properly instead of running crazily. Since he told him to run crazily, he would probably be able to comprehend the technique while running. Law fusion? Han Fei came to a conclusion. In other words, the cultivation system in the era of the ancient god of Thundernote was different from the current one. In that era, there was no such thing as the carefree level, and if one wanted to reach the immortal level, he had to achieve law fusion. Starting the law fusion and completing the law fusion were 2 stages. One represented the immortal level, and the other represented the great monarch realm. Therefore, although he wasn't at the immortal level, he might still be able to start the law fusion. After all, many of the laws in the Thousand Thunderflash were the laws of the 12 Thunder Seal technique. When this idea popped up in Han Fei's mind, the Thousand Thunderflash was slightly improved. When Han Fei used the Thousand Thunderflash again, he turned into 36 lightning marks, buying himself some time. Huff. Han Fei knew that he was heading in the right direction. He had to be ahead of the trial. Only when the number of the lightning marks exceeded that of ominous creatures could he keep winning. This time, Han Fei first tried to integrate the law of lightning jumping into the already operating laws of the Thousand Thunderflash. At first, it was quite difficult and couldn't be integrated at all. However, after 100 or 1,000 times, the power of the law of lightning jumping greatly increased in the Thousand Thunderflash, but it made the Thousand Thunderflash seem to change from lightning marks to a combination of lightning marks and lightning jumping, and the number of lightning marks suddenly reached more than 80. No, half of the lightning marks can't be used as a foothold. Han Fei began to try adding other lightning techniques. However, during the process of repeated attempts, Han Fei forgot that he was still in the third level of the trial. Chapter 2967, Thunder Note, Soul Refining 3. 2967, Thunder Note, Soul Refining 3. By the time Han Fei came back to himself, there were more than 300 lightning marks and more than 300 ominous creatures chasing him. Finally, after 22 days, when Han Fei used the Thousand Thunderflash to turn to 1,000 lightning marks for the first time, thunder rumbled in the sky. Rumble. The scene in the chaotic thunder domain appeared again. As soon as the lightning struck, the ominous creatures fled in all directions. But no matter how they ran, those terrifying level ominous creatures couldn't escape the bad luck of being struck by lightning. As long as they were struck by lightning, they were basically doomed. Puff, puff, puff. Han Fei took the opportunity to quickly pick up the energy crystals of the terrifying level ominous creatures that had been killed. When the lightning appeared, Han Fei knew that the third level of the trial had been completed. With the experience of the seamless connection between the second and third level of the trials, Han Fei was already prepared for the worst. It didn't matter if there was no time for him to take a rest. As long as he passed the fourth trial, he had a high chance of survival. At this moment, only the destruction-level ominous creatures were still trying to make their last struggle, recklessly chasing Han Fei. However, this place had turned into a sea of lightning again. How could they still find Han Fei? When Han Fei used the Thousand Thunderflash again, the destruction-level ominous lifeforms completely lost track of Han Fei. Where could they find the 1,000 lightning marks in the vast sea of lightning? Even if they found them, what could the 6 of them do? In the lightning sea, Han Fei formed seals one after another, giving the 6 destruction-level ominous creatures no chance at all. In less than half an hour, the 6 destruction-level ominous creatures were all killed. A voice immediately sounded. Congratulations to the trial taker for completing the third level of the trial. Please go to the lightning pool and begin the fourth level of the trial. No rest time? Han Fei was slightly relieved. By specifying where to complete the trial, he was obviously given a chance to rest. However, the sky was full of lightning. Although he had mastered many lightning techniques, how could he rest in such an environment? Having no choice, Han Fei could only activate the turtle shell sky sealing array. Rest was necessary. The third level of the trial had exhausted him both physically and mentally. In fact, the third level of the trial not only helped Han Fei complete the Thousand Thunderflash, but also greatly improved Han Fei's control of speed. He was sure that his fastest speed was no longer as simple as 300 times the speed of light. He even felt that he could reach 400 times the speed of light. As for the Thousand Thunderflash, there was still a long way to go. There were actually 3 hidden realms of the Thousand Thunderflash. One was to transform from 1 into 1,000, one from 1,000 into 10,000, and the other was to transform from 10,000 into infinite. Transforming 1 into 1,000 could only be considered a small achievement. Han Fei clearly knew that his current understanding of the Thousand Thunderflash was only 60%. Transforming 10,000 into infinite was definitely the most difficult, but he wasn't in the mood or energy to think about it now. Han Fei propped up the turtle shell sky sealing array, stuffed a few balls of liquid divine light into the mouth in a row, and lay down for half a day to recuperate before removing the turtle shell sky sealing array. This time, he obtained a total of 7,012 energy crystals, including 7 level 5 energy crystals and 7,005 level 4 energy crystals. According to senior brother Lei Heng, energy crystals were very important in the 4th level of the trial. Was the Thundernote soul refining a way to temper the soul? Although the voice didn't specify the direction of the lightning pool, Han Fei, who had mastered enough lightning techniques, could feel the intensity of the lightning. The lightning pool should be in a place where lightning was dense. And Han Fei, who had mastered the lightning techniques, no longer needed to rely on the 10,000 law sky traveling technique to dodge the lightning like he did in the chaotic thunder domain. Nor did he need to rely on the turtle shell sky sealing technique to provide himself with breathing space. Whether it was the thunder transformation technique, lighting jumping, or thousand thunder flash, he could easily move forward in this sea of lightning. Half a day later, Han Fei came to a place where the lightning was 10 times denser than before. However, no matter how dense the lightning was, if the intensity remained the same, he could transform into a lightning technique and couldn't be hurt. For a moment, Han Fei even felt a little worried, because he felt that the lightning could no longer temper his body. Soon, Han Fei found a place surrounded by lightning in the void. The power of lightning there was extremely pure and couldn't be compared to ordinary lightning. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a small river floating in the sea of lightning. Naturally, it was not water in the river, but liquid lightning. Is this the lightning pool? For the first time, Han Fei realized that he could take a bath with lightning. God knew how uncomfortable it would be if he lay in it, but Han Fei only stood still and thought for a moment before jumping into the lightning pool. Sizzle, Han Fei felt that a tremendous amount of lightning power was crazily pouring into his body. Crack. At the moment when the power of lightning surged in, Han Fei entered the mid-stage of the carefree level. It should have taken him some time to stabilize his cultivation base because he grew up too quickly, but in just a few months, he had steadily entered the mid-stage of the carefree level. His foundation couldn't have been more solid. Is this a trial? Han Fei trembled, but he felt that every wisp of his skin, every wisp of flesh, and every inch of his bone seemed to be polished. Even his soul seemed to be undergoing some kind of baptism. Han Fei was certain that with this level of baptism, it would take him a few months or even a few days to enter the late stage of the carefree level. Chapter 2968 Thunder Note Soul Refining 4. 2968 Thunder Note Soul Refining 4. Therefore, he was a little suspicious. Was this really a trial? Senior brother Lei Hang almost died here. Why? The good times didn't last long. After enjoying the baptism of the lightning pool for about 100 seconds, what should come still came. Han Fei was taking a bath when he suddenly found that he had lost his sight. Yes, he couldn't see anything, and everything became dark. If this was just the beginning, Han Fei felt that the baptism of the lightning pool was gradually weakening his sense of touch. Han Fei wanted to get up, but at that moment he had completely lost his sense of touch. Needless to say, his nose and mouth had failed one after another. Han Fei knew that the trial had begun because he could only hear now. The dense thunder rumbled into his ears, unusually loud. But as he lost his inner vision, his control over his body and bones also disappeared. Han Fei quickly tried to operate the technique to prove the existence of his body. But in the next moment, Han Fei even lost his perception of whether or not the technique was working. The law of the Great Tao still existed, but after losing all control of his body, the law wouldn't circulate according to his will. At this point, Han Fei was horrified. If he were in this state, he would probably be killed easily. Han Fei was still conscious, but his soul seemed to be imprisoned in his body. His only remaining perception was hearing. Han Fei knew that this was the Thunder Note Soul Refining trial, but he didn't expect it to be like this. This trial didn't test combat or law, but one's Tao heart. Boom, rumble. The roars of lightning kept entering Han Fei's ears. Because he had lost all other senses, his hearing was now exceptionally sensitive. He heard that from the birth to the end of thunder, within the interweaving and rumbling of thunder in the void, too many sounds were contained. For example, a random thunderbolt that seemed ordinary produced as many as 3,648 syllable changes from beginning to end. When countless thunderbolts exploded in all directions, every time, the syllables changed differently. This made Han Fei understand that there was no identical sound in this world. In the subtleties, there were too many changes to the sound, almost infinite. At first, Han Fei could still analyze the sound of the lightning and count the number of lightning strikes. But after 3 days of silent calculation, he felt that he was hallucinating. The concept of time became blurred in his mind, and the noisy lightning around penetrated his calculation of time. In such a case, once the concept of time was lost, the consequences would be terrible. He tried to re-establish the concept of time, but countless ravings immediately appeared in his mind. Sha Shan's voice was miserable. Help me, Han Fei, help me and our baby. Luo Xiaobai's voice was cold. I'm sorry, I failed to protect the human race. The human race was destroyed. Jimin Linglin, do you know where I am? I have waited for you for 100,000 years, and now I have to wait again. Sorry, I can't wait anymore. I have to go to a very distant place. We may not see each other again. The divine son, xuanhuan, in the end, I still can't resist the invasion of time. I'll take my leave first. The patriarch of the war giants said, Little xuanhuan, men should eat more meat. How can you be so small? Tianxing said, My disciple, boo-hoo, daddy, I'm so lonely. Damn you, human emperor. Why do we have to let you lead the human race? Ha ha ha, human emperor, you will embark on that path one day. I'll wait for you on the way. Death is not the end of life, because the door of reincarnation has not yet opened. The ominous is coming. Help, Han Fei, xuanhuan, little junior brother, senior brother, master human emperor, master. In an instant, countless voices appeared in Han Fei's heart. There were too many of them. It was as if all the voices he had heard in this life had appeared in his ears at this moment. Han Fei's soul trembled as he shouted in a low voice, My Tao heart is firm. How dare you disturb my mind? Unfortunately, Han Fei didn't know that at that moment he was already lost. If he could see his current situation clearly, he would know that his hand was waving in the lightning pool, as if he wanted to cut off all illusions. He didn't know how long had passed. It might have been a day, a month, or a year. Han Fei suddenly sobered up for a moment. Senior brother Lei Hung asked me to collect energy crystals. What's the use of them? Let's see. Crack Han Fei's soul hadn't been destroyed, so he could naturally activate the energy crystals. With a crisp crack, amidst the billions of murmuring voices, it was like a thunderclap. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that pure heavenly Tao laws and pure ownerless souls entered his body. Because of their purity, as soon as the laws entered his body, Han Fei felt that the murmuring in his ears suddenly weakened. At that moment, Han Fei came back to his senses. What am I doing? Chapter 29692969, Master of Time Temple. I'm going to chop you off 12969, Master of Time Temple. I'm going to chop you off 1. When a person's 5 senses were almost completely gone, he was actually no different from a dead person, because he had lost all his senses of the outside world, leaving only his own world. When a certain feeling was infinitely magnified and specially guided, it was possible that even one's unique spiritual world would collapse. After all the perceptions and spiritual worlds collapsed, this person was equivalent to dead. The appearance of the pure heavenly Tao laws and ownerless souls in the energy crystals injected new perception into Han Fei's spiritual world. Suddenly, Han Fei understood what senior brother Lei Hung meant when he said to collect as many energy crystals as possible. These energy crystals were not used for cultivation, but to impact his law of the great Tao and soul with the continuous injection of the heavenly Tao laws and ownerless souls from the energy crystals to strengthen his perception. Gradually, the heavenly Tao laws and the soul began to fuse. This seemed to be an inevitable process, because the only things Han Fei could feel now were these two perceptions. He didn't know how long it had been. It felt very fast, but also very slow. When Han Fei felt that the fusion of the heavenly Tao law and the soul began to decrease significantly, he knew that the energy crystals must have been exhausted, so Han Fei continued to activate the energy crystals. Although he couldn't feel the energy crystals at the moment, it didn't mean that he couldn't do anything now. The things were there, and his strength hadn't weakened, nor was his movement restricted. It was just that his mind was trapped. Therefore, he only needed to confirm if his body had finished absorbing the energy crystals through the injection of the pure power of the heavenly Tao and the ownerless souls. The good news was that the two powers became stronger again, which reassured Han Fei. He didn't know how many times this process had repeated, nor did he know how much time had passed. In any case, Han Fei felt that the strength of his soul seemed to have changed. Finally, at a certain moment, Han Fei felt that his soul seemed to have sublimated. Like a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon, he saw a sea. In the sea, there was a divine tree with blood of various colors flowing all over. This tree was extremely high. The leaves on the tree were colorful, and blood was flowing in the roots and veins of every leaf. Is this the bloodline divine tree? Han Fei was shocked. This tree was extremely similar to the bloodline divine tree recorded in the history books of the lava giants. Legend had it that at the end of the primordial era, the flames of chaos swept across. In order to pass down their bloodlines, all the races once combined their power to create the bloodline divine tree and transplanted it into the soul sea to prevent it from being destroyed. If this was the bloodline divine tree, was this the spiritual sea? Han Fei looked around, but unfortunately he didn't see any creatures like spiritual beasts or companion spirits. Just as Han Fei curiously wanted to continue watching for a while, a faint voice sounded in Han Fei's ear. Welcome, Eternal. Han Fei suddenly turned around and saw a young man standing on a tree trunk looking at him with a smile. Han Fei couldn't see through the other party's strength, but his strength couldn't be bad. Han Fei asked, An Eternal? I've never heard of them. Are they very powerful? The young man smiled faintly. Powerful or not powerful, this is a very ambiguous description. According to the current strength standards in the Sea Realm or the Sea of Stars, the Eternal clan is indeed quite powerful. Do you want to become an Eternal? Han Fei asked. What's the benefit of becoming an Eternal? The young man smiled and said, You will never die and live as long as the world. It wasn't that Han Fei didn't believe this young man, but he directly asked a question. Under the invasion of the ominous, all races will be destroyed. How can the Eternal clan be spared? The young man said indifferently. The ominous can never touch the Eternals. B.A. Trillshit. Han Fei sneered in his heart. He didn't believe this nonsense. Even the 3 temples, including the eldest senior brother, didn't dare to say that they could defeat the ominous. The Eternals actually said that the ominous could never touch them. Han Fei asked, What are the conditions for joining the Eternals? The young man smiled. Cut off all your ties to the world, get rid of the shackles of the body, and embrace eternity with your soul. There seemed to be a great magic in the young man's words. Even Han Fei was a little moved by his impassioned words. Han Fei sneered. Get rid of the shackles of the body? Without the body, what's the point of the soul? Superficial. The young man was not angry, but said calmly, An eternal soul can simulate a body with a thought. The physical body is nothing more than an appendage that can be summoned and dismissed at will. Hanfei couldn't help but roll his eyes. Since you are so strong, why do you want me to join you? I'm afraid I'm too weak for your illustrious race. The more this young man talked, the more ridiculous he became. He was simply a lunatic. Simulate all races with a thought? Who the hell did he think he was? With billions of bloodlines and billions of body structures, how could he simulate so easily? However, the young man smiled casually. It's not that we want you to join us, but that a wisp of your consciousness appeared here. You can consider it. Not everyone can come here, Hanfei said. Thank you for your kindness, but forget about joining the Eternal Clan. My 6 senses are not yet exhausted. My worldly desires are not yet fulfilled, and I'm too vulgar. Well, this is the Soul Sea, right? Chapter 2970, Master of Time Temple. I'm going to chop you off 2970, Master of Time Temple. I'm going to chop you off 2970. The young man said, yes, it's the Soul Sea. Hanfei said, bye-bye, I wish you eternal life in the form of the soul. In the Soul Sea, Hanfei had the experience of leaving. He wasn't worried that this young man would attack him because this young man didn't have any killing intent. He seemed to just chat with Hanfei casually. If he didn't mention the eternal race, Hanfei really wanted to talk to him more. However, Hanfei was still in the trial of the Thunder Note Ancient Temple. Although he didn't know how he came here, the trial was more important. Sure enough, the young man didn't stop him. He just nodded casually. If you regret it, you can come to the Bloodline Divine Tree to find me. Buzz. Hanfei drew a soul array and left decisively. Although the Eternal Clan was mysterious, he wasn't interested in it and was extremely disgusted at it. He had long surpassed the stage of cultivating solely for the sake of seeking longevity. In his view, reaching the immortal level was only a matter of time, but could one really live forever by reaching the immortal level? Obviously not. No matter how powerful an existence was, even the mysterious teacher from the Void Temple couldn't escape worldly affairs. Furthermore, the eternal race actually asked to him abandon his body and embrace eternity with his soul. What a joke. When Hanfei's soul left the Soul Sea, he appeared in a vast lightning bolt the next moment. He saw that his body was sitting cross-legged in the lightning pool. The thunder rumbled in the sky and kept striking at the lightning pool. However, no lightning struck his body. However, he could clearly see that half of his body was almost covered in a blue lightning law. Not good. This lightning law is assimilating my body. At this moment, Hanfei moved. The lightning pool was a good place, and the lightning liquid was also good. But no matter what, anything in excess was harmful. This lightning liquid was the essence of countless chaotic lightning. If one took away some of them, they were treasures, but if one bathed in the lightning liquid for a long time, his body would be assimilated by the law of lightning. When his body completely turned into the law of lightning, even gods wouldn't be able to save him. This was a thorough law transformation, and he had become part of the heavens and earth. However, compared to his body being almost assimilated by the lightning law, Hanfei discovered something else in shock. Here, the chaotic lightning rumbled non-stop. Although the target was all the lightning pools, logically speaking, it was impossible for his soul to leave his body in a place dense with lightning laws, right? My soul has finished the law fusion? No, that's impossible. Even if one starts the law fusion, it has to be during the early stage of the Great Monarch realm. How could it be possible at the carefree level? However, at this moment, he had indeed developed an unknown level of immunity to the lightning law. If this wasn't law fusion, what was it? Although Hanfei had doubts, he didn't dare to think too much. He hurriedly rushed into his body. In the next moment, Hanfei suddenly opened his eyes in the lightning pool. His 5 senses returned, and the murmuring in his ears all disappeared. Bang! Breaking out of the lightning pool, Hanfei looked down. Below his waist, the law of lightning was densely packed. I confuse laws, but the laws can't devour me. Green Jade Stone Bridge. Hanfei was betting that the Green Jade Stone Bridge was not controlled by the ancient god of Thunder Note's trial. Then, a Green Jade Stone Bridge appeared. Hanfei stepped onto the bridge, jumped it off, and landed in the lake. On the entire lake under the Green Jade Stone Bridge, electric arcs flashed and lightning law spread. However, these laws were dissipating at a visible speed, as if they were being absorbed by the river. After a long time, Hanfei finally regained control of his body and let out a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous. No wonder Senior Brother Lei Hung said that he almost died here. If I had come to my senses a little later, or if I hadn't prepared enough energy crystals, I might have died here too. Hanfei checked the remaining energy crystals and found that there were only 306 pieces left. Gulp! Even Hanfei couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, he had collected as many energy crystals as possible. Buzz! Hanfei reappeared. His heart did a flip. He didn't know if it was because the Green Jade Stone Bridge was his original Great Tao, or because the level of the Green Jade Stone Bridge was too high, so it exceeded the trial itself. Without the Green Jade Stone Bridge, it would be difficult for him to disperse these lightning laws. After all, the power of the lightning laws had already exceeded the tolerance of his body and was beginning to melt it. Only 10 seconds after Hanfei came out, the lightning suddenly dissipated, and the lightning pool gradually turned incorporeal, leaving only a silent void. Trial Taker, congratulations on passing the 4th level of the trial, Thunder Note Soul Refining. Please go to the Thunder Abyss and complete the ultimate trial. The ultimate trial? The corners of Hanfei's mouth twitched. In the first 4 levels of the trial, Senior Brother Lei Hung had given clear guidelines for passing. However, he didn't mention the ultimate trial at all. There must be a reason why he didn't mention it. As for the Thunder Abyss, a stone door had already appeared in front of Han Fei, which had just appeared out of thin air. At this point, Han Fei had to go in no matter what. Since the first 4 levels of the trial didn't kill him, he had to try the ultimate trial. Han Fei pushed the door open and entered, and dry, murderous, and ferocious vibes of ancient times hit him in the face. Han Fei wasn't surprised at all. The inheritance of the ancient god of Thunder Note was ancient and belonged to the primeval era. Chapter 2971, Master of Time Temple, I'm going to chop you off 1. 2971, Master of Time Temple, I'm going to chop you off 1. What came into view was a dark mountain without any colors in the distance. In the void, there was a dry and somewhat stuffy air unique to the primordial era, and the energy in the void was mixed. Thick black clouds occasionally tinged with iron red could be seen in the sky. The place where Han Fei was located was among the mountains, surrounded by many cliffs, and underfoot was a bottomless abyss. Behind Han Fei, the stone door through which Han Fei entered had disappeared at some unknown time. Just as Han Fei was about to find a mountain peak to settle down and see what the ultimate trial was, suddenly, a spear that was so fast that he couldn't even react in time fell from the sky and pierced through his body in an instant. Puff Aya. At that moment, Han Fei felt that all his strength had been sealed. Spiritual energy, chaotic chi, immortal chi, and soul power couldn't be used at all. And his body, driven by this spear, hit a cliff 1,000,000 kilometers behind him at an unbelievable speed. Boom clang. Han Fei hit the cliff hard and the spear pierced through him, half of it stuck in the cliff. How could Han Fei have foreseen this scene? Wasn't this the ultimate trial? How could this be called the ultimate trial? This speed exceeded the reaction speed of the carefree level. Han Fei didn't even have the time to use the Thousand Thunder Flash before he was pierced through. This couldn't be because he was too weak. To be able to pass 4 levels of the trial in a row, Han Fei couldn't be weak. Therefore, if this was the ultimate trial, Han Fei was afraid that he would die. However, after being nailed to the cliff, the expected follow-up didn't come, and Han Fei also observed his surroundings. It turned out that he wasn't the only one nailed to this cliff. Around him, up, down, left, and right, many people had been nailed to the cliff. Han Fei counted and found that there were as many as 605 people nailed here. There were men and women among these people. Some of their bodies were still intact, and some were really unable to resist the erosion of time. They were either already skeletons, remnant bodies, or had turned into dried corpses. But even though these people had died, Han Fei still saw that some of their bones were still emitting a faint light. Without exception, all of these people had refined their heavenly Dao Jade marrow bones. Furthermore, their bones were no longer as simple as heavenly Dao Jade marrow bones. On their bones, laws surrounded them. Clearly, they had risen to a higher level. This meant that without exception, the weakest of these people was at the peak of the carefree level. Many of them should be immortal level powerhouses. Han Fei even saw 8 people whose bodies were not rotten and could not be eroded by time. These people looked determined, painful, struggling, or calm. Great monarchs? Han Fei's eyelids twitched unconsciously. These 8 people were all great monarchs. This was ridiculous. Even great monarchs were nailed to death here? But Han Fei soon realized that if even the great monarch couldn't dodge this spear, it meant that the root cause of these people's deaths wasn't this spear that couldn't be avoided at all. Therefore, Senior Brother Lei Hung should have been nailed here like him back then. As Han Fei expected, about 100 seconds after he was nailed here, those thick clouds in the sky began to gather. They gathered for 3 days and 3 nights without any sign of stopping. Again, Han Fei had already expected what he would face. The ancient god of Thunder Note was in charge of lightning, so it must still be lightning strikes. However, he had already experienced the chaotic thunder domain. What was the point of being struck by lightning now? If he was sealed and struck non-stop, no one could withstand it and would definitely be struck to death. Even Senior Brother Lei Hung, who was known as a lightning spirit, would also be struck to death. He was only known as a lightning spirit, not a lightning ancestor. After all, even those great monarchs had been struck to death. At this moment, the ruthless voice sounded again. The ultimate trial is about to begin. Trial taker, please be prepared. This trial will carry all your pain. Only those with true perseverance can pass. Pain, Han Fei thought to himself. Isn't the 4th level of the trial painful enough? How much more? Boom. In the sky, the tribulation clouds appeared, and a purple-black heavenly tribulation descended. Yes, this was not ordinary lightning at all, but a heavenly tribulation. Putting aside what kind of heavenly tribulation this purple-black heavenly tribulation was, it couldn't be simple. Also, the tribulation clouds had gathered for such a long time. How many heavenly tribulations there would be? He hadn't even had the opportunity to truly experience the power of the monarch realm, yet he had already transcended so many heavenly tribulations. Puff Wei, a bolt of lightning struck down, and the expected situation of his body exploding didn't happen. However, something even more terrifying than his body exploding and his flesh collapsing happened. Black flames were burning on Han Fei's body. Han Fei's veins bulged all over his body. This was fucking hellfire. Body burning with hellfire was supposed to be a karma that would only be settled in a divine tribulation. But this moment had come in advance. The excruciating pain of being burned, both physically and in his soul, came at him like a tidal wave. His body was so clear that Han Fei wanted to pass out. The feeling of being bitten by 10,000 ants, his heart being cut into pieces, and his bones turning to dust were going on simultaneously. In terms of the soul, it was mental torture. It was like the soul was torn apart and minced. Different from physical pain, mental pain was invisible. Feeling disheartened, hopeless, and weary of the world, all kinds of extremely negative emotions had been triggered. Chapter 2972, Master of Time Temple, I'm going to chop you off 42972. Master of Time Temple, I'm going to chop you off 4, and Han Fei, who was sealed, couldn't use any power to resist the burning of the hellfire. And this was the ultimate trial of the ancient god of thunder note. Was Han Fei's karma huge? Of course it was. Along the way, every life Han Fei killed was a karma. If you stepped on others to reach the top and others were destroyed because of you, you should bear the pain of others. Han Fei couldn't remember how many killings he had caused, directly or indirectly. Billions of people of the 10,000 scale race had died because of him. Of course, the 10,000 scale race deserved it. However, as the one who destroyed them, he also had to bear the corresponding karmas. The hellfire tribulation lightning burned for 7 days. Han Fei gritted his teeth and endured it. Occasionally, roars burst out of his mouth. He couldn't dodge it, and he was extremely sober. The fundamental characteristic of hellfire was that you had to personally experience the punishment brought about by karma. Han Fei endured 7 days with difficulty, but before the hellfire weakened, the next purple-black heavenly tribulation came. Day after day he endured hardship. Again and again, it was not the end. Countless times Han Fei cursed crazily. Hasn't the fire of karma burned out yet? Even if one is to transcend the heavenly tribulation, it shouldn't take this long, right? Unfortunately, no one could hear his curses. Even the ancient god of thunder note had long died. At this moment, he was alone in this world, bearing all this alone. A year later, Han Fei was still cursing. His Tao heart was strong. He told himself that all of this would pass. 10 years later, Han Fei stopped cursing because every time he expected the purple-black heavenly tribulation to disappear, once the hellfire weakened, a new heavenly tribulation would descend. Since cursing was useless, Han Fei could only endure it silently. He believed that if senior brother Lei Heng could weather through it, so could he. 100 years later, what supported him now was no longer his strength. The only thing supporting him now was faith. Xia Xiaoshan's body was still in her origin star. Her unborn child couldn't die because of him. The human race was in dire straits. Luo Xiaobai must be suffering alone. He knew that Luo Xiaobai's heart was actually not that cold. Zemin Linglin was still in the Time Temple. She killed a great monarch of the Time Temple and almost betrayed the Time Temple, so she couldn't be safe and sound. He still needed to rescue her. He had made her wait for 100,000 years. He couldn't let her wait forever. 200 years later, Han Fei wanted to give up. He really wanted to give up. After all, Xia Xiaoshan had reincarnated. At least she was still alive and had a new life. The child hadn't even been born yet. He shouldn't be conscious at this time, right? In fact, it didn't matter if he couldn't be born. After he was born, would he have to grow up like most people, become strong, and resist the ominous? Perhaps he would experience the same pain as him. Zemin Linglin had already become a great monarch. With her talent, she might have a chance to become a god. He just couldn't bear to let her know that he had died. Perhaps she was the one he felt most sorry for in his life. Perhaps his avatar would help him fulfill his long-cherished wish. At this moment, Han Fei was determined to die. He knew that this was just a test, but this test was too painful. So painful that it almost obliterated his Tao heart. Humans couldn't just live for their beliefs, right? At that moment, Han Fei felt that his vitality was fading. At the moment when Han Fei was really determined to die, the blade of hope suddenly flew out of his arms. Han Fei looked at the blade of hope and sighed slightly. Go find her. Tell her that if I have another life, I won't let her down. However, the blades of hope suddenly glowed. As the two knives slashed, Han Fei saw some pictures he had never seen before in the void. In the picture, Zemin Linglin was bound by the lock of time, surrounded by a circle of mysterious strong masters. The master of the Time Temple seemed to be sitting at the forefront, and these people were judging Zemin Linglin. When he saw soul release alls penetrate Zemin Ling's body one after another, and when he heard from this image that a soul release all could double the pain, infinite anger immediately arose in his heart. Zemin Linglin, the seventh lord of the Time Temple, stole the chaotic clock, killed a fellow great monarch, Ao Wutian, and secretly disrupted the 100,000-year plan of the Time Temple. Her crimes are unforgivable. She will have to stay in the river of eternal darkness for 100,000 years, suffering bone-burning pain every day and experiencing the pain of her soul being torn apart every day. Before the time is up, no one is allowed to plead for mercy. Fuck, roar. Han Fei felt that his internal organs were burning, and his heart felt as if it had been hammered. An unprecedented anger struck his heart. Master of Time Temple, I'm going to chop you off. Chapter 2973. Chaotic Spiritual Treasure, Thunder God's Hammer, 12973. Chaotic Spiritual Treasure, Thunder God's Hammer, 1. Han Fei had thought that he was experiencing the most cruel torture in the world, But when he saw Zeman Lingland's punishment and learned of her current situation, he suddenly realized that he was still far away. If a mere 200 years could obliterate the will of his life, what about 100,000 years? What kind of cruel punishment would it be to release a soul cone that could magnify perception? Therefore, at this moment, an unprecedented anger struck his heart. For Han Fei, this kind of anger at this moment had completely exceeded the kind of compromise where he wanted to die. Han Fei's hands grabbed the spear that pierced him. In his hands, golden light flashed and disappeared like flashing lights. The invincible technique was trying to break through the shackles of the seal. As Han Fei's will became firmer, something seemed to explode in his heart. Bang! The spear exploded. He had been burned by the hellfire for 200 years, but his strength had been growing because of the supreme god technique. However, this wasn't the reason why he had escaped. The spear that even great monarchs couldn't break free from wasn't something the art of invincibility and carefree could break free from. What helped Han Fei escape was his anger and determination at that moment. He had more important things to do than die, so he couldn't die. He had to fight. Perhaps because of this sudden burning will, he broke free from the shackles. Buzz. At the moment the spear shattered, the tribulation cloud that had enveloped it for 200 years finally dissipated, and in front of Han Fei, a step made of lightning appeared. Han Fei walked up the stairs. If the karma fire couldn't kill him, what else could he do? Of course, although he was angry, Han Fei still had his rationality. Logically speaking, the ultimate trial should be this hellfire. These steps wouldn't be the next challenge. Sure enough, after crossing the 1,000 steps, Han Fei saw 5 platforms. Among them, there were things placed on 2 platforms. A war hammer shining with blue lightning law was placed on a platform, and information immediately appeared in Han Fei's eyes. E-name a Thor's hammer. Introduction. It was born from the bones of gods and was forged by lightning in the chaotic thunder sea. In the end, it completely turned into a hammer of laws. This hammer is extremely heavy and has the effect of piercing armor, extreme speed, killing gods, and removing filth. When using the hammer of the god of thunder, the effect will be doubled. This hammer is born with spirituality. Once it acknowledges a master, under the same rules of the heavenly Tao, it can find the owner. This hammer contains a secret technique and can unleash the power of heavenly tribulation. Quality mid-quality creation. Spiritual treasure attached soul, none effect 1 ni, 1 effect, 1 teen t. The lightning technique is indestructible, and the hammer is not destroyed. It doubles the effect on lightning-tied combat skills. A effect 2. Under the same rules of the heavenly Tao, no matter how far away, the thunder god's hammer can find its owner. AE Effect 3. It can unleash a heavenly tribulation of corresponding strength according to the owner's strength. After using it, it must automatically gather the law of lightning. You can continue to use it 3 days later. Quote, 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 he, quote, can't be reforged, quote he. Was formed by luck. There should be a strange story behind it. A mid-quality creation spiritual treasure? The corners of Han Fei's eyes twitched, but he didn't show any surprise or joy. He was just surprised that there was such a weapon between the spiritual treasure of chaos and the supreme treasure of creation. This hammer was very strong, but there was a spear beside it. This spear was also covered with lightning techniques. It seemed to be very strong. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. All names a Thunder God Spear Introduction. This is the spear of the Thunder God. It's manifested from the will of a god and was forged by lightning in the chaotic spiritual sea. It can seal, break armor, kill gods, and eliminate filth. When the Thunder God Spear is used, the effect will be doubled. This spear has super powerful sealing abilities. If you're strong enough, you can seal a god. Quality, mid-quality creation, spiritual treasure, attached soul. None, effect 1. The lightning technique is indestructible and the spear is indestructible. It doubles the effect on lightning. Type combat techniques. Effect 1. This spear has the ability to seal ultimate thunder techniques. Anyone below the god level can be sealed as long as they are nailed through. To can't be reforged, HIU unrefined. HIU remarks, the spear of the thunder god, which has drunk divine blood many times. Han Fei frowned slightly. The thunder god's spear focused on the seal, not its power. It could be sealed as long as it was nailed through. This was too powerful. Did it mean that he could also seal a great monarch if he was nailed through? These 2 things should be the rewards after the ultimate trial assessment. If he guessed right, there should be 5 creation spiritual treasures here, but 3 of them had already been taken away, and these 2 should be left. This was in line with what senior brother Lei Hung said. In history, only 3 people had passed the trial of the ancient god of thunder note. Since they didn't choose the thunder god's hammer or the thunder god's spear, it was very likely that the 3 weapons were better than these 3. However, Han Fei didn't have any other choices. If he guessed right, he could only choose one of the 2. Otherwise, these 2 creation-level spiritual treasures wouldn't have been left behind. As far as the reward itself was concerned, Han Fei was actually more inclined to the Thunder God Spear, because this was a spear that could even seal a god. However, the Thunder God Spear was very similar to the God Sealing Spear. Most of the time, the Thunder God Spear and the God Sealing Spear could be sealed. Besides, how difficult was it to nail a great monarch? It was not that he could pierce the great monarch with the Thunder God Spear. He could only launch a sneak attack on immortal level at most. If he wanted to threaten the great monarch, he had to be at least immortal level. Chapter 2974, Chaotic Spiritual Treasure, Thunder God's Hammer, 22974, Chaotic Spiritual Treasure, Thunder God's Hammer, 2. Besides, the only disadvantage of the God Sealing Spear was that it was casually refined by him and was still thousands of miles away from being a nature spiritual treasure. However, Han Fei thought that if there were enough materials and he was willing to pay the price of sufficient resources with the current demon purification pot, it shouldn't be a problem to refine an ultra-quality godly weapon level God-Sealing Spear. He might even be able to refine a God-Sealing Spear at the level of the acquired spiritual treasure. With the return of the demon purification pot's other vines, its refining ability would definitely continue to improve. As for the Thunder God's Hammer, although it didn't have the ability to seal gods, nor could it launch a sneak attack on immortal-level cultivators or great monarchs, it could launch a heavenly tribulation strike. Besides, this thing could launch a heavenly tribulation of corresponding strength according to its master's strength. Han Fei believed that 90% of the people in the Sea Realm couldn't withstand the heavenly tribulation he could withstand. Even those who could withstand it would be seriously injured. Therefore, in terms of practicality, the Thunder God's Hammer was actually more suitable for him. After all, he had many hammer techniques that could be combined with the Thunder God's Hammer. Compared to the Thunder God's Spear that was more suitable for solo battles, the Thunder God's Hammer was a better choice. Without much hesitation, Han Fei reached out and grabbed the Thunder God's Hammer. As for the Thunder God's Spear, he would replace it with the God Sealing Spear. Buzz. He sacrificed some of his essence blood, and a large amount of lightning techniques escaped from the hammer and rushed into Han Fei's body. After these lightning techniques fused with the lightning techniques Han Fei had comprehended, the hammer acknowledged him as its master. Han Fei wasn't very excited after he got it because he was in a hurry to go out. For him, the Thunder God's Hammer was just a gift he got by chance. After crossing the 5 stone platforms, there was another flight of stairs behind them. Han Fei stepped up without hesitation. The moment he stepped on the steps, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He saw that the 10 million steps had disappeared, and in front of him, a huge giant appeared, sitting cross-legged. Judging from the ancient aura and heavy suppressing pressure emitted by the giant, the person in front of him was probably the legendary ancient god of Thunder Note who had died long ago. The ancient god of Thunder Note flattened his palm, and a crystal-clear pearl was quietly floating above his palm. On the other side, parallel to the giant, was a door, a huge stone door. At this moment, the cold voice sounded again. Trial Taker, congratulations on completing the 5 levels of the trial. Now, you will have 2 choices. One is to accept the inheritance of the ancient god of Thunder Note and inherit the divinity of the ancient god of Thunder Note. From then on, your cultivation path will be unobstructed, and it will only be a matter of time for you to advance to become a god. Or, you can choose to leave and continue on your own path. This was a multiple-choice question. On one hand, it showed a divine path and clearly told you that this path could lead you to godhood. On the other hand, you had to try it yourself. Whether you could become a god depended on your own path. Generally speaking, most people would hesitate or even get lost when they encountered such a choice. However, Han Fei just glanced at the ancient god of Thunder Note and then walked straight to the stone door. Without any hesitation, he pushed the door open and left. It wasn't that Han Fei didn't want to become a god, but that people of different paths couldn't work together. You were looking for an inheritor, but I wasn't. Even though I had gone through all the levels of the trial, the lightning law was only one of the many laws I had mastered. Han Fei had never expected to become a god from this path. Besides, were the gods very powerful? So what if his parents had become gods for 9 lives? They still recultivated and were seeking a new path, while he has already set foot on his own path. The ancient god of Thunder Note was very strong and resisted the ominous alone for 3,000 years. But no matter how strong he was, he still died. In the end, he failed to stop the ominous. Besides, the pearl in the palm of the ancient god of Thunder Note was still there. If the 3 people who passed the trial before him had embarked on this divine path, would the pearl still be there? Han Fei even suspected that when the voice congratulated him, it only said that he had completed the 5 levels of the trial, but didn't say that he had completed this trial. Could this choice also be a level of the trial? Therefore, no matter what, he would not take the pearl. Buzz. As Han Fei pushed open the stone door, the scene in front of him changed. Then, he saw the sign of the Thunder Note Ancient Temple. The half-closed door was still the same as before. Han Fei subconsciously summoned the Thunder God's Hammer. Only then did he realize that he had indeed passed the trial in the Thunder Note Ancient Temple. He almost suspected that this was a dream. Han Fei looked back at the periphery of the Thunder Note Ancient Temple and found that many ominous creatures were still surrounding it. Swish to Han Fei hadn't left yet, and the Emperor Sparrow had rushed out. The moment he saw Han Fei, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Thank God you're fine. I once felt that my body was on the verge of collapsing and I almost died. Han Fei said, You're still alive, aren't you? Seeing Han Fei's calm expression, the Emperor Sparrow couldn't help but say, It seems that you experienced something bad. Why? Do you want to tell me? Han Fei shook his head slightly. I don't have time for now. By the way, have we not seen each other for 200 years? Yes. Han Fei frowned slightly. Sure enough, time there was real time, not a dream. He had spent 12 years in the heavenly race, 33 years in the chaotic thunder domain, and 83 years cultivating in the Thunder Sound ancient temple, plus these 200 years. Han Fei became solemn. It had been 428 years since he left the human race. Han Fei said, You go back first. I have something important to do. I'll tell you what happened to me when I finish my matters. Chapter 2975-2975 Chaotic Spiritual Treasure, Thunder God's Hammer 32975 Chaotic Spiritual Treasure, Thunder God's Hammer 3 When the Emperor Sparrow returned, Han Fei immediately touched the void mark. Eldest senior brother, I'm out. Good. Eldest senior brother's response was very quick. Although the eldest senior brother only said good, Han Fei could hear some joy in his voice. It seemed that eldest senior brother was also relieved. However, Han Fei immediately said, Senior brother, there's something I want to ask you. Eldest senior brother said, What is it? Han Fei asked. Was Zeman Linglin nailed by soul release alls, and would she be imprisoned in the river of eternal darkness for 100,000 years? The eldest senior brother didn't ask how Han Fei knew, but replied very clearly, Yes, she carries 6 soul release alls and is indeed imprisoned in the river of eternal darkness. 6? Han Fei remembered that there were 8. Had he neglected something? Or was there something missing when the Blade of Hope showed him the scenes? However, no matter if there were 6 or 8, they were all life-threatening things. Han Fei said, Eldest senior brother, please help me save her. I'm willing to use the void mark once. However, this time, eldest senior brother, who never refused him, said, Little junior brother, you need to save her yourself. You have your disaster, and she has hers. We all have our disasters. The disasters you've experienced today can bear fruit of hope tomorrow. Little junior brother, I won't do anything this time. You can only do this yourself. Han Fei clenched his fists. Eldest senior brother, if I postpone for a day, she will suffer for a day longer. Eldest senior brother said, Then think about how to make up for it. Only then will her suffering be worth it. After a pause, eldest senior brother said, I've already given her a void to protect her soul from corrosion and relieve 80% of the pain of her soul. However, she has to bear the pain of her body herself. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched slightly, and in the end, he bowed respectfully to the void. Thank you, eldest senior brother. Han Fei knew that eldest senior brother had done enough. He had personally experienced the pain of being burnt by hellfire. Although the physical pain was also extremely torturous, the pain of the soul could make people go crazy or even lose the desire to live. Therefore, he had to become stronger now and quickly become stronger. Whether it was Zeman Linglin or the human race, they all needed him to grow up quickly. At this moment, as Han Fei obtained the 12 Thunder Seal technique, 1000 Thunder Flash, upgraded Divine Brilliance and the Thunder God's Hammer, his combat power had undoubtedly soared. In terms of realm, he had reached the peak of the carefree level. His body and soul had also improved greatly after 200 years of repeated tempering. He glanced at his information. The data showed level 1116 carefree level bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 9024th Immortal Chi, 40,000 soul, 1,428 origin strength, 1,428 star powers, first spiritual heritage, origin spiritual heritage, eternal darkness, spiritual heritage, eternal darkness, spiritual heritage, first spiritual beast, twin yin yang, sky swallowing fish, level 1115. Second spiritual beast, the Emperor Sparrow, level 113. Main art, Godfiend Formless Technique. The rise of his bloodline ranking was within his expectations. After the improvement of his soul level, his bloodline had entered the top 10,000, but it didn't rise much. It might be that the further he went, the harder it was to rise. His immortal chi was exhausted because he used too much of it in the Thunder Note ancient temple and couldn't gather it quickly, but this wasn't important. The improvement of his soul and physique exceeded Han Fei's expectations. It must be the result of hellfire burning. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it would be incredible if his strength could be improved by 200 points. The improvement speed of Little Black and Little White refreshed Han Fei's understanding again. He had to suffer so much to reach the peak of the carefree level, but these two little guys just 8 stars and had almost reached his level. He was not surprised at the improvement of the Emperor Sparrow. After all, it was not difficult to prove Tao. The Emperor Sparrow had inherited memories, so there was no barrier to his cultivation. In fact, if he gave the Emperor Sparrow enough energy crystals, the latter should be able to improve faster. After all, this trial took too long and ruined many of his plans. If his strength didn't increase, it would be a huge loss. Buzz. Han Fei jumped out of the Thunder Note ancient temple, and those ominous creatures immediately chased after him. 1,000 lightning strikes flashed in the air. These ominous creatures lost their target for a moment, But when Han Fei stood still, they immediately chased after him. Among the ominous creatures that were chasing him, there were still destruction-level ominous creatures chasing over. It seemed that not all destruction-level ominous creatures had entered the 1,000 Thunderflash trial. Perhaps 6 destruction-level ominous creatures were the limit of the 1,000 Thunderflash trial. However, there weren't many destruction-level ominous creatures chasing him this time. There were only 3, which were still within Han Fei's tolerance. Han Fei didn't return to the human race immediately. It had been more than 400 years. If something happened to the human race, something would have happened long ago. But if the human race was still around, they should be extremely short of resources at this time. He had a lot of resources, but there weren't many resources like level 4 energy crystals. And level 4 energy crystals could quickly help the strong rise among the humans. Therefore, the first thing Han Fei did after leaving the Thundernote Ancient Temple was to hunt terrifying level ominous creatures. This hunt was completely different from the previous battles. In the trial, he couldn't use other abilities, but after leaving the Thundernote Ancient Temple, free from constraints, Han Fei's combat power finally emerged. 1,000 Thunderflash. Extreme Hammer. Han Fei brandished the Thunder God's hammer and ran while fighting. Even 3 destruction-level ominous creatures couldn't shake him at all. Chapter 2976, Chaotic Spiritual Treasure, Thunder God's Hammer, 42976 Chaotic Spiritual Treasure, Thunder God's Hammer, 1 month later. Han Fei harvested a total of 20,000 level 4 energy crystals and 3 level 5 energy crystals before entering his origin star. Han Fei's heart sank when he returned. Sure enough, Han Song was gone, and the loose life forms had been taken back. Obviously, Han Song had gathered all the loose bodies. He had no choice. He needed strength, so he couldn't care so much. Although loose lives had to be nurtured again, compared to watching the human race be exterminated, cultivating loose lives was simpler. Buzz. Han Fei appeared in the Sea of Stars and quickly came to Hong Yue's origin star, Hong Yue, Sea Realm. Outside the Godfiend Sea, near the Infinite Mining Area, a large-scale battle was going on. However, in this battle, countless black-robed people appeared. These people were all undead, but they were also once humans. In the chaotic wasteland, Han Fei had reached an agreement with the Immortal Temple. After humans perished, they could choose whether to switch to become an undead. Furthermore, the undead humans could stay to protect the human race. Obviously, these black-robed people were all undead human beings. At this moment, in the temporary human camp, a group of people gathered. Hong Yu said, "Commander, this is already the second large-scale battle this year. A large number of people from the Light City in the Central Sea Divine Realm have already appeared. Our human undead army has suffered heavy losses." Luo Xiaobai instructed, "The Undead Legion is on standby and dispersed to the 10 legions. Has the latest census data been released yet?" "Yes, but that was just pre-war statistics. We may need to do another census after the war." "Tell me the data," Hong Yue said. "At present, the human race has a total population of 138.286 billion, including the undead, of which 21.1 billion are undead. There are 29,242 people in the Sky-Opening Realm. 6,412 of them are undead. There are 3,036,987 sea establishers, with 5,621,034 undead, and there are 1.3 billion venerables." Luo Xiaobai frowned slightly. "Distribute the resources properly. If I guess right, a war may break out soon." Hong Yue asked in surprise. "Why?" Luo Xiaobai said, "Because there are more people from Light City. Whenever there is an abnormal movement, there must be a big plan. The Light City is in charge of the power of light and purification, which counters the undead. But there are 20 billion undead in our human race. With these increases, it is far from enough. But they still came. Do you remember 100 years ago? The sudden appearance of the Light City caught us off guard and caused us heavy losses. In the past decade or so, the people from the Light City have been increasing, both openly and secretly. They seem to be here to use the human race as a training tool, but they must be plotting something. Once the undead army is contained, there will definitely be a new unprecedented round of war. We can no longer afford the loss 100 years ago." While they were having a meeting, someone suddenly rushed in. It was Huang Ergo, Wang Xiaoju, and the others who were left behind to protect Luo Xiaobai. At this moment, they looked like they had been through a lot of battles. Huang Ergo said, "Commander, it's not good. The ferocious beasts are besieged. The 7 major forces in the Central Sea Divine Realm have mobilized super-strong masters, almost sealing off the Infinite Mining Area." Sha Diao dug from the depths of the northern mining area to the south at the risk of his life. "It took us 8 years to establish a relatively safe route." Luo Xiaobai's expression didn't change at all. "Thank you for your hard work." Hong Yue's face changed drastically. "The ferocious beasts have been besieged? How dare those guys from the Central Sea Divine Realm?" Luo Xiaobai said. "This is a matter of course. When Huang Ergo and the others couldn't return in 3 years, I knew that something happened in the Infinite Mining Area. It seems that they had been planning this battle for a long time." Hong Yue asked anxiously, "Then how should we deal with it?" Luo Xiaobai pondered for a moment. "Let's just pretend that we don't know anything. After this battle, try to recuperate and conserve our strength." In addition, distribute all the resources. Someone said in surprise, Commander, we don't have many resources left. Luo Xiaobai looked at that person. The war is coming. It's useless to keep the resources. Just distribute them all. Yes, Commander. Luo Xiaobai looked at a young man playing dice next to her and said, Zhou Run, what did the people in the capital of horror say? The young man narrowed his eyes and said, they are willing to provide a resource, but only this once, unless it's proven that boss is still alive. This resource can be used at any time, but only in the name of the Avengers. And once this resource is used, the other members of the Avengers will become hostages. If the human race is defeated, we will be scapegoats. Everything will have nothing to do with the capital of horror. Luo Xiaobai said, the human race won't be defeated. Give me the resources. After a few seconds of silence, Zhou Run said, okay. Luo Xiaobai dispersed everyone, leaving only Han Xuan, Zhou Run, and Hong Ye. Han Xuan asked, Xiaobai, tell me the truth. Where did Han Fei go? He has been gone for 100 years, right? Luo Xiaobai said. Luo Xiaobai, was thinking about how to respond when she suddenly heard Hong Yue say, Master Human Emperor contacted me in the Sea of Stars. Han Xuan and Zhou Run both perked up and looked at Hong Yue. Luo Xiaobai's eyes also flashed. Finally, Han Fei's original body has returned. Chapter 2977-2977 Epic of the Human Race 12977 Epic of the Human Race 1 After Hong Yu sacrificed a late-stage star transformation realm puppet, Han Fei finally returned. When he appeared in the sea realm again, Han Fei immediately scanned this place with his perception. When he found that the overall population of the human race had suddenly decreased so much, his face darkened. In particular, the huge number of undead human beings showed how devastating battles that the human race had experienced during these 400 years. Few people knew that Han Fei had avatars, not even Hong Ye. At this moment, Han Fei returned. Immediately, the god of war, the two elders of the lava giant tribe, Lu Qianzi, and the others all came. Chu Hao also came, but he didn't appear. Chu Hao was now acting as the backer of the human race. Not only could he not appear normally, but even his attacks had to be restricted. Otherwise, if he attacked repeatedly, it would only arouse the enemy's suspicion. The god of war asked, My disciple, is it your avatar or your original body? Han Fei said, My original body. Huff. Instantly, the god of war and the others heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that it was Han Fei's original body. In their opinion, there was naturally a difference between the original body and avatars. Although Han Song was theoretically part of the main soul and was indeed very powerful, he was only equivalent to a pure, carefree level cultivator. Only Han Fei's original body had the ability to contact all parties. Hong Yue, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Did Master Human Emperor have an avatar? Han Fei didn't explain to Hong Yue, but said, Thank you for your hard work while I was away. God of War, it's not hard at all. This is our path. Whoever wants to stop us is our enemy. We shall fight for our future. It doesn't matter whether we have you or not. The lava giant said, Human beings and our lava giant race share the same origin. You don't have to be over-polite. Our lava giant race has done nothing more than forging some weapons. Lu Qianzi said, Master, you've been gone for a long time. The human race was almost wiped out several times. Brat, you're more reliable than your parents. It's been more than 400 years, but you didn't even come back to take a look. I want to curse. Han Fei knew that old Han and his mother didn't appear probably because they wanted the human race to experience all this on their own. He could calmly take the Thunder Note Ancient Temple's trial because of his parents. He believed that if he was really in danger, they would take action. However, hearing that the human race had almost been wiped out several times, Han Fei was still quite moved. Then he looked at Luo Xiaobai, who looked cold. Although Luo Xiaobai looked calm and dignified at the moment, Han Fei could still see fatigue in her eyes. Han Fei said, Let me talk to Xiaobai. The others nodded slightly. Han Fei had just returned and there were too many things he didn't know. The most suitable person to tell him was naturally Luo Xiaobai. They had seen how much pressure Luo Xiaobai had been under over the years. To be honest, if it were any of them, they didn't think they could withstand such heavy pressure. After everyone left, Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai. When did you prove, Dao? Luo Xiaobai said, 6 years ago. Han Fei said, Sorry, I'm late. Luo Xiaobai shook her head. It's good that you came back alive. Han Song couldn't tell if you were dead or alive. He only knew that you were abducted by a powerful force. Later, he went to find your 5th senior brother and learned that you were trapped in a place that even the Void Temple couldn't rescue you from. Han Fei asked, Where is my avatar? Why didn't I sense him? Luo Xiaobai said, He is out on a mission. Han Fei looked at the battlefield where the fierce battle was taking place and asked, What happened all these years? Too many things had happened in the past 400 years. Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai chatted for a whole day. Most of the time, Luo Xiaobai talked about what happened casually. Of course, Han Fei knew that it wouldn't be that simple. Therefore, he planned to ask Lu Chenxi again. Finally, a day later, Han Fei learned what happened to the human race over the years. It turned out that when he was trapped in the Thunder Note Ancient Temple, the first Sea Demon Tide broke out. That Sea Demon Tide could be said to be extremely crazy. Many human beings who knew that they didn't have long to live or couldn't improve their realm died in that huge battle, with as many as 10 billion casualties. Half a year later, the second tide of sea demons broke out. Half a year later, the third sea demon tide broke out. The enemy's purpose in the 3 sea demon tides was very simple. It was to consume and wipe out the middle and low-level humans. They had indeed achieved it. The 3 sea demon tides caused the death of 27.6 billion human beings. Hearing this number, Han Fei was furious. He knew that not everyone in the human race had the potential to cultivate to a higher level. He also knew that these people would naturally die under the corrosion of time. However, natural death and self-detonation in combat were 2 different states. A person could grow old peacefully and die happily. In their life, they had lived, loved, fought, experienced all kinds of ups and downs, and finally died of old age. However, they had no chance to choose such a way of death. They chose to fight, chose to self-destruct, and chose to defend the longevity of the human race with their flesh and blood. They were respectable and pioneers in the expansion of the human race. After the 3 sea demon tides, the other party finally stopped for a while because they couldn't continuously trigger the outbreak of the sea demon tides. After all, the human race had more than 100 billion people. And to create a sea demon tide that could shock the entire human race, they needed more sea demons than this number. Chapter 2978, Epic of the Human Race. 22978, Epic of the Human Race. 2. At the periphery of the Godfiend Sea. It would take a lot of time to do this. The beginning of the dead humans' transition to become the undead was also after this battle. At that time, as arranged by Han Song and Luo Xiaobai, the people who died began to secretly switch to become the undead. However, they didn't immediately fight on the battlefield. After all, it was a trump card. In the 18th year after the 3 battles, a new war began. It was still a sea demon tide, but not as crazy as before. The goal was to regularly wipe out the mid-level and low-level humans and prevent them from reproducing. After all, in such a state of war, most people were not in the mood to have children. Otherwise, when a child was born, they were very likely to lose their parents. Besides, the human race was in a difficult situation. They were not sure how long they could last and when they could win the war. Therefore, the frequent tides of sea demons caused a large-scale negative increase in the human population. Even if they didn't experience war, countless people would die of natural aging in 100 years, and there were also many people who died from cultivation, not to mention having to face a war without bearing offspring. Therefore, in just over 400 years, the population of the human race fell from the terrifying number of 88 billion to 25 billion, losing nearly 70 billion people. If it weren't for the fact that many human beings were willing to switch to become the undead and fight for the human race, this number was bound to fall below the 100 billion mark. Finally, 100 years after the human race stepped into the wilderness, a catastrophe specifically targeting the human race came. It was the Worm Sea, launched by a power called the Sky Spider Worm Valley in the Central Sea Divine Realm. On the way of the human race, they used the sea demon tide to nurture insects for 100 years. In that battle, more than 10 billion human beings perished. Han Fei could imagine how an overwhelming number of insects were engulfing the human race. They were not sea demons, but their number far exceeded that of sea demons. It was difficult to kill them. There were all kinds of insects with different characteristics. Some were extremely poisonous, and some could parasitize. In short, that battle could be said to be the first crisis of extinction in the history of the human race. Although the former Waterwood world also had the insect race, they were on a completely different level from the insect race in the Central Sea Divine Realm. On the human side, all the manipulators took action and cast the Seaweed City Wall together. The poison cultivators assisted them and released all kinds of strange poisons, hiding in the Seaweed City Wall and making the sea poisonous. Han Song took the opportunity to go to the infinite mining area, ask Li Luo for insect control techniques, and everyone in the human race practiced insect control techniques. Finally, the human race ended this war that had been in a stalemate for 3 years. But it was also this time that the enemy destroyed the fighting form of 5 major professions of the human race. They seemed to know the functions of the 5 major professions very well, forcing the human manipulators to give up the fighting unit of 5-person team with the insect army. The insectoids had been blocked, but the overall combat ability of the human race had declined to a certain extent. During this period of time, there were various big and small incidents, such as the siege of some special insects, and so on. It could be said that nearly half of the humans in this battle died in small-scale battles, not head-on battles. If the Tide of Worms was the first crisis of destruction, the situation became even more complicated after the divine demon forest of the Central Sea. In the 1908th year of the human race's entry into the wilderness, a war with both demon plants and insect tides broke out. The divine demon forest of the Central Sea, Divine Realm, entered the arena and competed with the human manipulators for the right to control demon plants. The Sea of Insects attacked again, but in a different way. Dozens of insect armies such as the Rain of Insects, the Exploding Flying Insects, and the Marching Worm Sea attacked again. According to Luo Xiaobai's judgment, the other party might have thought that they could destroy the human race in the first insect tide, so there weren't many kinds of insects. However, the other party clearly didn't expect that the human manipulators could build such a huge seaweed city wall, let alone that the human race had mastered the insect control and insect-killing techniques. As a result, their 100-year plan had failed. Therefore, the second time, dozens of species of insect army attacked and finally forced the undead human army to appear. The army of the undead was not affected by the insect poison and the parasitic power, so the second crisis of destruction ended with the appearance of the undead. At that moment, the Central Sea Divine Realm clearly knew about the cooperation between the human race and the Immortal Temple. They didn't condemn or target the Immortal Temple. They probably didn't dare to. Therefore, in the following period of time, the other party's strategy also changed. From trying to destroy the human race at once, they turned to frequent battles with the human race. This simple plan was actually very effective. In 100 years, 16 billion people of the human race were slowly nibbled away. In the 302 years after the human race entered the wilderness, a brand new force joined the battle, which was the Light City in the Central Sea Divine Realm. In Luo Xiaobai's words, it was a hypocritical force that claimed to be light. From the name of the Light City, it could be seen that this was a power that was good at purification techniques. Although the Immortal Temple was very powerful, the general strength of human undeads wasn't that strong. Therefore, they were no match for the power of purification. The strength of the Light City was limited, and they couldn't purify the tens of billions of undead humans at once. Therefore, the third battle of destruction began in the form of a light storm. After all, the humans couldn't stop cultivating just because they had enemies. That was no different from waiting for death. Therefore, before the crisis came that day, furious waves swept out without any warning. The enemies directly used all kinds of means to destroy the human race. Therefore, an unprecedented super hurricane was set off outside the Godfiend Sea. Chapter 2979-2979, Epic of the Human Race, 3:2979, Epic of the Human Race, 3. In the hurricane, Howl covered the sky with one hand and pierced through the hurricane. Only then did the human race have time to gather. Han Fei knew that this was probably a test. The other party was testing if there was still a great monarch protecting the human race. After discovering the existence of the great monarch, the war began again. There was a tide of sea demons, the Sky Spider Worm Valley, the Divine Demon Forest, and a huge spaceship from the Central Sea Divine Realm. From the huge ship, millions of sea establishers were projected down, and these experts were all ancient demons. Each ancient demon brought tens of thousands of ordinary sea demons. For the first time, the Central Sea Divine Realm gathered its real military strength and began to attack the human race without hiding anything. In this battle, the undead human beings appeared one after another. However, that day, during the fierce battle, 10 blazing stars descended from the sky as if doomsday had arrived. Countless undead human beings were purified by the scorching stars, and this move was still a test. The other party was deliberately forcing the Void Temple to take action. In this battle, the human race was almost unable to withstand it because the opponent was too strong. The average combat power of the human race was not at that level. Upon hearing this, Han Fei almost understood what they meant. This time, they wanted to use their real combat power to force him to appear, to force him to use the power of the Void Temple. As for the Void Temple, they were all strong masters. If they attacked these ordinary people, it would violate the rules. If they really attacked, it would be the three temples interfering in low-level battles in the world. The entire Sea Realm would rise up to resist them. However, there was an exception in the Void Temple, which was Senior Brother Six God. Although Han Fei didn't know who Senior Brother Six God was, he knew that in the Void Temple, only Senior Brother Six God could sweep through the enemies without doing anything himself. Obviously, the people from the Central Sea Divine Realm also knew this, so they were prepared to pay billions of people in exchange for Han Fei to use the Void Mark. This was because the people from the Central Sea Divine Realm thought that Han Fei had used the Void Mark outside the Divine Capital Dynasty and in the Chaotic Wasteland. Then, as long as he used it again, the human race would no longer have any protection. Luo Xiaobai certainly wouldn't let them have their way. Although she knew that it wasn't the strong masters of the Void Temple who attacked in the Chaotic Wasteland, she wanted to give these enemies in the Central Sea Divine Realm the illusion that Han Fei only had one Void Mark left, and Luo Xiaobai's decision would be a huge sacrifice. This was because she knew that if she didn't use the power of the Void Temple, many humans would definitely die. But once the Void Temple really took action, another large-scale extermination battle would definitely erupt in a very short period of time. Without any worries, the strong masters of the Central Sea Divine Realm would definitely mobilize a large number of strong masters in one fell swoop to sweep through the human race. When Han Fei's original body was here, this was an opportunity. They could take this opportunity to destroy a large number of enemies in one go. However, it was unknown if Han Fei's original body was dead or alive. Han Song was a demon plant and couldn't pretend to be Han Fei's original body at all. It was possible to deceive cultivators at the Dao Proving level and the Carefree level, but there were strong masters from the Divine Demon Forest among the enemies. Could Han Song deceive the immortal-level cultivators of the divine demon forest? Therefore, without Han Fei's original body around, the other party would definitely hold back. This was also the reason why Luo Xiaobai and Han Song's didn't use the Void Mark. In this war, more than 30 billion human beings were sacrificed. In the end, Han Song entered the Godfiend Sea and pretended to trigger the Godfiend Sea, forcing the Central Sea Divine Realm to retreat. After hearing what happened to the human race over the years, Han Fei couldn't help but feel angry and murderous. He couldn't save Zemin Linglin. He couldn't save the countless lives of the human race. As the dignified human emperor, how could he face his countless compatriots who had died? Han Fei clenched his fists and tried to restrain the killing intent in his heart. After closing his eyes for a long time, he slowly opened them. Han Song is still in the Godfiend Sea, right? Yes, Han Fei asked. How much time do we have? Luo Xiaobai said. I don't know. It might be soon or in a year or two. As you know, a mere few hundred years is nothing to the cultivators of the Sea Realm. They also concluded that it's impossible for the human race to undergo any earth-shaking changes in these few hundred years. Therefore, as long as the Void Mark doesn't appear, they can still achieve their goal as long as they slowly nibble away at the human race. This time, they might be testing the waters first before launching an attack. If it were me, I would have done the same. Han Fei asked. But this time, you're not going to hold it in anymore, are you? Luo Xiaobai nodded. That's right, we can't hold it back anymore. If we hold it back any longer, the human race will be wiped out. This is something that the current human race can't afford. Although they will hold back when your original body is not around, it's enough to achieve our goal. Han Fei nodded heavily. Then, let's kill to our heart's content this time. Let's kill until the world shakes and the entire world is scared of our human race. The next day after he met Luo Xiaobai, somewhere in the void Han Fei and Chu Hao stood side by side. Han Fei said, Thank you for all these years. Chu Hao said, You've helped me a lot. I've only attacked a few times. Han Fei shook his head slightly. The deterrent effect of a great monarch was far more meaningful than his actual attack. Han Fei said, After this battle, you may return to the West Wilderness first. The primordial divine race may appear again. Huh? Chu Hao's pupils were constricted slightly. When did this happen? Chapter 2080 Epic of the Human Race. 2080 Epic of the Human Race. Han Fei said, 400 years ago. But you don't have to worry. The West Wilderness is very chaotic now. These people must be just searching and haven't really found the primordial divine race. After I stabilize the human race, I will go to the West Wilderness. I still need your help in this battle, Chu Hao said. You should know that I can't attack directly. If I attack, they will only think that it's a strong master of the Void Temple attacking. This is unacceptable. If the Void Temple interferes in ordinary wars of the races, their image and reputation will be destroyed. Many factions will turn to fight against the Void Temple, and it will be difficult for the Void Temple to have any appeal. No, I don't need you to deal with ordinary people. I need you to kill some great monarchs. Chu Hao couldn't help but look at Han Fei sideways. He didn't know where Han Fei's confidence came from. If it were someone else, he wouldn't believe it at all, but when Han Fei said it, he somehow believed it. Chu Hao finally nodded slightly. Okay, 1 month later. The news of Han Fei's return spread, and someone ran into him in the infinite mining area. 3 months later. At the periphery of the Godfiend Sea, far away, huge tides began to surge. In the wilderness where the human race was, the wind, rain, and tides were surging, and the whistling wind was raging. With the experience of the battle 100 years ago, the humans quickly discovered that something was wrong. All trial takers, return to your positions and enter special combat readiness. All humans, return immediately when you hear me. Starting from today, enter special combat readiness. See, for a moment, everyone in the entire human race's trial field put down what they were doing. Come on, come back. Not again. The 100-year war occurs again. I don't know how many people will die this time. What are you talking about? Some of us have indeed died, but so what? We have become stronger. We are becoming stronger at an unbelievable speed. We have defeated the enemy again and again. That's right. Be prepared for battle. Everyone, survive. I believe Master Human Emperor will definitely return. No race had ever shown such efficiency. In just 3 days, the population of billions was brought together as one. When the lava giants were in special combat mode, ordinary weapons would be supplied unlimitedly. All the manipulators gathered into an army and began to lay out the seaweed walls and the seaborne prairie. The undead army of human beings gathered and hid in the seaborne prairie. The appearance of the light city made it difficult for them to form effective combat power on the sea, so they could only fight at the bottom of the sea. 3.5 months later, a terrifying hurricane came, accompanied by murderous intent. In the 428th year since the human race entered the wilderness, the enemies of the Central Sea Divine Realm attacked again, and a terrifying war of extermination came again. 3 months and 23 days later, the first wave of enemies appeared. A huge ship crossed space and appeared here. On the huge ship, countless seeds fell like rain. These seeds landed on the seaborne prairie and began to frantically absorb the vitalities of the demon plants. The manipulators also attacked one after another. The human race and the Central Sea Divine Realm had already fought many times, and the two sides were already quite familiar with each other's combat power. After these seeds fell, the undead army of the human race began to take action, launching the first wave of attacks. and the enemy clearly didn't expect to destroy the seaweed wall that the human race had been setting up for a long time with such a small method. Millions of Sea Establisher-level powerhouses appeared outside the giant ship. Then, countless phantoms of worlds appeared. In an instant, the sky was filled with an army of nearly 10 billion. This army waited quietly and didn't take action. As for the huge ship, it was floating in the air like a fortress, surrounded by a spiritual barrier. No one knew what kind of enemies were hidden there. In just half a day, the Sea of Insects came. It was the Sea of Insects, not the insect cultivators. The other party knew that to deal with the human race's seaweed city walls, they didn't need anything too powerful or the insect army. The insects surged into the seaweed walls like locusts. A large number of demon plants immediately released all kinds of toxins. A large number of insects were poisoned to death, but under the protection of these insects, a special kind of worms like leeches broke through the siege and crawled into the depths. Their bodies emitted a powerful suction force, and a large amount of vitality surged into their bodies. At this moment, a great battle began. Chapter 2981, I have a tribulation to kill immortals. 12981, I have a tribulation to kill immortals. 1. It would take hundreds of years for a sea of insects to erupt. The Sea of Insects was so dense that the defense line of the seaweed city walls of hundreds of thousands of kilometers was annihilating at a visible speed. Some were drained of their vitality, annihilated, and some were gnawed away. Among them, there were multiple worm tides that charged forward crazily, trying to open a channel through the seaweed city wall. The undead army of the human race was resisting bravely. For a time, in the wilderness, killing intent soared. And this time, among the demonic insects, wrapped in dense insect tides, one insect after another appeared, emitting golden light. Bang, 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 golden light bloomed, and the light of purification spread on the seabed. For a moment, a large number of human undeads were purified and disappeared. Hanfei watched this scene coldly, but he knew that now was not yet the time to take action. With the insect sea as the vanguard, the sea demon tide would arrive in less than 4 hours. The divine demon forest, the light city, and the ancient demons hadn't launched attacks yet, so Hanfei had to wait. 4 hours passed. The sea demon tide had finally arrived. As the sea demon tide was launched, the divine demon forest showed up. 1 billion soldiers from the central sea divine realm descended on the seaborne prairie. These people were not humans, but all kinds of demon plants. These demon plants took root in the sea grassland and grew rapidly, wantonly destroying the seaborne prairie and seaweed city walls. Luo Xiaobai ordered, "The 10 legions, clear the way, kill." Each of the 10 legions of the human race had 100,000 sea establishers. The strong opened the way, and the weak fought off the enemy. Sure enough, in the sea demon tide, a large number of sea establishers soared into the sky, and there were also 1 million sea establishers from the central sea divine realm. Knock, knock, knock. As the sea establishers entered the battlefield, the army of the 10 billion soldiers from the central sea divine realm all entered the battlefield and formed an alliance with the sea demons and the insect sea to attack the defense line of the human race. The first offensive and defensive battle officially entered a battle of close combat. Kill. Brothers, let's kill these Beastards. If we die, we'll just turn into undeads. 100 years of bitter cultivation is just for this battle. Kill. If you have the guts, destroy our human race. Otherwise, sooner or later, we'll kill your entire clan and dig your ancestors out of their graves. K. Bang. Rumble. For a moment, roars, slashing sounds, the roars of great techniques, the sound of armor detonating, and the sound of self-detonation rang ceaselessly. The war in the wilderness was much fiercer than in the chaotic wasteland. In just one clash, hundreds of thousands of people had died. In just an hour, this place had turned into a sea of blood, and more than 1 million humans had died. Luo Xiaobai said, "All the sky openers, fight." Luo Xiaobai looked at Hanfei in the void. The early appearance of the sky openers was bait. Now it was up to Hanfei. Sure enough, when the human sky openers stepped into the void, the other party immediately sent out more than 30,000 sky openers. At the same time, the other party's first round of probing began. In the seaweed walls, the places that hadn't been penetrated suddenly turned into a sea of fire. Someone activated the 8 blazing sun-like stars and made them roll on the seabed. This was only a method of the sky-opening realm, but also the limit of the sky-opening realm. The combination of the 8 stars was completely comparable to a monarch. Because the human sky-openers joined the battle, the other party used this method. It was also at the moment when this method was used that a group of monarchs appeared on the floating giant ship. They wanted to force the human race's monarchs to join the battle. In that case, they could capture and kill human monarchs. If the human monarchs didn't take action, these 8 blazing stars were almost unstoppable. This was the other party's way of testing, because these stars contained the power of purification, which was not something the undead humans could resist. The other party was forcing the Void Temple to take action. If the latter didn't take any action, these stars would open 8 passages through the seaweed city walls. When the tide of sea demons passed through the seaweed walls like a flood, the human race would suffer heavy losses. In the sky, the monarchs of the Central Sea Divine Realm looked indifferent, and some even had a teasing look on their faces. Someone said, "This commander of the human race can really endure. If she still resists this time, won't we have to wait another 100 years? Someone said indifferently. The last time was an accident. Perhaps there were too many battles and the battles were too intense, so it triggered an anomaly in the Godfiend Sea. But this situation only happened once, and now the battlefield has changed. I'm afraid it won't happen again. No matter how much Luo Xiaobai can endure, she can't afford it this time." Someone smiled. "Actually, I'm looking forward to her continuing to endure. If she endures it this time, we can definitely kill another 50 billion human beings. At that time, there will be less than half of the humans left. Then next time, they might be wiped out." Someone echoed, "That's right, it's useless to endure it. The human race can hold out for another 300 or 500 years at most. We can just take it as a chance to train our soldiers." Someone pondered. "Now, the only thing we don't know is where Han Fei is. It's said that he has returned but hasn't shown up yet. I'm afraid he's planning something." At this moment, a deep voice came from behind everyone. "What can he do? If this wasn't the East Sea Divine Realm where it's difficult for us to mobilize troops, the human race would have died long ago. On the frontal battlefield, it's only a matter of time before the human race is destroyed. As the human emperor, Han Fei will definitely appear. He has to save this human race even if he doesn't want to. When the void mark is used, it will be his death." Chapter 2982. I have a tribulation to kill immortals. 2982. I have a tribulation to kill immortals. 2982. I have a tribulation to kill immortals. 20H man holding a trident with two short horns on his head slowly walking over. Everybody frowned and stepped back. This was Gu Meng, the commander of the ancient demon race. He was a domineering and unlikable man. Giggle. Then a spider silk descended from the sky, and a beautiful woman who was half human and half spider descended. Human beings, their biggest problem is that they are unwilling to give up. Isn't it good to turtle up? They have tried to rise again and again. This time, it's best to wipe them out in one fell swoop. It's best if I can see Han Fei. His flesh and blood should be delicious. Gu Meng glanced at the woman. "You done, the insectoids have suffered 3 defeats. I hope you won't disappoint me this time." The beautiful spider woman said disdainfully, "You simple-minded idiot. The human race is not made up of 180 billion insects. How can our insect race fail? Use your brain. Alright, the human race hasn't been wiped out yet. Let's not have internal strife." Gu Meng was about to glare at Yu Dunvi when an ice flower bloomed and a girl walked out. She looked pretty and even a little cute, but her eyes were filled with coldness. Yu Dunvi chuckled. "Wood Demon Shanshan, keep pretending to be innocent. You're already so old, yet you're still dressed like this." Wood Demon Shanshan glanced at Yu Dunvi coldly and then turned her eyes to the battlefield. Han Fei must appear in this battle. Buzz. Just as Wood Demon Shanshan said so, bang, bang. Suddenly, the 8 blazing stars stopped rolling at the same time. A proud figure was standing on one of the stars with his hands behind his back. On each star, there was an identical proud figure. As the figures waved their hands in unison, the 8 perfected star transformation realm cultivators who were pushing the blazing stars exploded without even having a chance to react. A human monarch took action? Ha ha ha. This is the moment we've been waiting for. The monarchs of the human race had never shown up, so they had no chance to come out. If they attacked the human race's monarchs first, the one protecting the human race would take action. However, if the monarchs of the human race took the initiative to take action, it would be a different story. If they attacked, it meant that they had participated in the battle. Therefore, on the side of the Central Sea Divine Realm, some people immediately became excited. All of a sudden, 12 figures rushed out. They had been in the East Sea Divine Realm for 400 years, but they had never had a chance to fight. Now, a monarch of the human race finally took action. Their first reaction was that the human race sacrificed a monarch to stop this test. However, not everyone was so excited. For example, Wood Demon Shanshan shouted, "Come back." However, these people were all from the major forces in the Central Sea Divine Realm. Although Wood Demon Shanshan was a strong master from the Divine Demon Forest, she was not qualified to command them. Therefore, she only stopped 3 people. The 3 people hesitated for a moment and reacted a little slowly. The other 9 people had already rushed over. "Ha ha ha! Human monarch, come and fight me for 30 rounds. Everyone, don't kill him. Capture this person, cut off his head and hang it high in the sky to intimidate the human race." Boom! Suddenly, lightning exploded out of thin air, and cracks appeared. Puff, puff, puff. In the sky, lightning exploded like fireworks, forming an angular lightning mark where the powerhouses from the Central Sea Divine Realm were. So fast. Not good. In the blink of an eye, the 9 monarchs, including 3 carefree level cultivators, were all killed. All 9 of them were captured and killed in a second. The remaining phantoms of the soul-suppressing godly weapons in the sky indicated that the soul-suppressing godly weapons had appeared at the moment of their death, but they were instantly destroyed. Rumble, rumble. In the sky, there were 9 great Tao cracks in a row. Seeing this, countless strong masters from the Central Sea Divine Realm were shocked. How is it possible? He's so strong. No, he's clearly at the carefree level. He is only at the carefree level. How can a carefree level cultivator be so fast? No, this person is Han Fei. He is Han Fei. Not just the people from the Central Sea Divine Realm were dumbfounded. On the human side, the god of war, Lu Qianxi, the elders of the Lava Giant tribe, and even Chu Hao were dumbfounded. Lu Qianxi shouted in shock, "Master is so strong. What did I see? Is this the power of the immortal level? Wow, he killed 9 monarchs so easily. How can he be so strong?" The corners of the god of war's mouth trembled. Now, I really can't understand this kid at all. Chu Hao looked at the lightning mark in the void and seemed to think of something. Is this the inheritance of the ancient god of Thundernote? Luo Xiaobai smiled slightly as if she was relieved. Sure enough, only when he was around could the human race be stronger. Han Fei was very strong and few people in his realm were his match. If he took action, the people besieging him would have to consider whether they would be the first to die. If it were someone else, such as Lu Qianxi, he might have been caught and killed in a single clash with the enemy. This was why Luo Xiaobai had never allowed the monarchs to fight. Han Fei waved his hand, grabbed the 9 corpses, and threw them into his origin star. Before the human race and the army of the Central Sea Divine Realm knew what had happened, they saw the sky full of great Dao cracks. Then, Han Fei stood proudly in the sky and his voice rumbled throughout the world. I am Human Emperor Han Fei. I have returned. Chapter 2983-2983. I have a tribulation to kill immortals. 32983. I have a tribulation to kill immortals. 3. When he said that I have returned, it caused a great uproar. The hundreds of billions of humans felt their hearts tremble. Someone cried with joy and his voice was trembling. The Human Emperor has returned. Master Human Emperor has finally returned. The human race is saved. Master Human Emperor, I knew that you wouldn't abandon me. Ha ha ha, Master Human Emperor has returned. You shall all die. Master Human Emperor is invincible. Even if there are so many monarchs, so what? Our human race is going to win. Master Human Emperor has returned. We're going to win. Brothers, let's kill. The undead human beings couldn't hide their excitement either. We finally waited for the return of Master Human Emperor. Finally, I have no regrets in death. Master Human Emperor will wipe out all enemies. Yes, the human race's worship of Han Fei had reached a fanatical state. This was because they knew that Han Fei had never lost. Any enemy of Han Fei would be destroyed. Although the strong masters of the Central Sea Divine Realm were gathered here, they trusted their emperor more. The news of Han Fei's return seemed to have ignited the hearts of all human beings. They felt their blood boil and their combat power soar. The 2 elders of the Lava Giant race couldn't help but look at each other. This is what we call charism. On the side of the Central Sea Divine Realm, some of the monarchs looked scared, but there were also many who felt refreshed. After more than 400 years, he's finally back. Alright, the doomsday of the human race has arrived. Since you're back, don't even think about leaving again. Finally, this battle is about to end. Gumeng, the 8-bone war monarch of the ancient demon race, suddenly laughed ferociously. It's great that you're back. I've been waiting for you for so long. Han Fei sneered and stretched out his hand. The 8 blazing stars floated into the air and suddenly smashed at the floating giant ship. I said that anyone who offends our human race will be killed without mercy. Since you're here today, you can forget about leaving. The void shattered and 8 stars appeared in a row. Outside the huge ship, 49 peak-level carefree level cultivators and 127 peak-level Dao provers all came out. However, different from the previous battle, they knew that Han Fei was extraordinary, so this time, the peak-level carefree level cultivators took the lead. Firstly, these peak-level carefree level cultivators had lived for countless years in the Central Sea Divine Realm and were not the younger generation. Their strength was not comparable to ordinary peak-level carefree level cultivators. Even those at the peak of the Dao proving level were all old monsters. There was not much difference between the Dao proving level and the carefree level. Almost all of these old monsters could fight carefree level cultivators. Therefore, these people were not afraid of Han Fei's strength. In their opinion, no matter how strong Han Fei was, he was still a member of the younger generation. In terms of cultivation, experience, and comprehension, he was inferior to them. The people who had died just now were nothing but fools in their eyes. If these people were still no match for Han Fei, it meant that Han Fei had the immortal level combat power, so it was only natural for immortal level cultivators to take action. Of course, they didn't expect to kill Han Fei with immortal-level combat power, but they were confident that they could definitely force Han Fei to use the Void Mark. Therefore, with Han Fei's appearance, the battle between monarchs immediately began. The 49 peak-level carefree level cultivators attacked together. The laws surged and instantly pressed down, and the 8 stars exploded. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying power of the starburst shattered the void. The fire rolled out for tens of thousands of kilometers, and the energy poured into the endless void crazily. Even so, the power swept nearly tens of millions of kilometers away. This power could be felt even on the human battlefield. The god of war, Lu Qianxi, and the 2 elders of the Lava Giant tribe could only protect the battlefield. Han Fei's current battle had exceeded their strength. Although they were also monarchs, they knew that they couldn't even resist the 8 stars, let alone participate in this group battle. Luo Xiaobai's voice spread across the human battlefield. My fellow humans, the human emperor has returned. Let's cherish our lives and turn to defense, waiting for the human emperor to kill the enemy. Someone laughed. Brothers, did you hear that? Cherish our lives. The human emperor has returned. We're about to win. We have to keep our lives to witness the golden age of the human race. Did you hear that, everyone? If you can't beat them, shrink the front line. Don't risk your lives. Repeat, don't risk your lives. Brothers, this battle is the battle of the human emperor. If the human emperor wins, the human race wins. Guard well. Don't be accidentally killed. Tens of millions of kilometers away, in the flames that filled the sky, Han Fei stepped into the void like a dominator of flames. With a boom, thousands of lightning bolts filled the sky. On the side of the Central Sea Divine Realm, many people who surrounded Han Fei were instantly shocked. Bang! When everyone was in shock, one person had already been pierced. Both he and his soul-suppressing godly weapon were shattered in an instant. His soul was shattered and his remnant body scattered on the sea. No, this is Lei Heng's technique, not good. It's the Thousand Thunderflash, the unique killing technique of the ancient god of Thundernote. How is it possible? He actually broke into the Thundernote ancient temple? They finally realized that something was wrong. Han Fei had exceeded their imagination. Boom! Thousand Thunderflash was activated again, and a lightning ring appeared. Within the range of the lightning ring, 3 people had nowhere to hide. In an instant, lightning jumped between the 3 of them and burned them. It's that thunder technique, Lei Heng's 12 Thunder Seal technique, the legendary 12 Thunder Seal technique. Chapter 2984, I have a tribulation to kill immortals, 4:2984. I have a tribulation to kill immortals, 4. At this moment, these old monsters panicked. They all knew where the Thunder Sound ancient temple was. Countless forces had once flocked to it. However, no matter how many people entered it, no one came out alive. Even great monarchs couldn't come out. Later, they gave up the Thundernote ancient temple, believing that it was not a place for humans to enter because it was a dead end. But today, other than Lei Heng, someone else had used the Supreme Thunder technique again. How could they not be shocked? Bang! Firsh! In the sky, great Dao cracks appeared one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were already 13 great Dao cracks, indicating the death of 13 monarchs. It was not that they didn't want to block it, but they couldn't stop it at all. The Thousand Thunder Flash was too fast. Han Fei's speed was nearly 1,000 times the speed of light. It was not a speed that the carefree level could achieve at all. To match this speed, only an immortal could. According to this combat power, this was no longer a battle of the same level. No matter how many Dao Provers and carefree level cultivators came, under this horrible speed and terrifying combat power, they would still die. The people from the Central Sea Divine Realm reacted very quickly. Immediately, several figures broke out of the void. It was an old man with white hair. When Han Fei used the Thousand Thunderflash, this person turned into a beam of light, and his speed exceeded 1,000 times the speed of light. He could barely chase Han Fei. It was not that he couldn't catch up with Han Fei's speed, but that if Han Fei used the Thousand Thunderflash, he could appear anywhere in the lightning mark, so this old man would inevitably be slower than Han Fei. As long as Han Fei didn't fight him, he would never be able to catch Han Fei. However, Han Fei discovered that although he would be one step ahead, as long as this person closely followed him, he wouldn't have a chance to kill these monarchs at the Dao proving or carefree levels. Han Fei, you brat, do you think you can win? So what if you have the inheritance of the ancient god of Thundernote? In the end, you are only at the carefree level. This person tried to use words to force Han Fei to appear and fight him. Around them, many monarchs retreated. Fortunately, an immortal-level cultivator took action. Otherwise, it would be really terrifying. Everyone scattered and someone sighed. Fortunately, he's an immortal-level powerhouse from the Light City. He's not afraid of lightning, someone sneered. No matter how strong Han Fei is, so what? There is always someone stronger than him. In any case, Han Fei can't escape death today. However, as soon as he said so, he suddenly sensed a life and death crisis. He didn't even have a chance to activate his star bead. With a flash between his eyebrows, a mirror-type soul-suppressing godly weapon appeared. However, at that moment, he saw a huge hammer. On the hammer, lightning flashed and laws surged. Crack. The soul-suppressing godly weapon mirror shattered. The man was stunned. This was an acquired spiritual treasure. Why was it broken? But in a moment, a scorpion tail appeared between his eyebrows, and it seemed that his companion spirit was about to rush out. Boom. Ka-ka-ka. The scorpion tail was instantly crushed into powder. The man felt that his head was hit with a clang, and then he lost consciousness. Han Fei had never been an easy person to deal with. He was already prepared to fight this immortal-level cultivator, but before this battle, he had to collect some interest and use his strength to shut these people up. How arrogant. The old man from the Light City followed him closely. The moment Han Fei was about to attack, he had already activated his original Great Dao, boosted his combat power by 4 times, and swung his hammer at the sky. The power of this blow clearly exceeded the expectations of the strong master from the Light City. Rumble. There was a loud bang between the heavens and earth, and dust raged in the sky. One of the immortal level cultivator's arms shattered into pieces. The law of light, like a mirror, also shattered. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck the immortal level cultivator, striking his soul and interrogating him. Han Fei was surrounded by a lightning waterfall. Before the immortal level cultivator woke up, the lightning fused into one and struck down. The soul-slaying lightning followed closely. Half of the immortal level's body was blown up by Han Fei, and his soul-suppressing godly weapons floated out. However, the lightning law couldn't shake this thing. A chaotic spiritual treasure? Han Fei made up his mind. Steal. He was already at the peak of the carefree level, and the other party was just at the immortal level. Why couldn't he steal it? Then, the jade pot-like chaotic spiritual treasure was snatched by Han Fei. Boom, boom, boom. The ultimate hammer was activated. However, an immortal level cultivator was still an immortal level cultivator after all, and their physique and strength were extremely powerful. Although Han Fei created a 3-second window of opportunity, he failed to kill this old man and only crushed nearly half of his body. On the side of the Central Sea Divine Realm, many people looked at each other in bewilderment. How could an immortal level cultivator be suppressed so easily? Gumeng, Han Fei, let me fight you. However, someone was even faster than Gumeng. It was another immortal level cultivator. He didn't attack until he saw that the person from the Light City was obviously no match for Han Fei. However, Han Fei suddenly turned his head, and with a swish, the Emperor Sparrow flew into the sky. Hellfire burning. The newcomer was using a great technique, but he didn't expect this scene and immediately fell into the void. As for the immortal level cultivator from the Light City, he had already woken up after weathering through the lightning attack. He was pale with fright and intended to escape first. Do you think you can escape? Lightning reduction. This space turned into a lightning domain, and this person's speed suddenly weakened by nearly half. Bam, bam, bam! The ultimate hammer erupted. The Ragnarok, the Tao of Slaughter God, the Invincible Path, and all kinds of techniques were fused. Every strike could shatter a large amount of the soul power of the old man from the Light City. His body cracked countless times. Gumeng finally took action and roared, "Han Fei, die! Hee hee!" Han Fei laughed dryly, and the infinity water appeared in his hand. The law pattern spread on the infinity water, and it pierced through the immortal level cultivator from the Light City. Facing Gumeng, Han Fei jumped up and held the Thunder God's hammer in both hands. I have a tribulation to kill immortals. Chapter 2985, 2985, 2985. Demon Purification Pot appears 1. 2985 Demon Purification Pot appears 1 between the heavens and the earth. The weather changed, and the laws surged on the Thunder God's hammer. Behind Han Fei, the endless void opened, and a terrifying thundercloud suddenly appeared. Is this a heavenly tribulation? Gumeng's face changed drastically, and he was puzzled. How could a carefree level cultivator trigger the power of the heavenly tribulation? Was the heavenly tribulation a power that humans could control? At that moment, although there were still immortal level powerhouses appearing at the periphery, no one went forward. Come on, should they go up and resist the heavenly tribulation? Gumeng roared. Impossible. I don't believe you can activate the heavenly tribulation. I'd like to see how strong this lightning is. Roar. Gumeng's body turned into a demonic ape 300 meters tall as he flew. Knock, knock, knock. The demonic ape stepped in the air, and with every step it took, nomological array patterns appeared under its feet. It held the trident in its hand, accumulated strength, and roared. Primordial demon spear. Law array patterns condensed on the tip of his spear, circle after circle, accumulating a total of 8 law array patterns. Boom-a-bang, bang, bang. Ka-ka-ka-h, the purple-black heavenly tribulation fell with a bang. But regardless of whether it was a divine technique or something else, the 8 array patterns shattered one after another and could only block the heavenly tribulation for half a second. Ahaha! The power of the primordial demon spear was instantly destroyed by the heavenly tribulation, and even the acquired spiritual treasure trident was shattered. The demon ape's entire body was enveloped by the heavenly tribulation, and its flesh and blood were dissipating at a visible speed. In less than 3 seconds, the flesh and blood of the demon ape turned into nothingness. He hurriedly took out 3 door-shaped shields in an attempt to block it. At the same time, an acquired spiritual treasure-level battlesuit appeared on the surface of his body. In addition, Gumeng took out 6 array talismans in a row and turned them into a law array, protecting him. Crack, 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 bam, bang, bang. The heavenly tribulation lasted for 8 seconds, and Gumeng was horrified. The 3 sets of acquired spiritual treasure-level magic weapons were actually all destroyed, and he was badly mutilated. This was really a fucking heavenly tribulation, and an extremely terrifying kind of heavenly tribulation. On the side of the Central Sea Divine Realm, everyone exclaimed in horror, how is it possible? Can this guy really summon a heavenly tribulation? If it weren't for the fact that he had so many treasures, wouldn't the 8-bone war monarch have been blown to death on the spot? Even Lei Hung can't do that, can he? Wood Demon Shan Shan said. The power of this tribulation can kill anyone below the immortal level. Even immortals can't escape death without the protection of treasures. Yudun narrowed her eyes. This human emperor is indeed terrifying. As a carefree level cultivator, he fought 3 immortals alone and crushed them. If we let such a person grow, he will definitely become a huge problem for us. Han Fei frowned slightly. The heavenly tribulation was very strong, but he still underestimated the immortal level powerhouses. They were not destruction level ominous creatures, but strong masters from the Central Sea divine realm who had all kinds of means and magic weapons. His heavenly tribulation had only destroyed 3 acquired spiritual treasures and seriously injured the other party. Humph, you've got a lot of treasures, right? Let's see how many treasures you can take out today. Electric arcs flashed on the surface of Han Fei's body, and lightning and fire burned in his eyes. The Mad Thunder Dao body was activated and lightning patterns appeared. Behind him, a lightning technique divine plate condensed. In the next moment, the lightning technique divine plate spun and the power of the heavenly Dao gathered. Take this, supreme divine lightning. Like a king walking out of lightning, Han Fei looked extremely ferocious at the moment, like an unparalleled killing god. The demonic ape that Gu Meng turned into roared and his dissipated flesh and blood gathered. His deep voice resounded throughout the world. I am the 8-bone war monarch. Han Fei, you brat, you've pissed me off. Roar. The demon ape's body expanded again, turning thousands of meters tall and extending 8 arms at the same time. I dare you to grow another 4 heads. Han Fei stepped on the air, and with a swoosh, there were only lightning marks left in the sky. Boom, this time, it was a competition of strength. However, in terms of strength, Han Fei believed that even if he was not yet an immortal, ordinary immortals couldn't compare to him. Rumble. Bolts of lightning struck the demon ape one after another, and every hammer strike dented its flesh and even broke its bones. However, the overwhelming fist auras couldn't touch Han Fei's shadow at all. They could only shake the void and force Han Fei to appear by disrupting the space. This method was actually quite effective. If the void shattered and spatial turbulence surged, the effect of the Thousand Thunder Flash would be greatly reduced. However, even if it was a head-on clash, how could Han Fei be afraid? When Han Fei appeared, the demon ape threw out 8 punches at the same time, filling the sky with fist seas. Han Fei held the hammer in one hand and concentrated all his strength on one point. Ultimate hammer. Boom, rumble, ka-ka-ka. Waves rolled to the sky, the seawater collapsed, and smoke and dust filled the air. 2 figures were sent flying millions of kilometers away at the same time. Gu Meng, who had transformed into a demon ape, had returned to his original body, but his arms had disappeared and his body was twisted like mud. It seemed that every bone was crushed. More than half of his soul had been destroyed, and he had suffered an indescribable heavy injury. As for Han Fei, he was also sent flying millions of kilometers away, but he ran back with Thousand Thunder Flash in midair. Holding the Thunder God's hammer, Han Fei twisted his neck and flexed his wrist. The 8-bone war monarch is so weak. If it weren't for your treasures, you would have turned into dust. With that, Han Fei pointed at the air with 2 fingers. Sword 4, Carefree Roaming. Chapter 2986-2986, Demon Purification Pot appears 2-2986. Demon Purification Pot appears. 2 Swish. The intimidating sword light pierced through the sky and the earth, vowing to kill this so-called 8-bone war monarch. At the moment Han Fei attacked, a giant spider phantom appeared out of thin air and blocked the attack. Bang! The spider exploded and turned into smoke. Carefree Roaming was still flying forward, but its power was reduced by 50%. Then, a giant wood appeared in the air and crashed into Carefree Roaming. Crack crack, the giant wood was cut apart, but Carefree Roaming was also exhausted. Han Fei turned to look at the 2 people who attacked. One was a spider girl, and the other was a girl with roots spreading out from her feet. You 2 ruined my business. Are you looking for death? Wood Demon Xuanhuan said. Han Fei, we admit that you are very strong, but if only you are strong, how can you protect the entire human race? Today, you can't kill anyone. You done, honey, you're just too anxious. If you had lain dormant for a few years and returned after entering the immortal level, you might have been able to save the human race, TSK, but now, you're still at the carefree level. As they talked, 3 more immortal level powerhouses appeared on Gu Meng's side. Beside the immortal level cultivator that was being burnt by hellfire, 2 immortal level powerhouses appeared too to protect him. 2 people appeared next to the immortal level cultivator from the Light City too. However, the moment they appeared, Han Fei grinned. It's up to me whether to kill them or not. Whoever I want to kill must die, explode, rumble. The one from the Light City was pierced and sealed by the Infinity Water. As for the Infinity Water, it was now a super powerful weapon at the level of chaotic spiritual treasure. It could certainly kill an immortal level cultivator. The 2 immortals who had just appeared hurriedly retreated. The terrifying self-detonation shattered the immortal level cultivator from the Light City, his body and soul both crushed. With the death of an immortal, the Great Dao crack was extremely terrifying. All the human powerhouses were overjoyed. Someone laughed. Master Human Emperor has started to slay monarchs again. That feels so good. Let's see how many monarchs the other party has. Is it enough for Master Human Emperor to kill? Haha, I knew it. As long as Master Human Emperor returns, all enemies will die. On Han Fei's side, he said casually, Emperor Sparrow, send that guy off. Demon releasing. Frenzying eye. The immortal level cultivator who was being burned by the hellfire suddenly unleashed monstrous killing intent and suddenly attacked his two guardians. Because of his sneak attack, the hellfire burned another person. Hellfire couldn't be extinguished. Once it was ignited, you just had to wait for it to burn out. Therefore, there were now two people being burnt by hellfire. The demon in the man's heart was released, and charmed by the frenzying eye, he charged crazily at wood demon xuanhuan who was closest to him. After all, he was an immortal level cultivator. His attacks were ruthless and domineering, and in the blink of an eye, 3 carefree level cultivators had been crushed by him. Instantly, on the side of the Central Sea Divine Realm, everyone's expression changed drastically. The power of the Emperor Sparrow exceeded their imagination. Without even looking at them, he directly activated cause and effect killing techniques. No wonder every time this creature appeared, someone tried their best to besiege and kill him. They had to kill him. When this thing grew up, who could withstand him? Swish. Just as Hanfei was watching them how to solve this problem with a smile, he suddenly saw 2 black chains extending out of the giant ship. Rule chains? Hanfei's pupils were constricted slightly. In the next moment, the 2 immortals were bound by the chains. No matter how they twisted or went crazy, they couldn't break free. Hanfei couldn't help but look at the giant ship. Bastard, come out if you want to fight. Let's see if I can kill you. Villain. A silver-haired young man slowly stepped out of the giant ship, followed by 6 people, all of whom were at the immortal level. At this moment, the Tao-proving level and carefree level cultivators all fell silent. They had thought that this was their battle, but who knew that Hanfei was like a different person from 400 years ago? His strength had increased so quickly that it was no longer someone they could deal with. Now, they could only let the immortal level cultivators take action. The silver-haired young man slowly walked over with a cold smile. I'm out. Come and kill me. Hanfei picked up the Thunder God's hammer and spat. Get your ass over here and have a one-on-one fight with me. The silver-haired young man chuckled. Idiot, this is a war, not a competition. There is no absolute fairness. Do you think you can save the human race? No, you are just a reckless man with brute force but no brain. You can't save anyone. Slap. The silver-haired young man snapped his fingers and someone immediately shouted, All troops, attack and kill the human race. The 10 billion strong army of the Central Sea Divine Realm was deployed, and the tide of sea demons came again and again. The human race was under a lot of pressure soon. Hanfei narrowed his eyes. You're asking to be killed, the silver-haired young man said lazily. There are hundreds of billions of people in the human race. Do you really think you can contend with the Central Sea Divine Realm? It's because of you that the human race wasn't really wiped out before. Now that you're back, it's time for the human race to be wiped out. So, are you sure you can beat me? The silver-haired young man smiled casually. So far, so it seems, Hanfei asked. Who are you? How dare you flash your tongue like this? You're just a nobody from the Central Sea Divine Realm. How dare you try to destroy our human race? Believe it or not, I'll destroy you along with the forces behind you. Chapter 2987-2987, Demon Purification Pot appears 3. 2987 Demon Purification Pot appears 3. Ha ha ha. The silver-haired young man laughed arrogantly as if he had heard something funny. When the laughter stopped, the silver-haired young man sighed and said, A disciple of the Void Temple can be so ignorant. I am Bai Ye, the pure-blooded descendant of the primordial silver wolf of the ancient demon race. Destroy the ancient demon race? Do you really think the Void Temple is invincible in the world? However, after hearing what Bai Yi said, Hanfei touched his chin with one hand. Now, he had already known who had been preventing the rise of the human race. Ancient demons, insects, and demon plants were exactly among the 6 ancient bloodlines. The 6 ancient bloodlines were respectively the primordial human race, primordial demonic plants, primordial strange beasts, primordial demons, primordial insect eggs, and a stillborn. As for those who attacked the human race, if he guessed right, they were from the ancient demon plant race, the ancient insect race, and the ancient demon race. Hanfei didn't know why the 3 bloodlines attacked the human race. The bloodlines passed down from ancient times had long been divided into many branches. They shouldn't have such hatred for the human race and insisted on destroying it. What was the reason? Besides, Hanfei had learned from the primordial star tree that the ancient demon plants and the primordial human race were actually on good terms. And 6th senior brother was obviously from the insect race and didn't show any hostility to the human race, or he would have told him. Therefore, there must be a deeper reason for these 3 races to attack the human race. However, there was at least one thing he was sure of. The enemy had already been revealed. They were the ancient demon plants, the ancient insects, and the ancient demons from the Central Sea Divine Realm. As for the other lineages, Hanfei didn't think they were all enemies of the human race. Hanfei grinned and waved his hand. A law of lightning crossed millions of kilometers in the void and landed on the surging insect tide. The lightning law covered hundreds of thousands of kilometers and suddenly ignited an indestructible thunderfire. Instantly, the sea of insects was almost instantly incinerated. Han Fei said, I'm from the Void Temple, but I'm also a human. I'm the variable in this battle. Only by taking me down can you be qualified to touch the human race. The point is, can you take me down? As he spoke, Han Fei turned into 1,000 lightning strikes, intending to fight the battle in person. However, the moment Han Fei moved, array flags appeared in all directions. With a bang, Han Fei hit a barrier. Bai Yi smiled gloomily. The inheritance of the ancient god of Thunder Note is indeed powerful. However, as a disciple of the Void Temple, you should know that there is no absolutely invincible technique in this world. Even Lei Hung fled around like a stray dog when he was in the Central Sea Divine Realm. How can you, a mere peak-level, carefree-level cultivator, beat us? Bai Yi walked forward step by step. The Emperor Sparrow is not invincible either. That cause and effect killing technique can only target one person at a time, right? As long as those two people are not dead, the Emperor Sparrow can't attack a second person. And what's the difference between a Dao-proving level Emperor Sparrow and trash? On Han Fei's shoulder, the Emperor Sparrow said, Ancient demons, right? I'll personally visit you later. Offending me, you'll see your entire race wiped out. Just wait and see, Bai Yi said. That's if you can survive until then. Heh, inner demon summoning. The Emperor Sparrow raised his head proudly with a dark gleam in his eyes. Then, Bai Yi's face suddenly changed drastically, and layers of demonic ki escaped from his body. Bai Yi grunted and a pagoda appeared above his head. The pagoda was enveloped by mystic light and forcibly suppressed the demonic chi. Bai Yi grinned. It's a pity that you're only at the Dao-proving level. If you had become an immortal, I really wouldn't have been able to resist you. The Emperor Sparrow said coldly, Without this pagoda, you can't resist me now. Han Fei put on a deep smile and reached out. Steal. The next moment, the pagoda disappeared, but then Han Fei frowned. Although the pagoda disappeared, it didn't appear on his side. Immediately afterward, the white pagoda appeared between Han Fei and Bai Yi, trembling and spinning. It seemed to be quite intelligent and could resist the void-stealing technique. This was the first time Han Fei had encountered such a situation. Ah ha ha! Without the help of the pagoda, Bai Yi was surrounded by black gas and seemed to be about to go crazy. At this moment, the pagoda struggled hard, broke from the void-stealing technique, and returned to Bai Yi's head, once again suppressing Bai Yi's inner demon. Huh? Interesting. Han Fei looked at the pagoda. It looked like a good treasure. It was at least a chaotic spiritual treasure. If exaggerated a bit, it might be comparable to the Thunder God's hammer, belonging to the level of nature's spiritual treasure. Kill him. Bai Yi flew into a rage out of humiliation. After Bai Yi finished speaking, behind him, the 6 immortals attacked Han Fei at the same time. The Emperor Sparrow returned, and Han Fei activated the 1,000 Thunder Flash and turned the sealed place into a sea of lightning and fire. However, the 6 immortals activated their laws at the same time, stirring the void and shattering it. Chaotic secrets. Void shattering, law storm. Blood god art, sky penetrating spell, infinite war. The 6 immortals occupied 6 different directions. One messed up the law of heavenly secrets, one shattered the void, causing the void to be unstable, and it was difficult to use the 1,000 Thunder Flash. Another set off a law storm, making it difficult to absorb the power of the law. Just these 3 had almost broken the 1,000 Thunder Flash. Chapter 2988-2988 Demon Purification Pot appears 4. 2988 Demon Purification Pot appears 4. As for the Blood God technique, it could affect the circulation of his blood. Han Fei immediately activated the Invincible Path and resisted with the Tao of Slaughter God. The Sky Penetrating spell, on the other hand, filled the sky with runes that were revolving around Han Fei and restricting his strength, just like the God-sealing spear. The last person broke out with a speed much faster than Han Fei's and actually engaged in close combat with Han Fei. However, this person moved like a phantom and was more like a hunter, which was different from Han Fei's fighting style. However, with the strength of immortal level, Han Fei could only be on par with him for now. I underestimated the immortal level cultivators. Han Fei's face changed slightly. Immortal level cultivators invoked the law too fast and powerful. Ordinary carefree level cultivators couldn't compare to them. Furthermore, they had more means. Almost all of them had mastered divine techniques and their magic weapons were stronger. They weren't comparable to destruction level ominous creatures. The 6 of them had completely suppressed him. After these 6 people finished suppressing Han Fei, they joined forces to attack Han Fei. At this moment, the 1,000 Thunder Flash couldn't be used, but the 10,000 Law Sky Traveling technique could still be used. In this void, the 7 people flashed non-stop, bursting out with an extremely terrifying speed. Although Han Fei had slowed them down with the deceleration technique of the 12 Thunder Seal technique, the lightning law was penetrated in less than 10 seconds. Bang, bang, bang! The situation in the field changed quickly. Because Han Fei couldn't keep up with them in speed, they were bombarded by the 6 people consecutively. Fuse. After Little Black and Little White fused with him, Han Fei found that his reaction speed still couldn't keep up with their attacks. After fighting for more than 50 seconds, Han Fei was at a disadvantage and was seriously injured. On the human side, the Beast King said anxiously, "This won't do. These guys have already used the power of the immortal level." Although Han Fei is very strong, he's only at the carefree level after all. How can he be a match for so many immortals? Liu Qianxi said. Master, be careful. Come back if you can't beat them. The Beast King glanced at Liu Qianxi speechlessly. Do you think he can still come back in this situation? On the Central Sea Divine Realm's side, many people were relieved. Someone said, fortunately, he's only at the carefree level. This time, we can't let him go no matter what. Someone echoed, that's right, we can't let him live. He can kill immortals when he's at the carefree level and has mastered the ancient Supreme Thunder technique. And he's too good at escaping. If we don't kill him this time, there will be endless trouble in the future. However, some people were still sober. I'm afraid we can't kill him today, but if we can force him to use the Void Mark, Han Fei and the entire human race will be destroyed soon. Now that Han Fei was besieged, Bai Yi said leisurely, Han Fei, mankind has its limits. Do you still want to keep your trump card? Let's see if the survival of the human race can be exchanged for your trump card. Ha ha ha. Ancient demon, step on the sea. Bai Yi put his hands together, and an unfathomable hole appeared behind him. From this hole, Han Fei saw billions of demons rushing out. When Han Fei saw the demons charging at him, he discovered that these creatures were different from ferocious beasts. They were like upgraded versions of sea demons. There was demonic chi in the ancient demons, similar to the special demonic chi of sea demons and inferior manfish. However, there were a variety of ancient demons. He saw inferior manfish, meandering human-faced centipedes, deformed sea monsters, demonic wolves burning with fire, and pythons transforming into water. Perhaps ferocious beasts and divine beasts were the offspring of the ancient demons. Or perhaps ferocious beasts and divine beasts were powerful entities born from the heavens and earth in the chaotic era. And ancient demons, like humans, evolved. Han Fei wasn't sure about this, but he would find out when the Void Temple held a meeting. On the human side, although they had switched from offense to defense, the Insect Sea, the Sea Demon Tide, the Ancient Demon Army, and the allied forces of the Central Sea Divine Realm were still too much for the human race. Immediately, Han Fei made up his mind and took the initiative to release the Great Tao of Life Replacement, ignoring all attacks. Then, between his eyebrows, a total of 7 small vines reached out. If you want to see my trump card, I'll let you see as much as you want. You'll find that intercepting and killing our human race is the most regretful thing you've ever done in your life. Swish, swish, swish. The 6 immortal-level powerhouses were suddenly wrapped by a small vine. The moment they were wrapped up, all their law powers lost effect. Their vitality, spiritual energy, chaotic chi, and immortal chi were being drained away crazily. Han Fei roared, since you are demons, you are only worthy of being the ingredients in my pot. This was the first time Han Fei used the demon purification pot outside his body. None of the 6 immortals were spared. They felt that their strength no longer belonged to them. What is this? Not good, my vitality, my great Tao. Fellow Taoists, save me. This thing is eating my great Tao. This sudden scene horrified the people of the Central Sea Divine Realm. Han Fei was obviously no match for them and was about to be suppressed, but because of this small vine, he instantly suppressed the 6 immortal-level powerhouses. What was this? How could this thing be so powerful? Bai Yi's face also changed greatly. What was going on? How could Han Fei be so capable? Suddenly, among the immortal-level cultivators, someone's face changed. It was Yi Xuanming from the heavenly race. He exclaimed, it's the demon purification pot. That's the strongest treasure of the ancient times, the demon purification pot. It's you, Han Fei. You destroyed our heavenly ancestor divine tree and severed our door talents. Chapter 2989, Unparalleled 6 God, 12989. Unparalleled 6 God, 1 demon purification pot. A stone raised 1,000 waves, and the entire Central Sea Divine Realm's camp was in an uproar. What? The ultimate treasure of gods? The demon purification pot? Is it the demon purification pot that can suppress the ominous and cause the gods to scramble for it? How did Han Fei get such an ultimate treasure? Is this his trump card? In the giant ship, a middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and trembled slightly. So, the demon purification pot is here. Han Fei, have you run out of tricks? At the same time, in the God-fiend sea, the demon god, and a large group of ferocious big shots were also sighing. Eastern Divine Crocodile, Han Fei, you really dare to take it out. The big crab Xie Wuquan said, I'm afraid this kid has gone crazy, but I like it. Ha ha ha, I really want to fight. The fight outside is so exciting. Jiang Honghua licked the corner of her mouth. This kid is not afraid of us coveting it and just took it out, TSK, the Sky Ghost Toad said. I'm not interested in the demon purification pot anyway. This thing, you can take it, but you can't keep it, Li Tiangen said. Something must be wrong. I'm afraid this demon purification pot is not only for the people of the Central Sea Divine Realm to see, but also for us to see. I wonder what other trump cards Han Fei has. The demon god said leisurely, don't pay too much attention to the demon purification pot. Only those with great luck can keep this pot. Since ancient times, no one who obtains this pot has a good ending. Besides, this pot has never beat the ominous. Whoever wants this pot probably wants to rise up for personal reasons and wants to use it to become a god. Let's see, Old Yuan asked. Demon god, when shall we attack? The demon god said, "That's your business. I've already paid off the favor I owe Han Fei," in the depths of the void. Great Monarch East Marshal looked at this scene and frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. The Sea Realm is going to be in chaos. On the human side, Luo Xiaobai, the Beast King, and Lu Chaunci were all dumbfounded. What was the demon purification pot? The elder of the lava giant tribe said leisurely. It said that in ancient times there was a calabash born in the world. With it, one can suppress the heavens and rule all races. Therefore, whenever this pot appears, there will be a storm of blood. For this pot, all the strong masters fought each other and resorted to all means. In the end, it fell into the hands of the ancient human race and was passed down to gods. But there are also rumors that whoever obtains this pot won't have a good ending, Lu Qianxi exclaimed. What do you mean? Judging from Master's rising speed, this thing obviously brings him good luck, the Beast King said. It's better than nothing. Look how nervous those beastards from the Central Sea Divine Realm are. Looking at this scene, Luo Xiaobai murmured in a voice that only she could hear. So this is the secret you have been hiding at the bottom of your heart since you were young. The appearance of the demon purification pot was really beyond everyone's expectation. 100,000 years ago, the demon purification pot disappeared with Chu Hao. 100,000 years later, the demon purification pot reappeared. However, today was different from that time. 100,000 years ago, Chu Hao was alone and couldn't represent anyone. Although there was the primordial divine race behind him, there were no gods. However, behind Han Fei was the Void Temple. But even so, could it really stop those coveting the demon purification pot? Bai Yi's pupils were constricted, and there was uncontrollable excitement on his face. He had never thought that he would have such an opportunity on this trip to the East Sea Divine Realm. As for Wood Demon Xuanhuan and Yu Dunv, their eyes were also shining, but they restrained themselves. At this moment, rashly snatching it was no different from courting death. However, since the demon purification pot had appeared, there would only be more people attacking Han Fei. At that time, they might have a chance in the Bloody Storm. The moment the demon purification pot appeared, countless people from the Central Sea Divine Realm were sending messages to their races. Yes, they all did it openly. Everyone was racing against time. The appearance of the demon purification pot was such a great opportunity. Who would be willing to fall behind others? Buzz. On the side of the Central Sea Divine Realm, a forbidden place that had been sealed for 10,000 years suddenly opened, and a primordial demon let out a low laugh. It finally appeared. Human race, Void Temple. In a certain vast demonic forest, a peerless demonic flower bloomed and turned into a coquettish woman. She held a green leaf in her hand and smiled. Demon purification pot, deep underground, a huge centipede woke up from its sleep. It's time for me to become a god, outside the God-fiend sea. In Han Fei's palm, the infinity water gathered and turned into a palm-sized cone. On the cone, lightning techniques surrounded it and fused with it. The Ragnarok and the Tao of Slaughter God were both activated, making the infinity water extremely dazzling. Go! The infinity water surrounded Han Fei and stabbed into the heads of one of the 6 people around him. This person had no power to resist at all. Even if he was an immortal level cultivator, so what? Standing still and unable to release his strength, he was no different from a fish or shrimp. Puff, puff, puff. The infinity water surrounded the 6 people, 1, 2, 3, until all 6 of them were pierced and their souls were destroyed. Han Fei waved his hand and collected the 6 people into his origin star. Han Fei grinned and his voice was cold and murderous. So what if they are immortals? If I want you to die, you have to die. 6 immortal level cultivators had perished. Those who were still coveting the demon purification pot finally realized their situation. The demon purification pot was good, but did they have the life to take it? Chapter 299D, 2990, Unparalleled, 6 God, 2990, Unparalleled 6 God, 2990, Unparalleled 6 God 2. They were 6 immortal level powerhouses. Could they be stronger than immortal level cultivators? Yu Dunv and Wood Demon Xuanhuan had already retreated. It was meaningless to fight Han Fei now. Bai Yi was not stupid and naturally realized this too. He immediately backed out of the barrier and shouted at everyone. All monarchs, work together to reinforce the barrier. Don't let Han Fei come out. However, Han Fei walked towards Bai Yi step by step. His body was enveloped by holy light and his previous injuries had all recovered. Han Fei said calmly, "Do you think you can leave alive after I show my trump card?" Bai Yi snorted. Han Fei, even if you have the demon purification pot, so what? As far as I know, the demon purification pot is not a combat treasure. What can you do if I don't get close to you? Today, you shouldn't have revealed the demon purification pot just to avoid using the void mark. Han Fei grinned. Who said that I won't use the void mark? Huh? Everybody was stunned. What did he mean? Why would he show the demon purification pot if he planned to use the void seal? In the next moment, Han Fei said leisurely, "Senior Brother 6 God, please take action. The fury in my heart can only be appeased with the heads of hundreds of millions of enemies. What I want is that everyone here today, including those in that big ship, all die." As soon as Han Fei said so, a childish voice replied, "Okay, Buzz." At the same time, millions of kilometers away from this world, all the way to the battlefield, black holes appeared one after another. Knock, knock, knock. In the blink of an eye, the sky became like a beehive. There were thousands of black holes densely packed. Each of these black holes stretched tens of thousands of kilometers, and buzzing sounds came from inside. In the giant ship, the middle-aged man seemed to realize something and immediately tried to penetrate the void to drive the giant ship away. Clang. Unfortunately, he couldn't leave after Han Fei said that. With a clang, a figure descended from the sky and stepped on the giant ship. Taking a closer look, it was a child who looked to be in his teens. This person's head was bare, and there was a red ribbon around his neck that fluttered in the wind. If one only looked at this child, he wouldn't think him to be dangerous or powerful. However, when the child stood still, black smoke spread out of his eyes and a huge worm appeared behind him. Its body was green and black, and it could reach tens of thousands of kilometers long. It had 6 wings, and its 2 front limbs were like sickles as it pressed against the huge ship. This was actually an extremely huge mantis. In the camp of the Central Sea Divine Realm, Yu Dunva's face suddenly changed. How could it be him, the overlord of the North Sea, the 6-god mantis? How could he be from the Void Temple? These black holes all over the sky are wormholes. Everyone, be careful. At this moment, many people were stunned. They had been forcing Han Fei to use the Void Mark, but they had always thought that the Void Temple was full of loners. However, Senior Brother 6-god was a low-key person. Senior Brother Lei Heng had tried to persuade Senior Brother 6-god to come out more, and even persuade Senior Brother 6-god to travel the Sea of Stars with him, but Senior Brother 6-god never agreed. It could be seen that Senior Brother 6-god was usually quiet. Han Fei was also slightly surprised that these people didn't know that Senior Brother 6-god was from the Void Temple. But it wasn't surprising, because no one knew that Feng Yu was from the Void Temple. It didn't mean that everyone who entered the Void Temple would expose their identity to the world. For example, Senior Brother 6-god. For example, Feng Yu. As if to confirm Yu Dun's words, a dense army of insects flew out of the wormholes that filled the sky. Like black pillars, they gushed out of the holes. These insects included flying mantises, various beetles, cumbersome giant heavenly bulls, colorful flying locusts, as many as 10,000 kinds of void ants, weirdly shaped moths, dazzling butterflies, earthworms that could penetrate the void, and huge, powerful unicorn beetles. There were too many insects of all kinds to count, and they kept popping out. In any case, at that moment, there were demonic insects everywhere. Senior Brother 6-god said in a childish voice, "Sky Spider Worm Valley, who do you think you are? How dare you touch my junior brother?" A golden page appeared in front of Senior Brother 6-god. He tapped at the golden page and said, "Insects of the heavens, listen to my command. Kill all insects from the Sky Spider Worm Valley. Swish, 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 swish." The golden page immediately turned into billions of golden lights and entered all the wormholes in the sky. Yu Dun's face was pale and her body was trembling. Why? Why was the 6-god mantis, one of the overlords of the insect race, a member of the Void Temple? It's over. The Sky Spider Worm Valley is doomed. At the bottom of the sea, gigantic rhinoceros beetles that were thousands of meters long were charged in the opposite direction of the sea demon tide with their single horns. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the horns hit, the sea demons were all crushed. Butterflies danced everywhere in the seaborne prairie. There were all kinds of illusions and rosemary fragrances. Many strong masters from the divine demon forest fell into various illusions. After one walked out, another entered. Most of them couldn't walk out at all and were killed in the illusions. Chapter 2991, Unparalleled 6-God, 32991, Unparalleled 6-God, 32991, Unparalleled 6-God, 3C2. Worm Valley was caught up by countless void worms. They trembled non-stop and the bottom of the sea was almost covered with worm corpses. The ancient demon army, on the other hand, encountered all kinds of dense void ants. Like flying locusts, they swept past. Wherever the void ants passed, there was nothing but bones. These big demons activated all kinds of techniques. Although they could annihilate ants, there were too many void ants. Furthermore, these void ants had a clear division of labor. They even formed a unique cone-shaped defense system. Once one swath of ants died, the other would continue to fill in. Once they approached, no matter what kind of big demon it was, they would be bitten through and devoured. Although some big demons had tough bodies, they would be drilled through wherever there was a hole and their internal organs would be eaten in the blink of an eye. Some powerful demons tried to block it with barriers and arrays. However, a special gray void ant could extract the energy of the barrier and break through their barriers in only a few seconds. Originally, the Coalition army was besieging the human race, but now, the insects were covering the Coalition army. Oh my god! The human beings who were in the middle of defense all watched this scene in shock. They felt their blood freeze and their mouths water. Too many insects had appeared around them. When they saw these insects, they only had one thought in their hearts. It's over. I'm doomed this time. However, at the moment of despair, they discovered that those insects didn't attack them, but counterattacked from their line. The enemies that they could only resist with difficulty were devoured by these insects in an instant. Did these insects help us? It's Master Human Emperor. These insects must be allies of Master Human Emperor. Ha ha ha, killing insects with insects. Master Human Emperor is awesome. Thieves of the Sky Spider Worm Valley, it's time for you to die. Ha ha ha, that's great. Fuck, let me tell you, I almost peed my pants just now. I almost wanted to die. How am I supposed to fight these insects? Me too, I'm still shaking. I can't watch this, they arouse my trypophobia. I don't want to be an enemy of insects for the rest of my life. I agree with you. On Luo Xiaobai's side, Lu Qianxi exclaimed, "It's horrible. Is this the power of the insects?" The Beast King said, "Wow, they're simply the natural bane of ferocious beasts." The elder of the lava giants said, "The insect race is one of the 6 ancient races. Legend has it that in the primeval era, they were at their peak. Wherever the insect race passed, even the sea of stars trembled. They once made great contributions in the wars against the ominous." Luo Xiaobai added, "But they would be easily controlled by the ominous, right?" The elder of the lava giant said, "That's right, but the insect race took another path. They fused their insect thoughts and gathered the lives of an entire race into a human and fought the ominous in a human form. They would rather die than let their insect bodies be tainted by the ominous." At this moment, on the battlefield where Han Fei was, one insect person after another walked out of the wormhole. Some were in the Sea Establishment realm, some were in the Sky Opening realm, and some were in the Monarch realm. They all went to different battlefields. Those monarchs who wanted to retreat were all surrounded and couldn't escape. The strong masters of the insect race wouldn't hesitate at all. They had already started to fight. At this time, the barrier that blocked Han Fei had been sucked up by the insects, and it could no longer block Han Fei. Han Fei was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Senior Brother Six God to look like a kid. However, Han Fei cupped his hands with a smile. "Thank you for your help, Senior Brother Six God." Senior Brother Six God said, "Don't laugh, hold it in." Han Fei said, "Ha, I'm not laughing, I won't laugh." Looking at the beaming Han Fei, Senior Brother Six God snorted and ignored him. At this moment, a middle-aged man stepped into the void. "Six God Mantis, you are the overlord of the North Sea. Even if you are a disciple of the Void Temple, how can you personally interfere in the battle here? Is this the so-called fairness of the Void Temple?" Senior Brother Six God looked at this person quietly. "When you try to wipe out the human race, have you ever thought about what fairness is?" "You ask me what fairness is? If the Void Temple says it's fair, it is. If the Void Temple says it's not, it's not." The middle-aged man said, "The Void Temple mobilized all the insects to attack us. It seems that you are determined to become enemies with everyone in the world?" Senior Brother Six God said, "Firstly, you can't represent everyone in the world. Secondly, if the Void Temple becomes the enemy of everyone in the world must be wrong. Thirdly, you overestimate yourself. Do you think you're worthy of me mobilizing all the insects?" Sheila. Behind Senior Brother Six God, the Six God Mantis slashed down with its sickle and sharp blade-like feet, cutting the huge ship into 3 pieces before it exploded. Senior Brother Six God looked at the middleman and said casually, "I'm going to kill you. Get ready." The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. "I'm a great monarch." "I didn't participate in this battle." Senior Brother Six God said calmly, "Since you're here, you have to die. This is your fate." With that, Senior Brother Six God put his hands together, and the void was locked. The Six God Mantis slashed down with one claw, and the heavens and earth seemed to have been split open. The huge claw blade excited countless people. How could they resist this thing? Chapter 2992, Unparalleled Six God 4, 2992, Unparalleled Six God 4. The middle-aged man roared, "Overlord of the North Sea, I'm the great monarch of the ancient demon race. If you kill me, can your North Sea afford the consequences?" Senior Brother Six God said, "Shut up." Aha. Seeing that he couldn't shake Senior Brother Six God at all, the middle-aged man seemed to have made a decision. With a roar, he turned into a primordial bull and rammed at the childlike body of Senior Brother Six God with a devastating force. Although he didn't know why the Overlord of the North Sea had 2 bodies, it was obvious that this little baldy looked much easier to deal with than the Six God Mantis. Boom SA. A dull bang swept across the world, which should have caused terrifying ripples. But in Han Fei's opinion, the power formed by the collision seemed to have been absorbed by Senior Brother Six God's body. Bang. Then, the giant bull bounced back. He said in shock, "How is it possible? How can you swallow my law body?" "I don't know how to fight, but I can eat." The reckless bull great monarch, everyone, Han Fei, looked at the ferocious and destructive sickle and thought to himself, "This is called not knowing how to fight? Isn't this sheer lying?" At this moment, the reckless bull great monarch had nowhere to dodge, and the mantis's claw had already slashed down. Billions of hairs rose from the body of the reckless bull great monarch, turning into Tao patterns that filled the sky, forming a huge array. Rip 1A, a golden line appeared on the big array, which was cut in half by the sickle. The middle-aged man summoned nearly 10 spiritual treasures at once, but when they touched the sickle claw, they shattered one after another, unable to stop the giant claw at all. God's horn. The reckless bull great monarch went crazy. It burned its life, soul, and transformed into a reckless bull Dharma idol. Its huge horns welcomed the sky as it smashed at the huge mantis claw, trying to shatter the sickle with its strongest horn. Crack, crack. A crisp cracking sound came, but what shattered was not the mantis sickle, but the bull horn. Puffed. The majestic bull hit the mantis sickle head on and was cut in half together with its horn. Senior Brother Six God frowned. It's really strange. Someone bumped into my knife because he couldn't wait to die. Han Fei was speechless. Was that he couldn't wait to die? He clearly wants to knock away your mantis sickle. However, this scene shocked Han Fei. Wasn't Senior Brother Six God ranked 9th? But why did his combat power feel no weaker than that of Senior Brother Azure Dragon? In fact, even Senior Brother Azure Dragon didn't seem to be as strong as him. However, this was not the time to think about this. The great monarch was not dead yet. His soul wanted to run, but Senior Brother Six God clasped his hands and a black hole appeared in front of him. Huffus. As Senior Brother Six God took a deep breath, his soul and body were sucked back by Senior Brother Six God. In the end, they turned into a small dot and were forcefully swallowed by Senior Brother Six God. Han Fei, the strong masters of the Central Sea Divine Realm. What a freak, Han Fei muttered in his heart. From the looks of it, only he and Feng Yu were relatively normal in the entire Void Temple. Oh, maybe Senior Brother Lei Heng was normal too. After all, he had once been chased like a stray dog. Rumble. After the death of the Great Monarch, the sky changed and cracks spread throughout the East Sea Divine Realm. Great Monarch East Marshal shook his head slightly. The guys from the Void Temple were still as violent as before. They had killed the Great Monarch. Were they going to completely fall out with the Central Sea Divine Realm? Alas, another storm of blood. In the Central Sea Divine Realm, among the ancient demons, a Great Monarch-level powerhouse suddenly changed his expression and stood in the sky. Good, what a great Void Temple. You killed a Great Monarch-level powerhouse of our race just because of the fights among our disciples. Do you really think we're afraid of your Void Temple? At this moment, another Great Monarch slightly shook his head. I told the ancient demons not to send a Great Monarch to guard the battle. Great, now they've lost a Great Monarch for nothing. Someone smiled. I'm afraid that the Great Monarch wants to take the demon purification pot, right? Hee hee. Otherwise, why did he rush there alone so quickly? In the West Wilderness, a certain bandit group, Jean Nanye, muttered, Another one died. The EC is indeed a troubled place. In the headquarters of the Southern Dipper in the South Sea Divine Realm, an edict was issued. Assassins of Southern Dipper shall not enter the East Sea Divine Realm for the time being. The great monarchs of the Phoenix Divine race looked at the sky, and the patriarch said leisurely, I bet that the death of this great monarch must have something to do with Han Fei. Aunt Wo, you don't have to bet. He's responsible for the deaths of all those great monarchs. This one must be no exception. Feng Yu's second uncle, Xiao Yu, is the best. If Xiao Yu is like this, I'm afraid our family will have to think about how to fight every day. The white-bearded elder beside the three of them was the primordial star tree. He said leisurely, if the golden age of the ancient human race can be restored, the world will change. After senior brother Six God finished his business, he looked at Han Fei and said, Little junior brother, the great monarch here is dead, so I won't take any action. As for the others, solve them by yourself. Senior brother Six God said that he wouldn't do anything, but at this moment, there were at least 20 immortal-level insect cultivators surrounding the immortal-level cultivators from the Central Sea Divine Realm. Bai Yi of the ancient demon race was attacking crazily, trying to rush out. Now that the great monarch had died, he had lost his trump card. Why? Why was the overlord of the North Sea from the Void Temple? Han Fei stepped in the air and slowly walked towards Bai Yi. As he walked, he said to the strong masters of the insect race, Well, can you leave those two behind? Yes, that spider and the tree demon. Then Han Fei turned his head and looked at Bai Yi, right? You seem to be looking forward to me using the void mark, right? Why are you so panicked now? What are you afraid of? Chapter 2993 Cooking and Eating Immortals 2993 Cooking and Eating Immortals. The appearance of Senior Brother Six God had reversed the human race's battle situation. Now the battlefield situation could be described as one-sided. Without the interference of the other immortal-level powerhouses, Bai Yi was no longer as confident as before. Watching Han Fei walk over step by step, he was inexplicably frightened. Being crushed by Han Fei's momentum, Bai Yi realized his fear and burst into fury. He roared, Do you think you've won? Even if you have the demon purification pot, so what? Who on the battlefield can defeat me? As he spoke, Bai Yi completely erupted. The power of laws surged on his body, and a bright moon wheel appeared behind him. From the wheel, a huge hand shot out like a demon king descending. In terms of strength, Bai Yi was indeed a heavenly talent of the ancient demon race. His strength was not something ordinary immortals could compare to. However, it depended on who his opponent was. Han Fei looked at the hand casually without stopping. Behind him, a Dharma idol 33,000 feet tall appeared. Han Fei and his Dharma idol were both glowing with golden light. The Dharma idol clenched his fist like a dazzling star. Bang! Ripples spread across the sea, and the Godfiend hand and the Starfist technique exploded at the same time. The Thunder God's hammer in Hanfei's hand had been accumulating power for a long time, and the ultimate hammer burst out. This time, it was no longer a full-strength blow, but the deafening sound of millions of heavy hammers pounding. Bang! 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 The terrifying power of 5,000 stars covered the space around Bai Ye. In less than 10 seconds, the two threw hundreds of thousands of punches at each other. The more he fought, the more shocked Bai Ye became. How is that possible? Even if you have completely mastered the heavenly law Jade Marrowbone, how can you have such a physique? Hanfei's voice was calm. You only know that I've mastered the heavenly Tao Jade Marrowbone, but you don't know that I've also cultivated the supreme divine technique of the human race. I can also use the dual killing technique of body and soul. I walked the path of invincibility and cultivated the Tao of Slaughter God. It's only natural that I can kill you. Bang, bang, bang. In less than 20 seconds, Bai Yi was smashed so hard that he couldn't even keep his human form. Hanfei saw a silver wolf appear, dripping with blood. However, the small tower appeared again and hovered above Bai Yi's head. As mystic light swept past, Bai Yi's injuries recovered by more than half in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha! You can't kill me! I have the nature spiritual treasure, Heavenly Law Jade Spirit Tower. You can't kill me. Oh really? Hanfei couldn't help but look at the small tower that couldn't be stolen. No wonder. It turned out to be a nature spiritual treasure. This made sense. At the level of a nature spiritual treasure, it had strong autonomy. Perhaps its level was too high, so it resisted the void stealing technique. Hanfei couldn't help but wonder if there was still a chance to improve void fishing. When the 8th vine returned, he should be able to deduce a technique that surpassed the monarch realm, right? However, he could still try to steal this tower. Steal. The heavenly Tao Jade Spirit Tower disappeared again and reappeared between Hanfei and Bai Ye, struggling crazily. Hanfei's lips curled. Do you think you're the only one who has a nature spiritual treasure? Go, blow him up. Hanfei cursed, and the Thunder God's hammer flew out of his hand, turning into a lightning mark, and smashed at the heavenly Law Jade Spirit Tower. Without Hanfei controlling it, the Thunder God's hammer was wild. As if it could launch the 1,000 thunder flash, it flickered in the void and law lightning poured down on the heavenly Tao Jade Spirit Tower. As for the heavenly Tao Jade Spirit Tower, it buzzed and emitted a protective mystic light, colliding with the Thunder God's hammer. The two shuttled through the void, no longer caring about Hanfei and Bai Yi. How is it possible? How do you have a nature spiritual treasure too? Bai Yi's face changed greatly. A nature spiritual treasure, a real legendary secret treasure, was rare in the world. Each of them had their own unique and powerful abilities. He had used all kinds of means to obtain this heavenly Tao Jade Spirit Tower. But how old was Hanfei? How many years had he cultivated? How could he also have such a treasure? Hanfei waved his hand, and the infinity water appeared in his hand and turned into a short knife. Bai Ye was shocked. Why? Do you have a second nature spiritual treasure? Roar. The white wild wolf pounced up and roared at the moon, spewing out ice laws. Seeing this, Hanfei smiled and said casually, Yin-Yang life, death forbidden spell, buzz. In the next moment, this place turned into a space where yin and yang circulated, and the power of ice instantly disintegrated here. Bai Ye intuitively felt that the great Tao of ice in his body was being swallowed by this strange yin and yang barrier and quickly passed away. Stop pretending. Open. Bang. Hanfei certainly wouldn't let Bai Ye attack in the yin-yang life, death forbidden spell. Although he knew that Little Black and Little White could definitely block it, it was unnecessary. Bai Ye was doomed to die today. He couldn't bear to see Little Black and Little White injured. Hanfei stepped into the yin-yang life-death restriction and used the void-stealing technique to steal Bai Ye's claw that could tear the sky and the earth apart. In an instant, he approached him with 1,000 thunderflash. The drawing technique. Pfft. One of Bai Yi's giant claws was cut off, and the other giant claw slapped down. Hanfei put his hands together and took this blow head-on. Supreme yin-yang wheel. The yin-yang life-death forbidden spell disappeared, and the supreme yin-yang wheel slashed down on Bai Yi's head. Bai Yi pounced forward crazily to avoid this blow, but a small half of his body was cut off. However, what awaited him was a pair of ruthless and indifferent bird eyes. Bai Yi discovered that the Emperor Sparrow had appeared in front of him at some point in time. His pair of sharp claws transformed into infinite sizes, enveloped in black light, and grabbed at Bai Yi. What can you, a mere Tao prover, do to me? Chapter 2994-2994 2994 Cooking and Eating an Immortal 22994 Cooking and Eating an Immortal 22 On Bai Yi's body, the silver hair left his body and turned into an infinite rain of swords, drilling into the sky, trying to penetrate the Emperor Sparrow. However, the sword rain that filled the sky seemed to only penetrate a phantom. The Emperor Sparrow said proudly, My body is versed in the mysteries, impervious to all laws. Do you really think these petty mortal arts can harm me? Mental Wander, Soul Separation Claw. One of Bai Yi's eyes exploded, and half of his soul power was torn apart. However, after performing this blow, the ferocious shadow of the Emperor Sparrow turned into a ray of light and landed on Hanfei's shoulder again. This is as far as I can go. Han Fei didn't say much. The Emperor Sparrow had just reached the peak of the Tao proving level, and it was already unbelievable that it could hurt Bai Yi like this. Han Fei rushed up and used the silencing fist to lock the air to defend against the enemy. At the same time, he said, "Why didn't I know you had this ability, Emperor Sparrow? I'm not just good at staring. In terms of combat power, I'm unparalleled in the world." Bang. Being punched into the bottom of the sea by Han Fei, Bai Yi jumped up and controlled half of his body to escape, but Han Fei's Dharma idol slapped him back. Rumble. He grabbed Bai Yi's body and held it tightly in his hand. He squeezed hard, but failed to crush it. A bronze bell appeared on the surface of Bai Yi's body. Han Fei's Dharma idol closed his hands and pressed down. Rumble. The bronze bell exploded, but Bai Yi took the opportunity to escape. "Do you think you're the only one with a Dharma idol? Silver Wolf Dharma idol? Come out!" Roar. The Silver Wolf roared, jumped up, and pounced at Han Fei's Dharma idol. Just when Bai Yi thought that he could escape this way, he was shocked to see that the Silver Wolf Dharma idol suspended in midair, and Han Fei's Dharma idol bare-handedly prying open the wolf's mouth. Ripper, under the witness of countless people, the Silver Wolf Dharma idol was torn in half. Han Fei's Dharma idol opened its mouth and sucked the Silver Wolf Dharma idol into its stomach. Not far away, Senior Brother Six God, who was watching the battle, said indifferently, "Little Junior Brother, your Dharma idol is really cruel." Han Fei said, "Senior Brother Six God, I just saw you swallow a great monarch." The childish voice of Senior Brother Six God said, "It's different. I am a bug, and you are a human." Han Fei rolled his eyes. This reason was really special. So, insects could just eat anything? Bai Yi didn't want to accept his fate. He really panicked. The nature spiritual treasure seemed to be suppressed by that damn hammer. His Dharma idol was eaten, and half of his body was cut off. He had no time to recover. Half of his soul was torn off, and he was seriously injured. The golden bell protecting his body was crushed. In terms of speed, he was no match for the 1,000 Thunderflash. How could he escape? And Han Fei had already given him an answer. Thousands of lightning marks appeared beside him. Fist lights raged, and knife auras swept across. After about half an hour, Bai Yi was finally defeated. In his unwillingness and humiliation, he was beheaded by Han Fei. However, Han Fei didn't kill him immediately, but pierced the head of the Silver Wolf into the god-sealing spear formed by the Infinity Water. Han Fei said, "You are only worthy of becoming an ingredient for my meal. I'll use you as a dish to go with my wine." Bai Yi felt a chill down his spine. Was this guy really going to eat him? He roared, "Han Fei, if you kill me, the ancient demons will never let you and the human race off." "Haha, do you think I will let go of your ancient demon race? Don't worry. Many members of your ancient demon race are edible. They will be food for our human race." After that, Han Fei pressed a hand on Bai Yi's head and forcibly separated the connection between him and the heavenly Tao Jade Spirit Tower with the soul-attracting technique. As soon as the connection was severed, the heavenly Tao Jade Spirit Tower immediately wanted to escape. However, compared to the Thunder God's hammer, it was too slow. The small tower was sent flying by the hammer of the Thunder God. Han Fei clasped the tower with a hand. "Surrender or be destroyed. If you resist, I'll crush you today." The heavenly Tao Jade Spirit Tower struggled for a while and fell silent. Clearly, it knew what was good for it. Its master had been captured, and even the great monarch had died. What was the point of fighting? Just accept fate. Besides, this guy seemed to be much stronger than Bai Yi, although he was now in trouble. He didn't know if it would be a good ending if he followed this guy. Han Fei was also looking at the heavenly Tao Jade Spirit Tower, and information popped up in his eyes. Nam, creation, Jade Spirit Tower, damaged. Introduction. The creation Jade Spirit Tower was born from primordial jade. It contains the laws of nature and can be used for all kinds of laws. The tower contains the inscriptions of laws and has formed a spiritual cage of its own. Because it once suppressed a god, it suffered certain damage. This tower can suppress all powerhouses below the god realm and refine them into immortal pills that can repair one's body. It can also refine strong masters and strip them of their great doubts. This tower is born with spirituality. Once it acknowledges a master, under the same rules of the heavenly Tao, it can find its master. Quality, low-quality nature, spiritual treasure attached, solely, Nunny Effect 1C and spiritual tower cage, under certain conditions, can suppress all powerhouses below the god realm. E Effect 20 years, refine strong cultivators into immortal pills, repair your body and improve your strength. E Effect 3. By refining the strong, it can deprive them of their great douse and completely master their great douse. At SAKCCS, CACCC, can't be reforged ADOCAUSEUSACC. Note. Because of the damage to the spiritual tower, all kinds of its effects have been reduced. So powerful, Han Fei couldn't help being shocked by the abilities of the creation Jade Spiritual Tower. Obviously, this spiritual tower was not a combat-type nature spiritual treasure, so it was normal for it to be suppressed by the Thunder God's hammer. However, if this spiritual tower was repaired, its quality might even exceed the Thunder God's hammer. After all, this thing had once suppressed a god, but it must have failed to suppress it and was broken through, so it was reduced to a low-quality nature spiritual treasure. Chapter 2995, Cooking and Eating an Immortal, 3.29.5. Cooking and Eating an Immortal, 3. As for the immortal pill, judging from its name, it was definitely of a high level. He could try it on Bai Yi. Well, he could just throw the wolf head in and keep the wolf body to eat. As for stripping away the Great Tao, Han Fei wasn't too interested in it. He had already mastered a lot of Great Taos. However, he could use this method to help some strong masters of the human race quickly increase their strength. There were quite a few immortals here. There were nearly 200 people at the carefree level and the Tao proving level. If he could separate these people's Great Tao and give them to human sky openers to comprehend, wouldn't he be able to quickly build Tao proving cultivators? Although it might not be as simple as he thought, this matter was very promising. He might as well give it a try. However, how could such a powerful nature spiritual treasure fall into the hands of an immortal level? Han Fei admitted that Bai Ye was very strong. Fortunately, he had many means. With the help of the Emperor's Sparrow, Little Black and Little White, and the Thunder God's hammer, he managed to take Bai Ye down. However, wouldn't great monarchs be interested in such a nature spiritual treasure? Why did they just let an immortal level cultivator take such a high level spiritual treasure? Or maybe Bai Ye's identity was not simple. However, so what? The ancient demon race and the human race were already mortal enemies. How could he just forget the lives of 70 billion of human compatriots? Han Fei extended his hand and a drop of his essence blood flew out. Follow me. I'll repair you and help you return to the peak. The little tower trembled a few times. It was unknown if it believed Han Fei, but it couldn't run away now. The opponent's hammer was very powerful. At its peak state, it might not be afraid, but now it really couldn't beat the hammer. While refining the small tower, Han Fei beckoned, Senior Brother Six God. Do you want to stay and eat wolf meat after this battle is over? This guy is known as a pure-blooded ancient demon. Its meat must be delicious. Senior Brother Six God smiled. Okay, I've long heard from Fifth Senior Brother that little Junior Brother's culinary skills are unparalleled in the world. I'm in for a treat today. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai had already summoned the human race to launch a full-scale counterattack. On the battlefield, the sound of fighting shook the sky. Han Fei's voice resounded through the sky. My fellow human beings, I am human sovereign Han Fei. I announce that the human race has won this battle. Upon my return, I will establish a prosperous era for the human race. Those who are enemies of our race will be dealt with accordingly. In short, the rise of the human race is unstoppable. Even if gods or Buddhas try to stop us, they will be killed. Long live the human emperor. Human emperor is invincible. I'm willing to follow the human emperor forever. I knew it. As long as Master Human Emperor is here, the human race will not be destroyed. Everyone, from today onwards, there will be no obstacles ahead. Han Fei paused and reminded them, humans, remember to keep those ancient demons and sea demons that are edible. I'll lead you to fight your way out and celebrate. Ha ha ha, countless people laughed out loud. I've hunted a giant shark. I'll share it with everyone. That's nothing. I'm just hunting a venerable crab. Anyone who sees it will have a share. I have an ancient demon. I don't know what it is, but it has meat. It's definitely edible. A sea establisher smiled casually. Well, I've hunted several flood dragons. I can't eat all of them alone. Let's share them. Awesome. Great. Bai Ye, who was impaled by Han Fei's spear, turned furious and roared, Han Fei, the ancient demons won't let you go. My ancestor is a peak-level great monarch. He will avenge me and kill you. All right, then I'll cook you and eat your meat in front of them. I'd like to see if your so-called great monarch ancestor can save you. Or, will he save you, or will I cook him too? How dare you? Ah, slap. Shut up. Han Fei cut off the wolf's tongue and put it away. This was also an ingredient and couldn't be wasted. The ancient demons who were still struggling were horrified. The human race wasn't like this before. Why was this human emperor so crazy? With the addition of the North Sea insects to the battlefield, the siege was carried out very quickly. Han Fei witnessed what was called the insect race. Wherever they went, they truly swept away everything like a storm. Perhaps because Han Fei said that he wanted to eat ancient demons' meat, Senior Brother Six God left the ancient demon corpses to him. In this battle, the number of decapitated heads is unknown, but it is definitely more than tens of billions. The sea demons' tide collapsed. Without restraint, the sea demons that hadn't come to the battlefield all fled. They didn't want to participate in the battle, but were controlled by the ancient demons. Now that the ancient demons were gone and no one was controlling them, they naturally escaped. In just one day outside the Godfiend Sea, it was full of corpses, and within tens of millions of kilometers, it had completely turned into a sea of blood. The insects of the North Sea retreated from the wormholes one after another, and all the human beings were mobilized to clean up the battlefield. To them, this battlefield was a valuable treasure trove. There was so much to clean up that they couldn't even pick up everything. Almost everyone had picked up so much that their hands were sore. In the human camp, Han Fei, Senior Brother Six God, Luo Xiaobai, the Beast King, Lu Chenxi, the two elders of the Lava Giants, and Chu Hao, who didn't come out just now, were gathered in a circle. Beside them stood a spear formed by the infinity water, and Bai Ye's silver wolf head was still inserted onto it, his eyes filled with anger. This was because in the middle of the people, there was a huge pot that was cooking his flesh and blood. Not far away, Yu Dunv and Wood Demon Xuanhuan were trembling under a barrier. They couldn't believe that Han Fei was really going to eat Bai Ye. They couldn't believe that a pure-blooded primordial silver wolf would watch himself being eaten. It was truly horrifying. Chapter 2996 Cooking and Eating an Immortal 4. 2996 Cooking and Eating an Immortal 4. However, the two women didn't dare to say anything. They had thought that they would gain great credits this time, but now they only hoped that they wouldn't become food. Inviting Senior Brother Six God to dinner, Han Fei didn't ask anything. Eating was eating. This was his way of thanking him. Senior Brother Six God said, "Little junior brother, I didn't expect the demon purification pot to be with you. However, I'm afraid the Central Sea Divine Realm will go crazy since you've shown the demon purification pot." They had done that once 100,000 years ago, when 100 great monarchs fought from the West Sea to the East Sea just to get the demon purification pot. You have to be mentally prepared, Han Fei said. Senior brother, don't worry. My path has always been bumpy. Even if I don't have the demon purification pot, I still have many enemies. So, it doesn't matter if the demon purification pot is shown or not. Besides, the Central Sea Divine Realm bullied me too much. A big victory alone is not enough. Our 70 billion compatriots won't die in vain. Han Fei's words were cold and murderous. Lu Qianxi and the elders of the Lava Giants didn't dare to interrupt at all. The Beast King said casually, "That's right, those Beastards should be executed." Luo Xiaobai asked, "How long will it take for those great monarchs to arrive?" Senior Brother Six God said, "If my guess is correct, someone will probably arrive in a few hours, but they won't attack alone. At least 3 or 5 great monarchs will take action together tentatively." Han Fei asked, "Senior Brother Six God, can you stay for 2 more days? You don't have to do anything, but the human race still needs some time to clean up the battlefield." Senior Brother Six God nodded slightly. "Okay." Han Fei immediately smiled and said, "Come on, let's eat." Senior Brother Six God, "I made braised wolf meat, wolf bones and sauce, frozen wolf marrow, stir-fried wolf heart, and steamed wolf tongue for you." Watching from the side, Bai Yi was trembling with anger. He was about to go crazy as he watched his flesh and blood being cut up and even his ponis being fed to the insects by the ashhole Han Fei. Unfortunately, he was sealed, his tongue was pulled out, and his soul was sealed. He couldn't speak at all. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Senior Brother Six God sat cross-legged on the head of the big mantis. Han Fei asked around and learned that the big mantis was Senior Brother Six God's companion spirit. This surprised Han Fei. Therefore, Senior Brother Six God was a great monarch himself, and his companion spirit was also a great monarch, and both of them were extremely powerful, so he could control the North Sea. He couldn't be more envious. Senior Brother Six God alone occupied one of the 5 realms. How powerful was that? For a moment, he wondered why Senior Brother Six God didn't surpass 5th Senior Brother in ranking. It didn't make sense. 5th Senior Brother just drank, ate meat, and slept every day. Achoo! In the chaotic ice domain, 5th Senior Brother smacked his lips. What a pity. It's a pity that I can't leave the chaotic wasteland. Otherwise, I would have to eat at least one of the wolf legs. Well, little junior brother probably hasn't finished eating. I'll have him save some food for me and bring it to me in the next meeting. People were cleaning up the battlefield in full swing, and the Beast King and the others had returned to their positions. Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai came to Yu Dunvi and Wood Demon Xuanhuan. The 2 of them had already been crippled. All their treasures had been taken away, their great Tao had been severed, their souls were seriously injured, and their combat power had been reduced to the Tao proving level. It was impossible for them to escape unless they wanted to court death immediately. Han Fei was still holding 2 skewers of wolf meat in his hand. While chewing, he asked, "I'll only give you 1 chance. I hope you can grasp the chance. After asking you, I will search Bai Yi's soul. So, you'd better think carefully about whether to answer and how to answer my questions." Wood Demon Xuanhuan asked, "What do you want to ask?" Han Fei smiled and said, 3 of the 6 ancient races participated in the siege of the human race. I don't believe this is purely to suppress our human race and prevent it from rising. So, tell me the reason. Yu Dun spoke first, because of luck. Han Fei smiled faintly. Oh? It seems that you can't wait? Come on, then tell me. Think carefully and make yourself clear. I think spiders are edible too. You're a pure-blood demon, right? Chapter 2997 Attraction of the Demon Purification Pot 12997 Attraction of the Demon Purification Pot 1997 Attraction of the Demon Purification Pot 1 Yudumu shivered. What kind of person is this? How can you eat a spider? She said. It's said that in the chaotic era, the 6 ancient lineages were born from the same vine and shared the luck of the world. When one lineage declines, the luck of this lineage will be inherited by the other 5 lineages. When the human race declines, the other 5 lineages will become stronger. If 5 of the 6 lineages decline, the remaining lineage will become extremely powerful and even become the master of this sea of stars. This is why our lineages don't want to see the human race prosper again. Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai looked at each other. This reason was really unexpected. Yu Dunf continued. At present, it can be confirmed that not only can the 6 lineages snatch the luck of all races, but the luck of the 6 lineages far exceeds the luck of all other races. We attacked the human race because we wanted to snatch the luck of the human race. Luo Xiaobai asked, how? When the human race is destroyed, will their luck be transferred to you? Yu Dunvi looked at Han Fei hesitantly and shook her head slightly. No, to kill the Chosen One. Han Fei frowned. Who is the Chosen One? Me? Yu Dunvi said. The Chosen One is not a specific person. You are, and Luo Xiaobai is. All human beings who have reached a high position and their cultivation strength is at the peak of the human race, are. They are much luckier than ordinary human beings. If you kill them, you can obtain luck. Han Fei asked. Doesn't that mean that everyone is the Chosen One, but the strength of their luck is different? Yu Dunv, you can understand it that way. Luo Xiaobai said, therefore, in your opinion, human beings are not humans, but luck. What you harvest is the overall luck of human beings. Yu Dunv nodded. She didn't dare to lie at this moment. Even if she did, how could the overlords of the North Sea not know? Luo Xiaobai suddenly asked, according to what you said, since the 6 lineages can snatch the luck of all other races, why is there a situation of one's gain is another's loss in the fortune of the 6 lineages? If you hunt enough strong masters of all other races, can't you increase the luck of your lineage without limit? In that case, why do you have to deal with the human race? Yu Dunv, competing for the luck of all other races and for the luck of the 6 lineages are two different things. One of the 6 lineages seizing the luck of all other races won't affect the other 5, but among the 6 lineages, if one lineage declines, the luck will flow to the other 5 lineages. Therefore, it's a one's gain is another's losses situation. Han Fei asked, so, the 6 lineages are special, or even integral. Just because they are integral, will luck flow among them? Yu Dunv, I don't know about that. Luo Xiaobai said, according to what you said, the human race was extremely powerful in the chaotic era. Why didn't they destroy the other 5 lineages and seize all the luck? At that time, the human race should be able to do it, right? One of the 6 lineages can be destroyed. Wood Demon Xuanhuan suddenly said, although there are very few historical records of the chaotic era, we can still learn some things from the remaining records. In the past, the human race was at its peak and wanted to wipe out the other 5 lineages. However, the 6 lineages are indestructible, and they will always rise again in places you can't see. For example, before you entered the Sea Realm, the 5 lineages didn't know of your existence, so they couldn't destroy the human race. Suddenly, Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai looked at each other and seemed to think of something. Han Fei said, let me ask you a question. What is the primordial stillborn? Is it an undead? Of the 6 lineages, everything was easy to understand except the ancient stillborn. What exactly was this stillborn? Han Fei could only think of undead creatures. No. Wood Demon Xuanhuan confidently explained this issue. Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai were both slightly relieved. If the undead creatures were also from the ancient 6 lineages, the existence of the human race should have been discovered long ago. The former human race was so weak. Why didn't the undead creatures attack the human race? But Wood Demon Xuanhuan immediately said, I know what you're thinking. Wherever there is a death, there are almost always undead creatures. We once suspected the undead as one of the 6 lineages, but no matter how strong an undead creature was killed, it couldn't increase our luck. Therefore, undead creatures are not from the ancient 6 bloodlines. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Senior Brother 6 God in the distance. Senior Brother 6 God said, what they said is true, but most of the time there is no conflict among the 6 lineages. It's just like the place where human beings live. There are demon plants, insects, demonic beasts, strange beasts, and undeads. Unless this entire world is annihilated, reincarnation is severed, and the soul sea is destroyed, the 6 lineages won't die. They only attack the human race for their own selfish reasons. After a pause, Senior Brother 6 God said, as for the primordial stillbirth, you don't need to know about it for now. It won't be too late to find out when you become a great monarch. Oh, Han Fei's heart did a flip. It seemed that there was a greater secret behind this ancient stillborn. It was probably because this lineage was too powerful for him to get involved now. At this point, Han Fei finally understood why these people attacked the human race. These people didn't care about living beings at all, but simply harvested the human race as a resource. The ancient demon race, the divine demon forest, the sky spider worm valley, you owe me 70 billion human lives. I'll remember you. Han Fei's eyes were cold. It was impossible for these 2 people to be released. He would refine them into immortal pills, or strip them of their great douse and make the best use of them. Luo Xiaobai said, since the 6 lineages harvest each other's luck, can other races also harvest the luck of the 6 lineages? Chapter 2998. Attraction of the Demon Purification Pot, 2998. Attraction of the Demon Purification Pot, 2998. Attraction of the Demon Purification Pot. 29. Hanfei would definitely think of this, so she didn't hide it. The corners of Hanfei's mouth twitched. So, the strong masters of the Central Sea Divine Realm were here to harvest luck because the human race was weak. Now that he knew this much, there was nothing else to ask. Hanfei extended his hand and the Creation Jade Spirit Tower appeared. Go, collect them. The two of them must have seen Bai Ye use the Creation Jade Spirit Tower, so they were shocked to see that Hanfei was going to use it on them. Yudun said hurriedly, Hanfei, you can exchange us for resources with the Sky Spider Worm Valley or the Divine Demon Forest. Don't the human race need resources? The two of us can exchange for a lot of resources, Hanfei sneered. Sorry, when we reach the infinite mining area, the human race doesn't lack resources at all. If there weren't so many casualties in our human race, I would have been happy to exchange you for opportunities, but now, no way. The Creation Jade Tower first collected Yudun. When collecting Wood Demon Xuanhuan, Hanfei hesitated and looked at Luo Xiaobai. This person is an immortal-level demon plant. I can strip her of her Grey Dao or kill her and pluck her origin star. What do you think? Wood Demon Xuanhuan seemed to be prepared and quickly said, If you spare my life, I'm willing to teach Luo Xiaobai all my insights and 2 divine techniques. Luo Xiaobai was about to speak when Hanfei said, Then I'll keep you for now. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Even if you teach the divine techniques to Luo Xiaobai now, she won't have the time to comprehend them. You might still think that since the demon purification pot has been exposed, we'll definitely be subject to attacks from the great monarchs from the Central Sea Divine Realm, and then you might have a chance to be saved. Wood Demon Shanshan's expression didn't change at all, but she did think so in her heart. Now that Hanfei had used 3 void marks, the human race was doomed. As long as she stalled for time, things might turn for the better. However, Hanfei smiled casually. I'll keep you, but you should go into the tower first. Maybe when I'm in a good mood, I'll let you out and show you what despair is. 2 days later. The human beings had finished cleaning up the battlefield, and Hanfei knew that many great monarchs had arrived. However, for the sake of Senior Brother Six God, they didn't appear. After all, they couldn't bully Hanfei in front of the Void Temple. The Void Temple followed rules. It was already against the rules for a great monarch-level powerhouse to come personally. Hanfei had put himself in a desperate situation. They believed that the Void Temple had nothing to say. But killing Hanfei right under the nose of the Void Temple was a slap to the face of the Void Temple. They wouldn't do such a thing. The human race had been in the wilderness for 428 years, and their experience was enough. Hanfei believed that the current human race would no longer fear. Every one of them was brave. Hanfei had taken the entire human race into his origin star. The following battle was not something ordinary people could participate in. On the head of the Six-God Mantis, Hanfei sat next to Senior Brother Six-God. He still hadn't adapted to the childlike look of Senior Brother Six-God, who looked like a handsome little monk. When Hanfei glanced at Senior Brother Six-God's head countless times, the latter finally couldn't take it anymore. Little junior brother, that's enough. Senior Brother Six-God, I'm just curious. Cultivators can change their appearance at will. Even if they don't, they will grow naturally. But what's wrong with you? Senior Brother Six-God said in a childish voice. My childhood opportunity made me immortal, and my appearance no longer changed. As for transformation, it's meaningless. Although his voice was immature, Senior Brother Six-God tone was quite dignified, but not as serious as Senior Brother Azure Dragon's, but a little casual. Senior Brother Six-God said, Little junior brother, there are a lot of great monarchs coming. Although I don't know what kind of killer moves you have, the great monarchs are not stupid. They just don't know what trap you have set. Therefore, they won't attack easily. Once I leave, they only need to send a clone to test you out. If Chu-Hao is not exposed, you won't be able to stop them. Hanfei said, I know, but I didn't set any traps. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't dare to take action. I really want to invite you to stay and take a look. Senior Brother Six-God said, It's great you have confidence to deal with them. By the way, your confidence is from the Godfiend Sea, isn't it? Hanfei was briefly stunned. You guessed it so easily? Senior Brother Six-God said. Actually, it's not easy to guess. The Godfiend Sea has existed for 1.8 million years, and nothing unusual has happened in it in the past 1.8 million years. Besides, many strong masters can decay over time. Even if they guessed it, they wouldn't be too afraid. What they are afraid of is still the city deep in the infinite mining area. Hanfei was slightly relieved. That's good. But is that city really that scary? Senior Brother Six-God said. The infinite mining area hasn't been divided up by the strong masters yet. Do you think it's really because of the mine demons? Although the mine demons are strong, how can they resist the countless strong masters in the sea realm? It's just that the strong masters in the sea realm don't want to have a conflict with that city. Hanfei remembered Great Monarch East Marshal's reminder, which gave him some information. That was, in the depths of the infinite mining area, there existed an ancient city called the Hidden Monarch City. It was said that there were gods in the Hidden Monarch City. Great Monarch East Marshal reminded him that if the human race wanted the infinite mining area, it wouldn't be enough to solve the various forces in the infinite mining area, and that they had to get the tacit approval of the hidden Monarch City. Chapter 2999-2999, Attraction of the Demon Purification Pot, 3-2999, Attraction of the Demon Purification Pot, 3. But Han Fei chose both. At first he took a fancy to the infinite mining area because of the resources there, as well as the existence of divine beasts and demonic beasts there. Then he chose the infinite mining area because of the hidden Monarch City. He had even made a plan. When the human race arrived at the infinite mining area, he would personally visit the city. If the hidden Monarch City didn't agree, he would let the human race only operate in the mining areas that had been developed so far. If the hostility of the hidden Monarch City was exposed, he would choose to use the Void Mark without hesitation. But in either case, the human race would definitely go to the infinite mining area. Han Fei smiled. I'll take it one step at a time. If the infinite mining areas really can't accommodate human beings, we'll go to the West Wilderness. Although the West Wilderness is very chaotic, I have some connections there. Senior Brother Six God nodded slightly and then got up. Then, I'm leaving. Take care, Senior Brother. Senior Brother Six God had left, but the insects outside the Godfiend Sea and even along the way were all his. Therefore, Han Fei finally knew why Senior Brother Six God was so well informed. Senior Brother Six God walked very handsomely. He flashed on the spot, and a human-shaped golden pillar of light pierced through the sky from the bottom of the sea. After the pillar of light disappeared, he was gone. Senior Brother Six God had left, but the Six God Mantis dug out a wormhole and entered it before leaving. As soon as Senior Brother Six God left, Han Fei sensed murderous intent from someone. It had only been less than half an hour. It was obvious that the newcomers were eager to kill. As expected by Senior Brother Six God, the source of the killing intent was a clone of a strong master who was still 1,000,000 kilometers away from Han Fei. He tapped at the void and tried to pierce through Han Fei. However, the power of that finger was extinguished with a bang 100,000 kilometers away from Han Fei. Han Fei smiled but was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he sat in the air and set up a big pot. Then, he extended his hand and the Creation Jade Spirit Tower appeared. A wolf head flew out, breathless and dying. Puffed. The infinity water turned into a god-sealing spear and pierced the wolf's head again, standing erect next to Han Fei. Then, Han Fei took out the remains of the primordial silver wolf and said with a casual smile, "Come out now that you're here. You're a great monarch. Why are you so cowardly?" While talking, Han Fei cleaned the wolf skin, cut the meat open, and put it in the pot. Then, a pile of seasonings appeared in his hand. Han Fei seemed to be waiting for the wolf meat to be cooked before throwing the seasonings into the pot. Billions of kilometers away, a silver wolf of the ancient demon race stared at Han Fei coldly with murderous intent. Han Fei killed a heavenly talent of the primordial silver wolf tribe, snatched his treasure, and ate his flesh. How could he bear this? Good, good. Human emperor, right? Now that you're here, let's see how you dare to treat our tribe's heavenly talent like this. As he spoke, a middle-aged man stepped on the sky and arrived in an instant. He appeared tens of millions of kilometers away from Han Fei, and in the blink of an eye, he was 1,000,000 kilometers away. In another blink of an eye, he was only less than 100,000 kilometers away. However, at a distance of 100,000 kilometers, a spiral black hole appeared. The laws of heaven and earth pressed down, and the person tried to destroy it with a wave of his hand, but in an instant he was minced by the vortex. Then a figure stood beside Han Fei with his hands behind his back. "I thought you really had the guts to come out, but it's just a clone. You're really gutless." Chu Hao appeared and glanced at the sky. "How many old friends have come today?" In the void, there were buzzing sounds. "Chu Hao, you're still alive? What a surprise." The demon purification pot fell into the hands of a mere human kid, but you didn't take it back. You're still alive even though you were so severely injured. Chu Hao, you're quite strong, aren't you? These great monarchs seemed to have stopped hiding and didn't care if Han Fei heard them or not. If it weren't for the fact that they hadn't confirmed if there was a trap here, they would have completely appeared. Chu Hao snorted coldly. "Why don't you try to see if I'm strong or not?" "Chu Hao, you're a great monarch, but you're giving the demon purification pot to someone else. Is that all you've got?" Someone mocked, trying to anger Chu Hao. Chu Hao, on the other hand, said indifferently, "You're great monarchs, yet you're ganging up on a carefree level cultivator? I've controlled the demon purification pot for at least 100,000 years. What about you? A bunch of trash." On the side, Han Fei stoked the fire and seasoned the meat at ease. He also set up a grill, skewered the wolf meat, and brushed the oil on it. He didn't doubt Chu Hao's strength. This guy had already become a great monarch 2,000,000 years ago. In the past, he ran from the Sea of Stars to the West Wilderness of the Sea Realm and then to the East Sea with the demon purification pot under the pursuit of countless strong masters. And in the end, he still took away most of the demon purification pot. From this, it could be seen that Chu Hao's strength at his peak was beyond imagination. Besides, this was not his first life, but his sixth. How could such a great monarch be ordinary? This kind of great monarch was equivalent to old Han and his mother. They could easily become gods in each life. Therefore, although Han Fei didn't know how many great monarchs had come, he believed that Chu Hao was 99% the strongest among them. If he couldn't do this, how could he run around with the demon purification pot? Someone said, Chu Hao, the demon purification pot is no longer in your hands. We're not interested in you. If you leave, we won't trouble you again. What do you think? Chapter 3000, Attraction of the Demon Purification Pot for 3000, Attraction of the Demon Purification Pot for Chu Hao sneered. You sound as if you're letting me go like letting go of an ant. You people are always so annoying. You were like this 100,000 years ago, and remain the same now. Today, I'll temporarily be Han Fei's guardian. If you want to die, come. If you don't, get lost, Han Fei said. Alas, Senior Chu Hao, come have a bite of wolf meat. It's physically exhausting to quarrel with others. The flesh of this pure-blooded primordial silver wolf is indeed extraordinary. It's really a delicacy in the world. Next to him, Bai Ye almost had a mental breakdown. Watching his flesh and blood being eaten, he really didn't want to experience this feeling a second time. At this moment, he knew who was coming. He wanted to shout, but he couldn't say anything. He could only look in the direction of the voice. Han Fei and Chu Hao ate heartily without any scruples. Han Fei was not in a hurry, neither was Chu Hao. Besides, Han Fei's culinary skills were very good. The wolf meat was indeed delicious. Finally, when the two of them were eating heartily for half an hour, Chu Hao suddenly moved. He flicked his finger in the air, and a wisp of law transformed into a sword in the sky. In an instant, a figure was pierced through and shattered. Han Fei clicked his tongue. Chu Hao's blow was very strong. With just a flick of his finger, he probably couldn't withstand it even if his original Great Tao was fully activated. Sure enough, a great monarch was a great monarch. The only thing he could do in a battle of this level was to watch the show. As for Chu Hao, he glanced at Han Fei first. They seem to be prepared and start to test us. Then, Chu Hao shouted at the void, if you want to test my strength, come together. What's the point of sending your clones one by one, as you wish? In the next moment, Han Fei felt that the Great Taos in this space was completely chaotic. Except for the corner where he was, the surrounding laws were rioting, and the world was filled with killing intent. Every blade of grass, tree, breeze, and sunshine seemed to contain terrifying power. That feeling made Han Fei feel as if he was on a lonely reef in the sea, about to be swallowed by the surging tide at any time. As for Chu Hao, he stood where he was and stomped, causing countless spirals to flash in all directions. Han Fei didn't know Chu Hao's combat techniques. He only knew that Chu Hao seemed to be especially good at this strange spiral or vortex-type attack. Then, within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers, there were continuous booms and explosions. One layer after another, the void collapsed. In less than 100 seconds, Han Fei's perception could no longer extend out, because void cracks and spatial storms raged within 1,000,000 kilometers. There was no condition for his perception to extend. To put it bluntly, the 1,000,000-kilometer void had collapsed. At first, Chu Hao just stomped his feet. Then, a needle appeared in his palm and began to swim in the void. Later, it turned into thousands of needles and attacked at the same time. In the end, this combat method seemed to be insufficient. Chu Hao finally began to use his full strength. A bronze divine tree appeared behind him. The bronze tree grew leaves, and the leaves flew all over the sky, cutting through the void. Later, Han Fei saw with his own eyes that the needles and copper leaves were shattering. As for Chu Hao, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Chu Hao couldn't help but look at Han Fei. There are a lot of visitors. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and didn't speak. A voice came from the void. As expected of you. If I hadn't forced you to this point, I wouldn't have known that your injuries hadn't recovered. No wonder Han Fei was so unscrupulous. It turns out that you have recovered to this point. Someone laughed. Chu Hao, I admit that the power you showed is no weaker than 100,000 years ago. However, you haven't become stronger. You have once obtained the demon purification pot, so you should be able to guess how many people will come this time. How dare you be so unscrupulous in front of us? Chu Hao frowned slightly and looked at the void again. I can kill 5. Have you thought about who will come to die? Do you really think we're afraid of your bluffing? Even if some people die today, do you think what happened 100,000 years ago will happen again? Oh no, you might not be able to escape this time. Buzz buzz buzz. Chu Hao didn't attack again, and the great monarchs didn't attack again. Instead, 27 people appeared at once. Han Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. I didn't expect myself to be so valuable. 27 great monarchs have come in one go. You really think highly of me. After Han Fei finished speaking, Chu Hao shook his head slightly. Not just 27. 8 more haven't appeared yet. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. How many great monarchs were there in the East Sea Divine Realm? The Divine Capital Dynasty, the Heavenly Race, the Fistlight Mountain, the Ghost Strait, the East Sword Pavilion, the Capital of Horror, including the previous Chaotic Wasteland. How many great monarchs were there in total? Were there 20? Just as Chu Hao finished speaking, an enchanting woman in sexy black tights and blue-black lip gloss walked out of the endless void. She looked at the great monarchs and said, the 3 ancestors have arrived and sealed off the infinite mining area to prevent the hidden monarch city from attacking us. Let's end this quickly. Remember, capture Han Fei alive. Chapter 3001, 3001. Do you want wolf meat? Do you want wolf meat? 3001. Do you want wolf meat? 3000. Fei was still alive. It was fine. As for how crippled he was, who cared? Han Fei had only used Chu Hao to attract the great monarchs from the Central Sea Divine Realm to take action. He really didn't expect that the Hidden Monarch City would become a target of vigilance of these great monarchs. Although his plan did include the Hidden Monarch City, that was after he reached the infinite mining area. It had nothing to do with the present. Right. Han Fei seemed to understand something. Perhaps in their opinion, the demon god had actually perished, and the God-Fiend Sea was filled with some old demons. After so many years, even survival was a problem for them. Even if they really came out, what could they do? Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. This was originally an overt scheme. He was even prepared that the other party had guessed that there would be a problem in the God-Fiend Sea. But the other party's great monarchs didn't seem to care. In order to complement the seemingly tense situation, Han Fei waved his hand and put away the hot pot and barbecue. The Creation Jade Spirit Tower appeared in his hand again and appeared above Bai Ye's head. Han Fei said, "Whether I can kill my way out today or not, this wolf is dead meat. Thief, you're asking to be killed." Among these great monarchs, the primordial silver wolf of the ancient demon race finally took the lead to attack. As long as one of them attacked, all the great monarchs naturally attacked together. Chu Hao grabbed Han Fei and rushed out. The phantom of the primordial silver wolf was shattered by a punch. A giant centipede swayed in the chaotic laws. Then, billions of sword shadows smashed down like rain. Chu Hao pushed with a single hand, and the power of the spiral stirred the laws, forming a storm of law in his palm, sweeping up the billions of sword shadows and throwing them at the other great monarchs. A demon plant instantly transformed into a vast forest. Chu Hao sneered. "Have you forgotten that I've walked this path?" As Chu Hao flicked a vine with his finger, the tens of millions of kilometers of void jungle instantly collapsed like dominoes. However, Han Fei also saw a wisp of redness appear at the corner of Chu Hao's mouth because a ray of light swept past him from behind. However, he rolled back his hand, retracted the ray of light, and smashed it at another unknown great monarch. The battle here was dazzling. Even if Han Fei didn't do anything at the moment, he could only see less than 1/5 of the battle clearly. He suddenly discovered that it seemed simpler for a great monarch to attack, but actually, every slight movement of theirs might contain extremely terrifying power. Just by pointing at the void, they could break through the seals of millions of kilometers. Do all great monarchs attack like this? No, in a battle of any realm, there was always a tit-for-tat situation. It couldn't be explained by just this casual way of fighting. Then there was only one reason. That was, the strength of the two sides was imbalanced. These enemies of the Central Sea Divine Realm relied on their large number of people, so every attack gathered a terrifying power at one point, forcing Chu Hao to take their power head-on. In this way, they had the numerical advantage. Otherwise, if they were to fight Chu Hao in close combat, it would definitely affect other people's attacks, or even affect themselves, making it easy for Chu Hao to kill them. Being surrounded by the great monarchs for a full hour, Chu Hao could only barely bring Han Fei across hundreds of millions of kilometers of sky. When he wanted to step directly into the endless void several times, Han Fei thought that Chu Hao could really escape with him, but then Chu Hao was forcefully pulled back from the endless void. It's just like real. In the eyes of these great monarchs, Chu Hao had almost run away several times, so they were always on guard. Only Han Fei knew that he had long discussed with Chu Hao to attract as many great monarchs as possible to hunt him down. As long as the enemy believed that Chu Hao could escape, more great monarchs would join the battle. The great monarchs of the Central Sea Divine Realm were also speaking to each other via voice transmission. "Everyone, don't just sit by. You should have seen Chu Hao's strength. This time, not only will we snatch the demon purification pot, but Chu Hao also has to die. Otherwise, Chu Hao will definitely retaliate. Everyone, you should know how strong Chu Hao was in the past. This time, we can't let him leave again. What are you waiting for? Isn't it obvious? Han Fei's only reliance is Chu Hao. He wanted to lure and kill us, but he underestimated our determination. As long as the Hidden Monarch City doesn't interfere, there will be people from the Central Sea Divine Realm who will deal with the ferocious beasts. What else is there to fear? I have a feeling that this matter is not simple. The demon purification pot has appeared. Han Fei can't recognize the seriousness of the problem. Can't Chu Hao also? Someone said. Whether it's a trap or not, everyone, what trap can ambush dozens of great monarchs like us? The God-Fiend Sea? This place hasn't opened for 1,100,000 years. And according to countless historical records, that god died a long time ago, and he didn't even die in the God-Fiend Sea. Someone echoed, everyone, you should have felt the chains of order in the God-Fiend Sea. There are no conditions for recuperation there at all. Even obtaining spiritual energy is extremely extravagant. If there is a problem with the God-Fiend Sea, it should have been launched long ago. Why would the human race still sacrifice 70 billion people? That's true. On Han Fei's side, Chu Hao's expression was ugly. There are still more than 30 drops of Spring of Life left. I haven't recovered to my peak state, and escaping from nearly 30 great monarchs is already my limit. Those who haven't come out now are probably all scheming people. Do you want to reel in the net now?